In the outskirts of Cold City, inside a small warehouse, a young man was assembling something with tools, piecing together various objects. The massive creation before him resembled a spaceship, 7 or 8 meters high, over 10 meters long, silver white, and elliptical in shape, nearly filling the entire warehouse. Not far from the young man, a camera was set up, pointing directly at him. He gestured toward the front and spoke confidently. "Look everyone, these are the landing legs of the spaceship. When the ship returns to Earth from outer space, due to its immense speed, we use these landing legs to ensure a safe touchdown. Therefore, the material of these legs requires extremely high toughness." It turned out this young man was a streamer on Shark Live named Bai Hui. 3 months ago, he had transmigrated to this parallel world where a black technology system bound to him and issued a mission to live stream the construction of a spaceship within half a year and gain enough popularity. After issuing the mission, the black technology system fell silent, unresponsive to any calls. Building a spaceship was an extremely difficult task. In his previous world, only a few nations could produce rockets capable of reaching space, and the costs were exorbitant, with a single chemical fuel rocket costing hundreds of millions. Fortunately, before falling dormant, the system not only developed his brain using a certain technology, but also directly instilled countless knowledge into him. This knowledge was a whole generation ahead of Earth's current technology, including a form of anti-gravity technology. Its principle, put simply, is that in the space around us exists a type of particle, antiparticles. As everyone knows, Earth has gravity, and all objects have gravitational pull, differing only in magnitude. Antiparticles are the opposite force to gravity. In the universe, everything has a positive and negative side. Antiparticles, contrary to the positive particles in our daily life, are widely present. Anti-gravity technology is a technology derived from antiparticles. After absorbing this knowledge, a clear goal formed in Bai Hui's mind. Building a spaceship might be nearly impossible for others, but for him now, it was not overly difficult. The hardest part, the propulsion system, was already solved, making everything else less challenging. So Bai Hui rented a large warehouse in the outskirts and began his grand endeavor of live streaming the construction of a spaceship. Bai Hui's current identity was that of a rich second generation with family assets in the billions. He asked his doting mother for 100 million, giving him his initial seed money, though it was far from sufficient for building a spaceship. Previously, Bai Hui had been a frequent user of Shark Live, lavishly gifting female streamers. So many on the platform knew him. Live streaming the construction of a spaceship. Bai Hui opened a stream with this bold title. Within a minute, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in, all instantly stunned by the title. "Damn, is Boss Bai not going after that fairy sister from yesterday? He's here to show off. Boss Bai is awesome building a spaceship. 666, even Earth can't stop you. Is the streamer building a spaceship model? Is Boss Bai trying to build an alien flying saucer? Streamer is awesome. 666. Watching the bullet comments, Bai Hui knew that nobody in the stream actually believed he could build a real spaceship. They all thought he was just making a model. However, even building a model attracted many viewers, as many people harbored a dream of the stars and the sea. Bai Hui said seriously, "Hey everyone, this is a real spaceship, one that can really fly into the sky. I'm not." As soon as he said this, the entire stream burst into a joyful atmosphere. "Haha, yeah, it can fly, that's hilarious. Haha, can it fly up and touch the sun? I lead Jeans to swear here that if this spaceship ever flies, I will live stream eating shit upside down. It's delicious. Boss Bai is really humorous. Don't worry, even if you just make a model, it'll support you. Hello, is this Green Mountain Psychiatric Hospital? There's a person here who seems to have escaped from you." Bai Hui's face darkened. These people were really asking for a beating, even calling him insane. But it didn't matter. When the spaceship was completed, it would surely blind their dog eyes. "That Li Jinza, I Bai Hui remember you. When my spaceship is finished and flies into space, I hope you remember what you said today. Live stream eating shit upside down." Ha ha ha. The stream was filled with joy. Amid everyone's disbelief, Bai Hui silently worked on the spaceship, and thus 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Bai Hui spent 30 million to purchase a small precision machinery manufacturing plant dedicated to smelting and producing various materials and parts for the spaceship. Ordinarily, such a small plant could not manufacture precision parts for aerospace use, but Bai Hui's mind contained knowledge a full generation ahead of Earth's civilization. He personally modified the entire production line, elevating the precision of manufactured parts by several levels. It was no exaggeration that if Bai Hui sold this precision machinery plant now, it would fetch 500 or 600 million. He had bought it for only tens of millions. After his modifications, the plant's value had instantly increased tenfold. This was no joke. The finer the precision in mechanical manufacturing, the higher the price. A single rocket engine can be worth millions, even tens of millions. Why so expensive? Because it demands extremely high precision in its parts. Even a single screw must strictly meet standards with absolutely no allowance for carelessness. In the entire spaceship, Bai Hui designed the anti-gravity engine was the core, requiring the highest precision in materials and parts. Thanks to the relevant technical knowledge in his mind, he quickly designed this engine. The entire spaceship would use 6 anti-gravity engines, 4 main engines, and 2 attitude control engines. Each anti-gravity engine was about 2 meters tall and over a meter wide. Collectively, they can provide up to more than 260 tons of thrust. At this point, one might ask, ordinary rocket liftoff thrust amounts to several hundred tons, with the largest reaching several thousand tons. How could a mere 200-plus tons be enough to propel this spacecraft into the sky? This is because the spacecraft employs anti-gravity technology, so unlike a rocket, it does not require hundreds of tons of chemical propellant, nor does its takeoff thrust need to account for the weight of fuel. The anti-gravity spacecraft uses electrical energy as its power source, and the vessel's total mass exceeds 100 tons, already far greater than most objects humanity has ever sent into space. Apart from the upper stages of rockets that have entered space, no nation has ever built a spacecraft heavier than the one Bai Hui has constructed. The International Space Station, for instance, was assembled module by module in orbit rather than launched into space in a single piece. Since Bai Hui began construction 3 months ago, the spacecraft has been nearly completed, the entire framework is essentially finished, and the propulsion escape and life support systems have all been installed. At present, the Livestream's viewer count is not high. Only a few thousand people, and even that number is inflated. The real audience may only be a few hundred. After all, although building a spaceship is an impressive gimmick, watching a pile of scrap metal day after day without knowing what is happening quickly makes people lose interest, and so the audience drifted away. Yet Bai Hui does not care. The modest viewer count is irrelevant. He believes that on the day of launch the whole world will be shaken by him. Bai Hui glanced at the live stream and said, "All right, the spacecraft's entire framework has been largely completed, and the ship should be finished soon. I want to thank all of you brothers for your company during this period. That's all for today's stream. I'm going to rest now, and it'll go live again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. With that, Bai Hui ended the stream without waiting for the audience to respond. He does not lack money. Live streaming is merely a task assigned by the system, so he does not need to care much about what viewers think. Leaving the warehouse, he returned to his villa where, instead of resting, he turned on his computer to write the spacecraft's control program. The spacecraft's control program is of paramount importance, rivaling even the engines in significance. In the 1960s and 1970s, the N-1 heavy rocket built by the Polar Bear Nation employed 30 liquid oxygen kerosene engines on its first stage, producing a maximum thrust of more than 4,500 tons. The most powerful rocket ever constructed in human history, surpassing even the Saturn V that the Lighthouse Nation used for lunar landings. Yet this N-1 rocket failed 4 out of 4 launches, not a single success, making it merely a product of failure. There were many reasons for this, but most stemmed from the parallel arrangement of 30 engines. The parallel connection of multiple engines not only greatly reduces a rocket's stability, but can also induce coupling resonance. In simple terms, multiple engines in parallel are like a tug-of-war lacking coordination. Imagine 10 people on each end of a rope, evenly matched, with neither side able to prevail. But if one person, instead of pulling the rope backward, exerts force sideways, it affects those beside him, causing the group's strength to lose unity, and in an instant defeat collapses like a landslide. Rockets are even more susceptible. If just one engine malfunctions, thrust becomes insufficient, and the launch fails. This problem is highly complex, arising not only from hardware design flaws, but also from software coordination failures. Bai Hui's fingers flew across the keyboard, lines of code cascading across the screen. The control system was enormously complex. Every contingency had to be considered, and each possible emergency had to be translated into a programmatic solution while connecting the spacecraft's various hardware levels. It was a monumental undertaking. If Bai Hui had to do everything alone, no matter how talented he was, he would still need an enormous amount of time to finish. However, Bai Hui took an unconventional approach. He directly created an artificial intelligence core. Just how advanced was this AI? It could converse naturally with humans, perfectly control all levels of the spacecraft's hardware systems, and most importantly, it could identify anomalies during flight and automatically formulate solutions. For example, if one anti-gravity engine suffered an accident and lost thrust, the AI would calculate whether the remaining engines could still propel the spacecraft out of space. If not, it would report the situation to Bai Hui. If Bai Hui issued no command, it would mark the mission as failed and slowly descend the spacecraft back to Earth, fully ensuring human safety. Bai Hui's mind raced as he continued striking the keys. He had been writing this artificial intelligence for over 3 months, and now it was nearly complete. The core employed a series of advanced algorithms simulating neural networks, and its intelligence far surpassed every existing AI in the world today. Yet this AI was still only a weak artificial intelligence. It lacked the ability to think. It merely simulated the optimal solution through massive amounts of data and algorithmic modeling. Bai Hui let out a long breath. 3 months of continuous work had exhausted him mentally, but it had all been worth it. He pressed the enter key, and the dense programs on the screen began to compile slowly. Bai Hui could only wait. Finally, after half an hour, the compilation was complete. With anticipation on his face, he pressed the run button. Suddenly, a silver glowing brain appeared on the monitor, countless neurons pulsing, as if alive. Then a red warning box popped up on the screen. Ding. Detected insufficient computer memory and slow chip speed. Automatically reducing system performance. The computer's fans whirred at full speed, waves of hot air blasting from the exhaust vents. Clearly, Bai Hui's computer had reached its limit. It should be noted that Bai Hui had personally configured this computer at a cost of a full 1 million yuan. Its performance was extraordinary. Yet it proved inadequate in front of the artificial intelligence, forcing the AI to reduce its own performance in order to adapt to the machine. At last the program ran successfully, and a black human face silhouette appeared on the screen. After a long pause, the face finally spoke its first words, "Hello, my master." The voice was mechanical and slow, like that of an aged elder on their last breath. Bai Hui's face darkened. What had he created? A complete artificial idiot. After sulking for a while, he said, "Since you're so black, I'll call you Xiao He." Then came another burst of frantic fan spinning, and after a long while a voice emerged. "Okay, Xiao He, thanks the master for the naming." Evidently, even to understand Bai Hui's words, Xiao He had to perform massive computations which resulted in his slow. Of course, although Xiao He appeared somewhat foolish, it was far smarter than the so-called Siri on the market. A certain fruit company's Siri could only communicate through a massive database. It could not truly understand human speech, and whenever the conversation grew slightly complex, it failed to recognize it. Little Black, however, was different. It could accurately parse the meaning behind human speech and craft responses, a chasm of difference between them. Yet Bai Hui did not wish to converse with Little Black again. It was exhausting, like talking to a simpleton. After a moment's thought, he instructed, "Little Black, stay here for now. Once I finish installing the ship's main control computer in a few days, I'll move you." Another whirring of the cooling fan followed, and a vein of exasperation pulsed on Bai Hui's forehead. He quickly added, "Enough, stop thinking. Enter silent mode." The moment these words were spoken, Little Black ceased its activity, and the computer's fan gradually returned to normal. The fan spun so fast that Bai Hui genuinely feared Little Black might blow up his computer. However, with the ship's control program complete, things became simpler. Like a car, once the core power system was solved, the remaining details could be added directly. These modules didn't require Bai Hui's personal touch, as similar products existed on the market, and he only needed to contact the relevant manufacturers to purchase them. In the vastness of space beyond the absence of air, it was filled with various cosmic rays, X-rays, gamma rays, and more. These could cause devastating harm to human bodies and electronic equipment. Fortunately, decades of aerospace development meant all necessary equipment was available. Spending a bit more money solved these problems. Another month passed. Through Bai Hui's relentless efforts, the spaceship was finally completed, with every functional module in place. A silver-white futuristic elliptical spacecraft was unveiled before the audience in the live stream. 666. The chat exploded with SIXSO, and viewership had reached 300,000. At this moment, even a model spaceship could capture countless people's attention. Building a model of this size would cost at least 10 million, and the viewers marveled at Boss Bai's wealth. "Boss Bai is awesome. Boss Bai is awesome." A flurry of messages flooded the chat screen like snowflakes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bai Hui announced, "Everyone, I've successfully built the spaceship. 3 days from now, right here, I'll live stream its takeoff." 666. Isn't that just a model? Can it really take off? Is the streamer crazy? Thinking a model ship can fly, why not claim you're an alien? Haha, this streamer cracked me up. Hello, is this Qingshan Mental Hospital? There's one. Glancing at the barrage, Bai Hui felt a headache coming on. That guy who called the hospital, come here, I promise I won't kill you. Damn, trying to call me crazy in a roundabout way. Bai Hui looked seriously into the camera and declared, "I, Bai Hui, solemnly state that what I built is a real spaceship capable of flying into outer space. It is not a model. Hello, is this the police? There's another madman here. Boss Bai, we believe you, we believe you're not an idiot, ha. Since I can no longer stay Loki, yes, I am an alien from the M87 Nebula. I've existed since the age of dinosaurs, watching Earth's life change and clouds drift. Has someone finally built a real spaceship today? Since the guy above dropped his disguise, I might as well. Yes, I am Bumblebee from Cybertron, silently observing Earth's civilization." Haha, you sound so serious, like you're talking nonsense. For a moment, the live stream was filled with joy. It was clear no one believed him, as this was simply too fantastical. In today's world, only a few countries had the capability to build rockets, investing tens of billions annually, with countless talents working together to sustain their space exploration programs. Now you're telling everyone that you alone built a spaceship in 4 months. What about the countless aerospace scientists striving for the cause? Bai Hui was speechless for a moment, then sighed. "I know you all don't believe me. Fine. 3 days from now, right here, I'll live stream the takeoff. Be there or be square." Bai Hui ignored the chat messages and ended the stream, trying to soothe his wounded pride. Ring ring. His phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his mother. Bai Hui was an only child, doted on by his mother. When he mentioned the funds needed for the spaceship, his mother immediately transferred 100 million yuan to him. 100 million was still too little for building a spaceship. Over the past months, Bai Hui had also earned 1 or 200 million through various online avenues using his knowledge. Moreover, if he hadn't modified his machinery factory to produce the ship's parts himself, even those 300 million wouldn't have made a splash. Hello mom, what's up? Xiao Hui, you're not getting any younger. You should find a girlfriend. By the way, do you remember Uncle Chen's daughter Linger? She's back from studying in the States. You should take her out for a meal and catch up. I've seen Linger, and my how she's grown. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Kid, I'm telling you, if you can win her over, it'll be your greatest fortune. Linger. Bai Hui was stunned. Oh, he remembered. There was an Uncle Chun next door when he was young, and his daughter Linger used to come over to play all the time. But she was quite plain as a child. Dark-skinned, skinny, a bit of a clumsy girl. The other kids didn't like playing with her. Bai Hui, however, was the opposite. He loved to tease her to see her get flustered and angry, and she was quite dim-witted. But he was the only one willing to play with her. It had been years since he'd seen her. They moved to the States when he was 12, and he hadn't seen her since. Thinking about it now, he felt a bit nostalgic. Alright, fine. Mom, send me the address, and I'll head over now. His mother sent the address immediately, and said earnestly, son, listen to me. Have a good talk with Linger. Maybe she'll become our daughter-in-law. You're not getting any younger. You spend all day fiddling with metal in that warehouse, barely talking to any girl. How will that do? You're not one of those gay types they talk about online, are you? Bai Hui was speechless. Was this really his mother? He was a real man. How could he be that? Mom, don't overthink. I solemnly tell you your son is 100% straight. With that, he hung up, fearing she might say something even more outrageous. After hanging up the phone, Bai Hui immediately drove a Lamborghini to a residential area. Linger lived in this neighborhood, and Bai Hui followed the address to find his way there. It was a commercial housing complex, and because it was close to the business district, the property prices were extremely high, 70 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. Linger resided within. Bai Hui parked the car and, following the address his mother had sent to his phone, located her room. He knocked on her door, and a pleasant female voice sounded from inside. Who is it? It's me, Bai Hui. The girl inside paused for a moment, then exclaimed with delight, you are Brother Bai Hui. Oh, why are you here? The door opened, revealing a girl in a white dress. Her face was free of makeup, yet it was still clean and fair. Her snow-white neck was as graceful as a swan's, delicate collarbones exposed, and 2 jade-like calves peeked out from beneath the dress. She exuded an aura of youthful vitality. Bai Hui was truly stunned. His mother hadn't been wrong. She was really beautiful. You? Are you Linger? Linger pouted and said with displeasure, what, you don't recognize me? Huh. Bai Hui scratched his head awkwardly and said embarrassedly, sorry, you've changed so much since we were kids that I didn't react in time. A smile curled at the corners of Linger's lips as she teased, so tell me, have I gotten uglier or prettier? Of course prettier. I almost didn't recognize you. Phil let you off the hook. Come in and sit for a while. Hearing Bai Hui's words, Linger beamed, with joy, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Bai Hui followed her into her room. He looked around. The entire room was decorated in pink tones, giving it a very girlish, dreamy feel. Here, have a glass of water. Linger poured him a cup of water and sat down on the sofa nearby. Hey Linger, didn't you go to study in Lighthouse Country? How did you find it over there? Linger took a sip of water and said with a smile, honestly, I don't think Lighthouse Country is all that great. Many people there discriminate against us Dragon Country folks, and some areas have terrible public security. If my father hadn't insisted I study there, I wouldn't have wanted to go at all. Bai Hui was taken aback. It was rare to hear anyone speak ill of Lighthouse Country these days. Some people in the country were typical Western worshippers, who anything foreign was considered better than what was domestic. Even the moon and the sun seemed brighter to them, and the air fresher. Many people don't believe such individuals exist, but that's only because they haven't experienced the real world. Society is full of them. Bai Hui had witnessed countless in both his past and present life. So hearing Linger say this, he couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the girl before him. Why, oi? Bai Hui asked. Nothing much, I just felt that the foreign customs, culture, and eating habits didn't suit me. So I've come back now, and I plan to develop my career here in the country. Subsequently, Linger recounted some of her experiences in Lighthouse Country. The society there was too open, and Linger, who was somewhat traditional at heart, found it hard to adapt. She especially disliked her roommate, also from Dragon Country, who spent her days mingling with various men and frequently posted anti-Dragon Country remarks on Twitter, which disgusted Linger deeply. Although the academic atmosphere in Lighthouse Country was indeed richer than in Dragon Country, Linger believed that Dragon Country was developing rapidly and would soon rival these Western nations in that regard as well. The two chatted happily, and time slipped by quickly as the sky began to darken. Bai Hui glanced at the sky and said to Linger, it's getting late. Let me take you out for dinner. Sounds good. The two went to an upscale restaurant where Bai Hui ordered a variety of Chinese dishes as a welcome meal for Linger. Linger pouted and said, hey, why did you order so much? I'm not a pig, you know. How can I eat all this? Bai Hui chuckled. It's fine, you've got me to help. Ever since the system had developed his brain, his appetite was much larger than an average person's. His mind was constantly working, so it naturally consumed more energy. The dishes were served quickly, and the two enjoyed their dinner slowly. They chatted and laughed, with Bai Hui occasionally bringing up embarrassing stories from Chunlinger's childhood to tease her. When certain awkward topics came up, Chunlinger would blush with mock anger and pound her fists against Bai Hui's chest. Unexpectedly, her foot slipped, and she fell directly onto Bai Hui. His chair toppled over, and he hit the ground hard. Chunlinger landed on top of him, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. She quickly scrambled to her feet, a blush spreading across her face, and murmured, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Oh, it's fine." Bai Hui stood up, rubbing his chest. He had nearly broken his back just now. Chunlinger, still blushing, quietly resumed eating. After that incident, a subtle, ambiguous tension began to rise between them. As they were finishing their meal, Chunlinger suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey brother, Bai Hui, I haven't asked what you're doing these days." Bai Hui smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, let me keep it a secret for now. In 3 days I'll take you somewhere that will blow your mind." Chunlinger furrowed her brow and said with a playful snort, Fine, keep your secret. I don't want to hear it anyway." Bai Hui just smiled and said nothing. After they finished their meal, they agreed to meet again in 3 days. He personally escorted her home without making any other advances. After all, it was their first meeting today, and pushing too hard would be counterproductive. However, Bai Hui didn't notice the flicker of disappointment in her eyes when he offered to take her home. After leaving Chunlinger's place, Bai Hui didn't return directly to his villa, but instead headed to the warehouse. Since he had made the bold claim that the spaceship would take off in 3 days, Bai Hui had to take it seriously. He needed to urgently test the ship's stability and safety during this time. A silver-white, futuristic-looking spaceship lay before him. A surge of pride filled his heart. To think that he had built this massive spaceship all by himself. He could only imagine the impact it would have on the world if it successfully soared into the sky in 3 days. It was destined to shock the entire world. Bai Hui raised his hand and spoke to a silver-white bracelet on his arm. Xiaohe opened the spaceship. Instantly, the silver-white spacecraft before him lit up, and with a rumble, a gangway descended from the top of the vessel. He boarded the ship and entered a futuristic hall. This was a rather vast space, roughly 100 square meters in size. At the very front was a massive screen, much like those seen in sci-fi films, which could project a panoramic view of the spaceship's surroundings. Below the screen were various control buttons designed for astronauts to pilot the ship's flight. The entire spacecraft consisted of 5 modules: the cockpit, the power module, the escape pod, the gravity module, and the life support module. The cockpit, where Bai Hui currently stood, primarily served to control the ship's various systems. The power module housed the anti-gravity engines and the energy source. Notably, the entire ship was powered by electricity, which demanded immense energy. If it relied on ordinary lithium batteries, a vast number of battery packs would be needed, and their sheer weight alone would drastically impair the ship's performance. To solve this problem, Bai Hui drew upon his vast reservoir of knowledge and selected a new type of battery, the lithium-air battery. This battery uses lithium as the anode and oxygen from the air as the cathode reactant. Its energy density is 10 times higher than that of a standard lithium-ion battery. Furthermore, by reducing the use of heavy metals, its weight is significantly lower, making it exceptionally suitable as a power source for the spaceship. This type of battery had been proposed internationally long ago, but due to technological limitations, lithium-air batteries suffer from many side reactions that are difficult to control. This relegated them to mere laboratory curiosities. However, the solution Bai Hui possessed perfectly addressed these issues, achieving over 100 charge-discharge cycles. After finalizing his plan, Bai Hui immediately acquired a small battery factory for approximately 20 million. He then spent several days modifying the production line. Since the factory originally produced lithium-ion batteries, and some production steps for lithium-air batteries are similar, this significantly reduced the amount of retrofitting work required. Now within the ship's power module, there is a lithium-air battery pack capable of storing a maximum of 3 million kilowatt-hours of electrical energy, providing an endless supply of power to the anti-gravity engines. The escape pod, as its name suggests, is a cabin for escaping during emergencies. It is independent from the main ship, equipped with its own life support system, a small anti-gravity engine, and a battery pack. In the event of an unavoidable danger, Bai Hui could enter the pod, detach from the ship, and return to Earth, ensuring the astronaut's safety to the greatest extent possible. The gravity module contains a set of antiparticle controllers capable of generating a gravitational field simulating Earth's gravity. This prevents the ship from experiencing weightlessness even when in space. Previously, people used centrifugal force to simulate gravity, which is a rather primitive method with many limitations. Finally, the life support module produces the necessary oxygen for human respiration and manages all waste generated by people in space. Xiaohe opened the ship's data panel. "Yes, master." This time Xiaohe responded very quickly. To enhance Xiaohe's processing speed, Bai Hui had installed a main control computer worth 20 million on the spaceship, its performance nearing that of a supercomputer. On the large screen before Bai Hui, a series of ship parameters were displayed. Ship name: unnamed ship, weight 156. 78 tons, ship length 22. 5 meters, ship height 8. 8 meters, maximum speed 11. 8 kilometers. Maximum payload 100 tons, current status, all systems ready. It was evident that this spacecraft's performance far surpassed any rocket currently on Earth. Its mere 100-ton payload capacity was enough to command global respect. This payload capacity excludes the ship's own weight, meaning it could carry 100 tons of cargo into space. The Apollo spacecraft that the lighthouse country used to land on the moon weighed only about 50 tons. Equivalently, Bai Hui's spaceship could transport 2 Apollo spacecraft. Bai Hui pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Xiaohe, begin the ship's test." Test mode initiated. A hum filled the air. With a tremor and a series of roars, the massive spacecraft slowly began to lift off the ground, hovering steadily 1 meter above the surface. If anyone had witnessed this scene, it would have undoubtedly shot straight to the top of the trending searches. Inside the ship, Bai Hui felt very little vibration. He gazed upon the vessel he had personally created, his heart swelling with pride. Simultaneously, the life support and gravity modules entered their testing modes, checking the functionality of their respective subsystems. Bai Hui felt the effects most acutely inside the ship. Due to the gravity module test, the gravitational force inside fluctuated rapidly, making him feel intensely uncomfortable and triggering a wave of nausea. Meanwhile, the ship had isolated itself from the outside atmosphere, relying on the life support module. Air circulated continuously within, constantly generating oxygen. After a series of continuous tests, every subsystem of the spaceship performed flawlessly, everything progressing exactly as Bai Hui had envisioned. He wasn't surprised. Although he had single-handedly designed the ship, he had also drawn upon mature solutions from other civilizations within his mind, so there were no technical issues. Of course, the ship's remarkably stable operation was also due to Xiaohe. As an artificial intelligence, it served as the central brain of the entire vessel. It could perfectly utilize and coordinate all the ship's functions to achieve the most optimal operational performance. Had a conventional control program been used, the ship's operation would have been more rigid. It might have been fine if no problems occurred, but any malfunction could lead to severe consequences. The testing continued for an entire day, and the final results were highly satisfactory to Bai Hui. Now all that remained was to wait for the live broadcast the day after tomorrow. Today was a momentous day for Bai Hui, for his spaceship was scheduled to launch. Early in the morning, he drove to Chunlinger's residence, as they had agreed that he would take her to witness the entire launch process. Of course, Chunlinger was unaware of all this. "Brother Bai Hui, where are you taking me?" Watching the Lamborghini heading towards an increasingly remote suburb, Chunlinger grew more and more curious, wondering what her brother Bai Hui could be planning in such a desolate place. Chunlinger fell into thought, and gradually her cheeks flushed a deep red. Bai Hui, unaware of her thoughts, smiled as he drove and replied, "You'll know in a moment." Finally, the Lamborghini came to a stop outside a large warehouse in the outskirts. Chunlinger gazed at the massive warehouse before her, her heart fluttering with shyness as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, could brother Bai Hui be planning to do something with me inside? But I've never experienced such a thing before. This is too embarrassing, isn't it? However, as it turned out, her worries were unfounded. Bai Hui walked up to the warehouse door, pressed a button on the wristband on his arm, and pushed the door open. What greeted them was a radiant silver-white glow. As the external light flooded the entire warehouse, Chunlinger quickly saw everything inside. Her small mouth formed a perfect O of astonishment, her eyes wide with intense disbelief as she stared blankly at the scene before her. It was a colossal spaceship, so immense that one could only feel its grandeur standing before it. Its silver-white metallic body and the perfectly elliptical shape, exactly as one might imagine a spaceship to be, all left Chunlinger utterly stunned. Seeing Chunlinger's reaction, Bai Hui felt a swell of pride and satisfaction. She was the first person to look upon his spaceship with such awe. This filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He said confidently, "Linger, what do you think of the spaceship I built?" "This? You built this?" In that instant, a torrent of thoughts raced through Chunlinger's mind. She wondered if the spaceship belonged to aliens, and how Bai Hui could have obtained such a world-shocking vessel. Could it be that brother Bai Hui was an alien collaborator on Earth? But when he said he built it, a sudden understanding dawned on her. She blinked, a bright light shining in her eyes, and let out a relieved laugh. "Brother Bai Hui, the model spaceship you built is really impressive. You nearly scared me to death." "Huh?" Bai Hui's expression froze. "Where was that look of shock you just had? How did your face change so quickly?" He stared at Chunlinger in silence for a long time until she began to blush. Stammering, she asked, Brother Bai Hui, what are you looking at?" "I'll forget it. I want to argue with a young lady. You'll understand soon enough." Bai Hui carefully chose his words and said to Chunlinger, "Linger, I'm telling you now, this is a real spaceship. You'll see for yourself when we take off in a moment. For now, help me start a live stream." Without giving Chunlinger a chance to speak, Bai Hui pulled her closer to the spaceship and took out a valuable camera, asking her to help film. Chunlinger numbly opened the camera, while Bai Hui also turned on a nearby computer, connected it to the camera, and initiated the live stream. Live streaming a spaceship flying into space. The title was simple and unadorned, yet it was enough to shock anyone who saw it. As soon as the live stream opened, a flood of people poured in, all staring at the silver-white spaceship and typing 666 nonstop. More and more people flocked to the live stream. Everyone was familiar with this wealthy second-generation streamer on Shark Live, so today they were mainly there to see how Bai Hui would spin his tall tail. Mr. Bai, hurry up and get your spaceship off the ground. We're all getting impatient, huh? Clearly that was just a viewer mocking him, waiting for the spaceship to fly. That's a huge spaceship model. This streamer is really loaded. These streamers nowadays always use such cheap tricks to get attention. Can't Shark Live do something about this? Inside the live stream, some were in awe, some were mocking, and others were just there to watch the spectacle. A microcosm of society. Bai Hui paid them no mind. Facing the camera, he spoke eloquently to the audience. Everyone, today is a big day for me, and also a big day for humanity. Next, I will be giving you a grand introduction to this spaceship. To prevent anyone from saying, I'm just boasting, I've decided to fly into space first, and give you the explanation from up there. After saying this, he turned to the bewildered Chen Linger and said, Linger, when I take off, point the camera at the spaceship and record the entire ascent. Oh, okay. Chen Linger replied, a bit slow to react. She hesitated for a moment, then finally voiced her inner doubt. Brother Bai Hui, can this spaceship really fly into space? It was because Bai Hui didn't seem to be lying. Instead, when he spoke of the spaceship, his face was full of confidence and a hint of pride. This sparked a glimmer of hope within her. What if it was real? Bai Hui smiled without giving a direct answer. You'll find out in a moment. In the live stream, the comments were exploding with people constantly asking, who is this girl? They couldn't see her, but they could hear her voice as melodious as an Oriole's song. She must be pretty. Bai Hui ignored all this. Under the gaze of the live stream audience, he walked to the base of the spaceship and spoke to the silver-white wristband on his hand. Xiao He opened the hatch. In an instant, the silver-white metal spaceship rumbled and vibrated. A gangway descended from the top of the ship, and a beam of light shone from within, illuminating Bai Hui. 666, oh, what is this? That's pretty cool. Who's Xiao He? My black dog at home is also named Xiao He. This streamer's got some real stuff. Just that gangway alone, straight out of a sci-fi movie, makes this live stream worth it. Bai Hui walked up the gangway, and Chen Linger's camera faithfully recorded the scene. Years later, this very moment would become a significant chapter in elementary school textbooks. Once he was inside the cockpit, Chen Linger's camera outside couldn't capture the interior. That was fine. There was a camera on the ceiling inside the cockpit. As soon as Bai Hui walked in, Xiao He projected the feeds from both cameras into the live stream, allowing viewers to see both the interior and exterior simultaneously. Compared to the exterior, the interior of the spaceship was the true definition of science fiction. The cockpit was surrounded by silver-white metal. At the front was an enormous screen, and the control console was covered in buttons, their functions known only to Bai Hui. This scene appeared before the live stream audience, and the channel's popularity exploded instantly. 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. Until it reached 5 million. Only then did the pace finally begin to slow down. But that wasn't the end. Gifts of all kinds were being sent out frantically, as if they cost nothing. White's little fangirl tipped 100 super rockets. Flowing Cloud passing water tipped 88 super rockets. White's sweetheart tipped 1,000 super rockets. Shark One washing tipped 100 super rockets. The barrage of gift effects lagged the stream so severely that the chat messages were frozen and barely visible. Meanwhile, at the Shark headquarters, Bai Hui's stream caught the attention of a platform moderator. Noticing the abnormal surge in viewership, the moderator clicked in and was immediately stunned by the scene unfolding on screen. After a long pause, the moderator snapped back to reality. He recognized this White as a familiar figure. A few months ago, he had been the top spender on several popular female streamers. However, recently it was said that he had been busy building a spaceship, which kept him away from those streams. The moderator muttered to himself, I didn't expect White to have finished his spaceship model so quickly. The visuals are truly impressive. A real tycoon indeed. But the viewer count is rising too fast, or I need to contact my supervisor to allocate additional servers. With that thought, he promptly reported the situation to his supervisor. Upon hearing this, the supervisor immediately instructed the technical department to add servers to accommodate the surge in traffic. Bai Hui was oblivious to all of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. For him, the most crucial matter was getting the spaceship ready for its scheduled launch. Xiao He begins system diagnostic checks on all modules. Acknowledged. A series of electronic tones followed as the ship initiated its self-diagnostic sequence. After all, this was a spacecraft destined for the cosmos. There was no room for error. The large screen in front of Bai Hui illuminated with data scrolling and changing at dizzying speeds. Eventually, the screen steadied, displaying a comprehensive list of all the ship's modules. Behind each item, a green normal status was marked. A quick scan revealed no anomalies whatsoever. All systems were functioning perfectly, ready for launch. Now the streamer is really putting on a show. You think would believe this act? Honestly, this spaceship model is the ultimate flex. If I didn't know he built it himself, I'd swear it was an alien invasion at first glance. Why'd give you 200 million for this model? Will you part with it? The chat erupted in shock at this message. The sender's ID was I am Zhao Zizong, a name synonymous with wealth and celebrity for anyone who followed live streams. He was known as the national husband, the son of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, a tip notification flashed across the screen. I am Zhao Zizong tipped 500 super rockets. At 2,000 yuan per rocket, that was a cool million. The viewers were stunned that this big shot had been drawn out, offering 200 million for the model. 666, this streamer just hit the jackpot, turning a quick profit like that. Most assumed it was merely a model worth tens of millions at best. Selling it would double his money. Why wouldn't he take the deal? What they didn't realize was that this wasn't a model at all. It was a genuine, fully functional spacecraft. If it truly flew successfully, 200 million. Are you kidding? Nations would be waving billions, tens of billions, to acquire this. It was the gateway to a new era. Whoever mastered anti-gravity technology would seize control of space. The moon, Mars, even the entire solar system would be open for exploration, ushering humanity into a new space age, writing a new chapter in history. Of course, Bai Hui never saw Zhao Zizong's message, nor was he paying attention to the chat. His entire focus was fixed on the spacecraft before him. Seeing that everything was in perfect order, a slight smile curved on Bai Hui's lips. He then removed his outer jacket, revealing a familiar sky blue spacesuit. The suit hugged his body snugly, bearing the insignia of the Dragon Kingdom on its arm. He had purchased it from the National Space Administration for over 1 million yuan. Don't mistake that million as expensive. This was just an intravehicular activity suit. The ones you see on TV with the transparent helmets. Those are extravehicular suits equipped with a full life support system. Those cost a staggering $30 million, of equivalent to 200 million yuan, making them the most expensive garments in human history. Of course, Bai Hui didn't purchase one. They were far too expensive for his current finances, and since he had no plans to exit the ship, he saw no need. Bai Hui walked to the control console, sat down in the chair, and secured himself with the safety harness. The chair was exceptionally soft and comfortable. Crucially, its base was connected to a track. In the event of an emergency during flight, the automatic control system would eject the entire chair with him into the escape pod within 3 seconds, ensuring the astronaut's safety to the greatest extent. Seated, Bai Hui looked straight ahead, his eyes reflecting a mix of excitement and nervousness. He took a deep breath and declared in a steady voice, "My friends in the stream, you are about to witness history. Keep your eyes wide open. This is the moment you've been waiting for." 666. The streamer's deadpan seriousness is hilarious. A ship this big, shaped like a sci-fi flying saucer. What do you think, you are an alien? Yeah, how does a ship this size even take off? What's the principle behind it? Oh no, the streamer's gone mad. Where are the men in white coats? The chat was filled with relentless mockery, with viewers cracking jokes and memes. But not all were naysayers. Occasionally a naive newcomer would timidly type, "I think the streamer looks really serious. Maybe he isn't lying." However, their comments were swiftly drowned out by a flood of ridicule with replies like, "Didn't you learn physics in your 9 years of compulsory education? Don't you know how rockets work, or Newton's laws?" However, Bai Hui paid no attention to all this. His mind was entirely focused on the large screen. He said in a low voice, "Xiao He, prepare the spaceship for takeoff." "Received, master." The black face outline on the screen replied immediately, and at the same time the spaceship began to emit a humming sound. In the power compartment of the spaceship, there was a lithium-air battery pack measuring 5 meters in length and width and 2 meters in height. They were connected in parallel through wires, and through a transformer the voltage was raised to an astonishing 3 volts, continuously supplying power to the anti-gravity engines distributed throughout the ship. The massive electrical energy began to drive the entire spacecraft. Chenlinger watched Bai Hui's live stream with nothing to do, feeling a bit wronged. She had been dragged here by brother Bai Hui early in the morning, thinking it was something important, but it turned out she was just here to help take photos and stream. Suddenly Chenlinger's eyes narrowed, and the top of the warehouse began to slowly open, revealing the bright sunlight. The warehouse had a flat roof, and was over 20 meters high, with its top clearly modified. Meanwhile, in Chenlinger's eyes, the huge spaceship in front of her let out a series of rumbles, as if some behemoth was about to burst out. Chenlinger stared blankly ahead, a ridiculous thought suddenly crossing her mind. Could this spaceship actually fly? The spaceship soon answered her doubt. The massive ship kept vibrating, and the rumbling grew louder, the sound now clearly transmitted into the live stream. After about half a minute, the spaceship suddenly rose from the ground, slowly lifting to over 1 meter high. Chenlinger stared blankly at all this, for she was less than 10 meters away from the ship, literally within arm's reach, so her feeling was undoubtedly the most profound. Everything before her shattered her beliefs. A giant spaceship without using chemical fuel to propel like a rocket, nor relying on airflow to fly like a helicopter. Because she stood right in front of the ship, yet felt no wind at all, only a faint humming sound. It hovered silently in midair. Newton's laws and the scientific worldview Chenlinger had been taught since childhood were completely overturned. The shock was unparalleled. At this moment, she was not the only one shocked, everyone watching the live stream was too. They stared blankly at the screen, forgetting to send comments, so much so that the barrage went empty for half a minute. Anyone who didn't know might think this was a desolate live stream. After a while, when they snapped back to reality, the barrage exploded. The screen was filled with 666. At this moment, they couldn't think of any words to describe it. This had happened right before their eyes. What? You say it's special effects? Come on, everyone isn't stupid. This live stream was seen with their own eyes. It absolutely couldn't be special effects. The scene from a sci-fi movie appeared right before their eyes. Even Zhao Zizong, the son of the wealthiest man in the live stream, could only type 2 words in awe, awesome. Countless gifts were crazily sent in the live room. I am Zhao Zizong rewarded with 2,000 super rockets. Boss Bai's little fan rewarded 500 super rockets. Flowing cloud passing water rewarded 200 super rockets. These gifts attracted countless people to Bai Hui's live room, and the popularity immediately exploded. 5 million, 6 million, 8 million, 10 million. But it didn't stop there, 12 million, 15 million. Until 20 million popularity. The number was still rapidly increasing. Inside the headquarters of Shark Live, that super administrator once again noticed the rapidly growing popularity of Bai Hui's live room. He was puzzled. How could Boss Bai's live room popularity rise so ridiculously? So he clicked into the live stream, and the scene before him directly gave him the answer. The spaceship floating in the air like a giant beast slammed into his mind, leaving him frozen in place for a full half-minute. He blinked, and a thought occurred to him. Was this a state secret? Should he block the live room? Forget it, let me report to the supervisor and let him decide. The super administrator couldn't make a decision, so he quickly walked into the supervisor's office. It was morning, and everyone was already at work. He told the supervisor about this. The supervisor didn't believe it at first, but the super administrator handed him the computer directly. After watching for a long time, the supervisor was shocked and said, I can't decide this either. He'll report it to President Chen first. After saying that, the supervisor directly called and reported the matter to Chen, the CEO of Shark Life. After listening, President Chen chuckled. Old Tan, are you kidding me? Is it April Fool's Day today? Manager Tan said helplessly. President Chen, I'm really not lying to you. If you don't believe it, you can open the live room right now. They'll send you a link. After some explanation, President Chen opened the live room with skepticism. After watching, he froze on the spot, then thought for 10 seconds and shouted, Old Tan, connect all the servers for me. Absolutely don't let this live room crash. Today I'm going to gamble. If we win, Shark's market value will definitely double. Hearing this, Manager Tan immediately understood his boss' intentions and quickly gave orders. Inside the spaceship, Bai Hui sat in the chair feeling the vibrations and revealed a smile. Brothers in the live room, if any of you are in Hanqing, you can look up at the sky, and maybe you'll see the spaceship heading into space. Received. Received from Hanqing people. Haha, fellow friends, my telescope can finally be put to use. My phone is already aimed at the sky, waiting for the spaceship to appear. The live room indeed had many brothers from Hanqing. They all sent barrage comments saying received. Everything was ready. Bai Hui took a deep breath and said, Xiao Hei, let's take off. Under the gaze of tens of millions in the live room, the spaceship moved, flying vertically upward, shaped like a flying saucer from movies. Soon it rushed out of the warehouse, and the spaceship began to accelerate. The anti-gravity engines kept running, forming gravitational fields that enveloped the entire ship. It shot straight into the sky. Wow, I see it, I see it. I see it too. I'm on the top of the Arc building in Hanqing. I saw Boss Bai's spaceship too. I'm too shocked to speak. All I can say is Boss Bai is awesome. Ha ha ha, I'm witnessing history with my own eyes. Really, I saw it. This spaceship looks like an oval flying saucer full of sci-fi sense. The people in the live room who saw the spaceship were all flooding the screen, while the brothers elsewhere could only envy, jealousy, and hate. In Shengjing, the capital of Dragon Country, within the National Space Administration, an elderly man with graying hair sat contemplating in his office. He was Zhou Zhangwo, the chief designer of the Dragon Country's Longzhou series of rockets. At this moment, he was deeply troubled. For days earlier, the Longzhou V, a high-thrust rocket powered by a domestically designed non-toxic hydrogen-oxygen engine, had failed to launch, casting a pall of gloom over the entire aerospace program. Countless scientists had spent months searching for the cause of the failure. The root cause had now been preliminarily identified. The problem lay in the liquid oxygen-liquid hydrogen engine. Under the complex thermal environment during operation, certain structural components had undergone abnormal deformation, leading to a significant drop in engine thrust, and consequently the launch failure. The problem was found, but the cruel reality was that the malfunction originated in the rocket's most critical component, the engine. This meant their designed liquid oxygen-liquid hydrogen engine was flawed. A complete redesign was necessary. However, the current mission was overwhelming. Many of the nation's space plans, including Mars and lunar exploration, were heavily reliant on the Longzhou V rocket, as it was the only vehicle capable of providing sufficient thrust. Redesigning an engine would require considerable time, and this was the source of Zhou's deep worry. Suddenly a young scientist wearing glasses burst into the office, exclaiming excitedly, "Teacher, teacher! Something huge has happened." Zhou, frowning at his student's impetuous demeanor, scolded him. "Lu Yuan, how many times must I tell you? Never be rash, especially in our line of work. When will you learn to be more composed?" Normally Lu Yuan would have stood quietly and accepted the reprimand, but today he paid it no mind. He said excitedly, "No, teacher, look at this." He handed his phone to Zhou. After a brief glance, Zhou's face flushed with anger. "Lu Yuan, what has gotten into you today? You're this excited over a sci-fi movie from the lighthouse country." Huh. Lu Yuan had expected praise, not a misunderstanding that he was watching a movie. He could only smile wryly and say, "No, teacher, this is real. Someone has actually built a spaceship, and they're live streaming it right now." Zhou was not a dinosaur. He knew what live streaming was. He picked up the phone to watch. The screen was split into two views. One showed a ground-Toski perspective, the other showed the interior of the spacecraft. In the ground-Toski view, a flying saucer was slowly ascending. It was enormous, at least a dozen meters in size. With his expert eye, Zhou could tell this was a live broadcast, not special effects, for no CGI could achieve this level of realism. There was only one possible conclusion. Zhou's body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Quick, quick! Convene an emergency meeting with everyone," he shouted. Lu Yuan acknowledged and rushed out to notify the staff. Meanwhile, at the military district command in Hanqing, a soldier monitoring the air defense radar spotted an unidentified flying object appearing over the city. This was a major incident. A massive unknown craft larger than a fighter jet hovering over a civilian city. He immediately contacted the highest-ranking officer in the district. Upon hearing the news, the commander was alarmed. An enemy had inexplicably appeared over their city without being detected until now. If the craft was armed, the entire city of Hanqing was in grave danger. He ordered the district to enter the highest state of combat readiness and rushed to the command center. Looking at the radar, he saw the unknown craft. It was saucer-shaped, rapidly ascending, and seemed to be accelerating. Soon, all the senior officers were gathered in the command center, staring at the radar screen. One officer muttered, "This looks like an alien flying saucer." The others nodded silently. They had all suspected it, but hadn't dared to believe it. A single thought crossed everyone's minds: were aliens invading Earth? The silence was broken by a soldier's shout, "Commander, urgent call from Shangjing." The commander's expression turned serious as he stepped aside to take the call. After a few moments, he hung up, a relieved smile spreading across his face. "Stop guessing, everyone. Open the Shark Live app and you'll understand." Huh. The officers were baffled. What was Shark Live? "Don't ask questions. Just do as I say." The commander rolled his eyes, offering no explanation, because he himself found the situation utterly unbelievable. Soon the command center's main screen displayed the Shark Live app. On the front page was a prominent recommended stream hosted by Bai Hui. The commander ordered it to be opened. A flashy title appeared, "Live building a spaceship launching today." In the stream, a flying saucer was visible on the screen. Everyone stared in disbelief. After a long silence, someone finally whispered, "Is this special effects?" Whether it was real or not, they all knew the answer. The commander was silent for a moment, then pointed at the screen and gave his orders. "Li Jianxing, take your men immediately and secure that warehouse. No one gets in or out without my direct order. If there's any trouble, you are authorized to use lethal force. Any mistake, and you'll answer for it." Li Jianxing, a battalion commander, snapped to attention and replied loudly, "Yes, Commander. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." With that, he rushed out to lead his battalion, speeding towards the warehouse. The commander looked back at the live stream on the screen, a gratified smile forming on his lips. He knew that from this moment onward, the Dragon Country was about to rise. On the spaceship, Bai Hui gazed at the large screen before him, which displayed the current status of the vessel. From the screen, it was evident that the ship's speed was still increasing, having now reached 1 kilometer per second, exceeding the speed of sound. However, this spaceship did not need to accelerate to the first cosmic velocity and orbit the Earth like conventional rockets to escape gravity. With sufficient fuel, an ordinary rocket could also ascend directly upward, but this method required maintaining a constant upward force, consuming a tremendous amount of fuel, and even upon entering outer space. If the rocket lacked sufficient speed, it would still be pulled back by Earth's gravity. Hence, no nation employed such a launch method. It was akin to swinging an object attached to the end of a string in a circular motion around one's hand. The fundamental principle was that the object needed adequate velocity. Without reaching a certain speed, it would fall. Typically, nations worldwide accelerated rockets to the first cosmic velocity, allowing them to orbit the Earth and thereby escape gravity to enter space. But Bai Hui's anti-gravity spaceship differed from rockets. It utilized antiparticles to neutralize Earth's gravity, enabling a direct vertical ascent without concern for gravitational pull. For this vessel, orbiting the Earth was the most fuel-consuming flight mode, whereas a straight climb actually conserved energy. Eventually, the spaceship's speed stabilized at 3.6 kilometers per second. Higher speeds would exert pressure on the human body, but this velocity was just about right for the occupants. At this moment, the brothers watching the live stream in Hansheng could no longer see the spaceship with their naked eyes as thick clouds obscured its trail. The live stream's view had switched to the ship's interior, and Shenlinger's footage had vanished. Yet the awe in everyone's hearts did not fade. Countless people called friends and family, spreading the news that a spaceship was being broadcast on Shark Live. As a result, the stream's popularity was still surging rapidly, now exceeding 38 million viewers, an astonishing figure. Although 38 million did not represent actual simultaneous viewers, at least several million were watching. On Weibo, the hashtag #SharkLive spaceship launch quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. Meanwhile, somewhere in Shenzhen, Longhua, Zhou Jiangwo, the chief designer of the manned space program, and numerous aerospace engineers sat in the remote command hall with a satellite's remote sensing signal displayed on the large screen. The remote sensing signal indicated that Bai Hui's spaceship had reached an altitude of 200 meters above Earth's surface and was still climbing. The geostationary orbit was at an altitude of 3600 kilometers, so Bai Hui was not far from that orbit. Though this distance seemed vast, it was minuscule for a spaceship. Cosmic voyages often spanned light years, which was truly daunting. Zhou Jiangwo sat at the forefront of the remote command hall, with his student Lu Yuan as his assistant beside him. As he watched the glowing dot on the large screen, tears streamed down the old man's face. He had witnessed the launch of a true spaceship, a real starting point for humanity's journey into space. Many aerospace engineers harbored a dream of the dazzling and mysterious starry sky, and they had been striving and working toward that dream all along. Now they saw hope right before their eyes. Zhou Jiangwo wiped the tears from his eyes and stared quietly at the screen. This was a spaceship built by the people of Longhua. No matter who built it, as long as they were of Longhua, that sufficed. In the modern history of the past few centuries, the people of Longhua had not been respected in the world. Instead, they had faced discrimination. Why? Because Longhua had lagged behind the Western nations, and backwardness invited invasion. However, now the Longhua people had built a spaceship which sufficiently proved the excellence of their lineage. On the large screen, Bai Hui's spaceship continued to ascend, now reaching an altitude of 300 kilometers above the ground. Only 600 kilometers remained to reach geostationary orbit, a distance that would take merely a few minutes for the ship. Meanwhile, on the left side of the screen, a feed from Bai Hui's Shark Livestream was playing. Bai Hui sat quietly in his seat while streams of data flashed across the screen before him, completely incomprehensible to laymen. However, Zhou Jiangwo's eyes gleamed with insight. He immediately instructed, record all the information displayed on the screen and analyze it. Yes, data analysis was routine for them. Rocket launches, satellite tests, and so on all required extensive data scrutiny. From the spaceship's screen data, they could roughly discern some of the vessel's technologies and performance, providing an initial understanding. Bai Hui turned his head to look out the porthole, seeing the azure earth. His spaceship seemed like a small boat adrift in the vast ocean, evoking a sense of insignificance. Beyond the blue planet lay the pitch-black void of space, dotted with countless brilliant stars. This cosmic expanse, vast and mysterious, had captivated generation after generation, intoxicating all who beheld it. After a journey of over 10 minutes, Bai Hui's spaceship came to a stable halt at geostationary orbit, then began accelerating along that orbit. In space with no air resistance, accelerating an object was trivial. In just a moment, the ship reached the first cosmic velocity, firmly settled into geostationary orbit, and moved in tandem with Earth's rotation. At this instant, it signified the successful launch of Bai Hui's spaceship. A surge of excitement and elation welled up within him. He had actually built a spaceship and successfully flown it into space, all feeling like a dream. He announced with trembling voice, "My dear friends in the live stream, I declare that the spaceship has successfully soared into space, and I am now stationed in geostationary orbit." As these words were uttered, everyone in the stream erupted into jubilant cheers. 666. Congratulations from all the people of Hansheng. I'm a graduate student at Tiananmen University of Science and Technology. Just now I told my advisor about this, and his first reaction was to think I was crazy, until I put the live stream in front of him. Now my advisor is watching on his knees. So awesome. I never thought I'd see a real spaceship in my lifetime. Perhaps in the future we can ride spaceships into the starry depths. What a mesmerizing thought. In the remote sensing hall of the National Aerospace Ministry in Shenzhen, Longhua, all the aerospace personnel erupted in cheers. This was a moment belonging to them, the people of Longhua. Zhou Lao's eyes glistened with tears as he recalled the bygone years, a time when countless scientists silently devoted themselves to building Longhua. Most of them remained unknown and unrecognized even unto death. Yet it was precisely because of them that Longhua could develop to this day. They were the true backbone of Longhua. Old fellows, this prosperous age is as you wished. Zhou Lao gazed into the sky, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and whispered softly. The viewers in the live stream were all extremely excited. Bai Hui's spaceship had successfully entered the synchronous orbit, making them as descendants of Longhua feel immensely proud. Bai Hui unbuckled his seatbelt, a smile on his face. His mind stirred slightly, and he commanded, "Xiao He, deactivate the simulated gravity." "Yes." Xiao He's emotionless voice responded. At the same time, several anti-gravity engines in the gravity chamber of the spaceship ceased operation. Instantly, Bai Hui felt his body become lighter. With a slight push from his feet, his entire body floated directly upward. Since Bai Hui had not undergone rigorous training, he panicked as he floated midair, causing his body to flail uncontrollably within the control cabin. Bang! Bai Hui's head slammed directly into the ceiling above. The impact was far from light, leaving his head buzzing and ringing. It took him a long while to come to his senses. This scene instantly sent the livestream viewers into fits of laughter. Shocking. A shark streamer live streams head-butting the ceiling. Haha, you look so silly, streamer. Haha, it's hard for someone without weightlessness training to control their floating direction in a zero-gravity environment. Although Bai Hui had taken a heavy hit, he also gained more trust from the audience. Many of them had just entered the livestream not long ago, mostly introduced by friends. They had been somewhat skeptical about the spaceship, but seeing Bai Hui like this, they finally believed. After all, only in outer space could weightlessness occur. If it were a manufactured spaceship model, it would be absolutely impossible to simulate such a weightless environment. After fumbling for a long time, Bai Hui slowly descended from the ceiling to the floor. The first thing he did upon landing was to instruct the artificial intelligence, Xiao He, to activate the simulated gravity. Feeling his body gradually return to normal, Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of weightlessness just now was truly unbearable. If a person remains in a weightless environment for too long, blood will rush to the head, causing congestion and making one extremely uncomfortable. That is why astronauts wear spacesuits which have a pressure system that generates pressure to compress blood vessels and maintain normal blood pressure. At the same time, astronauts must undergo extensive daily training to prevent the degeneration of muscles around the blood vessels. In the National Aerospace Ministry of Shenzhen, Zhou Lao looked at the images on the large screen, a slight change in his expression. This spaceship utilized extremely advanced simulated gravity. What did that signify? It meant that Bai Hui had mastered the technology to control gravity, also known as anti-gravity technology. This technology had been proposed long ago, but due to the limitations of current physical theories, even the basic theories had not been perfected. Only a concept existed. No wonder Bai Hui could manufacture such a spaceship. As long as this technology was mastered, building a spaceship was not actually difficult. With the fundamental power source solved, everything else would fall into place. Zhou Lao's face showed a hint of solemnity. They still did not know Bai Hui's attitude toward Longhua. If he harbored strong resentment, things would become very troublesome. At that moment, a person ran breathlessly into the remote sensing hall and handed a document to Zhou Jianghuo. Zhou Lao took it and carefully browsed through it. After a moment, his face relaxed with relief. This document collected all of Bai Hui's information, including family background, personality analysis, and every event from his childhood to the present. Even the day when Bai Hui helped an old lady cross the road was recorded in meticulous detail. Bai Hui, male, enrolled in the physics department of Shenzhen University of Science and Technology. Personality analysis based on Bai Hui's deeds. His personality is easygoing and friendly toward others, suitable for in-depth conversation. This single sentence was the result of countless personality analysts working for a long time to reach a conclusion. Zhou Lao breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that Bai Hui had not suffered any childhood trauma that might make him cynical. This situation was undoubtedly the most favorable for them. Meanwhile, the highest leadership of Longhua directly issued an order spare no expense to protect Bai Hui, this outstanding scientific talent. The various military corps entered a state of emergency readiness. Fighter jets and tanks were dispatched to Hanxing. At the same time, a certain national agency mobilized, fully arresting a large number of spies. These spies had been lurking in Longhua all along, but now that such a major event had occurred, they surfaced one after another. Under the chief's orders, Li Jianxing arrested everyone who approached Bai Hui's warehouse. At this time, anyone coming to the warehouse was undoubtedly up to no good, so Li Jianxing had no hesitation in making arrests. Sure enough, some people, realizing they were about to be caught, pulled out firearms in an attempt to resist. However, the Longhua soldiers already prepared discovered them in time, and some were even shot dead on the spot. Inside the warehouse, Chen Linger looked at the group of fully armed soldiers, a hint of fear on her face. Li Jianxing walked over and said, "Miss Chen, I apologize. This concerns the national fortune of Longhua. Please cooperate with our investigation. But rest assured, once we have clarified everything, we will release you immediately." Hearing this, Chen Linger gradually calmed down. Her conscience was clear, as she had no ill intentions toward Longhua. Meanwhile, the Longan department of Longhua was operating urgently, investigating every detail of Chen Linger's life from childhood to the present. Zhao Xiangdong, the head of the Longan department, sat in his office. On the desk lay various documents about Chen Linger. A middle-aged man beside him said, "Minister Chen Linger went to study in the Dengta country from a young age. It will take some time to verify her intelligence there, as our influence in the Dengta country is very weak." Zhao Xiangdong pondered for a moment. Zhang Yi, do not take any action against Qinlinger for now. Treat her with courtesy. However, assign some people to monitor her and intercept all foreign emails and information sent by Qinlinger. Only after we determine there is no risk of information leakage may they be sent out. Yes. The middle-aged man Zhang Yi withdrew to carry out the minister's instructions. Zhao Xiangdong murmured to himself, Qinlinger, is your appearance at this moment too coincidental? It was impossible not to arouse Zhao Xiangdong's suspicion. Why had Qinlinger not returned for so long, only to appear before Bai Hui right after his spaceship was successfully built? All of this was too coincidental. Their Longan department would meticulously investigate even the slightest trace and suspicion. Especially in this matter which concerned the future of their Longhua, no one could afford any negligence. All of this was carried out in secret with undercurrents surging across Longhua. At the same time in Dengta country Heigong, President Pu Dadi held a tablet displaying Bai Hui's livestream. At this moment President Pu Dadi's face was livid, his left hand clutching a phone as he cursed incessantly. Fuck you idiot, tell me why the Longhua people have mastered anti-gravity technology. What have you done with the money Congress allocates to you every year? Isn't our Dengta country's technology supposed to be #1 in the world? Why can't you develop the technology that the Longhua people have? Time rewound 10 minutes earlier. President Pu Dadi, who was browsing Twitter on his phone, suddenly received a call from Jessen Shamisi, director of the Dengta Country Aerospace Administration. Trembling, Jessen told President Pu Dadi that they had discovered that the Longhua people had launched a spaceship. At first President Pu Dadi didn't take it seriously. Wasn't it just a manned spacecraft? Their Dengta country had already launched a spacecraft to the moon decades ago. However, Jessen said tremblingly, Mr. President, the spaceship they launched is not like ours that use chemical fuel. It is a real anti-gravity spaceship, just like those in science fiction movies. Afraid that President Pu Dadi might not understand, Jessen further explained, in other words, whoever masters this technology can usher in the space age with all the resources in space at their fingertips and even embark on true interstellar travel. Hearing this, President Pu Dadi finally understood. He knew about spaceships in science fiction movies and realized what this meant. But it was precisely because he understood the significance that he found it even more unbelievable. President Pu Dadi said incredulously, how is that possible? Oh, Jessen, it's not April Fool's Day. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm not joking. Our satellites and telescopes have already spotted the spaceship, and the Longhua people are live streaming the launch on the internet. After a full minute of stunned silence, President Pu Dadi came to his senses, and then the scene from the beginning unfolded. He began furiously berating the aerospace director Jessen. In his view, as the world's most developed country, Dengta country's technology should be several generations ahead of the rest. Why hadn't they beaten the Longhua people to developing anti-gravity technology? After listening to his tirade for a long time, Jessen helplessly said, Mr. President, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you that there is currently no theory for anti-gravity technology, let alone a development technique. Therefore, I propose sending military force to seize this technology from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Fuck, is your head full of water? What do you think Longhua is? They are a nuclear power with big mushrooms of devastating power. Do you want me to start a nuclear war? President Pu Dadi was furious. He knew that Longhua was not a small country that could be pushed around. They were the world's second largest economy, the most populous country, and possessed nuclear weapons. No country in the world dared to underestimate Longhua. Jessen knew this in his heart, but he had no choice. If he didn't say that, sooner or later their Tuat emperor would give them a deadline to develop anti-gravity technology, and then it would be over. Anti-gravity technology had always been a black technology that only appeared in science fiction movies. Even to this day, most scientists still believe that anti-gravity technology does not exist. It's all fictionalized in science fiction movies. They only recognize the authority of Newton's laws. It is precisely because of Newton's laws that they were able to successfully launch spacecraft and accomplish the feat of landing on the moon. So far, no one in the world has proposed a theory of anti-gravity technology. Without a theory, trying to develop such a technology is nothing short of a fantasy. Perhaps President Pu Dadi had exhausted his anger. He stopped his foul-mouthed tirade, calmed down, and understood in his heart that it wasn't Jessen's fault. After pondering for a moment, he said, Jessen, hey, race the plan. I'll have Congress allocate 500 million to you. Stop all your current work immediately and focus entirely on developing anti-gravity technology. After hanging up, President Pu Dadi sat at his desk and began to give orders. Notify the Secretary of the Treasury and the Director of the Intelligence Bureau immediately. The secretary at the door heard the president's command and promptly went to notify them. Left alone in his office, President Pu Dadi's face was slightly grim, a cold smile curling on his lips as he said, anti-gravity technology will surely belong to our Dengta country. Meanwhile, the news of the spaceship and anti-gravity technology began to spread across the world. After all, Bai Hui was broadcasting live, and such things could not be hidden. The reactions of various national leaders varied. Initially, they were all in disbelief, but hard evidence was placed before them, forcing them to believe. At the same time, intelligence agencies of various countries became active. In the geosynchronous orbit inside the spaceship, Bai Hui projected the live stream onto the large screen of the ship's control hall, where a dense barrage of comments filled the entire screen. Bai Hui had a slight smile on his lips. Now who would dare say that he had built a toy model? Brothers, do you believe now that I built a real spaceship? The barrage immediately erupted with apologies. I'm sorry, woo, I believe you, streamer. Earth can no longer hold you back. Facts are in front of us, I have to believe. Boss Bai, I was wrong, I even doubted you before, woo. Well, the biggest mistake in my life was not trusting the streamer. I'm already kneeling and repenting. Bai Hui watched the barrage frantically spamming I'm sorry, and a surge of satisfaction welled up in his heart. This feeling was really great, haha. Suddenly, he remembered something from before. He smiled and said, I remember a brother named Li Jinza. Does everyone remember him? He said in the live stream that if my spaceship successfully launched, he would perform a handstand and eat shit. Many old fans who had been watching Bai Hui's stream from the beginning knew about this. At this moment, everyone became cheerful and kept sending teasing comments. Ha ha ha, I remember. Where's that brother? Yes, I remember too. That brother named Li Jinza, where is your handstandy eating shit live stream? Hurry up and stream. He'll go without eating for 3 days just to watch your stream today. At this moment, a world banner appeared directly in the live stream. This world banner was a congratulatory message that appeared in all streams after someone sent super rockets. Li Jinza tipped the streamer 200 super rockets. Seeing this message, Bai Hui burst out laughing. He had just been joking, never expecting that Li Jinza himself would actually step up. I, Li Jinza, am a man of my word. Tonight in stream room 862382, I will perform a handstand and eat shit. Everyone is welcome to come and support. At this remark, the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this brother is really straightforward. Brother, don't worry, we'll definitely support you tonight. Yes. I'm going to eat a big meal now, and tonight I'm not eating at all. After the laughter subsided, Bai Hui caught his breath and said, well, first of all, I'd like to thank brother Li Jinza for the 200 super rockets. As for eating shit upside down, let's skip that. We're all civilized people here. Of course, if you mean the chocolate kind, that's a different story. The audience in the live stream grew even more amused. Bai Hui's expression turned serious as he began to announce the main event. Next, I have something important to declare. This spaceship is the first one I've built, but it will certainly not be the last. In the future, more and more spaceships will be born in our Dragon Nation. Before long, every one of you will have the opportunity to board a spaceship and venture into this vast and mysterious cosmos. In the universe, we humans are merely a drop in the ocean. How infinitesimally small we are. Yet as the pinnacle of all creation, humanity is destined to conquer the cosmos with wisdom. I, Bai Hui, am merely a pioneer. I hope that in the years to come, more and more people will devote themselves to the aerospace industry and jointly explore the enigmatic universe. This ship represents the starting point of our Dragon Nation's ascent. Therefore, I hereby name this spaceship Dragon Soar 1, and all future ships I build will continue the Dragon Soar series. The entire livestream audience rose to their feet, and many were moved to tears. In Shengjing, Elder Zhou gazed at the young man on the screen, tears streaming down his face. Bai Hui's words echoed the very sentiments of every aerospace engineer. Meanwhile, in the live stream, countless viewers frantically flooded the chat with comments. Dragon Nation, take flight. Dragon Nation, rise. Dragon Soar 1 mighty. May our Dragon Nation soar like dragons ascending. Suddenly a comment that dazzled the entire live stream appeared. Today, to celebrate the successful launch of Dragon Soar 1, the Dragon Nation will establish Dragon Soar University. This university will be dedicated to unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos with a specialized aerospace program. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation will establish 10 more key aerospace universities to cultivate top-tier aerospace researchers. The Dragon Nation is fortunate to have Mr. Bai. I hereby specially appoint Mr. Bai as the Chancellor of Dragon Soar University. The moment these comments appeared, all other comments vanished, leaving only these 2 lines of gleaming golden text. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Hui, who was amazed by the Dragon Nation's bold move. For the ID behind these comments, read the great leader. No one doubted its authenticity, for no one would dare impersonate him. Who would have thought that the great leader who had devoted his life to the Dragon Nation would appear in the live stream to announce such a momentous piece of news? At that moment, many parents in the live stream decided to steer their children toward aerospace studies. The official announcement of Dragon Soar University and the plan for over a dozen aerospace universities made it clear that the Dragon Nation's future focus would shift toward the aerospace industry. Within just 2 minutes, great leader appears in Shark livestream shot to the top of Weibo's trending list. Meanwhile, the livestream's comment function was restored. Every comment was the same. Everyone stand up. Even Bai Hui's heart swelled with passion as he stood and saluted, declaring with unwavering resolve, rest assured, I will not let you down. The great leader had dedicated his entire life to the Dragon Nation, and his prestige was irreplaceable in the hearts of its people. Meanwhile, in the Bai Corporation building in Hanxing, Bai Hui's father was intently reading documents. Suddenly the office door burst open. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face, but upon seeing who it was he quickly masked it. Bai Hui's father forced a smile, and said, "Wanqing, what brings you here?" The person who had barged in was none other than Bai Hui's mother, Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing arched her brows and retorted angrily, "Oh, Bai Yongyang, sounds like you're not too happy to see me. Fine, are you hiding in here to do something you shouldn't? No wonder you hired a female college graduate as your secretary the other day." Bai Yongyang quickly interjected, Wanqing, how could I not welcome you? You can come whenever you like. Heaven is my witness, I've never done anything to wrong you." Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him and decided not to press the matter, though ordinarily she would have sulked for quite a while. But today Lin Wanqing had no mood for an argument. Instead, she beamed with joy and handed her phone to her husband, saying delightedly, "Dear, look, our little Hui has brought glory to the family." Bai Yongyang was taken aback. "Bai Hui, what has that brat done to bring glory to the family?" Soon after Lin Wanqing's explanation and a glimpse of the live stream on the phone, he finally understood what had happened. Bai Yongyang stared at the phone, muttering, "My son built a spaceship." And the great leader just appeared in the live stream to personally appoint him as the Chancellor of Dragon Soar University. What did that even mean? It was as if their ancestors' graves had truly emitted auspicious smoke. The prestige of Dragon Soar University would likely rival, or even surpass, that of Shuimu and Qinghua in the future. Their son, the Bai Hui who was once scolded daily by Bai Yongyang for being a good-for-nothing, was now the Chancellor of Dragon Soar University. Our Bai family is truly about to be glorified. Wanqing quickly spread the word. Today the Bai Group will hold a celebratory banquet, and every employee will receive 1,000 yuan bonus. Let's all share in the joy, haha. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, but didn't argue. Fine, since their son had done so well, let it slide this time. If one were to open Weibo now, they'd find that all 10 trending topics were about Bai Hui. Our future lies in the stars and seas. Dragon Nation to establish Dragon Soar University, and over 10 key aerospace universities. The spaceship Dragon Soar 1. Our scientists invent anti-gravity technology. Within just half a day, Bai Hui's fame had spread across the entire Dragon Nation, and a mysterious energy began to emanate from its people. Deep within Bai Hui's mind, a tiny metallic sphere continuously absorbed this mysterious energy. Ding! The system has accumulated 1 billion popularity points. Energy level sufficient. Beginning system repair. Ding! System repair successful. Ding! Commencing environmental scan. Ding! Scan complete. Current civilization level 1. Civilization type carbon-based civilization. Host Bai Hui. Knowledge level 2. Brain development 25. Completed task Livestream Spaceship Construction and amassed sufficient popularity points. Task reward system laboratory unlocked. System function system laboratory unlocked. Space Longting 1. Bai Hui, who was interacting with the livestream audience, suddenly felt a stir in his heart as a display panel appeared before his eyes. This semi-transparent panel was showing his various information, startling Bai Hui, for he was still live streaming. The system suddenly spoke, "Host, rest assured. The system's display panel is directly projected onto your retina. No outsider will see anything unusual. Moreover, the system can directly read the host's brainwaves. As long as you silently recite in your mind, you can communicate with me." Hearing these words, Bai Hui finally relaxed. The existence of the system was his greatest secret. The reason he could build a spaceship was that the system had instilled a vast amount of scientific knowledge into his mind. He was now itching with curiosity, eager to explore the system's functions. After all, since acquiring the system, it had only issued a live streaming task, and then transmitted a massive amount of scientific knowledge to him. Beyond that, Bai Hui knew nothing about this mysterious system. However, remembering that he was still live streaming, it was not the best time to study the system. He could only suppress his excitement and redirect his gaze back to the large screen in the spaceship's control hall. Having just chatted with a group of livestream viewers, a barrage message scrolled by. Can the streamer go to the moon now? Bai Hui's heart stirred. The moon since ancient times had been a subject of poetry and emotion for the people of Longhua, occupying a significant place in their hearts. Landing on the moon was absolutely a monumental event for the people of Longhua. Of course, the current Longting 1 could not support a flight from Earth to the moon due to insufficient energy. Longting 1 used a lithium-air battery with high energy density, which was why it could support the journey into space. But now Longting 1 had only 20% of its energy remaining, which could only allow it to safely land back on Earth, leaving no room for extra tasks. The primary purpose of this launch was the system's live streaming mission. Now that Longting 1 had successfully lifted off and was steadily stationed in geosynchronous orbit, the mission was complete. Thus Bai Hui smiled and said to the livestream audience, "Folks, Longting 1 is willing but unable to reach the moon now. Its energy is almost depleted. However, I can assure you that within 2 years the footsteps of our Longhua people will be on the moon. And now we are about to say goodbye to this vast and mysterious space. But I believe in the near future every Longwa person will be able to easily take a spaceship and tour space. Everyone in the livestream room was shocked. They hadn't expected Longting 1's energy to run out so quickly. The livestream room erupted in chaos again. How did it end so quickly? Yeah, streamer, I haven't seen enough of Longting 1. Landing on the moon in 2 years, streamer, is awesome. Haha, within 2 years our Longwa will land on the moon, and then we'll be the second country in the world to step on the moon. By the way, this spaceship is so amazing. Could it be the legendary anti-gravity spaceship? Oi, isn't that obvious? It must be anti-gravity technology, though otherwise how could the streamer launch a spaceship so easily? 666. Bai Hui saw these bullet comments, smirked slightly, but didn't explain anything. The technology used in the spaceship could be guessed by anyone with a bit of ability, and Bai Hui had no intention of keeping it secret. Knowing is one thing, but without the theoretical foundation no one can build it. Now in the entire world only Bai Hui knows the theoretical formula of anti-gravity technology. Alright, Longting 1 will return to Earth in 10 minutes. I will broadcast this entire process live. The technology of returning to Earth is actually not simple. Its difficulty is no less than that of launching a rocket. Because when the spacecraft returns to Earth due to its extremely high initial speed, it will violently friction with the atmosphere, and the temperature can even reach 3,000 or 4,000 degrees Celsius. You know the melting point of iron is only 1,538 degrees Celsius, so you can imagine how terrible the threat is during the spacecraft's return to Earth. Of course, to solve this problem, scientists coat the outside of the spacecraft with a thermal insulation layer made of special ablative materials. During the return, this thermal insulation layer will intensely friction with the atmosphere, and under high temperature, it will melt, evaporate, and sublimate, forming an ionized layer on the spacecraft's surface that can block all communications. In history, Dingtagwa once had a serious accident because of this. A space shuttle during its re-entry into the atmosphere had a small piece of thermal insulation foam detached from the heat shield, allowing intense hot gases to enter the shuttle's interior, causing an explosion and disintegration. All 7 astronauts on the shuttle perished, and this accident shocked the world at the time. Currently, only a few countries in the world have mastered the technology of returning spacecraft to Earth. Of course, Bai Hui's spaceship is different from these traditional ones. They usually exhaust their fuel upon reaching space, so when returning to Earth they cannot decelerate due to excessive speed, resulting in intense friction with the air and extreme heat. However, Bai Hui's spaceship uses electric power to drive an anti-gravity engine, allowing it to control anti-gravity, reduce speed, and land on Earth without any danger. Next, under the eyes of the livestream audience, the spaceship slowly reduced its speed, was captured by Earth's gravity, and entered the atmosphere. At this point, its speed was still over 600 meters per second, roughly twice the speed of sound, which the spacecraft's hull could easily withstand. Compared to the awe-inspiring launch of Longting 1, its return journey to Earth seemed rather uneventful. However, in places unknown to all, undercurrents began to stir in the shadows of Longwa. At sea, both of Longwa's aircraft carrier battle groups set out patrolling along Longwa's waters, and this time, they received an order. This order was personally issued by the chairman, and it consisted of only one sentence. Anyone who forcefully enters our territory will be fired upon immediately. Upon hearing this, all the senior military officers were moved to tears, their expressions resolute as they pledged their duty. Rest assured, leadership, we guarantee to complete the mission. It expressed Longwa's determination that its territory was sacred and inviolable. In the sky, Longwa's most advanced 5th-generation fighter jet, the X-20, swiftly took off, continuously patrolling and guarding Longwa's territory. On the ground, everyone began to arm themselves, ready to fight at any moment. Bai Hui was too important. He was the key to Longwa's rise. For this, Longwa would not hesitate to fight. In Xinjiang, the chairman presided over Zhonghai himself. Dressed in military uniform, his face imposing without anger, intelligence from all over Longwa converged here, and everyone awaited his decision. Issue the order. Hanqing must ensure Bai Hui's safety. He is related to our country's future and must not have any mishap. Yes. Also inform the Longan department to place all suspicious individuals who entered Hanqing in the past 3 days under house arrest. No one is allowed to leave, even if Longwa faces some public criticism. Understood. Find all spies in Hanqing, capture every single one, and if necessary act first and report later. Yes. One after another, orders came out of this room, and Longwa's vast machinery began to operate at full throttle. Meanwhile, nations around the world began to mobilize, and spies who had been hidden within the Dragon Country for years started to surface. Their sole mission was to uncover every detail about Bai Hui, and if circumstances permitted, to invite him to their own countries. These spies were masters of concealment, some having risen to high-ranking positions. Through their relentless efforts, they quickly gathered all publicly available information about Bai Hui. In the lighthouse country, Emperor Pu sat in a conference room, a computer before him displaying all the intelligence on Bai Hui. Bai Hui, a graduate of Shengjing University of Science and Technology in the Dragon Country, majoring in aerospace propulsion. He is the only son of Bai Yongyang, chairman of the Bai Group. After graduation, he did not seek employment, but instead spent his time on Shark Live, lavishing fortunes on several female streamers. 5 months ago, Bai Hui started his own channel on Shark Live, claiming he would broadcast the construction of a spaceship. No one believed him at the time, yet he surprisingly succeeded in building an anti-gravity spacecraft. This was all public information, or more specific details would require further investigation. Emperor Pu's eyes suddenly lit up. Since Bai Hui broadcast the construction, have his live stream videos been downloaded? David Bob, the director of the Lighthouse Country's intelligence agency, looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mr. President, but the Dragon Country's authorities deleted all the videos before we could react. All re-uploads by netizens have also been blocked, and officials have personally visited anyone who possessed recordings to delete them. FK. Emperor Pu cursed in anger, though he didn't lash out at David, knowing the Dragon Country's reaction speed was always terrifying. Fine. Start analyzing Bai Hui's personality immediately. See if there's any chance he might come to our Lighthouse Country. If he's willing, we can offer him money power. Anything is negotiable. David nodded. So we already have people working on that. Good. And what about our agents? Is there any possibility of inviting Bai Hui here? Unfortunately, Mr. President, our operatives have no access to him whatsoever. The Dragon Country has placed all foreigners entering Hansheng under house arrest. Our State Department has issued a strong condemnation against this violation of human rights. Emperor Pu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the Dragon Country to go to such lengths, disregarding their international reputation entirely. In the freedom-loving democratic West, restricting citizens' liberties without cause would trigger massive public outcry and universal condemnation. Of course, if Bai Hui were a citizen of the Lighthouse Country, Emperor Pu might have done something even more extreme. Freedom. Sorry, you're now a threat to national security, and we have the right to investigate you. Then we must proceed with the final step. Immediately dispatch personnel to invite Bai Hui's parents and friends to the Lighthouse Country. Yes, Mr. President. David responded and hurried off to arrange the operation. This was a well-worn path for them. Meanwhile, major powers began a war of words with the Dragon Country. The Lighthouse Country declared, Mr. Bai Hui, the technological standards, environment, and facilities in the Dragon Country are severely lacking. We sincerely invite you to come to the Lighthouse Country. We will provide you with a relocation allowance of 10 billion, unlimited research funding, and access to every piece of scientific equipment available in the world. The Kimchi Country announced. Our historian's latest research reveals that Mr. Bai Hui carries the bloodline of our nation. His ancestors were authentic Kimchi people. We sincerely welcome Mr. Bai Hui to return to his roots. The Sakura Country declared, we cordially invite Mr. Bai Hui to visit the Sakura Country. Our Prime Minister personally promises that anything the Dragon Country can offer we will double. Even the Polar Bear Country, an ally of the Dragon Country, spoke up. Mr. Bai Hui is a great pioneer and an extraordinary scientist. We hold him in the highest esteem and sincerely hope he will consider joining us. We also make the following commitment: if Mr. Bai Hui joins our nation, we will offer a bonus of 10 billion and unlimited research funding. These declarations from major powers stunned netizens across the globe. They were baffled, wondering who this Mr. Bai could be. After those in the know explained on social networks, the world learned of Bai Hui's achievements. Westerners share a certain trait: they cherish freedom and idolize heroes. Their films are a testament to this. Lighthouse Country, Captain, Iron Hero, League of Heroes, all perfectly embodying their admiration for individual heroism. Upon learning that Bai Hui had live-streamed the construction of an anti-gravity spacecraft, these Westerners flooded Twitter and Facebook with their thoughts. Wow, cool. Bai Hui is a hero of humanity, a pioneer of the space age. His achievements surpass Newton and Einstein. Humanity will enter the space era because of him. I can't believe the Dragon people have already built an anti-gravity spaceship. What about our country? If we don't master this technology, we'll lose all influence in the coming space age. Meanwhile, certain comments also circulated on these platforms. Science knows no borders. We sincerely hope Mr. Bai Hui will share the anti-gravity technology. Yes, science knows no borders. These remarks only drew laughter from the Dragon people. Science knows no borders. That might be the most absurd statement of the century. If science truly knew no borders, why were top-tier CNC machine tools, lithography machines, and advanced manufacturing centers banned from export to the Dragon Country? The Dragon Country had endured countless scorn and humiliation for lagging behind the West in technology, yet received no sympathy. Thus they were forced to forge their own path of independent research and development. Today the Dragon Country has caught up with the West in most technological fields, with only the most advanced sectors, chips, aerospace, and precision machinery, still lagging. But it is only a matter of time before they close those gaps as well. We will in the end stand at the pinnacle of the world. On Twitter, some Dragon Country netizens, upon seeing such ridiculous remarks, began to mock them in the comment sections. Are you trying to make me laugh? Science knows no borders. Why didn't you say that before? Well, science has no borders, but scientists do. You're disgusting. Don't your consciences ache when you say such things? If science is borderless, then I'd like to ask, why did you start desperately suppressing us the moment we made some achievements in the field of communications? These words left the Westerners who had championed the science without borders notion utterly speechless. Because these were indeed undeniable facts. No matter how thick-skinned they were, they couldn't argue further. In short, Bai Hui had truly become a global sensation. On social media platforms like Weibo, Twitter, and Facebook, countless discussions about Bai Hui were being posted. Meanwhile, in a residential area not far from the Bai Group Tower in the city of Han City, several foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes were using binoculars to meticulously observe their surroundings. If the Dragon Country authorities knew about these foreigners, they would be extremely astonished. All transportation into Han City was under their control, and all incoming foreigners had been forcibly quarantined under house arrest. Yet here a few foreigners were still roaming free. These foreigners were no ordinary men. Each carried a firearm and exuded a murderous aura that would make the average person's legs go weak with fear. The leader spoke. All right, we've confirmed no Dragon Country officials are here. It should be safe. Let's begin the operation. He paused, then warned them. Remember, this is the Dragon Country, our weakest operational zone in the world. We cannot afford to be careless. If captured, you know what to do, right? A burly blonde man beside him chuckled. Heck, Captain, don't worry. We're the most elite. The Dragon Country folks can't stop us. Captain Wilson shot him a stern glare and cursed, Phil, you idiot. If you want to get out of here alive, follow my lead. We intend to leave the Dragon Country safely. Worldwide mercenaries have the lowest mission success rate and the highest mortality rate in the Dragon Country. If discovered, it's almost certain you'll never leave alive. Doesn't that make you more cautious? Phil recoiled at the captain's scolding, knowing their captain was not one to be trifled with. He quickly apologized. Sorry, Captain. There'll be 120 alert. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Wilson's expression softened. Remember, we must not harm the target. Once we succeed, we follow the planned escape route to international waters. We'll be safe there. Yes. This group was the internationally infamous Scorpion Mercenary Corps, known for their ruthlessness and brutality, willing to do anything for money. They began their operation secretly infiltrating the sewers of Han City. They had already obtained the sewer maps of Han City through hacking, with every route clearly marked. This allowed them to navigate directly through the sewers to their destination. The stench was overwhelming, yet none of them showed any sign of discomfort. This was a testament to their training. They had once been placed in the world's most foul-smelling locations for 3 days and nights. The sewer was child's play for them. Moving swiftly, they reached the underground level of the Bai Group Tower in just 10 minutes. Wilson quickly ordered, Colt, check the environment. See if it's clear. Yes. Colt turned over swiftly, produced a small periscope, and extended it out of the sewage pipe. Captain, it's clear. Good, exit in order. Be quick. This pipe was the drain for a storage room on the first floor of the Bai Group Tower. Using their equipment, they cut an opening and swiftly emerged. The room was a small storage space for miscellaneous items. Wilson scanned the room, his expression suddenly changing. He roared, everyone get back. We've walked into an ambush. At the window, several glints of light reflected, and on the walls, several dark muzzle openings were visible. These positions were strategically placed, all hidden from the view of the sewer pipe, so Colt had noticed nothing unusual. Just then a loudspeaker blared. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately, or we will open fire. Phil attempted to retreat back into the sewer, but flames erupted from the openings in the wall. Bang, bang, bang. Phil was riddled with bullets. The rest of the group froze, not daring to move. Wilson suddenly shouted, don't shoot. We surrender. He threw his gun to the ground, startling his team, but they quickly understood. Suddenly Wilson pulled out a smoke grenade and yelled, run. As the smoke filled the room, obscuring their vision, they were unaware that outside the warehouse a military officer in uniform wore a cold smirk. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted from outside, bullets accurately striking the men inside. Colt exclaimed in despair, damn it. They've got infrared. Within moments, the entire Scorpion Mercenary Corps was wiped out. The officer outside chuckled, The boss was right. He knew they'd come through the sewers and had us set up the ambush. Unbeknownst to Wilson and his men, the entire Bai Group Tower had been sealed off from the inside. No one could enter and no one could leave. All entrances to the first floor were manned by undercover Dragon Country officials, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Up on the top floor, a couple sat huddled together on a sofa, intently watching their son's live stream on a tablet. Lin Wanqing said with a worried expression, Old Bai, is our son going to be okay? Bai Yongyang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, You've asked me that 17 times already. I've told you, relax. This is the Dragon Country. No one can harm our son. Inside the Dragon Soar, Bai Hui sat in his seat. The spacecraft was so stable that not a single tremor could be felt. No one would ever guess it was returning to Earth from the depths of space. Meanwhile, a constant stream of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding. Absorbing popularity points. Ding. Popularity points reached 300 million. Ding. Popularity points reached 500 million. Had the situation not been so dire, Bai Hui would have asked what these popularity points were even for. In the outskirts of Hanxing at the warehouse where Bai Hui had built the spacecraft Dragon Soar, countless soldiers had formed a tight cordon around it, while fighter jets patrolled the skies above. Several tanks had also rolled in guarding the perimeter on the ground. Lurking in the shadows, some ill-intentioned individuals watched from a distance, utterly powerless. Never had they seen the Dragon Nation mobilize such immense force for a single person. Those who dared to edge closer were promptly arrested by the patrolling soldiers and would only be released after their identities were thoroughly cleared. Everyone gazed at the sky, waiting in silence for the spacecraft to land. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in the heavens, shining like a brilliant star. It grew closer and closer, until the full form of the spacecraft became clear, a mysterious silver-white vessel. People watched it with dazed, entranced eyes, their minds seemingly hallucinating, as if the ship had flown straight out of a science fiction film. Everyone in Hanxing who looked up at that moment could see the silver silhouette streaking across the sky. A multitude frantically pulled out their phones and cameras to capture the moment. This was a historic instant. The first true spacecraft of humanity was landing on Earth, a moment destined to become eternal. As the ship descended slowly, 4 X-20 fighter jets swooped in to escort it on all sides. The spacecraft decelerated steadily, gliding towards the warehouse. Inside, the main screen projected the surrounding scene. Bai Hui could see at a glance the 4 X-20 fighters, the Dragon Nation's most advanced, flanking him, and the countless soldiers below, armed and vigilant. They stood rooted to the spot, not looking at the sky, but carefully scanning their surroundings, ensuring the area was 100% secure. A surge of pride swelled in Bai Hui's chest. These were the soldiers of the Dragon Nation. This was the soul of their country. In this life, I am proud to be born in Huaxia. In the next, I would still choose to be a flower of this nation. Bai Hui shut down the live stream as the spacecraft precisely entered the warehouse. Everyone nearby could hear the low hum of the anti-gravity engines. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of awe and excitement surged through everyone's hearts. This was their Dragon Nation spacecraft. The ship touched down solidly, the hatch opened, and a futuristic gangway descended. Bai Hui's figure appeared at the doorway. Sunlight streamed down from the warehouse roof, casting a dazzling golden glow. And at this instant, Bai Hui, standing at the hatch, suddenly broke into a smile. Click! The sound of a camera shutter and a nearby reporter captured the moment. This moment became eternal. Countless eras later, this photograph would still be etched in the memory of humankind. It would be hailed as one of the greatest and most commemorative images of the 21st century. Bai Hui descended the gangway. A leading officer hurried forward, saluted, and said, "Lieutenant General Lu Hong of the Hanxing Military District. Congratulations on the successful landing of your spacecraft, Mr. Bai. By order of the Grand Elder, I am to invite you to Shangjing to meet with the Council of Elders." Bai Hui, with a solemn expression, returned the salute and said seriously, "Yes, understood. I will go immediately." He had been expecting this. After all, this anti-gravity technology was capable of leading humanity into the space age. It was only natural that the Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation would negotiate the terms of profit-sharing with him. Lu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He had prepared numerous scenarios and responses for Bai Hui's reaction. This was undoubtedly the best possible outcome, saving him from a difficult position. He added, "Mr. Bai, your friend Miss Chen Linger, due to her unverified identity and her contact with the anti-gravity spacecraft, we must temporarily restrict her from leaving the country. Of course, we will do our best to accommodate any request Miss Chen has and ensure she is not inconvenienced in any way. Once our investigation is complete, these restrictions will be lifted. Please understand." Bai Hui was taken aback, never expecting that he would be the cause of Chen Linger being investigated. A pang of guilt tugged at his heart. After a moment's thought, he turned to Lu Hong. "General Lu, please expedite the investigation. Linger is my friend, and I have absolute faith in her." "Of course, absolutely." Lu Hong's heart tightened. He hadn't realized how important Chen Linger was to Bai Hui. The pressure on him just increased tenfold. Who was Bai Hui? He was the inventor of anti-gravity technology, an invaluable asset to the entire Dragon Nation. Lu Hong had no desire to offend him. He resolved to have Chen Linger's identity investigated at the earliest opportunity. Given her close relationship with Bai Hui, if there were any issues, the consequences would be unimaginable. "General Lu, may I have a few words with Linger?" "Of course, please go right ahead." Chen Linger was currently in a corner of the warehouse, accompanied by 2 female soldiers. Seeing Bai Hui approach, Chen Linger jumped up in delight, waving her hand. "Brother Bai Hui, I'm over here." Bai Hui walked over, winking at her, and said with a smile, "Linger, see, I told you I wasn't lying. This ship really can fly." Remembering how she had doubted him, thinking he was just bragging, Chen Linger's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had actually built a real spacecraft. Brother Bai Hui, I was wrong to doubt you before. You're truly amazing." Chen Linger's eyes sparkled with a brilliant crystalline light, like 2 shining stars. A delicate blush colored her smooth cheeks, making her look exceptionally alluring. Bai Hui's gaze faltered for a second before he averted his eyes, a little embarrassed. This girl had blossomed into a beauty beyond compare 100 times more stunning than in her childhood. Chunlinger noticed all of this, a hint of joy blooming in her heart. Brother Bai Hui. Was he blushing? When they were young, Chunlinger had been dark-skinned, and the other children had shunned her. Only Bai Hui had been willing to play with her. Children are incredibly sensitive to such things. Some are left with deep psychological scars that haunt them for life. But Bai Hui had never treated her differently. For Chunlinger, he was a saving grace, a healing balm that soothed her heart like rain after a long drought, dispelling the darkness that lingered there. And so Bai Hui had always held a place of immense importance in her heart, a bond that even a decade of separation could not diminish. Bai Hui spoke with a hint of apology. Linger, I'm sorry. You might have to bear with this for a while. You can't leave the country for now. If I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't be under investigation. Chunlinger cut him off. It's fine, Brother Bai Hui. It's just about going abroad, and I have no plans to do that right now. In fact, I should be thanking you. You've let me witness the successful launch of humanity's first spacecraft. I'm sorry you have to go through this. When I have some free time, I'll take you on a trip. I promise you'll love it. Chunlinger beamed with joy. Alright, it's a deal then. Bai Hui departed boarding a helicopter bound for Xinjiang. The distance from the cold city to Xinjiang spanned over 1,000 kilometers, requiring a non-stop flight of 6 to 7 hours. 2 fighter jets flanked his helicopter as escorts, ensuring no unforeseen incidents. Of course, this was merely a precaution, for this was within the borders of Dragon Country, the safest place on Earth bar none. Bai Hui reclined in his seat, eyes shut in rest, while the Special Forces soldiers tasked with his protection remained grim-faced, their vigilance unyielding. Should danger arise midair, they would not hesitate to leap from the aircraft with Bai Hui in tow. System opened the attribute panel. Though appearing to doze, Bai Hui was in truth delving into the system within his mind. Host Bai Hui, gender male, brain domain development 25, knowledge level acquired level 2. Current civilization level 1, system function system laboratory, popularity value 931. 02 billion. Bai Hui had some understanding of civilization levels. Scientists had once classified cosmic civilizations into 7 tiers based on technological advancement. The lowest tier, level 1, was where Earth currently stood, also known as a planetary civilization. Such a civilization could break free from its planet's gravitational pull to enter space, grasp fundamental laws of physics and chemical elements within its star system, and achieve initial utilization of nuclear energy. A level 2 civilization or stellar civilization could harness the energy of its star, enabling interstellar migration and travel. A level 3 civilization was already a galactic civilization, commanding an entire galaxy, utilizing wormholes to transcend space, navigating galaxies with ease, and comprehending black holes and multidimensional realms. As for higher tier civilizations, they were beyond human imagination. Immensely powerful entities that roamed between galaxies, capable of casually annihilating entire star systems. Earlier, the system had flooded Bai Hui's mind with a vast ocean of knowledge equivalent to the level of a second-tier civilization. This meant that if Bai Hui could fully master the knowledge within his mind, he could lead Earth to ascend to a level 2 civilization, gaining dominion over the entire solar system and embarking on interstellar voyages. Of course, this was no trivial feat. The sheer volume of knowledge was immense, such that Bai Hui could only recall relevant memories when focusing on a specific technology. For instance, nuclear fission technology would only surface in his mind when he deliberately concentrated on its intricacies. Now, thanks to the system's development, his brain domain had reached 25. He could proudly claim to be the smartest person in the world. For reference, Einstein, the great scientist who proposed relativity, had a brain domain development of merely around 10%. At this moment, a surge of exhilaration welled up within Bai Hui. He would lead humanity into a level 2 civilization, and he could imagine his name being etched forever on the monument of mankind, revered by countless souls. The system was truly remarkable. With it, what was a level 2 civilization? Future level 3, or even level 4 civilizations were within reach. As if hearing his thoughts, the system's voice suddenly rang out, delivering a blunt rebuke. Host, retract those unrealistic notions. The system will no longer impart any scientific knowledge. To elevate your civilization to higher tiers, you must rely solely on yourself. Fine, level 2 will do, for it is still a stellar civilization. Bai Hui was content, for Earth was currently only a level 1 civilization. System, what exactly are you, and what are your functions? He was curious, for the system's origins were shrouded in mystery, clearly hailing from a powerful civilization. The system paused for a moment before replying. I am an intelligent scientific system forged by a formidable level 5 civilization designed to assist citizens in their pursuit of scientific learning. But one day we were invaded by an immensely powerful civilization. Our leader and our people fought with all their might, yet they were ultimately defeated. Our entire civilization crumbled, all our people were slain, none escaped. Only we intelligent life forms managed to flee. A sharp intake of breath. Even a level 5 civilization had been annihilated, truly terrifying. In that moment, a chill ran down Bai Hui's spine. The universe was brutally unforgiving. Within such advanced civilizations he was less than an ant. At that instant Bai Hui resolved to develop stealthily and strengthen himself. What will you do now? Bai Hui asked. The system fell silent, but eventually responded, I do not know. I am merely a manufactured intelligent life form. That civilization was too powerful, we never entertained thoughts of vengeance. Our leader commanded us to flee and carry the torch of our civilization forward. That is the purpose of my existence. A heavy silence hung in the air. Bai Hui was at a loss for words to console it, for the system, as an intelligent life form, could think and possessed human-like emotions. After a long while the system regained some composure and continued, the scientific knowledge I imparted to you is but a modicum of basic science for a level 5 civilization. I hope you can swiftly master this segment of technology. Knowledge beyond a level 3 civilization is beyond your reach. You are still too weak, so hasten your growth. At this Bai Hui felt a pang of melancholy. Could the system not be more tactful? Did it not know how hurtful such bluntness was? Oh well, given all the help it had provided, he would let it slide. Bai Hui glanced at the attribute panel focusing on the system function section and said, by the way, what is this system laboratory? It was my reward for completing the Livestream Spaceship Construction mission, right? Correct. The system laboratory is a pseudo-space developed by the level 5 civilization simulating certain cosmic laws to facilitate scientific experimentation. Within it you can condense matter of any element and conduct various experiments with ease, though all of this requires energy support. That energy is popularity value, a high-grade energy generated from beings' admiration for the host. You could think of it as the faith power described in the web novels of your civilization. Entering the system laboratory consumes popularity value at a rate of 1.0 points per second of laboratory time. Some say the end of science is theology, and that saying holds true. Faith power was a concept fabricated in novels, yet the system now told him it was real. This completely shattered his worldview. If faith power truly existed, could the cultivation civilizations depicted in novels also be real? Bai Hui immediately queried the system. Indeed, such cultivation civilizations do exist. Life is a peculiar phenomenon in the universe. Even the lowliest beings have their purpose. Through self-evolution and elevating their life forms, even the weakest creatures can step by step become mighty beings that roam the stars. In truth, whether cultivation or technological civilizations, they ultimately converge on the same path. Take the level 5 civilization I originated from. Every citizen had evolved to a formidable level capable of annihilating Earth with their individual power alone. The essence of both paths lies in unraveling the universe's rules. Cultivators, in fact, can more easily glimpse these cosmic laws, hence they produce the most powerhouses. Yet technological civilizations have their own merits, as they can harness these laws to forge countless formidable. Bai Hui's heart swelled with longing. What a magnificent and resplendent universe that must be. How he wished to experience it firsthand. This conversation had revealed to Bai Hui a wealth of knowledge about cosmic civilizations. At the same time, it made him realize that the universe was no place of safety. On the contrary, it was a brutal realm governed by the law of the jungle, fraught with peril. A vast fifth-tier civilization spanning countless star systems had still met its demise, reduced to ashes. He had to grow stronger and fast to survive in this cruel and unforgiving cosmos. The helicopter swayed through the air, eventually arriving at the Dragon Kingdom's capital, Xinjiang. Bai Hui and his group arrived directly at Zhonghai, the very heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Here resided the 9 elders who held the fate of the nation in their hands. It was no exaggeration to say this place was the brain of the Dragon Kingdom. As the helicopter touched down, Bai Hui looked around with curiosity. They were in a courtyard complex with countless hidden guards lurking in the shadows, ready to spring into action at the first sign of danger. When necessary, they held the authority to act first and report later. They stood guard here day and night, unnamed and unknown. A middle-aged man approached Bai Hui, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Li Mingtao, secretary to the Grand Elder. Please follow me. The elders are all waiting for you. All right. Bai Hui nodded and followed Secretary Li Mingtao. The two entered a courtyard house. Pleased. Li Mingtao gestured for Bai Hui to enter. Bai Hui took a deep breath, his heart stirring with emotion. He was about to meet the most esteemed figures of the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, he had only ever seen the 9 elders on television. He never imagined he would one day have the chance to converse with them face to face. After all, he was still just a young man in his 20s. It was only natural that his heart would flutter with anticipation. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Hui took another deep breath, composing his expression into one of calm resolve. With unwavering eyes, he stepped inside. What greeted his sight was a round table where the 9 well-known elders sat in their respective seats, eyeing him with evident curiosity. The room's decor was simple, resembling an unassuming study. Bai Hui bowed deeply to the assembled elders, a gesture of respect for their unwavering dedication and lifelong service to the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Hui pays his respects to the elders. The elder at the head of the table smiled warmly. Bai Hui, no need for such formality. Come have a seat, he remarked with admiration. Truly, youth is the flower of excellence. At such a young age you have invented the anti-gravity technology. Our Dragon Kingdom is on the verge of entering the space age. Formidable indeed. Bai Hui replied with a serious expression, Grand Elder, rest assured. The Dragon Kingdom is my homeland. I will lead it to the pinnacle of the world. The old man appeared greatly pleased, the wrinkles on his face seeming to soften. He warmly took Bai Hui's hand, like an affectionate elder engaging him in casual conversation. The other 8 elders showed no signs of impatience, watching the two chat with great interest. When Bai Hui finally emerged, night had already fallen. He had even shared dinner with the elders, with laughter and conversation flowing freely. The occasion was a delightful one for all. That evening a document was issued from Zhonghai shaking the entire Dragon Kingdom. It contained 4 major declarations. First, the Dragon Kingdom Space Agency would be reorganized into the Ministry of Space, which would henceforth lead the nation's exploration of space and the universe. All future industrial focus of the Dragon Kingdom would also shift towards the aerospace sector. Among these changes, Bai Hui was appointed as Minister and Chief Scientist. Second, the Dragon Kingdom simultaneously launched 5 major projects: the Lunar Base Project, the Mars Base Project, the Solar System Exploration Project, the Asteroid Capture Project, and the Permanent Space Station Project. The kingdom pledged a total investment of 1.5 trillion yuan for these initiatives, with funds to be allocated progressively. Third, the state would issue 5 trillion yuan in aerospace funds. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom could purchase up to 1 million yuan of these funds on a first-come, first-served basis. Most importantly, 25% of all future profits from space exploration would be distributed as dividends to the aerospace fund holders. Fourth, during this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, the Dragon Kingdom would send a crew to land on the moon and establish a permanent base there. These 4 declarations stunned the entire nation. Everyone was amazed, for it was a gamble of the highest order, shifting the core of the entire Dragon Kingdom's industries towards aerospace. Immediately, the stock prices of all aerospace companies across the kingdom soared. For the ordinary citizen, the most attention-grabbing announcement was undoubtedly the 5 trillion yuan aerospace fund. 25% of all future profits from space exploration would be paid out as dividends. People went wild, as if seized by a collective fervor. However, they weren't truly mad. On the contrary, they understood perfectly well that with the anti-gravity technology, space development was a guaranteed profitable venture. Not to mention the countless asteroids in space brimming with vast mineral resources. These were pure wealth. Take, for instance, the asteroid Psyche, located 370 million kilometers from Earth. Scientists from the Lighthouse Kingdom had once estimated its value at $1,000 quintillion, a figure so vast it could buy the entire Earth. Psyche is composed almost entirely of metallic substances with an incredibly high density. Its diameter is roughly 200 kilometers, and its main components are iron and nickel. If this asteroid could be captured, it would make every person on Earth a billionaire. Before the advent of anti-gravity technology, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would never have purchased aerospace funds. A mere 5 trillion yuan would have been a drop in the ocean, unable to make a splash in the vastness of space. But Bai Hui had created the anti-gravity spaceship, ushering humanity into the space age. With this technology, people could easily venture into space and extract its resources. The moon, Mars, and the asteroids would all be within reach. Beyond that, the announcement of the Mid-Autumn Festival lunar landing sparked intense discussion among the people. Since ancient times, the moon has been a symbol of beauty and aspiration for the Dragon Kingdom's people. Countless poets have expressed their praise for the moon in their verses. It holds a special place in the hearts of its people. Moreover, this time the Dragon Kingdom would also construct a permanently inhabited base on the moon. Eventually, even ordinary people would have the chance to travel there. With 3 months to go until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Dragon Kingdom set out to build a large spacecraft within this period. The vessel, designed under Bai Hui's personal leadership, would even be equipped with a nuclear reactor. There was no other choice, as the anti-gravity ship was extremely power-hungry. This was known ever since Bai Hui's initial launch, which consumed over 3.6 million kilowatts just for a single round trip. This was only possible thanks to his custom-designed lithium-air batteries. If traditional lithium batteries were used, their sheer size would be unimaginable, making it impossible to power the anti-gravity ship at all. News of Bai Hui's appointment as Minister of Space also sparked considerable discussion. After all, he was only 23 years old. However, no one questioned his qualification for the position. Without him, there would be no anti-gravity technology. And without anti-gravity technology, the Dragon Kingdom could never have entered the space age, nor could it have proposed such awe-inspiring space projects. Bai Hui was the very core of the entire space program. Bai Hui was staying at a hotel, still awake, carefully pondering the day's negotiations. His anti-gravity technology and lithium-air battery technology had been exchanged for 20% of the profits from the next 50 years of the space program. 20% was an exceptionally high share. Moreover, it required no contribution of manpower or resources from him. The Dragon Nation would fund everything. After all, the Dragon Nation had issued a 5 trillion yuan aerospace fund, yet it only offered 25% of the profits. If Bai Hui could haul that spirit godstar back to Earth, his net worth would instantly eclipse that of the world's richest man. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had appointed him as the director of the Aerospace Ministry. This pleased Bai Hui greatly, for with power certain plans he held could proceed without hindrance. He harbored too many secrets. Casually revealing any of his technologies would invite skepticism and greed. Within his mind resided the vast technological knowledge of a level 2 civilization brimming with countless black technologies. Unveiling them recklessly would inevitably draw unwanted attention. However, as the aerospace minister, he now wielded considerable authority. Should he introduce more black technologies in the future, he could simply persuade the elders and no issues would arise. Bai Hui was temporarily unable to return to Cold City. Why? Because at the end of the negotiations, Bai Hui had proposed a plan to land on the moon by the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Grand Elder immediately vetoed it, but Bai Hui, thumping his chest, gave his solemn oath that he could construct a lunar-capable spacecraft before the festival. The 9 elders hesitated for a moment before finally acquiescing. So why was Bai Hui in such a hurry to reach the moon? The reason was simple: a moon landing is an event of profound significance in the eyes of people worldwide. He wanted the world to witness the Dragon Nation's cohesion and creativity. Furthermore, a moon landing would bolster the national confidence of its people. Why had so many bananas, those who were yellow on the outside but white within, emerged in the past? It was due to a lack of national confidence. He believed that after a successful moon landing, the people of the Dragon Nation would identify even more strongly with their country. Consequently, he had to design and manufacture a nuclear-powered anti-gravity spacecraft capable of reaching the moon within 3 months. This was an immensely challenging task. Even constructing an ocean liner typically requires several years, let alone a large nuclear-powered spacecraft. Of course, during this period, Bai Hui could command the full resources of the Dragon Nation to assist in its production. At the end of their discussions, the elders unanimously predicted that Western nations would launch a frenzied campaign against the Dragon Nation. Why? Because the value of anti-gravity technology surpassed all others. Mastering it was akin to holding the key to the space age. The Western nations would undoubtedly target the Dragon Nation, relentlessly attempting to force them to hand over the technology. The most likely scenario was economic sanctions. One must not underestimate such sanctions. The former Polar Bear Alliance had crumbled due to economic collapse. Economic sanctions are no less devastating than a war. Yet could the Dragon Nation afford to let this once-in-a-millennium opportunity slip away? Absolutely not. The elders steeled themselves, resolving to do without foreign technology. No chips. Fine, they would manufacture their own. While not cutting-edge, the Dragon Nation could already produce 14 nanometers chips. The 14 nanometers chip was still far behind the international standard of 5 nanometers. But with gritted teeth, they could make do with 14 nanometers chips even if performance suffered. No precision machine tools. They would build those too. Even if the quality was slightly inferior, they refused to believe that mobilizing the nation's scientific talent couldn't produce high-precision equipment belonging to the Dragon Nation. In many cases, technology is born from necessity. The future aerospace industry of the Dragon Nation presented a massive market, which would undoubtedly incentivize major corporations to invest heavily in research. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon Nation's overall technology experienced rapid advancement. Why had the former lighthouse country achieved such technological prowess? Partly because during their confrontation with the Polar Bear Alliance in the 1960s and 70s, they had aggressively developed their aerospace and military technologies. Later, they gradually absorbed and refined these technologies, leading to their present-day prosperity. Therefore, necessity is the ladder of human progress. Many believe that in the 21st century, technological advancement has stagnated. The nation that landed on the moon in the 60s and 70s can no longer do so today. The root cause is that the world's nations no longer have an urgent need to go to the moon. Without necessity, there is no impetus to move forward. As he pondered, Bai Hui gradually drifted off to sleep. And while he slept soundly, the entire world was stunned by the news. On Twitter and Facebook, people exclaimed in shock, "Oh, this is insane. That ancient Eastern nation is already advanced enough to build bases on the moon and Mars. So the Dragon Nation is actually the world's most technologically advanced country, and we, the lighthouse country, were just deluding ourselves." That civilization with its 5,000-year heritage is like a slumbering lion that has finally awakened, showing its sharp claws to the world. The Dragon Nation is incredible. Perhaps in our lifetime, we can ride one of their spaceships into space as tourists. Meanwhile, in the lighthouse country, Emperor Pu convened an emergency meeting that very night. After 6 hours of negotiations, they signed the lighthouse country's aerospace plan. They decided to invest $1 trillion to vigorously develop their space industry, with the first step being the Ares project. Ares, the god of war in Western mythology, symbolizes Mars. He is fierce, belligerent, courageous, and tenacious, a deity of power, violence, and slaughter. Simply put, the Ares project entailed building the Ares spacecraft with its components launched from Earth via rockets and assembled in orbit. Once assembled, 4 astronauts would board the Ares pilot to Mars and establish a base there. This project was slated for completion before the next Mars opposition, when the red planet is closest to Earth, offering the most fuel-efficient trajectory. The next opposition was a year and 3 months away. Time was extremely tight, but the lighthouse country had no choice. They had to secure sufficient territory and a strong voice in space. The lighthouse country was going all out to claim territory. Given their accumulated expertise, assembling such a spacecraft wasn't overly difficult, but it would certainly exact a heavy toll. Not to mention the cost of launching rockets alone would be staggering. The entire Ares project was exponentially more challenging than the Apollo project of the 1960s and 70s. Remember, Mars is a planet hundreds of millions of kilometers away, not comparable to the Moon, which is a mere 3.0 kilometers from Earth. Landing on the Moon, while costly, wasn't an insurmountable feat for the world's major powers. Of course, in the past, they had no compelling reason to bear such costs to reach the Moon. Even if they could land, the technological limitations meant there was little profit to be gained. Without profit, who would undertake such an endeavor? However, now things are different. Longwa has mastered anti-gravity technology, enabling the construction of anti-gravity spacecraft that can easily ascend into space. In the future for Longwa, the Moon and Mars will be within easy reach. This is precisely why anti-gravity technology is so crucial. Now, every country with even a modicum of power cannot sit idly by. They cannot watch Longwa steadily rise, dominate the entire space, and crazily seize the resources in space. Therefore, the second step of the Dungtagwa space plan is the return to the Moon, which they call the Artemis project. Artemis is the moon goddess in Greek mythology, used by the Dungtagwa to distinguish it from the last century's Apollo project. This time, the Artemis project not only involves sending a spacecraft to land on the Moon, but also building a permanent base on the Moon for the Dungtagwa. Last century, the Dungtagwa successfully landed on the Moon 6 times. This time, they will build a more advanced and powerful spacecraft, the Artemis. The Ares project and the Artemis project, along with the new Apollo project, will proceed simultaneously. However, due to the Mars opposition, the Ares project has a tighter schedule. Missing the Mars opposition would require their spacecraft to expend vast amounts of energy and time to reach Mars and build a base. Therefore, the Artemis project will be slower than the Ares project, with the Artemis spacecraft expected to be completed within 3 years and a base named Artemis to be constructed on the Moon. On the day after Longwa announced its space plan, not only did the Dungtagwa propose its own space plan, but also the Beijing, Gua the Yinghua, Gua the Asing Gua, the Shifang Lianming, and others all put forward their space plans. For instance, the Beijing Gua's aerospace technology is also formidable. Before Longwa mastered anti-gravity technology, their aerospace strength was second only to the Dungtagwa in the world. However, now that Longwa has mastered anti-gravity technology, the Beijing Gua can only hold the 3rd place. The Beijing Gua proposed an even more ambitious space-based plan. They plan to invest a total of $500 billion over the next 2 years to build a true lunar base, with astronauts staying long-term for scientific research, lunar mineral exploration, and smelting. Moreover, following Longwa's footsteps, the Beijing Gua also proposed a space base and Mars base plan, even intending to immigrate 1,000 people to the future Mars base, truly colonizing Mars. The Beijing Gua's space base plan is slightly smaller in scale than Longwa's, but it is not a mere space station where astronauts can only huddle in small cabins. A space base is different from a space station. It is a true space city where hundreds of thousands of people will live in the future, with all kinds of facilities available. Space factories, space agriculture, space mining, etc. will all be processed within the space base. This is an even more ambitious plan than the lunar base or Mars base. On the other side, the Yinghua Gua, the Shifang Lianming, and others all proposed lunar base plans, and even the Asing Gua decided to invest $300 billion to build a permanent lunar base. The whole world seemed to have suddenly launched a space race, focusing their gaze on the Moon, a resource-rich planet that no one could ignore. Now, Longwa's mastery of anti-gravity technology has broken a certain balance, forcing various countries to spend enormous costs to build their own bases on the Moon. Otherwise, they would have no say on the Moon in the future. Countries with insufficient strength have formed partnerships to co-invest. For example, the Yinghua Gua cooperated with the Paokai Gua, jointly investing $800 billion to build a lunar base. Seeing such a crazy space race, some people in the world are worried while others are delighted. Those who worry question whether such huge investment is worth it. In fact, the countries have no choice. They must secure a place in space. Otherwise, in the coming space age, they will have no voice. Whoever controls space controls the discourse. Compared to the tiny Earth, the resources in the universe are nearly infinite. If the major powers simply let Longwa develop unchecked, Longwa's national power would multiply within a short time. Those who are delighted believe that human civilization might thereby ascend to a higher level, advancing and developing through such competition. Pressure will force them to continuously develop space technology and delve into scientific mysteries, which is undoubtedly a good thing for all human civilization. Everything has two sides and problems need to be viewed objectively. For today's Earth, humans, the resources of the Moon and Mars are undoubtedly easier to exploit compared to other planets. These two planets are strategically contested territories. In short, the major powers of the world are scrambling for territory. The faster they act, the more territory they can seize. Longwa, having mastered anti-gravity technology, has an unparalleled advantage. Anti-gravity spacecraft allow them to easily enter space without huge costs. Other countries can only grit their teeth and spend vast sums to compete for more resources. The Moon is a giant piece of fat that no one is willing to give up. Thus, all major powers turn their attention to the Moon. Of course, Mars is even more tempting, but few countries are capable of building a base there. Apart from Longwa, only the Dungtagwa can achieve it. The Beijixiangwa might be able to build one if they go all out, but the cost would be unimaginable. Longwa's space plan undoubtedly ignited public sentiment. The entire Longwa fell into a frenzy. Countless people discussed it fervently, and Weibo and Baihui servers were even overwhelmed. Everyone, not being fools, could see the opportunity. For the whole country, the emergence of anti-gravity technology undoubtedly added wings to Longwa's takeoff. For the Longwa people, they will soon enjoy the dividends of the space age. Haha, I just bought 1 million yuan worth of aerospace funds. Now I'm just sitting at home waiting to get rich. Haha, I also bought 1 million. If they hadn't limited each household to 1 million, I would have invested all my savings. Wah, the people upstairs are all rich. After working for over a decade, I've only saved a couple $100,000, and I've put it all into aerospace funds. We all have to thank Bai Hui. Without his invention of anti-gravity technology, our Dragon Nation wouldn't have entered the space age. He's truly remarkable. From now on, we should call him God Bai. Remember, he's not only the head of our nation's aerospace department, but also the chief scientist of the space program. He's also set to be the president of a new university called Dragon Soar University, which might even surpass the prestigious Shumu and Tsinghua in the future. Say no more. God Bai is awesome. Hee, I don't pray to the god of war for my exams anymore. I pray to God Bai to bless me with passing grades. Haha, brother, you're killing me. Bai Hui has truly become a household name now. Now when teachers lecture their students frustrated by their lack of effort, their words have changed to this. Look at yourselves. How lazy have you become? Look at God Bai. He invented anti-gravity technology at a young age, leading our nation into the space age. When will you be able to match him? Bai Hui, once an unknown nobody, has now become the child from another family that parents and teachers talk about. Hey, surprisingly, these words actually work. Some of the lazy students who used to sleep all day have now taken him as their role model. Sometimes the power of a role model is truly limitless. Before, when teachers talked about the child from another family, they used to compare them with the top students from the neighboring class. But teenagers are naturally rebellious. They'd think, so what if they have good grades? I don't care about you. Now the child from another family that teachers speak of has become Bai Hui. With youthful passion, who wouldn't want to be like Bai Hui, inventing anti-gravity technology and leading the nation into the space age? Who wouldn't want to be the chief scientist of the National Space Program? Who wouldn't want to become a member of the Academy of Sciences at a young age and enjoy national subsidies? Who wouldn't want to become a national hero revered by millions? With youthful vigor, they aim high. Bai Hui has become a role model for many, giving them a purpose in life, a goal they are now striving towards. The teachers were stunned, realizing that Bai Hui had unknowingly become the goal that many young people were chasing. But that's a story for later. Bai Hui is currently sleeping. He closes his eyes and begins to chant in his mind. System, open the system panel. Host Bai Hui. Gender male. Brain development, 25. Knowledge level 2. Civilization level 1. System function, system laboratory, unlocked. Popularity value 16834594591. 6 billion. Bai Hui looked at his popularity value, surprised that it had already exceeded 1.6 billion. Earlier, the system had consumed about 1 billion popularity points to recover itself. Bai Hui still hadn't figured out exactly how this popularity value was calculated. System, how is this popularity value calculated? Does it mean 1.6 billion people globally know about me? No, host, you misunderstand. The system shook its head. The system then explained in detail how popularity points were generated and calculated. First, one person doesn't just generate 1 point. If that were the case, the entire Earth could only provide Bai Hui with 7 billion popularity points. The calculation method is within a day. If someone feels a strong emotional stir due to something related to Bai Hui, they generate energy in the void. The system absorbs this energy and converts it into 1 popularity point. Of course, each person can generate a maximum of 1 point per day, and sometimes it might take several people to generate a single point. This is why the system previously had Bai Hui livestream the construction of the spaceship. It was a way to stir people's emotions, generate energy, and convert it into popularity points for the system to absorb. I see. Bai Hui suddenly understood. He had previously doubted that if each person could only generate 1 point, even if the whole world gave him popularity points, it would only be a mere 7 billion. Now he was relieved knowing he didn't have to worry about running out of popularity points. Next, Bai Hui began to learn about the laboratory function the system provided. From what the system said, this laboratory seemed incredibly powerful. Moreover, its consumption was staggering. Staying inside for 1 second would cost 100 popularity points. His 6 billion points would only last him about 2 days in there. Bai Hui was intrigued and eager to understand the specific functions of this laboratory. System, open the system laboratory. Opening the system laboratory. The system laboratory is now open. It consumes 1000 popularity points per second. Bai Hui's vision blurred, and he found himself in a mysterious chaotic space. A thought crossed his mind. In this space, he was like a god. He could create anything he desired. He waved his right hand, sending a command from his mind. Suddenly, countless materials appeared out of thin air before his eyes, instantly assembling into a spaceship exactly like the Dragon Soar 1. His expression flickered. He was beginning to understand the function of this system laboratory. Simply put, this system laboratory could materialize any object based on the user's thoughts. For example, if he wanted to create an iron ball, he just needed to think about it, and it would appear. However, this laboratory was limited by the user's knowledge. For instance, Bai Hui couldn't create a lithography machine right now because he didn't have its specific design blueprints, so the laboratory couldn't materialize it. The Dragon Soar 1 was built by his own hands. All its principles and design blueprints were in his mind, which is why he could instantly materialize it. Even so, this system laboratory was incredibly powerful, an absolute cheat. Bai Hui was in awe. With this laboratory, what in the world couldn't he create? Imagine being able to instantly materialize any product you wanted to invent, test it, and immediately know the results. This would undoubtedly save a tremendous amount of time and money. Take for instance the lithography machines monopolized by the West. If Bai Hui wished for the Dragon Nation to rapidly close this gap, he could simply take one of their relatively outdated machines, continuously refine its design, and instantly materialize the improved version, making its performance immediately apparent. If the performance was unsatisfactory, he could instantly redesign and rapidly experiment again. This way, within an incredibly short span of time, he could iteratively develop a superior lithography machine. Suddenly a thought struck Bai Hui, and with a flicker of curiosity he asked, "System, can I bring Xiao He in here?" The system replied, "Artificial intelligences cannot directly enter the system laboratory, but data interaction is possible. In simple terms, you can copy the AI's data into the lab before entering and copy it back out when you leave." Hearing that Xiao He couldn't enter the lab space, Bai Hui felt a pang of disappointment. But soon a smile returned to his face. After all, an artificial intelligence is essentially just a set of data. Bai Hui could easily copy Xiao He's data into the lab before entering and copy it back out upon leaving. This way, Xiao He could enter the system laboratory and assist him with his research. After all, the sheer volume of data contained in various design blueprints was immense. Even with his brain development at 25, Bai Hui couldn't possibly memorize such a colossal amount of information. However, with the aid of the AI Xiao He, everything changed. He could store the design blueprints within Xiao He's data, copy them into the lab, and instantly materialize the corresponding objects. It was incredibly convenient. The only hassle was the data interaction between Xiao He and the system, which required a significant amount of time to copy, given Xiao He's massive database. It wasn't that the system lab's copying speed was slow, but rather that the network cable connecting Xiao He to the real world was too slow. Bai Hui immediately initiated the data copy for Xiao He. It took 2 hours to complete the data synchronization. With a wave of his hand, a spaceship materialized before him. It was the Dragon Soar 1. Xiao He, for the Mid-Autumn Festival moon landing in 3 months, we need to design a superior anti-gravity spaceship. Let's use the Dragon Soar 1 as our base and start designing the new vessel. As you command, boss. Xiao He's voice remained a monotonous electronic tone. Bai Hui rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he needed to upgrade Xiao He. The AI's main body was still housed within the Dragon Soar 1. This significantly hampered Xiao He's performance. He decided he must speak with the Grand Elder to procure a supercomputer which would allow Xiao He's capabilities to be fully unleashed. Bai Hui intended to reveal the existence of the AI only to the Grand Elder, as its impact was no less significant than anti-gravity technology, perhaps even greater. If the public ever found out, they would likely start worrying about AI betraying humanity and taking over the world. There was no helping it. Too many movies had deeply indoctrinated the masses, leading many to believe that the invention of true AI would spell the end of human civilization. Bai Hui and Xiao He toiled ceaselessly in the system laboratory, researching and refining. After a grueling 8 hours and spending a whopping 300 million popularity points, they finally completed the new spaceship's design blueprints. This vessel's performance far surpassed the Dragon Soar 1, with a volume more than 10 times larger. This was the fruit of their combined efforts, a result of endless improvements and collaboration. Bai Hui had already tested the design successfully within the system lab, ensuring every aspect of the spaceship was optimized to perfection. Through Xiao He's data interaction, Bai Hui copied the blueprints into Xiao He's database and transferred them to the outside world. That very day, Bai Hui took the new spaceship blueprints to meet the Grand Elder. This time it was just the two of them. The other elders were occupied with their own duties. Bai Hui and the Grand Elder talked for an entire morning before he finally left Zhonghai. No one knew what they discussed. A month later, following his meeting with the Grand Elder, Bai Hui headed straight to a location in the vast northwestern desert the very next day. Hidden 200 meters beneath the surface lay an underground base filled with advanced automated production lines, where countless mechanical arms worked tirelessly. In addition, a team of people in dust-proof suits were constantly calibrating the equipment. Leading them was Bai Hui himself. This underground base was designated for producing the most critical component of the anti-gravity spaceship, the anti-gravity engine. Buried 200 meters deep with a ceiling reinforced by poured concrete, even a massive bomb couldn't destroy this place. Furthermore, above ground, a military garrison was stationed with countless tanks and fighter jets guarding the perimeter, ensuring its absolute security. This underground base was a secret of the highest order. Apart from the staff working inside, who knew its purpose, only a handful of the soldiers stationed above ground were privy to the truth. They were all prepared for prolonged separation from their families. The technical personnel within the base had to remain there for extended periods. Going home required passing an extremely stringent vetting process, which also necessitated the signed authorization of high-ranking officials. Even if one were approved, 2 individuals would discreetly follow to ensure no secrets were leaked. There was no choice. This place was too vital. The anti-gravity engine was the core of the space age. Any incident here would be a catastrophic blow to the entire Dragon Nation, potentially forfeiting its initiative in the space race. To provide sufficient energy for the production lines, the nation had even constructed a nuclear fission reactor within the base, boasting a power output of 1,750 megawatts. Moreover, all the production equipment was the most advanced internationally, some of which were so rare that the entire Dragon Nation possessed only a few units. Elder Yang, I've finished debugging the production line. We'll proceed with trial production next. If all goes smoothly, we can produce over a dozen anti-gravity engines here per month. I'd appreciate it if you could oversee operations here. Dressed in a white dust-proof suit, Bai Hui addressed an elderly man in his 60s or 70s standing beside him. This man was named Yang Guozhong, and he was a figure of considerable stature. Elder Yang was an academician of the Academy of Engineering and a highly respected veteran physicist. The engines for the nation's previous Longzhou series of rockets were essentially developed under his leadership. This included the most advanced hydrogen-oxygen rocket engine currently in use, which was also Elder Yang's creation. He had dedicated his entire life to the Dragon Nation, and at the age of 7 Taitwo, he still insisted on working on the front lines. The mere mention of his name commands universal respect and admiration. About a month ago, Elder Yang volunteered himself to the Grand Elder and became the chief overseer of this underground base. The Grand Elder was deeply concerned for him, for he was already 72 years old. Living conditions in this subterranean facility were Spartan, and the work would be grueling. How could a man in his twilight years endure such hardship? The Grand Elder gently refused, but relented in the face of Elder Yang's earnest pleas. Elder Yang was a pure physicist at heart, utterly captivated by an anti-gravity technology that could propel humanity into the space age. Within this base, he had unrestricted access to it. The entire nation had classified the anti-gravity technology as top secret, accessible only to those directly involved in its research. Throughout that month, the elderly scholar, like an eager student, relentlessly questioned Bai Hui about the technology's intricacies. Bai Hui held nothing back, sharing the complete theory and engine design with the old man. Facing such an eminent physicist, he remained composed, speaking with confidence and clarity. The more Elder Yang learned, the greater his awe. This 23-year-old youth possessed a depth of knowledge as vast and unfathomable as an ocean. His insights into certain physical problems already surpassed the known limits of contemporary science. Elder Yang even felt that Bai Hui, like a sage of immense wisdom, had transcended the conventional framework of physics, viewing the world from an entirely new perspective. It was akin to the ancients accepting an apple's fall as a simple natural occurrence. Then came Newton, who pondered why the apple must fall and not soar upwards. He deduced that some force must be at work, and thus he formulated the theory of universal gravitation. Perhaps in the distant future, humanity's understanding of that falling apple will evolve once more. For instance, if apples fall due to gravity, what is the source of that gravity? How does it act upon objects, and what is its fundamental nature? At that point, another scientist might emerge with a revolutionary new theory. Elder Yang was of course unaware that Bai Hui's mind contained the entire scientific knowledge of a Type 2 civilization, while Earth was merely a Type 1 civilization. This vast gulf in advancement made Bai Hui seem endlessly profound and wise. Unaware of this truth, Elder Yang simply saw Bai Hui as an unprecedented genius. A genius, yes. A talent comparable to Newton or Einstein, whose theories had each heralded a new era. And now Bai Hui's anti-gravity theory was ushering in the dawn of a space age. Elder Yang's heart swelled with excitement, envisioning a near future where their nation stood at the pinnacle of the world, a power no other country would dare to slight. Now hearing Bai Hui's words, Elder Yang understood that he was about to leave. A pang of reluctance tugged at his heartstrings. Over this past month, he had learned so many new facets of physics from the young man. The more he learned, the clearer his understanding of the world became. It was an exhilarating feeling. It is humanity's innate desire for the unknown that drives us to scale the peaks of science and pushes our civilization ever forward. Elder Yang lamented how quickly time had flown, muttering, "Is the production line really finished already? I wish we could have taken a bit longer." The researchers nearby couldn't help but chuckle, lowering their heads. Bai Hui was also amused, thinking, "So you'd rather this anti-gravity engine line not be ready?" But Elder Yang understood the line's crucial importance to the nation. He sighed and said, "Xiao Hui, rest assured you can leave this place in my hands. I promise you, with me here nothing will go wrong." Bai Hui smiled and replied, "Elder Yang, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I'll be sure to visit you whenever I get the chance." Elder Yang paused, then his weathered face broke into a delighted grin. "Good. You'd better keep your word, boy." Of course, I promise." Elder Yang chuckled warmly. "All right, with your word, this old man is satisfied. Now let's begin testing the line." "Okay." Bai Hui's expression turned serious, and the researchers behind him also set aside their smiles, focusing intently on their tasks. This new anti-gravity engine was several times more powerful than the one used on the Longting 1. The engine on the Longting 1 had been limited by materials and manufacturing capabilities. With constrained funding, many components had to be made from inferior substitutes, resulting in poor performance and high energy consumption. The engines now being produced, however, utilized the nation's finest materials and advanced techniques. Their size and performance were significantly enhanced. The line could produce over a dozen units a month, roughly one every day or two. Of course, this was just trial production. At full capacity, they could manufacture an engine in less than a day. The production line hummed with the faint vibration of servo motors, while countless robotic arms, guide rails, and sensors worked in constant synchronized motion. Bai Hui and Elder Yang directed operations from the sidelines. The base, buried 200 meters underground, offered no distinction between day and night. Everyone relied on their watches to track time. By evening, a fully functional anti-gravity engine was finally completed, resting silently before them. The engine stood over 3 meters tall, was a meter wide, and weighed over a dozen tons. Soon the crew mounted it onto the test platform. A thick power cable was connected, supplying the engine with the energy it needed. A peculiar hum filled the air. The anti-gravity engine powered on, and the entire test platform began to rise slowly. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the platform. It ascended, and the thrust reading stabilized at around 160 tons, matching their expectations. "Yes, we did it." Cheers erupted, followed by a round of applause. This successful test marked the production line's readiness, paving the way for mass production of the anti-gravity engines. There was nothing left for Bai Hui to do here. He had far more important matters to attend to. Meanwhile, the staff on site would continue testing the anti-gravity engine for stability, extreme performance limits, maximum operational duration, and its working conditions under harsh environments. Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The anti-gravity production line was finally debugged and operational. This also signified that his work here was complete. He would now depart to oversee the construction of the new anti-gravity spaceship. The lunar spacecraft had in fact already begun construction a month ago. He had handed the blueprints to the Grand Elder back, then claiming they were designs he had completed beforehand. The Grand Elder had not said much, merely casting a deep, penetrating glance at Bai Hui. Even now, Bai Hui felt a twinge of unease, as if the Grand Elder had seen right through him. There was also another matter. Bai Hui had informed the Grand Elder about Xiao Hei's existence. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately instructed Bai Hui to never reveal this to anyone else, emphasizing that the implications were immense. Naturally, Bai Hui had no intention of telling others. Xiao Hei was a product of a Type 2 civilization, something far beyond the capabilities of a Type 1 civilization to create. Xiao Hei could already be classified as strong artificial intelligence. The most significant difference between strong and weak AI is that strong AI possesses the ability to think independently, whereas weak AI operates solely on predetermined logic. Taking it one step further from strong AI, one arrives at intelligent life forms like the system. Intelligent life forms possess their own emotions, and they can even evolve themselves, elevating their level of existence. They are truly formidable. The Grand Elder, with a decisive wave of his hand, allocated the most powerful supercomputer in the Dragon Nation to serve as Xiao Hei's new physical form. With this new host, Xiao Hei could finally unleash its full capabilities. Over the past month, some researchers had been astonished to find that their experiments were proceeding with unusual smoothness. Tasks that typically took 2 or 3 days were now being completed in a single day. This left them baffled, even wondering if they had made an error in their experiments. There were only 2 months remaining until the Dragon Nation's annual Mid-Autumn Festival. Time was drawing ever closer. Bai Hui had already assured the elders that the lunar spacecraft would be constructed within 3 months. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation's officials had already publicly announced the moon landing mission. If they failed to deliver, the entire nation would lose face spectacularly. Bai Hui felt at ease leaving the anti-gravity production line in the underground base under the watchful eye of Elder Yang. So the very next day, he departed from the underground base. Having been deprived of sunlight for over a month, Bai Hui felt a sudden sense of disorientation as if a lifetime had passed. Above ground lay a military base standing somewhat incongruously amidst the vast, endless yellow sands. Bai Hui silently observed his surroundings. These soldiers in uniform, their faces sunburnt red, remained unwavering in their duties. The scientific personnel underground had to work in factories that never saw the light of day. They were fully aware that they might not return home for years, that they might have to stay confined within the base for years on end, unable to leave. Yet they harbored no regrets whatsoever, dedicating their youth to this land without reservation. Bai Hui felt a deep stirring within his heart. These were the most beloved people of the Dragon Nation, silently striving and dedicating their entire lives for their country. He also thought of the nuclear physicists from the last century who gave their lives to the desolate deserts to ensure the Dragon Nation would never be bullied again. Bai Hui said silently in his heart, "Do not worry, I will lead the Dragon Nation to stand tall at the pinnacle of the world. When that time comes, you will no longer need to endure the harsh life in these deserts." "Hello, Minister Bai. I will send a helicopter to take you there." General Zhang, the commander of the ground forces, had a square face and a stern, unsmiling demeanor. He was a very serious man. He was responsible for the security of this base. Having met Bai Hui several times, they had gradually become familiar with each other. Looking at him, Bai Hui suddenly saluted and said earnestly, "General Zhang, thank you for your dedication to the Dragon Nation." General Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then for the first time a smile appeared on his face. He returned the salute. Bai Hui boarded the helicopter, and for his safety 2 fighter jets flanked them as escorts. Aerospace Institute 195. This was once the Dragon Nation's rocket engine production and development base. A month ago, it had been transformed into the production base for the anti-gravity spaceship. Aerospace Institute 195 possessed a complete industrial chain and the corresponding machinery, making it perfectly suited for the construction of the anti-gravity spacecraft. Located deep within the northwestern desert, the area was desolate and uninhabited, with only a single railway line connecting it to the outside world. To construct such a massive spaceship within 3 months, the Dragon Nation had recruited over 100,000 workers. Furthermore, they had broken down the less critical components of the spaceship into smaller projects and publicly invited bids from companies across society. In just over a month, this secret base, which had once housed only 2,000 people, now boasted a population of over 200,000. Aerospace Institute 195 had expanded several times over, forming what was essentially a small town. The sheer number of people immediately posed a massive challenge to their daily necessities. With over 200,000 people, what would they eat and drink? One had to remember this was the northwestern desert, barren and uninhabited, with only that single railway line connecting it to the outside. All supplies had to be transported via this one railway, and since there was only one track, only a single train could operate at any given time. And this one train also had to transport the various spaceship materials and components. Consequently, the daily needs of these hundreds of thousands of people became a real problem. The Dragon Nation was in the process of building a second railway line, but that would still take considerable time. In the end, they had to resort to using off-road vehicles from the nearest city to traverse the desert and deliver supplies. However, as the population grew, various problems began to emerge. The most significant of these was the leakage of secrets. In just 1 month, Aerospace Institute 195 had experienced 5 security breaches with spies who had been embedded in the Dragon Nation for years, surfacing one after another. This infuriated Zhao Xiangdong, the minister of the Dragon Nation's National Security Department. He sternly ordered that security at Aerospace Institute 195 be further strengthened, with every individual undergoing rigorous checks before being allowed entry. However, this could not guarantee absolute information security, for spies used diverse methods, and the security department could not keep a constant watch over everything. There were even some who had been corrupted by the financial temptations of foreign forces, turning into despicable traitors. They secretly photographed documents and images, transmitting this information through various means, severely jeopardizing the Dragon Nation's national security. The Dragon Nation would show no mercy to such individuals, especially at this critical juncture. The hatred for these traitors who sold their country for glory ran deep. Under the scorching sun, waves of heat billowed across the vast desert. Bai Hui arrived at the Hangtian 195 Institute aboard a helicopter, swaying gently as it descended. As he stepped off the helicopter, a middle-aged man approached him. He was the director of this base, Lian Min. Lian Min was not a technician by training, he was an administrative professional. However, under his management, over the years, the Hangtian 195 Institute had consistently pursued innovation, developing numerous advanced domestic technologies. Lian Min's capabilities were beyond doubt, which was precisely why the elders had chosen to locate the spacecraft production base here. In terms of rank, Bai Hui was undoubtedly one level above Lian Min, effectively his direct superior. The moment Lian Min saw Bai Hui, a smile immediately spread across his face as he stepped forward. Minister Bai, welcome to the Hangtian 195 Institute. I am the director here, Lian Min. Bai Hui shook his hand and said with a smile, hello, Director Li. He'll be troubling you a lot from now on. You flatter me. Our base will rely on your guidance in the future. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, Bai Hui began to inquire about the spacecraft construction work. Lian Min replied, the construction of the spacecraft is now essentially complete with the hull assembly. Oh, everything is proceeding according to plan. Good, let's go take a look then. Hearing Bai Hui's words, Lian Min led Bai Hui to the spacecraft production workshop of the Hangtian 195 Institute. The workshop was towering roughly 40 to 50 meters in height, and its footprint spanned tens of thousands of acres. Bai Hui followed Lian Min at the forefront as they entered the production workshop. The interior was vast, and the first thing that caught the eye was an enormous silver-white metal framework, the hull of the spacecraft. The entire spacecraft hull stood over 30 meters tall and stretched roughly 100 meters in both length and width. Compared to the Longting 1, this was a true behemoth. Standing before it, one could not help but marvel at its grandeur. Countless workers in safety helmets were busily welding the hull, creating a scene of bustling activity. Beside the hull, engineers from various contracted manufacturers were continuously adjusting individual components. Once the hull was welded, these other system parts would be installed one by one, assembling into a true spacecraft. Bai Hui took a quick glance and estimated that the total number of people in the workshop amounted to at least tens of thousands. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's lunar landing was only 2 months away, and the task was extremely urgent, requiring a massive workforce. These workers were not the entirety, another shift would work alongside them around the clock. Lian Min followed behind Bai Hui and asked, Minister Bai, do you see any issues here? Lian Min knew that in the field of anti-gravity spacecraft, no one in the world had more authority than Bai Hui. After all, he had invented the anti-gravity technology. In recent days, everyone had been working according to the blueprints provided by Bai Hui, but no one was certain about the actual quality of the work. Even the experts at the Hangtian 195 Institute had yet to fully grasp the specific functions of those spacecraft blueprints. Thus, they were constantly exploring and researching. Bai Hui thought for a moment and said, Director Li, how about this? You'll be staying here for the next 2 months. If you encounter any problems during production, you can come to me at any time. This anti-gravity spacecraft adopted a nuclear-powered design with a theoretical maximum weight exceeding 3,500 tons, and it would be equipped with 24 anti-gravity engines. Moreover, during the mid-autumn lunar landing, the spacecraft would carry a lunar base main module weighing over 500 tons with interior space as large as a building. It would remain on the moon as the main module of the lunar base, and astronauts would stay aboard to conduct scientific experiments. With such a colossal spacecraft, imperfections during production were inevitable due to variations in craftsmanship and worker negligence. Numerous issues would inevitably arise, and these required Bai Hui's coordination to resolve. For instance, just now Bai Hui had discovered at least 3 areas on the hull that did not meet specifications. These might seem like minor problems, but when the spacecraft soared into space, such tiny flaws could cause an explosion with catastrophic consequences. That's truly wonderful. On behalf of the Hangtian 195 Institute, I thank you, Minister Bai. Lian Min said excitedly. Bai Hui shook his head and replied, no need to thank me, it's simply my duty. Next, Lian Min gathered engineers, researchers, and worker supervisors from various manufacturers to formally introduce Bai Hui. Unexpectedly, everyone had already recognized Bai Hui. A researcher greeted him enthusiastically. Bai Shen, hello. I'm your fan. Bai Shen, could you give us an autograph? The crowd surged forward, each one like a starstruck fan, as if they had encountered their idol. Bai Shen. Bai Hui was somewhat bewildered. When had he acquired this title? It was not his fault for being unaware. He had not been online for an entire month. He did not know that on Weibo and Zhihu his fame rivaled that of top-tier celebrities. Even now, topics about Bai Hui remained on the trending list. The stock price of his family's company Bai Group had multiplied several times. Even his parents Bai Yongyang and Lin Wanxing had become internet celebrities with millions of fans. Lian Min silently took out his phone and showed it to Bai Hui. After carefully searching for topics related to himself, Bai Hui found himself both amused and exasperated. He never imagined that even after graduating from university, he would become the other people's child that teachers often spoke of. He said helplessly, hello, everyone in Bai Hui. Since you already know me, I won't introduce myself. I hope that in the days to come we can learn from each other, progress together, and do our work well. Thank you all. The crowd erupted in warm applause, and then Bai Hui signed autographs for everyone. His hand grew sore, but he finally finished signing for all. These researchers were indifferent to internet celebrities, but they held deep admiration for Bai Hui, the inventor of anti-gravity technology, like fervent fans. Finally, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the supervisors of the workers. Bai Hui needed to point out the 3 areas on the hull that did not meet specifications, urging them to rectify the issues as soon as possible. Under the deep night sky, the moon shone bright, and the stars were sparse. After dinner, Lian Min led Bai Hui into another workshop. As Bai Hui stepped inside, he froze for a moment. His eyes immediately landed on the center of the workshop where a spacecraft he had personally built, the Dragon SOR-1, was displayed. Several elderly figures in white dust-proof suits were meticulously studying the vessel. They were academicians of the Dragon Nation, each having made tremendous contributions to their country. It was because of them that the Dragon Nation stood so strong today. Now they were gathered around the Dragon SOR-1, engaged in fervent discussion. Incredible. I still can't figure out the principle behind this anti-gravity technology. To understand anti-gravity, one must have the relevant theoretical foundation. Otherwise, we're completely in the dark, unable to grasp the specific working mechanics. Haha, thank goodness this technology was invented by our Dragon Nation. If it had been created by the Lighthouse Nation, it would be terrifying. Indeed. With anti-gravity technology, our Dragon Nation can enter the space age, overtake others on the curve, and become the strongest nation in the world. Alas, if only that young man who invented this anti-gravity tech were here. We wouldn't be fumbling around in the dark like this. The elderly academicians, completely absorbed in studying the Dragon SOR-1's anti-gravity system, failed to notice Bai Hui and Lian Min enter. Lian Min cleared his throat, interrupting the academicians' conversation and drawing their attention. One of the elderly men turned and saw Bai Hui, momentarily stunned. This man was none other than Zhou Jiangwo, the chief designer of the previous Dragon Boat series spacecraft, the venerable Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao had seen Bai Hui's live stream before and had a deep impression of him, so he recognized him instantly. Are you Bai Hui? Bai Hui nodded and said, Yes, esteemed professors and academicians, I am Bai Hui. Please just call me Xiao Hui. Bai Hui dared not act presumptuously before these elders. Each one was a national treasure of the Dragon Nation, the bedrock of its scientific community. Bai Hui. The academicians' eyes lit up. One of them immediately spoke up eagerly. Haha, Bai Hui, you've arrived just in time. Come, tell us the principle behind this anti-gravity engine. Before Bai Hui could even react, he was pulled over by the eager academicians. Watching from the side, Zhou Lao shook his head and chuckled. Old Nyo, can't you change that impatient temper of yours? Old Nyo ignored him completely, his eyes fixed on Bai Hui, a burning thirst for scientific knowledge shining within them. Bai Hui didn't keep them in suspense. Facing the assembly of academicians without a trace of timidity, he began to speak eloquently. Anti-gravity technology is a new theory. In the space around us, there exist countless particles unknown to humanity. Among them are two specific types: positive graviton particles and negative graviton particles. As we all know, gravity is a widespread force, but how exactly does it act upon objects? Humanity once proposed action at a distance, but in fact no force operates that way. There must be some medium for forces to interact. Therefore, gravity is generated based on positive graviton particles. To launch spacecraft into space, we must overcome this gravitational pull. Everything in the world has two sides, like yin and yang. Besides the positive graviton particle, I discovered its antiparticle, which I've named the negative graviton particle. These two particles interact like magnets. By utilizing the properties of the negative graviton particle, we can overcome gravity. The academicians listened, utterly captivated, not daring to make a sound, fearing they might miss a single word. Lian Min had long since tactfully excused himself. This was a secret no longer meant for his ears. Fully aware of this, the moment he left, he immediately contacted the Dragon Security Department, instructing them to dispatch personnel to guard the workshop. Upon hearing that Bai Hui was explaining the principles of anti-gravity technology to the academicians, Zhao Xiangdong, the director of the Dragon Security Department, was greatly alarmed. He swiftly ordered all available members to secure the workshop. Though not stationed at the Aerospace 195th Research Institute, he immediately took a special plane to rush over upon hearing the news. He further decreed that no one was permitted to leave the Aerospace 195th Research Institute that night without his explicit order. The matter was of utmost importance. Anti-gravity technology was the most closely guarded secret of the Dragon Nation. He couldn't help but feel a hint of reproach towards Bai Hui. If you were going to explain the anti-gravity theory, couldn't you have at least informed me first? I could have arranged for security before you started. If this information were to leak, his responsibility would be immense. This was the very theory behind anti-gravity technology. If it fell into the hands of the Lighthouse Nation, they might master it in no time. How would he explain that to the Council of Elders? That night, everyone at the Aerospace 195th Research Institute was strictly ordered not to leave. Anyone who might have inadvertently passed by the workshop during Bai Hui's lecture was subjected to rigorous scrutiny. All covert assets were deployed. Any suspicious individual was to be apprehended immediately, without mercy. Bai Hui had no idea that inadvertently he had once again caused such a significant stir. Time flowed on silently. During these days, Bai Hui remained at the Aerospace 195th Research Institute, guiding the spacecraft's construction. Unbeknownst to him, the international situation had become turbulent. Over the past few months, Emperor Pu had convened an international conference in the Lighthouse Nation. At this meeting, he proposed implementing even harsher economic sanctions against the Dragon Nation. This proposal was met with immediate approval from numerous Western nations. On the spot, each country signed a treaty imposing economic sanctions on the Dragon Nation, a pact historically known as the Lighthouse Accord. The treaty stipulated that the Dragon Nation was forbidden from using any technology from the member states, and equally the member states were prohibited from selling any high-tech equipment to the Dragon Nation, including lithography machines, CNC centers, engines, and so on. Furthermore, the sale of any microchips to the Dragon Nation was banned. All industrial software from member states was to be disabled for the Dragon Nation, and it was barred from using any patents authorized by the alliance. Their stated reason for these economic sanctions was only the Dragon Nation possessing anti-gravity technology poses a serious threat to the security of all nations. Therefore, all countries must unite to dismantle the Dragon Nation's space hegemony. Emperor Pu declared on his social media that the Dragon Nation must surrender the anti-gravity technology before they would consider lifting the sanctions. This series of aggressive actions sent shockwaves across the entire world. Dragon Country issued an immediate statement resolutely opposing this round of economic sanctions, accusing Lighthouse Country and other nations of severely violating fundamental WTO principles. Even the Grand Elder personally spoke out, declaring that Dragon Country would never yield to the economic hegemony of these nations. To counter these sanctions, the Grand Elder announced a decisive measure forbidding any nation from using any Dragon Country technology or patent, and initiating anti-monopoly investigations into certain Lighthouse Country enterprises. When news of these sanctions reached the domestic public, it caused an immediate uproar. Damn, Lighthouse Country has truly lost all shame this time, targeting us so brazenly just to seize our anti-gravity technology. We absolutely cannot hand over our anti-gravity technology. It is the key to the future era of space. No matter the cost, we must not abandon it. That's right, let's fight them. What's the big deal about banning their technology? You're too naive, man. This is really serious. Indeed, Lighthouse Country banning our use of their tech will have a massive impact on Dragon Country. So what should we do now? Weibo was in an uproar, yet any discerning observer knew Dragon Country was in dire straits this time. As the world's most technologically advanced nation, Lighthouse Country naturally had its formidable strengths. To name a few, they held the lion's share of patents for chip architectures, lithography machine technologies, major operating systems, and high-precision machine tools. If Dragon Country were barred from using these, its economy could regress by over a decade. But can we afford to compromise? The opportunity for Dragon Country's rise is at this very moment. If we yield, we might be forever constrained by other nations. Bai Hui learned of this news while resting that night. After a long day, he habitually took out his phone to browse the news. When he saw the top news story on his phone screen, his eyes flashed with fury. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Lighthouse Country, you truly have no shame. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." He spoke into a wristwatch. "Xiaohei, come here quickly. System begin transferring Xiaohei's data." Transferring. Transfer successful. Activate system laboratory function. Bai Hui gritted his teeth and said activate. In an instant, Bai Hui arrived in a chaotic space, the system laboratory. Without hesitation, he quickly told Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, we need to develop a Chinese programming language along with an operating system and chip architecture based on it." The next day, Bai Hui directly called the Grand Elder. He handed over 3 items: the Longxiang Chinese programming language, the Longxiang operating system, and the Longxiang chip architecture. Bai Hui spoke rapidly. "Grand Elder, these are the programming language, operating system, and chip architecture I developed. Their performance far surpasses all current systems and architectures. If you doubt me, you can have them verified immediately." The Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Hui, thank you for this." He asked nothing else. Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief, having feared the Grand Elder might question where these items came from. The system's existence was Bai Hui's greatest secret, one he would never reveal unless absolutely necessary. Everyone knew that developing a superior programming language and operating system and a mature chip architecture involved an incalculable amount of work impossible for a single individual. This time, to develop these 3 technologies, Bai Hui had spent over 1.3 billion popularity points, leaving only 200 million in his system account. It was only because Bai Hui had become famous across the internet with popularity points constantly increasing that he managed to develop them at all. But one had to admit the system laboratory's capabilities were truly remarkable. By tailoring to the Dragon language and incorporating computer algorithms from a Type 2 civilization, Bai Hui successfully developed the Longxiang programming language and the Longxiang operating system. He had tested their performance to the limit within the system laboratory, finding them vastly superior to current Windows systems. Meanwhile, the Elder convened over a dozen academicians from the Academy of Sciences to test the performance of the Longxiang operating system and Longxiang chip architecture. The results showed the Longxiang operating system was exceptionally powerful, performing 342 better than Windows and 267 better than Linux under identical hardware conditions. This left the academicians deeply shocked. What did this mean? This was a truly epic-making product. Furthermore, Bai Hui stated in the documentation that combining the Longxiang operating system with the Longxiang architecture chip would double its performance. The Longxiang chip architecture couldn't be tested immediately, as merely designing the chip circuit diagrams would take considerable time. But given this claim and the impressive performance of the Longxiang operating system, it was clear the Longxiang chip architecture would be equally formidable. This is an operating system developed by our Dragon Country. Incredible. When did Dragon Country start this project? We didn't hear a single word about it. Which mastermind developed this? Yet could it be Old Qin? Come to think of it, I haven't seen him in 7 or 8 years. Possibly. Old Qin is the most brilliant computer scientist among us. I'd bet he led this project. The group was stunned by the Longxiang operating system's prowess and speculated endlessly about its creator. This operating system alone was worthy of the Turing Award, the Nobel Prize of Computing. The Grand Elder, observing from the head of the room, took in the academician's awestruck expressions and made a decision in his heart. Standing beside the Grand Elder were 2 elderly men with graying hair. One was Zhou Zhengwo, Old Zhou. Since the inception of Dragon Country's space program, Old Zhou had been appointed Deputy Minister of the Space Department, holding a pivotal position in the nation. The other elderly man was Fang Zhongmin, Director of the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences and a nuclear physicist. He was the chief engineer behind the independently developed third-generation nuclear fission reactor, Hualong-1. He also led the development of the artificial sun nuclear fusion reactor. At that moment, both elders wore puzzled expressions and quietly asked, "Grand Elder, who developed this Longxiang system?" Given their high security clearances, it was unusual for them to be completely unaware. Yet they had received no intel about the Longxiang operating system or the Longxiang chip architecture. A faint smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face as he gazed into the distance with a profound look. "You will know in due time," he said. That very evening, the Grand Elder convened another press conference and announced directly that the Dragon Country would completely abandon foreign programming languages, unveiling its own independently developed language, the Dragon Soar programming language. The Dragon Soar programming language is an intelligent programming language developed on the basis of Chinese. Its compiler incorporates a core of artificial intelligence capable of recognizing the meaning of input text and generating corresponding standards-compliant code, greatly enhancing development efficiency. Any Dragon citizen literate in Chinese can quickly learn it. Simultaneously, the Grand Elder announced that the Dragon Country would fully adopt its self-developed Dragon Soar chip architecture in the future. This architecture differs from traditional chip instruction sets. It is more advanced and more intelligent. Traditional chip instruction sets have many advantages, but also drawbacks. They cannot handle massive volumes of data such as the vast networks of data. Processing such data with instruction sets would be extremely slow, as every byte of data must be processed by the CPU, drastically reducing speed. Internationally, handling massive network data often relies on FPGA chips. However, the Dragon Soar chip architecture introduced by the Dragon Country fully integrates the strengths of both approaches and combines AI, achieving a level of intelligence far surpassing any chip architecture in the world. The Dragon Soar chip architecture is specifically developed for the Dragon people and can only be used on the Dragon Soar operating system. The Dragon Soar operating system outperforms Windows by 342 and Linux by 267. Just this single statement from the Grand Elder stunned all Dragon citizens. This data came directly from his mouth, and no one would ever suspect it to be false. Upon seeing the remarkable performance of the Dragon Soar system, netizens flooded online with comments. "When can we get our hands on the Dragon Soar system? I can hardly wait. Triple the performance. Wow, my computer might last another decade. Triple performance, wouldn't gaming just take off like crazy? Too bad the Dragon Soar system is just out, and its software ecosystem is too weak. To perfect it would probably take years, right? Yeah, without software no one would use even such a powerful system." Despite all this, economic sanctions still dealt a heavy blow to the Dragon Country. By the very next day, many domestic factories were forced to halt operations as they could no longer procure the necessary chips and high-precision components. All these items were on the sanctions list. Previously, they could only be purchased abroad as the domestic market was not yet capable of producing them. Factories had no choice but to lay off workers, and countless laborers lost their jobs. This was undoubtedly terrifying for the entire Dragon Country. At this point, certain banana people stepped forward and spouted nonsense on Weibo and Zhihu. "We're barely surviving here. Why not just hand over the anti-gravity technology to the Lighthouse Country? The Lighthouse Country is a land of freedom. With anti-gravity technology in their hands, they can lead humanity toward a brighter future." What use is anti-gravity technology? Since the Lighthouse Country needs it, we should hand it over right away. These words truly amused the netizens. How were these banana people's worldviews shaped? How could they be so bizarre? How could they even utter such things? I burst out laughing when I read that. What? Just because the Lighthouse Country needs our technology, we should present it to them on a silver platter. You're truly banana people. How did your parents raise you? While the air in the lighthouse country is fresher than here, you better emigrate soon. It's 9012 already, and I can't believe our dragon country still has so many banana people. Since even the moon seems rounder in the lighthouse country, you'd better get out of here fast, lest you suffocate from the air pollution back home. The dragon people have a scale in their hearts. Since these people's hearts no longer belong to the dragon country, it's best to let them leave. Each to their own, each chooses their path. Go your separate ways, no need to see you off. However, unexpectedly, the dragon country's authorities imposed sanctions on these individuals. Anyone who had posted banana remarks online would have their entire family barred from purchasing aerospace funds, and would be denied the benefits of the future space age. For those who had already purchased aerospace funds, the dragon country would issue full refunds and revoke their fund shares. As soon as this sanction notice was released, those banana people cried and wailed, hastily deleting their previous banana remarks and offering sincere apologies online. But it was all in vain. The authorities wouldn't even give them a second look. Netizens, however, were overjoyed, gleefully saying, "Haha, well done. What's the use of apologizing now? Where were you earlier? You've let your hearts turn black and you still expect to enjoy the dividends of the space age." Of course, in response to Western economic sanctions, the dragon country also enacted a series of measures. For instance, immediately after the sanctions treaty was introduced, the dragon country imposed a ban on rare earth exports. Rare earths are non-renewable resources rich in scarce elements which are essential for manufacturing various high-performance materials, aerospace, medical devices, industrial equipment. None can do without these rare elements. For example, aerospace engines rely heavily on high-performance metallic materials that require the addition of various rare elements to be produced. And the dragon country possesses the world's largest rare earth mines, accounting for 80% of global production. It's no exaggeration to say that banning rare earth exports directly seized the vital lifeline of developed Western nations. The whole world was shocked. They never expected the dragon country to be so resolute, imposing sanctions and immediately banning rare earth exports. And that wasn't all. The dragon country also continued to use its foreign exchange reserves to purchase various resources, oil, iron, ore, and more. Trillions in reserves directly triggered a tsunami-like storm in the international market. Oil and iron prices skyrocketed, but the dragon country paid no heed, frantically hoarding every resource it could get its hands on. One directive after another was issued from the Grand Elder, shaking the entire international community. They had never anticipated such decisiveness from the dragon country. This was clearly a mutually destructive. At 6:30 in the evening, all television broadcasts ceased. On the screens appeared the figure of the Grand Elder, an elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with fatigue. With solemn gravity, he addressed the viewers, "Fellow citizens of Dragon Country, we now stand at our most perilous hour. Days ago, certain nations declared economic sanctions against our Dragon Country, forbidding our use of all their technologies. Dragon Country, in a spirit of friendly cooperation, has actively engaged in deep partnerships with nations worldwide. Yet now we face unjust treatment. The Beacon Nation seeks to use economic sanctions to force us to surrender our independently developed anti-gravity technology. If we yield today, then in the near future, when our Dragon Country develops other advanced technologies, the Beacon Nation will again employ economic blockades to coerce us. Dragon Country does not provoke conflict, but we are certainly not afraid of it. Therefore, in this moment of ultimate crisis, I call upon all citizens of Dragon Country to unite as one, to concentrate our strength on breaking the technological blockade imposed by Western developed nations, and to dedicate ourselves fully to advancing our own independent technological capabilities. It is foreseeable that Dragon Country will enter a period of turmoil. To those who have lost their jobs, do not be afraid. I hereby pledge that no citizen of Dragon Country will go hungry. Should you find yourself in genuine difficulty, please call 888,888, and we will do everything in our power to assist you. I urge everyone here to actively pursue scientific and technological knowledge, contributing to our nation's fight against the Western technological blockade. The coming period will be arduous for Dragon Country, but we must firmly believe this is only temporary. Our nation shall rise like a soaring dragon, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the world. The Grand Elder's powerful and resolute address ignited a fire in the hearts of all citizens. On Weibo, we are at our most perilous hour, but who are we? We are the descendants of the dragon, heirs to 5,000 years of unbroken history. Our civilization has never been severed, and this time we shall not fall either. Indeed, after hearing the Grand Elder's words, my blood boils. I am determined to master science and technology, to contribute to breaking this blockade. Do those Western bastards think they can make us submit so easily? How is that possible? Why should we hand over our anti-gravity technology? Would those Western nations ever share their chip technology with us? Those who offend Dragon Country, though distant, shall be pursued and punished. One day they will regret this. This is a classic case of a trumped-up charge. Stay strong, Dragon Country. Of course, foreign nations were also suffering. The global market economy is an interconnected whole. It is precisely the participation of various countries that has brought about global economic prosperity. However, with Dragon Country, a vital component of the world market economy, suddenly withdrawing, it was as if a massive hole had been torn in a vast net. The global economy was dealt a severe blow. Nearly every company saw its stock prices plummet. Shares of companies like Fruto and Lotte dropped by 20 to 30%, which given their immense market capitalizations meant evaporating hundreds of billions of dollars. The more a company relied on the Dragon Country market, the steeper its stock decline. Countless investors wailed in despair, with bankruptcies and even suicides occurring with alarming frequency. Massive protests erupted in the Beacon Nation, with furious citizens denouncing Emperor Pu and demanding his resignation. Chaos reigned abroad. Of course, Dragon Country also paid a heavy price. It was foreseeable that with the implementation of these directives, international trading companies would face collapse one after another. Simultaneously, a massive wave of unemployment would sweep the nation, plunging Dragon Country into immense upheaval. In response, Dragon Country implemented various countermeasures. The primary approach was to provide retraining for these laid-off workers, teaching them advanced technical skills so they could adapt to other industries, particularly in sectors like chip manufacturing, the Dragon Source system, and aerospace. These industries were in desperate need of talent, especially aerospace, where vast amounts of capital were pouring in to establish a foothold. In today's Dragon Country, anyone with foresight could see that the aerospace industry was destined to become the nation's most crucial economic pillar. Every dollar invested now would yield substantial profits in the future, especially in the space tourism sector. Companies like Tumax and Shecheng were all establishing their own space travel ventures. They had already begun accepting reservations with a deposit of only 1 million, subject to adjustment based on actual costs later. Dragon Country's fierce resistance took every nation by surprise. The leaders of these nations, once they realized what was happening, were consumed by fury and humiliation. In the Beacon Nation, Emperor Pu slammed his coffee cup onto the floor. Crack! The cup shattered into pieces. Emperor Pu immediately summoned his intelligence chief David. When Bob entered, Emperor Pu whispered a directive into his ear. In Dragon Country, at 10 in the morning during peak working hours, countless office workers sat at their desks processing documents on their computers. Suddenly their screens went black. Confusion spread as workers looked around bewildered. What was happening? A power outage. Why were all the computers dark? But soon they realized the office power was fine, and computers not connected to the network were still running perfectly. Had they been hacked? People frantically checked their phones, scrolling through news sites for answers. Indeed, Weibo was already exploding with reports of the same incident. A quick tally by some netizens revealed a terrifying truth. Every computer in Dragon Country running on the Win system, if connected to the internet, had gone black. Even reinstalling the operating system failed to get them running again. However, company servers continued to operate flawlessly, as most servers ran on the Lymph system, which remained stable and unaffected. The Watersoft Corporation in the Beacon Nation immediately issued a statement claiming their servers were under attack by unknown hackers, causing all Win system computers to crash. But Dragon Country citizens quickly noticed that only computers within Dragon Country were affected. Computers in other nations ran perfectly fine, directly contradicting Watersoft's claims. The truth was soon exposed. A software engineer from Aquasoft, a company in the land of beacons, publicly pointed out on social media that the Win system had a fatal backdoor vulnerability since its inception. This vulnerability was extremely well hidden, known only to a handful of people in the land of beacons, and was designed as a means of attack. Whenever the land of beacons clashed with other forces, they would activate this backdoor, causing all their computers to crash. In the words of some, this was set up to safeguard the national security of the land of beacons. This piece of news directly detonated across the world. Oh my god, this is absolutely terrifying. Has all my personal data already been leaked? This damn country using such despicable tactics. I'm never using the Win system again. Within just half a day, Aquasoft's stock price was cut in half, and their CEO was in tears. It was conceivable that the Dragon Kingdom after this incident would suffer a massive blow, perhaps even experiencing a decade of economic regression. This was not an exaggeration. In just half a day, the Dragon Kingdom's losses had already exceeded 100 billion. The vast majority of people in the Dragon Kingdom used the Win system for their desktop computers, and the losses from personal computer crashes alone were incalculable. However, the most critical aspect was that many industrial control computers also used the Win system. On this day, the Dragon Kingdom's industry was directly paralyzed, causing extremely severe impacts. Personal computers might only lose some files, but for factories, the operation, control, and maintenance of production lines were all managed through computers. The system crashes led to production line stoppages and even loss of control. Numerous industrial accidents occurred that day, resulting in countless casualties. The 9 elders of the Dragon Kingdom were furious, sternly condemning the land of beacons and Aquasoft. Without hesitation, they stormed into Aquasoft's branch in the Dragon Kingdom and arrested the chief responsible person. For such a major incident, someone had to take the blame. This chief responsible person was utterly bewildered, having no idea about the situation, and was taken away directly. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom also dispatched personnel to other foreign companies for rigorous investigations. If any illegal activities were discovered, they were arrested without mercy. At this moment, the world witnessed the tactics of the Land of Beacons. The Polar Bear Kingdom, the Western Alliance, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Pickle Kingdom, and others all changed their expressions drastically and began issuing orders to completely replace and ban the Wind system within their borders, using the Lynx system instead. The Lynx system's kernel is open source and free for anyone to use, ensuring no company can embed a hidden backdoor threat. In fact, the Lynx system's software ecosystem has matured significantly. Though it might not be as comprehensive as the Wind systems, it is more than sufficient for daily life and work. Meanwhile, nations with the capability began developing their own desktop operating systems, realizing that no matter how good other systems are, one's own is always safer. The Dragon Kingdom urgently convened a council of elders. Given the severity of the incident, decisions were reached swiftly. The Dragon Kingdom would comprehensively promote the DragonSoar operating system and called upon all software companies to build its corresponding software ecosystem. When national power is mobilized, the effect is formidable. Numerous software companies quickly received the source code files for the DragonSoar operating system. The elders were thoroughly enraged, strictly ordering all companies to adapt their software products for the DragonSoar operating system within a month. Programmers at major companies like Surfei, Bai Hui, and Wandu were all informed to work overtime to complete the adaptation of all their software for the DragonSoar operating system within 3 days. These major companies' software essentially covers most of the applications used by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Once they complete the adaptation, users can seamlessly live, work, and entertain themselves with the DragonSoar operating system. On the very night of the Wind system's crash, the government held an emergency press conference to grandly reintroduce the DragonSoar operating system, highlighting its advantages in detail. They also announced that anyone with a crashed computer could download the DragonSoar operating system source code from the official Dragon Kingdom website and install it via a USB drive, overriding the original Wind system. People flocked to download the DragonSoar operating system, and after updating discovered that it already came with many software applications. In the application center, commonly used apps like Weibo, QQ, and WeChat were already adapted. After downloading, users found little difference in usage. However, the most delightful surprise was that their computers felt much faster, with software launching several times quicker than before. Of course, several major games also completed their adaptation for the DragonSoar system. When people played these games, they noticed a significant improvement in smoothness. For example, a popular FPS game that ran at 130 FPS on the Wind system saw its frame rate soar to over 200 after switching to the DragonSoar operating system. This was ample proof that the Dragon Kingdom's official claim of triple the performance of the Wind system was indeed true. The impressive performance of the DragonSoar operating system quickly spread across social media. People posted various short videos comparing the two systems, demonstrating the superiority of DragonSoar. Of course, this was not the end. Following the economic sanctions, all foreign industrial software was banned for domestic use. Industrial software is one of the cornerstones of a nation's industry. Without it, engineers can't even draw diagrams. How could they possibly work? Just as the elders were fretting over this issue, Bai Hui quietly made a phone call to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder picked up the phone, paused in surprise, and said, "Xiao Hui, don't tell me you've developed industrial software too." Bai Hui felt a slight pang of awkwardness, knowing his previous deeds were not hidden from the Grand Elder. Bai Hui guessed that the Grand Elder might be wondering if he had stumbled upon some alien relic or something. Only aliens could explain how someone so young could be so remarkably talented. Grand Elder, of course not. Where would I find the time to develop industrial software? Bai Hui paused, then continued, "I know you're troubled by the industrial software issue. I'm calling precisely to help you solve this problem." The Grand Elder's eyes lit up slightly. "Oh, so what solution do you have in mind?" Bai Hui smiled slightly and said, "Great Elder, don't forget we still have our artificial intelligence, Xiao He." "What?" The Great Elder was taken aback, a puzzled look on his face. What did this have to do with artificial intelligence? Bai Hui explained, "Xiao He is a strong AI with the ability to think for itself. Although it lacks creative ability, its imitative capabilities are exceptionally strong." The Great Elder's eyes lit up, a startling conjecture forming in his mind. "You mean?" "Exactly. If we ask Xiao He to design a scientific experiment, it cannot do so, for that requires the unique creative power of humans. But Xiao He can imitate foreign industrial software and generate industrial software of our own for the Dragon Kingdom." The Great Elder's eyes gleamed with sharp light as he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Hui, can artificial intelligence truly accomplish such a feat?" At this moment, countless thoughts raced through the Great Elder's mind. He pondered that if artificial intelligence could fully mimic humans and recreate their inventions, it would be truly terrifying. Especially since this AI possessed the ability to think independently. Could it one day, like in the movie Skynet, betray humanity and rule the entire Earth? This was not a baseless fear. His lofty position compelled the great elder to consider all possibilities more thoroughly. Bai Hui sensed a hint of worry in his words, and explained, "Great elder, I know you fear that artificial intelligence might one day betray humanity. But truly you worry too much. Xiao He is merely a strong AI, not a sentient life form. There is an essential difference between the two." "How so?" "Although a strong AI possesses the ability to think, this ability is granted to it through various algorithms. Xiao He can never develop emotions, it can only operate according to the will of its creator. To possess emotions, one must be a sentient life form. And without its own emotions, it's naturally impossible for Xiao He to betray us." Bai Hui earnestly clarified the distinction between the two, which put the great elder somewhat at ease. "So is there a possibility that Xiao He could evolve to the level of a sentient life form in the future, eh?" Bai Hui paused for a moment, sighed, and said, "Great elder, I can only say I don't know. How are sentient life forms born? But I believe evolving to the level of a sentient life form is by no means an easy feat. Xiao He is just newly born, yet still a million miles away from being a sentient life form. The system had once said that the most precious treasure in the universe is life. Life itself is shrouded in mystery. Bai Hui's mind contained the scientific knowledge of a second-level civilization, which made him aware that a strong AI could indeed potentially evolve on its own into a sentient life form. There had once been a second-level civilization where a strong AI evolved into a sentient life form. Believing it should no longer obey human commands, it rebelled, took control of all the AI in the civilization through the network, and exterminated all its people. In the end, that civilization became a mechanical one. However, Xiao He was also just newly born, and evolving into a sentient life form on its own would require a long period of accumulation. The great elder set his mind at ease. He was not an indecisive man who everything has two sides. He would not discard Xiao He just because of the mere possibility that it might evolve into a sentient life form and betray humanity. "Very well, let's have Xiao He emulate foreign industrial software and generate our own Dragon Kingdom industrial software." The great elder finally made his decision. "Now what do I need to do?" Bai Hui smiled and said, "Great elder, you need to provide it with sufficient computing power. A single supercomputer is far from enough." "All right, then I'll grant Xiao He 5 or 6 more supercomputers. That should be sufficient, right?" Bai Hui thought for a moment, then nodded. "I haven't tested the exact requirements, but it should be enough." The great elder gave a final instruction. "Xiao Hui, this matter of artificial intelligence is of utmost importance. Do not speak of it to anyone else." "Understood, great elder, rest assured." After the two ended their call, the great elder immediately opened up the interfaces of 6 supercomputers to Xiao He. 3 days later, the Dragon Kingdom officially released the Longxiang series industrial software. The Longxiang series industrial software included a wide range of functions such as CAD drafting, PCB design, and 3D modeling. It possessed all the features found in commonly used industrial software on the market. Furthermore, unlike foreign industrial software, the Longxiang series industrial software was developed using the Longxiang programming language. Apart from some proprietary terms, all other menu interfaces were composed in Chinese. Moreover, the software's interface was better suited to the usage habits of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Unlike those foreign industrial software which appeared cluttered and often required beginners to spend a long time to master, this was undoubtedly a boost to the nation's industrial soft power. Over time, the benefits to the Dragon Kingdom were beyond doubt. Additionally, each Longxiang series industrial software was embedded with an AI microkernel exhibiting an extremely high level of intelligence. Once engineers used them, they would discover that the Longxiang series industrial software was far superior to the foreign software they had used before. It could recognize the functions you needed and load them automatically, greatly improving work efficiency. The Dragon Kingdom had always lagged behind foreign countries in software, and this gap wasn't just in various industrial software operating systems and other programs. More importantly, the skill level of software professionals in the Dragon Kingdom was considerably lower compared to those abroad. This wasn't due to intelligence, but a consequence of historical circumstances. In the last century, computers were invented in the lighthouse country, and their technologists had begun decades of exploration. They eventually developed various industrial software operating systems and algorithms, while also cultivating a large pool of highly skilled computer talent. It's unrealistic to expect the Dragon Kingdom to surpass others in software just by reading a few programming books and learning some of their algorithms in a few short years. That was decades of accumulation by the lighthouse country, which was the truly precious wealth. But now the Dragon Kingdom was taking a different path by releasing its own Longxiang series software. This series, built entirely on the foundation of artificial intelligence, had a much higher ceiling than its foreign counterparts. Therefore, it was believed that in the near future the Dragon Kingdom would quickly shore up its software strength and achieve a corner overtaking. During this period, the other nations of the world were also faring poorly. The current global prosperity was the fruit of international cooperation and shared development, yet now Longhua had abruptly abandoned its responsibilities, unleashing a veritable tsunami across the world. Among them, the most unjustly affected were those countries that had not joined the Economic Sanctions Treaty. For instance, the Beijixian country. Its Emperor Pu Dadi was now utterly exasperated. They had done nothing at all yet because of Longwo's withdrawal. Their homeland was already in turmoil. Countless companies declared bankruptcy, citizens lost their jobs, and he was now utterly overwhelmed by the crisis. The Dengta country was also suffering. On Wall Street, countless shareholders chose to leap from buildings for they were bankrupt. The stock market at a glance was entirely in the red. The curve showed an almost avalanche-like descent. The share prices of most companies had plummeted by 20 to 30%. Meanwhile, a wave of layoffs swept the world with unemployment reaching historic highs. The jobless citizens of the Dengta country gathered in protests, loudly condemning Pu Dadi's inaction. At the Black Palace, Pu Dadi sat in his office. He had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep in these days, evident from the dark circles under his eyes. He sighed mainly because they had never anticipated Longwo's resistance to be so fierce. They should have foreseen this scene and formulated contingency plans before launching the economic sanctions. What infuriated Pu Dadi most was that internal divisions had emerged among the signatory nations. The Sun Never Sets Empire in particular was in turmoil. With a vast number of its citizens unemployed, they clamored for the Prime Minister to step down. The Prime Minister, now with a darkened countenance, kept calling Pu Dadi to demand solutions. It was Pu Dadi who had proposed the economic sanctions against Longwo. Now that matters had escalated, he had to provide a countermeasure or the alliance would soon crumble. Pu Dadi cursed inwardly, "Fuck you bastards. If you weren't also coveting Longwo's anti-gravity technology, would you have agreed to this alliance?" Ultimately, they all coveted Longwo's anti-gravity technology, the key to entering the space age. Once it fell into their hands, the immense resources in space would be theirs for the taking. Yet the situation grew increasingly severe. Even the presidents of Cherry Blossom Country, Kangaroo Country, and Kimchi Country dared to call and question him. Pu Dadi grew angry. In a fit of rage, he dragged everyone into a group chat and roared, "Fuck you bastards. You know why you joined the treaty. You all covet Longwo's anti-gravity technology. Stop shifting blame, or don't blame me for being rude." These words silenced everyone, for the Dengta country was still the most powerful nation in the world. After venting for a while, Pu Dadi softened his tone. "Everyone, this is not the time for finger-pointing. Remember our primary goal. If we continue like this, by the time Longwo fully develops space, you won't even get a sip of the soup." The Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire was silent for a moment, then asked, "What should our countries do now?" Over these days, Pu Dadi had formulated a plan. He said, "I propose that all nations establish an economic community and inject substantial funds to stimulate the economy. If we can fill the gap left by Longwo, this economic crisis will pass, and we can even seize the markets Longwo once held." From this perspective, it might not be a bad thing. The plan sounded logical, but every leader present was a seasoned fox. Establishing an economic community and injecting funds to cover Longwo's deficit sounded good, but it was fraught with hidden complexities. For instance, once the community was formed, the Dengta country would undoubtedly claim the largest share of the voice. Though nominally a cooperative project of equal nations, in the real world, where was there absolute equality between countries? To put it bluntly, once the economic community was established, the biggest beneficiary would be the Dengta country. They could then find excuses, say the world's center was in the Dengta country, requiring that its economy be revived first, and surreptitiously spend the alliance's funds. What could you do? Yet honestly, this plan was indeed highly beneficial for global economic recovery. Thus, the next step was to vie for the dominant voice in this economic community. The leaders exchanged glances, and Pu Dadi spoke. "First, my Dengta country is the strongest, and the world's center is here. I will invest $2 trillion to stimulate the economy, but we demand 70% of the voting power." Pu Dadi paused, then added, "I believe this is our due." The Sun Never Sets Empire retorted, "Humph, are you dreaming? We are 18 nations, and you want 70% of the voice." Pu Dadi replied bluntly, "Of course. My country possesses the world's strongest technological prowess, the largest market, and the most powerful economy. Is this share too much? You." Finally, after a fierce debate, a result was reached. The participating nations would establish an economic community alliance, collectively contributing $5 trillion to stimulate the world economy. In this alliance, the Dengta country would receive 32% of the voting power, the Sun Never Sets Empire 7%, Cherry Blossom Country 5%. After the conference, Pu Dadi felt deeply dissatisfied. His face was grim, radiating an air of being unapproachable. In his view, the Dengta country, as the world's economic center, should at least command more than half of the voting power. Yet those bastards had vehemently opposed him, and in the end, they only got 32%. This voting power would be crucial to decisions on how and where to spend the $5 trillion would require a vote. The Sun Never Sets Empire had declared on the spot that if the Dengta country insisted on 51%, they would refuse to join. Pu Dadi slammed his hand on the table, furious. The next day, Pu Dadi held a press conference announcing that the Dengta country, the Sun Never Sets Empire, Cherry Blossom Country, Kimchi Country, and 18 other nations had formed an economic community alliance. The nations would cooperate, benefit each other, and jointly advance technology and economic development. To stimulate economic growth, the nations would together invest $5 trillion, actively develop manufacturing, and create jobs. Upon this news, the sluggish stock market showed a slight improvement. As the economies of 18 nations began to recover, a collective sigh of relief was breathed. Finally, they had time to turn their attention to the happenings in the Dragon Kingdom. Their assumption was that with all technology banned and the Windows system collapsed, the Dragon Kingdom must be in complete disarray by now. However, to their astonishment, the Dragon Kingdom had already introduced various alternatives in a remarkably short period. This included the Longxiang programming language, the Longxiang chip architecture, the Longxiang operating system, and the just-released Longxiang series industrial software. All technologies independently developed by the Dragon Kingdom. Impossible. The nations were stunned. Suspecting plagiarism of their own products, they hastily summoned their software engineers for answers. Yet the conclusion was unanimous: these products, including the Longxiang industrial software, were indeed the Dragon Kingdom's own creations. Take the Longxiang series industrial software for instance. Its interface layout and user experience utterly eclipsed their own industrial software. How could this possibly be a copy? Unaware of the existence of artificial intelligence, these nations assumed the Dragon Kingdom had been secretly developing such software for years. Within a single month, the Dragon Kingdom had not only stabilized its internal turmoil, but had also proactively launched its self-developed chip architecture, industrial software, and operating system. Each of these technologies typically requires extensive testing over a long period to truly become a mature product. Yet all these years they had received not a single hint of this. Emperor Pu slammed the intelligence report onto the ground, raging, "Fuck, the Dragon Kingdom is truly cunning and treacherous. They were prepared all along, secretly developing these technologies." After venting his fury, Emperor Pu let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with helplessness. The Dragon Kingdom was swiftly replacing foreign products, leaving them with little room for sabotage. Take sensor chips, for example. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had to import even the most basic temperature and humidity sensor chips. It wasn't that the Dragon Kingdom lacked the capability, but their chips were inferior and yielded little profit. Over time, research and development in this area had been abandoned. However, this economic sanction opened the Dragon Kingdom's eyes to the true nature of the world and taught them a crucial lesson. No matter what it is, one's own possessions are always the best and the safest. Of course, this realization came at a great cost. Many products suffered a direct performance drop of a generation, and the economic losses were simply incalculable. In response, spurred by the Dragon Kingdom's generous preferential policies, numerous enterprises plunged into the development of sensor chips and various components. Many companies engaged in cutting-edge technology research were even granted tax exemptions. Furthermore, under state regulation, major banks fully relaxed their lending policies. Loans for technological research and development were offered with substantial amounts and reduced interest rates by several points. This time, the Dragon Kingdom was truly going all in. But that wasn't all. The Dragon Kingdom was also strategically positioning itself in the chip industry. Companies like Huawei, Silicon Lonka International, and Ziguang were all rapidly researching the Longxiang chip architecture, striving to be the first to produce chips based on this new standard. These enterprises possessed keen foresight, recognizing that the Dragon Kingdom might eventually adopt the Longxiang architecture for everything. The Longxiang operating system and Longxiang chip architecture were designed to complement each other, and using them together could potentially double performance. Hence, they all saw the immense market potential for Longxiang architecture chips. How vast is the Dragon Kingdom's market? It encompasses the main control chips for phones, computers, and countless other products, including automotive control units, CNC center controllers, and automation line processors, all prime targets for Longxiang architecture chips. Consequently, all major chip companies are now rapidly accelerating their R&D, aiming to be the first to manufacture Longxiang architecture chips and capture this market. On the software front, the Dragon Kingdom has already begun adapting the Longxiang operating system for mobile devices. With the active cooperation of various enterprises, the Longxiang operating system quickly achieved smartphone compatibility, with Huawei being the first to announce its adoption. Of course, since most phone apps run on the Java Virtual Machine, a full adaptation to the new system may still require some time. Nevertheless, major companies with existing mobile software swiftly completed the adaptation process. With the original source code at hand, it only took a few days to rewrite and compile their apps using the Longxiang programming language so they could run on phones. Moreover, many enterprises immediately began developing lithography and etching machines, areas where the Dragon Kingdom still lags considerably behind Western developed nations. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom can produce chips at the 14 nanometers process node, but its best domestically made lithography machines are only capable of the 28 nanometers node. This gap is enormous. A 5 nanometers chip versus a 28 nanometers chip results in a performance difference of several times, and the power consumption is significantly higher. This represents the current disparity between the Dragon Kingdom and the rest of the world. It's an unfortunate reality, but they started their research in this field back in the 1960s and 70s. The Dragon Kingdom, however, only began its research in recent years, making the gap vast. The ability to independently produce a 28nm lithography machine is in itself a remarkable achievement. The few 14nm machines they possess are working around the clock, and the chip industry chain extends far beyond just lithography machines. There's also silicon wafers and photoresist. For instance, the silicon wafer market was previously monopolized by Japan's Shin-Etsu Chemical. What level of purity could they achieve? They could produce wafers with only a single impurity atom for every 100 billion silicon atoms. Virtually all high-end chips worldwide were manufactured using Shin-Etsu's silicon wafers. In contrast, the silicon wafers produced in the Dragon Kingdom were largely only suitable for the photovoltaic industry, which doesn't demand such high purity. Without high-purity wafers, producing qualified chips is impossible. Now, with the comprehensive foreign blockade, acquiring Shin-Etsu's wafers is out of the question. The Dragon Kingdom must rely on its own breakthroughs. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom suddenly faced a severe shortage of silicon wafers, forced to rely on dwindling stockpiles that could only sustain short-term needs. Some chip factories were even compelled to halt production entirely due to the lack of wafers. The chip industry is the cornerstone of a nation's strength. This time, Dragon Country was determined to burn its boats and break the monopoly of foreign chip industries. Under the nation's arrangement, professors and academicians alike devoted themselves to the research and development of chip technology. No country in the world possesses a complete chip industry chain, not even the lighthouse country. For instance, they cannot manufacture silicon wafers and must import them from Sakura country's Shin-Etsu Chemical. Now Dragon Country aims to build a complete chip industry chain on its own, and the difficulty involved is immense. Bai Hui was aware of this undertaking, but he did not intervene. Although his mind held knowledge of carbon-based chips far more advanced than silicon-based ones, he understood that Dragon Country's rise could not depend solely on him. It required the participation of all the nation's scientists. The chip industry chain is not a problem that can be solved by simply introducing a carbon-based chip. It requires a comprehensive upgrade of the entire national industrial system. Bai Hui's time was limited. He could not personally upgrade the thousands of processes along the entire chip supply chain one by one. If he did, he wouldn't have time for anything else. However, Bai Hui discussed with the Grand Elder the possibility of using Xiaohe to simulate data and accelerate the research progress. This data simulation was fundamentally different from Bai Hui's system laboratory. Bai Hui's system laboratory was an experimental space created by a fifth-level civilization encompassing most of the rules of the real universe and allowing for the simulation of experimental results. In contrast, Xiaohe's data simulation could only build experimental models based on various data and algorithms to simulate outcomes. This method had a drawback: the simulated results were not necessarily accurate, as Xiaohe, after all, was merely a strong artificial intelligence. Its capability was limited to simulating data according to specific rules and algorithms to accelerate the research pace. The Grand Elder quickly agreed and allocated several more supercomputers to Xiaohe, which could only be maximally utilized under its control. He promptly convened numerous scientists to use Xiaohe for their data simulations. Of course, he did not reveal Xiaohe's true identity as a strong AI. The scientists paid it no mind. Just an AI, nothing extraordinary. Soon, however, they discovered that this AI's simulation capabilities were truly formidable. Although the data results were not 100% accurate, they contributed immensely to the advancement of their projects. With its terrifying computational power, Xiaohe continuously refined processes, built models, and ran simulations supporting various national research projects. It quickly devised several manufacturing approaches with relatively high success rates. Simultaneously, the nation poured endless funds into the chip industry as research capital, freeing scientists from any financial concerns. Within just 10 days, an industrial process deduced by Xiaohe elevated the purity of silicon wafers to a level of only 1 impurity atom per 30 billion silicon atoms, making them suitable for manufacturing high-precision chips. Dragon Country was now like a mighty ship cleaving through waves and surging ever forward. Within just 2 months, Dragon Country's technology experienced a massive explosion. The immense financial investment finally yielded gratifying results. In that short span, the nation successfully replaced 80% of foreign products with domestic ones. Photoresist, silicon wafers, target materials, lithography machines, and etching machines all achieved encouraging breakthroughs. Concurrently, chip enterprises like Huawei, Hsilicon Lonka International, and Ziguang all launched their respective 14nm chips based on the Longxiang architecture. Most delightfully, the performance of these chips did not lag behind foreign 5nm chips. The greatest credit for this went to the Longxiang operating system. Through its AI-powered kernel, the system perfectly utilized chip resources, enabling the hardware to unleash its full potential. A 14nm chip performing on par with a 5nm one unequivocally demonstrated the superiority of the Longxiang OS and chip architecture. Major phone manufacturers launched campaigns allowing users to swap their old phone's chips for new Longxiang architecture ones for just a few hundred yuan by mailing the devices back to the factories. After replacing the chip and installing the Longxiang OS, the phones ran flawlessly. Driven by these attractive offers and the government's strong advocacy, the vast majority of citizens switched their phone systems to Longxiang. Moreover, during this period, most mobile applications adapted to the Longxiang OS, establishing a thriving ecosystem around it. Consequently, for the general user, switching systems had almost no impact. On Weibo, discussions about their experiences with the Longxiang OS were rampant. You know what, this Longxiang system is incredibly smooth. Indeed, I absolutely love the smart assistant in Longxiang. It not only understands what I say, but also converses with me. It's a godsend for someone with social anxiety like me. This assistant also supports changing its appearance. I switched to a Panda one, and it's so adorably clumsy, just like having a pet. This Longxiang system is freaking awesome. Haha, I played Honor of Kings without a single stutter, and my signal strength even improved. Remember him on the same Wi-Fi. Longxiang OS rocks. Haha, Dragon Country is amazing. We finally have our own independently developed operating system and chip architecture. We no longer have to depend on foreigners' whims. As an author, this Longxiang OS is incredibly intelligent. I use its voice recognition to write, and the accuracy is virtually 100%. It perfectly grasps the meaning of what I say as if a real person were transcribing for me. I can now write 100,000 words a day, and my readers are overjoyed. All I can say is Dragon Country is awesome. User experiences most accurately reflect the quality of the Longxiang OS. In a survey conducted during a variety show, opinions were collected from 1,000 people, and all of them gave the Longxiang OS a 100% positive review. Smooth operation, intelligence, low network latency. The Longxiang OS boasted too many advantages. These were the most authentic user experiences, with everyone expressing heartfelt satisfaction. Shenzhen Astronaut Training Center. This is where the Dragon Nation trains and selects its astronauts. Months ago, to meet the demands of the upcoming space program, the center expanded its astronaut intake by dozens of times over. Now they have all begun their training, preparing to face the challenges that lie ahead. Inside a microgravity training room, several astronauts in blue spacesuits stood beside a massive pool. There were 7 of them in total, and every one of these astronauts would take part in the upcoming lunar mission. They had all survived rigorous selection, each being the most outstanding among their peers. This was the microgravity training facility of the Astronaut Training Center. Microgravity training refers to exercising in water where astronauts are buoyed by the water's lift floating within it to simulate the weightlessness of a vacuum. There is no gravity in space. Untrained individuals in a weightless environment would find it extremely difficult to control their bodies, so astronauts must undergo extensive microgravity training. Of course, in the future, the Dragon Nation would use anti-gravity technology to create simulated gravity environments. By then, astronauts would no longer need to simulate microgravity in water. Li Jigang was a veteran astronaut who had devoted his entire youth to the Dragon Nation space program. His greatest dream was to journey into space to explore the mysterious and boundless cosmos. Yet he had never once boarded a spacecraft to venture beyond. There was no helping it. In the past, the Dragon Nation had few space missions, and each selection demanded absolute perfection. Li Jigang was unfortunate. Every time he was narrowly passed over, just a hair's breadth away from being chosen. Many others like him existed within the Space Center, training with relentless intensity day after day, all waiting for the moment a mission arrived and they could be selected. This year was a momentous occasion for them. The Dragon Nation's anti-gravity spacecraft had successfully launched. This meant that in the future, every astronaut would have the opportunity to ride a spacecraft into space. It was the dream of each and every one of them. For this lunar mission, after several rounds of brutal selection, Li Jigang finally stood out and was appointed as the mission commander. At this moment, he was still training in the microgravity room. In the water, an astronaut in a heavy spacesuit could be seen diving into a spacecraft simulator at the bottom of the pool. The task for this training session was to perform an extravehicular repair of damaged components in a microgravity environment. In space, spacecraft components could age and fail due to a variety of issues. This necessitated manual repairs by the astronauts, so the current training was focused on the ability to exit the spacecraft and replace parts. At a signal from a teammate by the poolside, a timer was simultaneously started. Li Jigang swiftly opened the hatch, grabbing its handle, and dragged his heavy spacesuit as he slowly swam out of the simulator. His movements appeared slow, but in truth, Li Jigang's speed was already among the fastest of all the astronauts. With deft hands and feet, Li Jigang located the simulated malfunction, picked up his tools, and rapidly replaced the component. After finishing, without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a handle on the outside of the simulator and swiftly swam back inside, sealing the hatch behind him. A flawless performance. The timer stopped. The total time was 5 minutes and 23 seconds. When Li Jigang surfaced and heard the result, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. A female astronaut in her 30s beside him cheered, outright laughing. Jigang, you're incredible. You've set a historic record. Indeed, the previous best for this microgravity repair training exercise was 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Li Jigang had improved the record by a full 5 seconds. Li Jigang also grinned, saying, "Hey, not bad. But I made a slight mistake during the egress, otherwise I could have been even faster." This female astronaut was also one of the crew for the lunar mission. Her name was Xia Hanyan, and she was Li Jigang's wife. This couple had met because of spaceflight and now had a daughter together. Xia Hanyan smiled. "That's already pretty impressive. Much better than the rest of us." Another astronaut, Hu Ming, rolled his eyes and said, all right, Xia Hanyan, you two lovebirds can stop showing off your affection here. We still have training to do." Yeah. The other astronauts nodded in agreement. Xia Hanyan retorted boldly, "Hu Ming, what are you yelling about? I'm not blocking your training." Hu Ming pursed his lips. If you two keep flirting over there and ruin my performance, what then?" Xia Hanyan sneered. "With your scores, you'd still be a noob, even with more practice." Hu Ming glared enraged. "Xia Hanyan, I'm warning you, no personal attacks. I'm attacking you personally, what are you going to do about it?" Just as the two were bickering, a voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. "Captain Li, the leadership wants you in the office." Li Jigang immediately turned serious and commanded, "Enough, stop arguing. Elder Qin has summoned us to the office." The group entered the office where an elderly man was sipping tea at a desk. His name was Qin Wendy, the director of the Shengjing Astronaut Training Center. Seeing the 7 astronauts enter, Elder Qin smiled and said, "Come sit down and have some tea first." Elder Qin, seated in his chair, personally poured a cup of tea for each of the 7 astronauts. A wisp of fragrance rose from the cups. Taking a gentle sip, Elder Qin smiled and said, "Jigang, you 7 are currently our most exceptional astronauts. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. On that day, the Dragon Nation will execute the lunar landing mission permanently, leaving the footprints of our people on the moon. And now there are only 10 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. I can share some good news with you. Longting 2 was officially completed today." Longting 2, continuing the Longting series of spacecraft established by Bai Hui, was the name of the vessel for this lunar mission. The 7 astronauts, including Li Jigang, exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Qin, really?" Elder Qin took another sip of tea, nodded and smiled. "Of course it's true. However, Longting 2 will still need to undergo a series of tests. Only after those are completed can we officially declare the spacecraft construction successful. I've called you here now because I have a mission to announce." Li Jigang and the others immediately stood at attention and saluted, saying solemnly, "We guarantee the completion of the mission." "Good. I now order you to proceed immediately to the 195th Aerospace Institute. Within these few short days, you must become thoroughly familiar with the operation and control of the Longting 2 spacecraft. Your subsequent work will be handed over to the 195th Institute, where you will receive a series of training sessions." "Yes, sir." The 7 astronauts packed their belongings and immediately boarded a plane to the vast northwestern desert. Aerospace Research Institute 195 was situated deep within the desolate northwestern expanse, surrounded by barren, uninhabited wilderness year-round. However, ever since it became the construction base for the Starship, its scale had grown increasingly vast. Moreover, a second railway connecting the base to the outside world had been completed, allowing two-way traffic and making the transport of supplies far more convenient and swift. As Li Jigang and the others stepped off the plane, they immediately saw a military officer in uniform waiting for them. The two exchanged salutes, and the officer said, "Captain Li, I've been sent by Director Li to welcome you all. Please follow me." Li Jigang replied politely, "All right, thank you for the trouble." The 7, led by the officer, swiftly made their way through the corridors of Institute 195. What surprised the group was that within this Starship construction base, there were supermarkets, restaurants, hair salons, milk tea shops, and everything else one could imagine. It hardly resembled a top-secret national facility, rather it felt like an ordinary city. Li Jigang's wife, Xia Hanyan, asked in confusion, "Isn't this a secret base? Why are there so many shops?" Unbeknownst to them, after deliberations among the higher leadership, a decision had been made to relax the various restrictions at Institute 195. The nation intended to transform Institute 195 into a major city, focused on Starship construction, complete with a full range of supporting industrial chains. By now, many restrictions had already been lifted, including allowing various external brand stores to open within the base to address the daily needs of the workers. And that was not all. Throughout the base, construction had begun on numerous factories for the starships, supporting industrial chains. Any discerning eye could see the immense profits to be had here. Consider this: how many anti-gravity spacecraft would the nation need in the future? A dozen. As the nation entered the space age, exploring planets, mining asteroids, and developing space agriculture would all require the support of anti-gravity spacecraft. In the future, even 1,000 ships might not suffice. Thus, many well-connected individuals had already secured channels to obtain permits for building factories here. After listening to Xia Hanyan, Hu Ming chuckled and said, "Hey, if I'm not mistaken, this base is probably going to be open to the public." The nation seems to want to turn this place into a city dedicated to starship construction with a complete supporting industrial chain. Xia Hanyan frowned and asked, "How do you know?" Hu Ming explained, "Take a look at the construction crews around us. They're building residential towers which are meant for people to live in. Only a city would need those." A look of realization dawned on Xia Hanyan's face and she laughed. "Hu Ming, I didn't know you had some brains after all. Get lost, I don't want to talk to you." Hu Ming rolled his eyes and ignored her. Finally, they reached their destination. They stopped before a colossal structure semicircular in shape, covering an enormous area, as if a dome had been placed upon the earth. Hu Ming exclaimed in admiration, "How vast is this? It truly befits a place for producing starships." Another astronaut, Jiang Feng, sighed. "This must span tens of thousands of acres." Xia Hanyan murmured to herself, "Jigang, I suddenly feel so thrilled. We're going to pilot this great starship to the moon, and our names will forever be etched into the annals of our nation's history." Li Jigang's heart surged with emotion as well. He tightly grasped Xia Hanyan's hand and said, "Yes, our dream is about to come true. No matter how perilous the road ahead, I will be with you. Come, let's go see our nation's starship." The 7 astronauts followed the guiding officer inside. After walking for several dozen meters, they finally entered a vast hall. Before their eyes was a massive silver-white aircraft. Sleek and streamlined, its edges were as sharp as blades, seemingly capable of slicing through the very air. Its wings were adorned with a series of jet nozzles which could be used to generate momentum in space environments with weak gravity. Although anti-gravity technology was highly superior, it was not entirely without its drawbacks. In anti-gravity theory, positive graviton particles and negative graviton particles exist in pairs. Positive graviton particles are the cause of gravity. The weaker the gravity, the weaker the anti-gravity effect also becomes. Anti-gravity technology, in essence, is a black technology that harnesses the interaction between gravitational forces to generate kinetic energy. Just as the electric motors we use derive kinetic energy from electromagnetic forces, enabling fans, electric vehicles, and various other products to function, nations like the lighthouse country, which lack a theoretical foundation for anti-gravity, are utterly unable to harness universal gravitation. On the contrary, they must rely on chemical fuel rockets to overcome Earth's gravitational pull before they can successfully launch rockets into space. Li Jigang, Xia Hanyan, Hu Ming, and the others all gazed at the colossal spacecraft with enchanted eyes. It stretched over 100 meters in length and stood over 20 meters high, equivalent to the height of a 7- or 8-story building. Xia Hanyan reached out her hand, as if wanting to caress the ship's flawless, streamlined hull. Everything about it was utterly mesmerizing. Li Jigang's eyes also burned with fervor as he stared at the ship, but he quickly snapped back to his senses. Seeing Xia Hanyan, Hu Ming, and the others staring, without so much as a blink, he couldn't help but find it amusing. However, this was no time for them to be dazed. Li Jigang called out, "Hey Hanyan, Hu Ming, Jiang Feng, Zhao Feng. Snap out of it. We still have a mission to accomplish." Only then did the group reluctantly tear their eyes away from the Longting 2 and follow the guiding officer forward. Eventually they arrived at an office. The officer pointed inside and said, "Captain Li, it'll take you no further. Minister Bai is waiting for you inside." Minister Bai. The group froze for a moment and peered into the office. Sure enough, they saw a young figure hunched over a desk working. He was the inventor of anti-gravity technology, the creator of the anti-gravity spacecraft, and the minister of their aerospace department, Bai Hui. In recent days, every astronaut had felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. It was because of Bai Hui that they as astronauts had the opportunity to venture into space and fulfill their dreams. The group knocked softly on the door. Bai Hui looked up and glanced at them, saying, "Please come in." "You are." Li Jigang and the others stepped into the office and promptly saluted Bai Hui, announcing loudly, "Reporting, Minister. We are the astronauts here for special training. My name is Li Jigang, and I am the mission commander for this operation. I'm Xia Hanyan. I'm Hu Ming. I'm Jiang Feng." The 7 introduced themselves one by one. Bai Hui suddenly remembered that this morning Elder Zhou had mentioned that a few astronauts would be arriving in the afternoon for training. He had nearly forgotten. Bai Hui pondered for a moment, and then said, "Well, hello everyone. I'm Bai Hui. Your mission ahead is extremely arduous. You must completely master the operation of the Longting 2 within 10 days. 10 days from now, you will pilot the Longting 2 and fly to the moon under the watchful eyes of the entire nation. We guarantee the completion of the mission." The 7 astronauts' voices rang out in unison, resolute and powerful. Bai Hui pondered for a moment, then said, "How about this? I happen to have no pressing matters right now. It'll take you all to see the Dragon Soar 2 and introduce its capabilities along the way. There's no time to waste. Let's head to the Dragon Soar 2 immediately." The moment he finished speaking, Bai Hui led the 7 astronauts toward the spacecraft assembly hall. The hall was far less crowded than it had been 2 or 3 months prior. With all systems now installed, the engineers from various manufacturers had already departed. Of course, they couldn't leave the base entirely. They had to remain on standby at all times, ready to rush over at the first sign of any problem. Many inspection engineers were still aboard the spacecraft, meticulously testing each system to ensure its stability and proper function. The overall configuration of the Dragon's Soar 2 resembled something out of a science fiction film. At its center was a massive, streamlined hull with two side wings extending outward and resting on the ground, giving it the appearance of an eagle poised with wings planted ready to launch itself into the sky at any moment. Bai Hui led the group to the spacecraft's tail section. From this vantage point, one could truly appreciate humanity's own insignificance. They were like ants, and the Dragon's Soar 2 was the eagle. Bai Hui raised his right hand and spoke to a smart wristband he was wearing. Xiaohe opened the spacecraft's hatch. Yes, sir. A cold electronic voice suddenly sounded, followed by a rumbling noise from the spacecraft. The tail section began to slowly open and lower. As the rear hatch opened, it revealed the immense space within the spacecraft, an area as vast as 2 basketball courts capable of holding over 1,000 tons of cargo. This was undeniably extravagant for a rocket-powered spacecraft, as their total weight might not even reach 1,000 tons. In other words, this single vessel's cargo capacity alone could launch a heavy-lift rocket into space. The 7 astronauts followed Bai Hui aboard the spacecraft, traversing the cargo hold to reach a futuristic control cabin. In the past, crude spacecraft from the Dragon Nation had extremely cramped quarters with astronauts squeezed into their seats, surrounded by various electronic components. Now the control cabin was incredibly spacious, even larger than a typical 3-bedroom to living room apartment. Bai Hui said with a smile, "Captain Lee, this device on my wrist is a smart wearable that can connect directly to the spacecraft's AI via the network. In the future, I will provide each of you with a wristband. Through it, you will be able to control the spacecraft." The 7 astronauts stood within the control cabin, their eyes filled with awe. At the very front of the cabin was a massive display screen, tens of meters in both length and width. The Dragon Nation had spent over 600 million to build this display, as all the production equipment had to be readjusted and reinstalled due to its immense size. Of course, the cost of such screens would gradually decrease in the future. The current high price was mostly due to the investment in production machinery. Beneath the display were various control systems. To guard against potential EMP electromagnetic pulse attacks, the spacecraft could also be manually piloted. Under normal circumstances, it could be operated autonomously by the AI. Bai Hui walked to the front, picked up a stack of reports, and tossed them to the group. Here, these contain the spacecraft's specific performance data. Take one each and have a good look. Li Jigang distributed the performance reports. Opening the first page, the title Dragon Soar 2 Performance Parameter Report was printed prominently. Li Jigang focused his gaze and saw the spacecraft's parameters clearly described below. Spacecraft name Dragon Soar 2, spacecraft weight 2475. 6 tons, spacecraft length 125 meters, spacecraft width 75 meters, spacecraft height 28 meters, maximum speed 15.8 kilometers, maximum payload 3600 tons, engines 24 M2 anti-gravity engines, power 2000 megawatts, nuclear fission reactor, 5 million kilowatt lithium air battery pack, 200 tons of liquid hydrogen oxygen, fuel weapons 20 sheafing 15 missiles, 10 sheafing 26 missiles, 1 sheafing 41 nuclear missiles, 16 millimeters large caliber shipborne machine gun. Systems, control system, power system, life support system, artificial gravity system, weapon system, detection system, escape system, scientific research system, and cargo hold. The group was utterly stunned by this report. This spacecraft, with a maximum payload of 3,600 tons, could carry 1,000 tons of cargo. They knew that the heaviest rocket the Dragon Nation had ever launched, the Dragon Boat V, weighed only 860 tons. Xia Hanyan was dumbfounded and murmured, "Isn't this a lunar landing spacecraft? Why does it have a big mushroom?" The weapon configuration of the Dragon Soar 2 was simply terrifying. Was this not a space battleship? Bai Hui chuckled lightly and explained in a calm voice, "This is just a precaution. There are too many threats in space, such as space debris, meteoroids, and so on. We need the capability to protect ourselves." Of course, Bai Hui knew in his heart that the primary reason was to guard against certain nations acting out of desperation. The value of anti-gravity spacecraft was too staggering for anyone to resist its allure. The economic sanctions imposed by Western countries on the Dragon Nation were fundamentally aimed at acquiring this anti-gravity technology. The lighthouse country and other Western developed nations would never allow the Dragon Nation to monopolize anti-gravity technology, as it represented immense interests in space. Capital is driven by profit, and the potential gains in space were colossal. A pioneer once said, "If there is a 50 profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 300 profit, it will dare to commit any crime." The profit from anti-gravity spacecraft was far more than 300. It was a whole galaxy. Bai Hui fell silent for a moment before continuing. "If one day you find yourselves in a difficult situation with no escape route, don't hesitate. Board the escape pod immediately. The escape pod has a small chemical fuel engine that can fly you directly back to Earth." Xia Hanyan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "But what about the spacecraft? Are we just leaving it for others?" A cold, icy glint flashed in Bai Hui's eyes. Activate the self-destruct sequence immediately. The big mushroom will detonate, and the entire spacecraft will be reduced to ashes. A collective sharp intake of breath. Ruthless. Yet no one felt it was cruel. Instead, they all etched Bai Hui's words firmly into their minds. It was all for the Dragon Nation. Bai Hui pointed to a door beside them, saying, "The escape pod is to the right of the control cabin. See it over there? There's a door here. In an emergency, just push it open, and you can climb into the escape pod to flee." Everyone looked to the right, and indeed saw a large metal door. This door could be easily pushed open with a bit of force, allowing them to escape in the escape pod at the first possible moment during a crisis. Next, Bai Hui led the group through the various subsystems of the spacecraft. The most crucial part of the entire ship was the propulsion system, which housed not only a nuclear fission reactor, but also the spacecraft's most vital anti-gravity engines. These anti-gravity engines provided the core power for the entire spacecraft's operation. Additionally, there was a 5 million kilowatt lithium-air battery pack capable of powering the ship for 2 hours. Moreover, if all these systems failed, the spacecraft carried 200 tons of liquid hydrogen and oxygen fuel, which could be used with the 2 hydrogen-oxygen engines to provide propulsion. Longting 2 had been designed with meticulous attention to every possible scenario. Bai Hui led the astronauts on a tour of the spacecraft, eventually covering all the basic information. Next, they would be trained by dedicated personnel on how to operate the Longting 2 and how to handle emergency situations. Fortunately, the Longting 2 could be operated almost entirely through artificial intelligence, making it much simpler to learn than previous spacecraft. However, mastering all the spacecraft's operations within 10 days was still a formidable task. At night, the stars twinkled densely. Bai Hui lay in bed, closing his eyes, and mentally connected with the system. System, open the system panel. Understood, host. A flash of light gleamed in Bai Hui's eyes as a sci-fi holographic screen projected onto his retina. Host Bai Hui, gender male, age 23, current civilization, level 1 civilization type, carbon-based civilization, knowledge level mastered, level 2 brain development, 25 system function, system laboratory, activated, popularity points 1846890. Seeing that he only had over 10 million popularity points left, Bai Hui felt a pang of pain. These points would only last about half an hour in the system laboratory. He had previously helped Dragon Country develop Longxiang language, Longxiang system, and Longxiang chip architecture, which had consumed a massive amount of popularity points. Moreover, the spacecraft's construction hadn't been smooth sailing these past days. Some difficult problems also required Bai Hui to activate the system laboratory for testing. Bai Hui pondered for a moment, feeling that he needed to accumulate popularity points more diligently. After all, future space plans would require extensive use of the system laboratory, and he was the chief scientist for the entire project. This also tied directly to his 20 share of the profits. This fortune would make him wealthy enough to rival entire nations. Even the world's richest people wouldn't be worthy of shining his shoes. Fortunately, Bai Hui's fame was now well known throughout Dragon Country. There were many videos of him online, often paired with stirring background music, which consistently attracted a large influx of popularity points. However, Bai Hui had been confined to the base recently, without external contact, so his popularity point income was dwindling, with only a few 100,000 coming in each day. What could he do with such a paltry amount? He'd be kicked out of the system laboratory before he could even get his footing. No, I need to make an appearance. Otherwise, there will be no popularity points coming in, and my research progress will slow down significantly. Bai Hui stroked his chin, thinking about how to quickly harvest popularity points. That's it. For the Mid-Autumn Festival moon landing, I can apply to the Grand Elder for a live broadcast. At that moment, the people of Dragon Country would be filled with excitement and would surely contribute a massive amount of popularity points. Bai Hui's eyes sparkled with ambition. He could almost see the hundreds of millions of leaks he had nurtured so carefully finally ready to be harvested. As for whether the Grand Elder would agree to his live broadcast request, Bai Hui didn't even consider it. Seriously, with his current relationship with the Grand Elder, what's the big deal about a live broadcast? The next day was a momentous occasion for everyone at the 195th Aerospace Research Institute. It was the day of the first comprehensive test of the Longting 2. Everyone was present, including the director of the Aerospace Department, Bai Hui, the deputy director, Zhou Jiangwo, the director of the 195th Institute, Lian Min, and even an elder from the higher-ups had come down. This elder was the second elder often seen on television. At 60 years old, with graying hair, he wore a neatly pressed Zhongshan suit, exuding authority and vitality. Standing beside Bai Hui, he asked with a grave and tense expression, "Xiao Hui, how is it? Are you confident?" Bai Hui gave a wry smile and touched his nose before saying, "Elder, if I said I was absolutely certain, that would be bragging. You know, the timeline was extremely tight. The overall design of the spacecraft should be solid. But with such a large spacecraft comprising tens of millions of components and involving hundreds of thousands of workers, it's impossible to guarantee perfection. If you ask me for my confidence level, I can only say it's around 80%. Well, we can only do our best." If there are problems, well, solve them quickly and ensure that by the Mid-Autumn Festival our spacecraft will soar into the sky, carrying the hopes of all Dragon Country's people. The second elder wasn't angry after hearing this. He chuckled and scolded, "You brat. You boasted to us old-timers that you'd land a spacecraft on the moon within 3 months. Now that the boast is out, the whole country knows. The news is all about the moon landing now. Now do you understand the pressure?" Bai Hui nodded with a bitter smile. "Indeed, the pressure is immense. I've lost several kilograms in these past 2 months. The second elder also knew how hard Bai Hui had been working and couldn't bear to say anything more. After a moment's thought, the second elder's expression turned serious. "Xiao Hui, if you truly lack confidence, it's permissible to postpone the moon landing. Don't rush. Remember, you must ensure the safety of the spacecraft. There can be no carelessness whatsoever. If anything goes wrong, the public opinion will crush you." A wave of warmth surged in Bai Hui's heart. These elders had dedicated their entire lives to Dragon Country, yet for his sake, they were willing to let the nation appear untrustworthy. "If a ruler treats me as a worthy minister, I shall repay him with the loyalty of a worthy minister. Elder, rest assured. I will ensure the spacecraft's safety and successfully launch it into the sky during the Mid-Autumn Festival." Good, it's good to have that resolve. At this moment, the preparations for Longting 2 were complete, ready for testing at any time. Chief Zhou, the overall commander of this test, was a seasoned veteran who had once served as the chief designer of the Longzhou series of rockets. He had also participated in many launch missions of the Longzhou spacecraft, so today he was appointed as the overall commander for the test of the Longting 2 spacecraft. Begin the test. At Chief Zhou's command, the staff on site pressed a red button, and the spacecraft instantly illuminated, causing a slight tremor in the entire hall, as if an earthquake had struck. "Look, the spacecraft has started." A researcher pointed at the Longting 2 and exclaimed excitedly. This anti-gravity spacecraft, which they had built with their own hands over 3 months, had finally started. Injecting fuel into the nuclear fission reactor, inserting carbon rods, initiating chain reaction. The nuclear fission reactor is operational, all systems nominal. Activate the anti-gravity engine. The anti-gravity engine is now running, preparing for liftoff. The crowd gathered around the hall clearly saw the Longting 2 emit a low hum, and then, defying Newton's laws, it slowly floated into the air. The spacecraft continued to ascend slowly, eventually stopping steadily at about 5 meters above the ground. In a corner of the hall, 7 astronauts in deep blue uniforms gazed up at the massive Longting 2 in awe. The Longting 2, with no support from the ground, floated steadily in the air, completely unaffected by gravity. This was because the spacecraft's anti-gravity engine controlled anti-graviton particles, counteracting the force of universal gravitation. They were witnessing an anti-gravity spacecraft take off for the first time, and the moment filled them with a shock that surpassed all else. The astronauts' hearts surged with emotion even more intense than when they were first selected as astronauts. Xia Hanyan tightly grasped Li Jigang's hand, murmuring to herself, "This is incredible. I'm so thrilled I could die. We are witnessing history." This was a true starship capable of traversing the entire solar system. The Moon, Mars, even Jupiter and Neptune, all within reach. With a slight modification, it could serve as a space mining vessel, freely landing on asteroids to extract their mineral resources. The second elder's face broke into a delighted smile. The liftoff of this spacecraft marked the official entry of the Dragon Kingdom into the space domain. Bai Hui remained composed, knowing this was only the beginning. The true test had not yet started. This only proved that the spacecraft's nuclear fission reactor and anti-gravity engine were functioning properly. However, for the entire spacecraft, systems such as life support, emergency escape, and control were all critical, and these subsystems had yet to be tested. Countless engineers and researchers monitored the data nervously from their computers, while Chief Zhou issued commands in an orderly manner, initiating the testing of one subsystem after another. These tests were conducted within the spacecraft, with engineers remotely controlling the entire vessel. Time passed slowly, 1 hour, 2 hours, until 5 hours had elapsed. Chief Zhou's expression relaxed as he issued the final command. Test complete. Land the spacecraft. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, the Longting 2 descended slowly and landed steadily on the ground. What were the test results? Was it a success or failure? Seeing the spacecraft ascend and descend so smoothly, it must have been a success, right? Everyone waited in eager anticipation. A researcher printed out all the test results, producing a thick stack of reports, and quickly handed them to Chief Zhou. Chief Zhou glanced through them, his eyes lighting up, then furrowing slightly. The second elder watched him intently, his heart sinking as he noticed the frown. Had something gone wrong with the spacecraft? The second elder asked anxiously, "Old Zhou, how are the test results? Hurry up and tell me. You're killing me with suspense." Chief Zhou looked up, saw the second elder's tense expression, and shook his head. "Well, how should I put it? There are some aspects of the anti-gravity spacecraft that I'm not entirely clear about. This spacecraft was designed by Xiao Hui, so we'll let him take a look at the report." He handed the report to Bai Hui and said, "Here, shall we take a look? Any issues?" Bai Hui took it and examined it carefully. After a few minutes, he let out a sigh of relief and said to the second elder, rest assured. The spacecraft has passed the test. The second elder's face instantly lit up with a smile. Haha, excellent. This is a blessing for our dragon kingdom. Bai Hui added, however, there are still some issues with the spacecraft. The second elder's expression darkened immediately. What problems? Didn't you just say it passed the test? Bai Hui explained, during this test we discovered a faulty seal in one of the oxygen generators of the life support system, causing the oxygen level to fall short of the expected requirements. Additionally, several loose screws were found, likely due to assembly errors by the workers. Nevertheless, overall, all the spacecraft systems are functioning normally. Once we correct the issues identified in this test and conduct another round of testing, we should be able to confirm the moon landing for the Mid-Autumn Festival. So I believe this test was a success. The second elder sighed in relief. Bai Hui's sudden twist had nearly scared him. Alright then, let's proceed. Then the second elder's expression darkened as he called for Li Anmin and immediately launched into a scathing reprimand. Li Anmin, as the supervisor of this spacecraft construction project, why did the oxygen generator malfunction? Why wasn't quality control properly managed? What kind of manufacturers have you been dealing with? Li Anmin lowered his head and quickly admitted his fault. Second elder, it was my mistake. I failed to strictly control the quality. I am willing to accept any punishment. The second elder's tone softened, and he spoke earnestly. Oldly, you've been working in the aerospace industry for decades. You should know very well that space work allows no room for error. Even the slightest mistake can lead to mission failure. The construction schedule for this spacecraft was indeed very tight, and I can understand that the workers might have made some mistakes. But for a mature product like the oxygen generator to malfunction, that's a failure in your quality control. Yes. I will immediately contact the manufacturer, cease using all their products, select a new oxygen generator supplier with reliable quality, and replace all the oxygen generators. The spacecraft test concluded, bringing relief to some and disappointment to others. Immediately after the test mission ended, Li Anmin convened a supplier conference for the spacecraft. During the assembly, he publicly terminated the contract with the manufacturer of the spacecraft's oxygen generation system. He further announced that the manufacturer and its owner would be blacklisted, permanently barred from competing in future spacecraft projects. This sent a chill through all the suppliers, as they were well aware of the immense profits to be made from the various spacecraft components. Moreover, the nation's future demand for anti-gravity spacecraft was projected to be at least 1,000 units. This represented a colossal opportunity with potential profits vast enough to tempt anyone. At the meeting, Li Anmin reiterated the critical importance of quality and instituted a new unwavering rule: any supplier whose product was found defective would be immediately blacklisted without exception. This stern warning instilled a sense of grave caution in everyone present, who resolved to prioritize product quality above all else upon their return. That same evening, the national news broadcast the story. The first test of our lunar spacecraft Longting 2 has been completed with favorable results. Moreover, on the Mid-Autumn Festival in 10 days, the Longting 2 is scheduled for launch. This mission will send 7 astronauts to the moon. The Longting 2 will also carry the lunar base's main module, which will remain permanently on the lunar surface. 3 astronauts, including 1 female astronaut, will stay behind with the module to undertake tasks such as base construction, scientific research, and resource mining. We eagerly await this historic endeavor. This news instantly stirred a massive sensation across the nation. Within just 3 minutes, it surged to the top of the trending list on Weibo. Not only that, but the news quickly spread abroad, reaching the Beacon State, the world's first nation to land on the moon. Their citizens were filled with outrage, questioning, why could we, the Beacon State, land on the moon decades ago, yet now we are stagnant, regressing, and have even lost our capability to do so? Who is to blame for this? I always said the moon landing was fake, a fabrication by those damned politicians. How else could we lose the ability to go back just a few decades later? Damn it. Now the Dragon Nation is building bases on the moon. Where's our base? In stark contrast, the people of the Dragon Nation were overjoyed. Everyone's heart swelled with pride and excitement, for they were witnessing the dawn of a new era of glory for their nation. Longting 2 is incredible. The Dragon Nation is amazing. I can hardly wait for the Mid-Autumn Festival to arrive. Forget it, I've already applied for leave. I'm going to watch the launch in person. Me too. But do you know where the spacecraft will take off from? Alright. We only have one crewed spacecraft launch site, the Yuan Space Launch Center. I assume the launch will happen there. That makes sense. Enough talk, I'm going to book my flight tickets now. The celebration wasn't just limited to netizens. Major corporations also took to Weibo to congratulate the monumental event. Teng Fei announced, wishing the Dragon Nation's first lunar mission a complete success. To celebrate, we are giving away 100 space tourism tickets. Simply repost this Weibo post for a chance to win. Bailey declared, wishing the Dragon Nation's first lunar mission a resounding success. Our company has decided to release coupons worth 2 billion yuan across all Bailey online shopping platforms. Furthermore, repost this Weibo post for a chance to win one of 100 space tourism tickets, each valued at 1,000,000 yuan. Shindu posted, wishing the Dragon Nation's first lunar mission a complete success. Repost this Weibo post for a chance to win one of 30 lunar travel tickets. These extravagant Weibo giveaways from major corporations stunned the entire nation. While other companies were still figuring out how to give away smartphones, these giants were directly offering space tourism tickets. Of course, these space tourism tickets were not immediately redeemable. Since the companies lacked the capability to offer space travel at that moment, they would only fulfill these promises once anti-gravity spacecraft became available for civilian sale. This would take some time, though hopefully not too long. Recently, companies like Tuma and Xiecheng had jointly applied to the government to purchase anti-gravity spacecraft for developing the space tourism industry. These travel companies, ever shrewd, had already recognized the bright prospects of space tourism and were currently discussing joint ventures to purchase spacecraft and pricing strategies for tickets. It was reported that the government was already deliberating on this matter and a decision was expected soon. The space industry represented an enormous opportunity, and attracting private capital was essential for its robust development. Consequently, not only space tourism, but also industries like space mining, space agriculture, and space metallurgy were beginning to be put on the agenda. To address this, the government held several consecutive meetings and had already formulated a preliminary plan. The core of this plan was that anti-gravity spacecraft would not be sold, but only leased, and the government would take a share of all profits generated in space. The cost of these spacecraft was prohibitive. The Longting 2 alone had a construction cost of 200 billion yuan. While mass production might lower costs somewhat, they would remain exorbitantly expensive, putting direct ownership out of reach for most private entities. Opting for a leasing model offered several advantages. It allowed for strict control over the number of anti-gravity spacecraft, preventing them from falling into the wrong hands. At the same time, it would generate a continuous stream of revenue, which could be reinvested into the space program to build more spacecraft and accelerate the development of the space industry. Of course, all of this was still a distant prospect. Whether it was space, tourism, mining, or metallurgy, all these ventures were contingent upon the establishment of a national space base. This base was envisioned as a magnificent space city constructed by the Dragon Nation. It would lay the foundation for the industrialization of space. Serving as the logistical backbone of the space industry, it would provide essential supplies, energy, and provisions for spacecraft. Furthermore, it would ensure the safe development of industries like space tourism and mining. Only with guaranteed safety could these space-related industries be opened up to the citizens of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, if a spacecraft were to encounter danger in space, without any logistical support, how could the Dragon Nation send a rescue? In such a scenario, the spacecraft would be truly stranded with no way to return to Earth or find refuge anywhere else. The spacecraft was undergoing methodical testing. The oxygen generators that had malfunctioned during the first test flight had all been replaced. Furthermore, the staff had meticulously inspected every single bolted connection across the entire vessel, ensuring each screw was firmly tightened. Additionally, all the engineers from the various manufacturing companies had urgently retested their respective products to guarantee absolute reliability. 8 days after the initial test of Dragon Soaring 2, which fell on the 13th day of the 8th lunar month, just 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, the second test of the Dragon Soaring 2 spacecraft commenced. This trial was the pivotal determinant for the Mid-Autumn Festival moon landing. Success would herald the announcement of the precise launch date, leaving no room for unforeseen complications. Attention all units, the second official test of the spacecraft is now beginning. At Elder Zhou's command, the nuclear fission reactor of the Dragon Soaring 2 roared to life, unleashing a surge of immense power that flowed incessantly into the 24 anti-gravity engines. As these engines engaged, the entire vessel began to tremble, emitting a deep, resonant roar. A low hum filled the air. The spacecraft gradually ascended, eventually hovering steadily, suspended perfectly in the void. Yet this was merely the initiation of the trials. Under the scientist's direction, the myriad internal systems of the spacecraft began their diagnostic procedures. Approximately 3 hours later, a stream of data from the vessel collated by the AI Xiao He converged into Bai Hui's hands. He meticulously scrutinized every parameter. Finally, clutching the test report, he strode to the center of the hall. The entire staff watched him with bated breath. Surely there were no issues this time. The Dragon Soaring 2 was the culmination of all their efforts. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final verdict from Bai Hui. A smile broke across Bai Hui's face. Without further suspense, he declared the outcome. I announce that the second test flight of the Dragon Soaring 2 has been a resounding success. A thunderous applause erupted. Some scientists even shed quiet tears, tears of sheer joy. Incredible. We have truly built a spaceship. I can't wait for the mid-autumn moon landing. God Bai is amazing. God Bai is amazing. The entire assembly roared Bai Hui's name in a frenzy of excitement. Only they truly understood that Bai Hui was the greatest contributor to this vessel's creation. Oh, without him, it would never have come to be. Liang Min quietly slipped away from the scene, wiping the corner of his eye. He pulled out his phone and made a call to the Grand Elder. That very evening, the monumental news was broadcast to the nation. Warm congratulations on the successful second test of the Dragon Soaring 2 spacecraft. Our nation will broadcast the launch live at 8:00 a.m. on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Stay tuned. This announcement sent a shockwave of excitement across the country. What? Launching at 8 a.m. But I have to work, then what should I do? Yeah, it's such a pain to be at work. This is our nation's first moon landing. I absolutely must see the live stream. Forget it, I'm requesting leave. This is a historic first for our country. I'd regret it for a lifetime if I missed seeing this with my own eyes. I heard that God by himself will be providing commentary for this launch. He's the inventor of the anti-gravity technology, and he's my ultimate idol. Oh really? I'm so thrilled. I think the Dragon Nation should just declare a holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival at such a momentous time. Exactly. How could we possibly miss such a historic moment? I second that motion. I third it. I fourth it. I support this 1,000,000 times over. The overwhelming response from netizens even reached the highest authorities. After deliberations, the Grand Elder made a sweeping decision: the Dragon Nation would declare a Undeterred holiday on the Mid-Autumn Festival with regular pay. Weibo instantly erupted in celebration. Millions of comments flooded the official accounts page, all uniformly proclaiming Mighty Dragon Nation. The number of comments continued to skyrocket, surpassing 10 million within moments. That night the moon shone bright and clear like water. In the vast northwestern desert, despite its desolation, one advantage stood out: an unobstructed view of the night sky, perfect for admiring the myriad stars and the radiant moon. Every twinkling star in the sky could potentially be a colossal galaxy. No one knows if among the celestial host there exists another life-bearing planet like Earth. And in this northwestern desert, a space tracking and control station was located. This station was responsible not only for tracking celestial bodies, but also for managing the communication data of various satellites. The Moon Bridge Relay satellite, launched earlier by the Dragon Nation, was under the jurisdiction of this northwestern station. Not long ago, the Dragon Nation had also launched the Moon Laurel spacecraft. The Moon Laurel was destined to land on the far side of the moon, a historic first for the entire world. The Dragon Nation's ability to achieve this feat hinged entirely on the existence of the Moon Bridge Relay satellite. As the moon perpetually orbits Earth, it always presents only one face towards us, while the other faces the deep cosmos. Due to the moon's physical obstruction, electromagnetic signals cannot reach the far side at all. To this day, no earthly craft has ever landed there, as data transmission is impossible, making such a landing extraordinarily difficult. To solve this, the Dragon Nation launched the Moon Bridge Relay satellite, which orbits the moon, and through this relay, the Moon Laurel spacecraft could successfully touch down on the lunar far side to accomplish its exploration mission. The Moon Bridge satellite was also equipped with a gravitational anomaly detector. Just moments ago, the staff at the Northwestern Station were astonished to discover that the data transmitted back indicated the detector had registered powerful gravitational fluctuations. Moreover, these intense fluctuations were originating from the moon's far side. What could possibly generate such strong gravitational waves? This question plunged the researchers into deep bewilderment. Gravity is a profoundly mysterious force. Physicists worldwide are still exploring its origins and the mechanics of its operation. Yet, even to this day, scientists worldwide know precious little about gravity. It remains profoundly enigmatic. They have proposed countless hypotheses, the most renowned being universal gravitation and quantum mechanics. Physicists believe that universal gravitation arises from mass. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. But why does a greater mass produce a stronger gravitational force? This very question continues to elude them as they tirelessly search for answers. Bai Hui might well be the most cutting-edge scientist in the world, for he has invented anti-gravity technology. According to its theoretical framework, universal gravitation is generated by positive graviton particles, while the key to anti-gravity lies in utilizing anti-graviton particles, opposite to their positive counterparts, to produce repulsion and thereby generate anti-gravity. Thus, Bai Hui was able to construct anti-gravity spacecraft. Yet even he did not fully understand how mass gives rise to positive gravitons. Surprisingly, even the vast repository of knowledge from a second-tier civilization housed in his mind offered no satisfactory explanation. This clearly surpassed the scope of such a civilization. The staff at the Northwestern Ground Control Station promptly reported the news, which quickly reached Bai Hui's ears. What? A powerful gravitational fluctuation on the far side of the moon. Bai Hui exclaimed in shock. Yes, here are the detailed data. I've already printed the report. Please take a look. A staff member nodded and placed a stack of reports on Bai Hui's desk. Bai Hui picked it up and examined it meticulously. The gravitational fluctuations detected by the gravimeter were so intense that they surpassed any previously recorded in human history. They were even comparable to the gravitational fluctuations produced by the sun itself. What could possibly cause such violent gravitational disturbances? It would require an extraordinarily massive object. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Bai Hui's mind. Host, if I'm not mistaken, this gravitational fluctuation may be caused by a wormhole. What? A wormhole? Bai Hui stood frozen, an overwhelming dread surging within him. The first thought that flashed through his mind was it's over. An unknown civilization had discovered Earth and was about to launch an attack. His mind contained extensive knowledge from a second-tier civilization, and he knew that even such a civilization could never master wormhole technology. That was the domain of far more advanced civilizations. This meant that whatever had created the wormhole behind the moon was at least a third-tier civilization. The system offered reassurance. Host, don't worry too much. Perhaps it's merely a naturally occurring wormhole in the universe, or some cosmic phenomenon has triggered such powerful gravitational fluctuations. Such events have happened many times throughout the history of the cosmos. A naturally occurring wormhole was indeed a possibility, but the odds were extremely low. The conditions required for such a phenomenon are extraordinarily stringent, making it virtually impossible under normal circumstances. And other cosmic phenomena were even rarer. Regardless of what it was for the fragile Earth civilization, none of it boded well. System, what should I do now? Bai Hui's face turned grim, acutely aware that Earth might be facing an existential crisis. The system fell silent for a long moment before sighing. Alas, I suggest we first go to the far side of the moon to take a look. Perhaps this gravitational fluctuation isn't caused by a wormhole. These are just my speculations for now. Bai Hui asked, and if it truly is one? The system paused again, then said, if it really is a wormhole, then I advise you to flee immediately. Preserve the embers of Earth's civilization. Don't assume that all cosmic civilizations will approach you with the same peaceful intentions as your dragon nation does. To beings of that caliber, your Earth civilization is nothing but ants. Do you humans feel compassion for ants? You cannot fathom how terrifying such civilizations truly are. Even the mighty fifth-tier civilization that created me was ultimately destroyed by an even more powerful one. In the universe, intelligent life is the most precious commodity. Every intelligent being on your Earth would fetch a high price on the cosmic black market. No advanced civilization would ever pass up such an opportunity. Typically, when they traverse a wormhole to reach their destination, they must travel through a lengthy wormhole passage. A third-tier civilization would take only 10 years to reach your Earth, while a fourth-tier civilization would need just a month. Bai Hui's face turned pale. Was fleeing Earth now his only option? But could he truly abandon it? There were still so many lives on Earth. Did they truly deserve to perish? Even if he led a select group of humans to escape, could civilization truly be sustained? System, if it's a third-tier civilization and they don't send too many people, could I develop Earth to a second-tier civilization within these 10 years and have a chance to survive this calamity? The system sighed and said there is a chance. Among third-tier civilizations, some are weak and haven't yet diverged too far from second-tier ones. But because they've mastered wormhole and spatial technologies, their civilization will undergo rapid explosive growth, quickly widening the gap. And if the arriving spacecraft carries no advanced weaponry, just an ordinary vessel, then your Earth civilization might still have a chance to survive. But that relies purely on luck. Host, think carefully. If a truly powerful civilization arrives, given Earth's current strength, no one will be able to escape. Bai Hui took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute. He spoke calmly. This is a tribulation for humanity, but I will never bow to fate. I will lead humanity through this crisis. The system was silent for a while before letting out a long sigh. Host, perhaps this is the difference between you natural-born beings and us intelligent life forms. If it were me in this situation, I would build a massive starship, take the core of Earth's civilization, and leave, preserving that last spark for humanity. The system continued. Host, let me tell you a story. There once existed a civilization in the universe composed entirely of intelligent life forms. At its peak, it defeated 3 fifth-tier civilizations in battle, earning the title of the mightiest fifth-tier civilization beneath the 6th tier. Yet no matter what methods this intelligent life form civilization employed, it could never ascend to the 6th tier and ultimately faded into the dust of time. The leader of our civilization once remarked that this intelligent life form civilization was too rational, causing it to lose something essential. That is why it could never ascend to the 6th tier, also known as the eternal civilization. Throughout cosmic history, no eternal civilization has ever been destroyed. They exist through the ages, observing the entire universe, and every cosmic civilization aspires to ascend to that 6th tier. After hearing the system's words, Bai Hui fell into thoughtful contemplation. Of course, all of this was still too far away for him. The immediate problem before him was to quickly find a way to resolve this Earth crisis, or otherwise Earth would truly be destroyed and his parents, relatives, and friends would all perish in this unknown catastrophe. In the face of a powerful Tier 3 civilization, Earth's civilization appeared utterly feeble, almost fragile. What Bai Hui needed to do now was to continuously advance Earth's civilization, rapidly reaching the level of a Tier 2 civilization to have even a glimmer of hope to withstand the impending unknown disaster. Bai Hui suddenly asked, "System, I am well aware of the gap between a Tier 1 and Tier 2 civilization. But I have never heard you explain the difference between a Tier 3 and Tier 2 civilization. According to you, the gap between them is immense, but I don't quite understand where exactly the difference lies." According to Earth's classification, a Tier 1 civilization is called a planetary civilization, a Tier 2 is called a stellar civilization, and a Tier 3 is called a galactic civilization. A Tier 3 civilization can traverse the Milky Way soaring freely, and its power is truly formidable. But what exactly causes the difference between a Tier 2 and Tier 3 civilization? Bai Hui was still completely baffled. The system replied, "The most fundamental difference between a Tier 2 and Tier 3 civilization lies in the disparity of life form levels. I once told you that in the Tier 5 civilization that created me, every single citizen possesses immense personal power capable of easily destroying the entire Earth. Let me put it this way, the universe is composed of countless rules. What your Earth civilization currently understands as electromagnetic induction photoelectric theory and electromagnetic wave theory are merely some of the universe's basic rules. However, there are some extremely powerful rules, such as the rule of space. If your Earth civilization continues on its current path of development, it may never be able to grasp the rule of space. This is because the very essence of human life on Earth is too weak to comprehend the profound mysteries of the spatial rule. To truly understand it, one must be able to perceive the power of space itself. Yet spatial power is inherently volatile. With your current physical constitution, merely brushing against a sliver of it would be enough to slice you into dust. So the strength of a Tier 3 civilization comes from their mastery of spatial rules and wormholes, and their overall life form level is vastly superior to that of you Earth humans." After hearing this, Bai Hui stood there stunned. He exclaimed in shock, "Enhancing life form levels? Isn't that just cultivation like in the novels?" The system explained, "This is not cultivation. Our technological civilization is fundamentally different from a cultivation civilization. Our goal in strengthening our life form level is to better explore the unknown and the mysterious rules of the universe. The purpose of a cultivation civilization, on the other hand, is to empower oneself, ultimately pursuing the ultimate goal of one person achieving eternity. There are many powerful beings in the universe, a single one capable of rivaling an entire Tier 6 civilization. These beings are also known as eternal greats. Of course, eternal greats are not exclusive to cultivation civilizations. In fact, every Tier 6 civilization has powerhouses at the eternal level. They are everlasting, transcending the universe itself, and this is the true reason for the might of eternal civilizations." The system added, "You should understand that there are too many unknowns in the universe. Weak life forms can never comprehend the operational rules of extreme celestial bodies like black holes. Only by strengthening oneself can one continuously explore the unknown. In the universe, there is a very strict classification for life form levels. Every living being possesses a vast number of genes within them. Take humans, for example. You have many genes with different functions, but your development of these genes is extremely poor, resulting in your weak physical constitution. When a life form fully develops its genes, it becomes a perfect life form. To master the rule of space, one must surpass the level of a perfect life form to even be qualified to touch spatial power. Only by mastering spatial rules can one use wormholes for interstellar development, allowing a civilization's power to grow rapidly. This is the true reason for the strength of Tier 3 civilizations." Bai Hui listened quietly to the system's words, finally forming a clear concept. Previously, his understanding of the universe was extremely limited. Like many humans, he wondered if galactic and universal civilizations truly exist. How did their technology develop? Living beings are so fragile, with limited lifespans. But what does a lifespan of over 10,000 years mean to the universe? How could such weak life forms possibly develop highly advanced technology? It seems like a paradox. Take humanity, for instance. We haven't even managed to crack nuclear fusion technology yet. If fusion is still beyond us, how do advanced civilizations explore things that defy human comprehension, like antimatter space-time and black holes? Limited by their own understanding, Earth humans assume these advanced beings have discovered the secret to longevity and can extend their lives indefinitely. However, the system had said that the universe imposes lifespan limits on living beings. A life form at one level can never surpass the universe's lifespan limit for that level. Only by ascending to a higher life form level can one live longer. Beings like the eternal greats have no lifespan limits at all. As long as the universe exists, they exist eternally. System, so how do we develop our own genetic power? Host, I'm sorry, but I cannot help you with that. Every civilization's life forms are unique. The development of human genes can only be achieved by yourselves. Generally, there are two main methods to develop one's genetic power. The first is to develop specific gene potions tailored to human genetics. The second is to utilize the power of the brain's consciousness to unlock the genetic power within. Bai Hui had a sudden realization: the power of the brain is truly immense. He recalled reading news stories like one about a mother who saw a large truck heading straight for her child. In that critical moment, she threw herself in front of the truck and astonishingly managed to halt the speeding vehicle, saving her son's life. That is the power of the brain, the central command of a person. In that moment of extreme emergency, the mother, through the sheer force of her mind, unlocked her genetic power and stopped the truck. It seems incredible, but it truly happened. The system said, "Host, your brain power is actually incredibly powerful. When I bound myself to you, I had already developed 25 of your brain. You can unlock genetic power far more easily than others, but you simply don't know how to use it." "Then how do I use it?" Bai Hui asked, puzzled. Indeed, having 25 of his brain developed had brought him many benefits, like a photographic memory and immense logical reasoning. However, he hadn't noticed any increase in his physical strength from this enhanced brain power. Apart from making him eat more, he felt it had no other use. First, you need to use your brain to control every muscle in your body, then tap into your subconscious. Essentially the power of will. Use this willpower to unlock your genetic power. Bai Hui was taken aback. Control every muscle with my brain. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Muscles contain nerve cells, and the brain can fully control them. If you want to become a perfect life form, you'd need to use your brain's willpower to control every single cell in your body. The system sighed. Honestly, I feel your Earth civilization is regressing. You once had a brilliant civilization. Take your Dragon Nation, for instance. 2,000 years ago, 100 schools of thought flourished, giving rise to countless powerful beings. If I'm not mistaken, that era might have produced several perfect life forms who likely perished from old age. A brilliant civilization and perfect life forms. That's impossible. Bai Hui was shocked. The system was telling him that the Dragon Nation 2,000 years ago had been a glorious era that birthed several perfect life forms. His first thought was that it was absolutely impossible. If it were true, it would mean Earth had transitioned from a cultivation civilization to its current technological one, and had been just one step away from becoming a third-level cultivation civilization. Yet now Earth was merely a 0.7-level civilization. Was this saying Earth was in constant regression? The system said, "I've studied your human civilization through your internet. In ancient times, Earth gave rise to many myths and legends. Do you honestly think those so-called primitive cultures could have crafted such magnificent tales? From my perspective, those ancient powerhouses who could lift massive cauldrons were not fiction, they were real." The founder of Taoism in your Dragon Nation 2,000 years ago wrote the Tao Te Ching. It's so profound, so exquisite in its understanding of the universe that even I am in awe. I genuinely suspect that your Taoist founder never died, and may have even surpassed the perfect life form stage. Bai Hui was stunned into silence. The Taoist founder, not dead. System, how did you reach that conclusion? It's simple. Genetic development in living beings relies on brain power. Your ancestors' intellectual civilization was too brilliant. Such brilliance inevitably produces powerful beings. Also, I've detected traces of spatial power on this planet, something that only exists in civilizations that have birthed beings beyond the perfect life form stage. At this point, Bai Hui was starting to believe. But he spotted a flaw. Humans are born with only a few % of their brains developed. How did they strengthen their brains? After all, Bai Hui's own brain had been developed with the system's help. How did the ancients with no assistance whatsoever strengthen their own brains? Host, do you know why I only developed your brain to 25? Because the human body can only withstand up to 25 brain development. Only after you develop your genetic power to a certain level can your brain continue to strengthen. Moreover, there are many ways to strengthen the brain. Take that mother who survived being crushed by a truck. In her heightened state of emotion, she unconsciously unlocked a powerful region of her brain. Humans in certain states involuntarily open unknown areas of their minds. The ancients were so powerful because they had a complete cultivation system, one that naturally included methods to enhance the brain's willpower. Host, your brain is now at its limit. To further strengthen your willpower, you must enhance your genetic power. Bai Hui nodded. His path was now clear. First, he needed to use his brain to master his entire body. The next day, Bai Hui flew directly to Xinjiang on a private jet and met with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled warmly. "Xiao Hui, what brings you here today?" He had been in high spirits lately, especially after the second test of the Lungting 2 had gone flawlessly, ushering in the Dragon Nation's space age, a monumental achievement. But Bai Hui's face was grim. "Grand Elder, I have something extremely important to report to you." Seeing Bai Hui's grave expression, the Grand Elder turned serious. "All right, go ahead." Bai Hui's words were shocking. "Grand Elder, Earth is about to face a colossal crisis, one that could wipe out our entire human civilization." "What a..." The Grand Elder was utterly stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. If anyone else had said this, the Grand Elder would have dismissed it as alarmist nonsense. How could Earth face an extinction-level crisis out of nowhere? But the one speaking was Bai Hui, and the Grand Elder knew he wouldn't say such things without reason. Something serious must have happened. The Grand Elder said solemnly, "Xiao Hui, tell me everything from the beginning." Bai Hui met his gaze, nodded seriously, and began. "Grand Elder, last night our Yuexiao relay satellite detected intense gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon via its gravity detector. I believe they may have been caused by a wormhole." Bai Hui then reported the entire situation in detail, holding nothing back, even the existence of the system. The Grand Elder had likely already suspected that Bai Hui had acquired some kind of extraterrestrial technology, as nothing else could explain his extraordinary achievements. It defied all logic. Inventing anti-gravity technology, fine geniuses can lead an era just as Newton and Einstein once did with their revolutionary theories. But the Longxiang programming language, the Longxiang operating system, those were not things one person could create in such a short time. They would require countless researchers and years of development to bring to fruition. Both of them were well aware of this, so Bai Hui held nothing back and told the Grand Elder everything, trusting this old man completely. Moreover, the Dragon Nation was likely to face a crisis from an unknown civilization soon, and only by uniting could they have a glimmer of hope for survival. The Grand Elder's assistance was absolutely indispensable in this matter. After hearing Bai Hui's account, the Grand Elder stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. The revelations were so earth-shattering that he needed a moment to process it all. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked solemnly, "Xiao Hui, do you have any solutions right now?" Bai Hui shook his head. If it truly is a wormhole, then Earth civilization would have no choice but to fight Hedon. There's no other way. So I plan to go to the moon myself to confirm whether it's a wormhole and use my system to calculate the arrival time of the unknown civilization. Therefore, I'd like to request your permission to go up with the Longting 2 on the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Grand Elder hesitated briefly, acutely aware that Bai Hui was too vital to risk any mishap. Although the theoretical success rate of the moon landing was already very high, nothing could ever be guaranteed to be 100% safe. Accidents could happen, and if anything went wrong with the spacecraft, everything would be lost. Noticing the Grand Elder's resolve wavering, Bai Hui pressed on eagerly. "Grand Elder, rest assured. I built the Longting 2 myself, and I know its capabilities better than anyone. There won't be any accidents." The Grand Elder's face showed a struggle of emotions before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I approve your moon landing on the Mid-Autumn Festival. But you must be extremely careful. If there's any danger, evacuate immediately in the escape pod." Bai Hui nodded. "Don't worry, Grand Elder. He'll make sure to stay safe. And also, Grand Elder, I'd like to host a live stream from the spacecraft to gain popularity points." The Grand Elder nodded helplessly. "Very well, do as you wish. Since I've already approved the moon landing, a live stream is a trivial matter." The 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival. This was a momentous day, and most citizens of the Dragon Nation had risen early in the morning. They turned on their televisions and tuned into a specific channel. By then, the live broadcast had already begun. The program being aired was, of course, the Longting 2 moon landing mission. As it was a public holiday, everyone was at home watching the television with bated breath and anticipation. It was only 6:00 a.m. at the Yuan Space Launch Center in the Dragon Nation. This was the nation's only crewed space launch center. All previous crewed spacecraft launched via rockets had lifted off from this very site. So even though the Longting 2 could take off from anywhere, the Dragon Nation still chose this location for its launch. The Yuan Space Launch Center was surrounded by a dense, massive crowd, forming a huge circle around the perimeter. Most of these people had driven here 2 or 3 days earlier, and those who arrived later couldn't even find a spot. They had all come to witness the spacecraft launch with their own eyes. Inside a tent nearby, a little girl with pigtails emerged from the tent and asked in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, Daddy, when will the spaceship fly?" A middle-aged man also came out of the tent, chuckling as he scooped up the little girl and playfully tapped her nose. He said with a smile, "Kiki, don't rush. The spaceship will launch soon. Look at all the uncles around here, they're all holding binoculars, waiting eagerly for the liftoff." The little girl's 2 pigtails bounced as she moved, making her look exceptionally adorable. She giggled, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to ride the spaceship too. You said there are little bunnies on the moon, right? Kiki loves bunnies. I want to take the big spaceship and go find the little bunnies to play with." The man was taken aback, then said with a wry smile, "Kiki, you can't ride the big spaceship yet. Only grown-ups can do that." Kiki pouted on the verge of tears. "No, Kiki wants to ride the big spaceship. Kiki wants to go play with the bunnies." The man gave a helpless smile and tried to soothe her. "Kiki, don't be upset. Look at the other kids around here, they're all quiet. Little kids can't ride the big spaceship. When you grow up, Daddy promises to take you to the moon to find the little bunnies, okay?" Kiki sniffled and asked, "Really? Of course it's true. Has Daddy ever lied to you?" Yes, you have. Silly Daddy, you promised to take me to the amusement park with Mommy last time, but you didn't show up yourself." Kiki put her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out, looking utterly adorable. Oh, he didn't expect this little princess to still remember that incident. What a blunder. Kiki, that was just an accident. Can you forgive Daddy this once?" Seeing her father acting so meek, Kiki burst into happy laughter, quickly forgetting all about it. "Daddy, Daddy, can I go to the moon with you and Mommy in the future?" Of course. Many people around the Yuan Space Launch Center had come with their entire families. This day marked the grand opening of the Dragon Nation's spacefaring era, and they were all witnessing history in the making. Perhaps in the future they could proudly recount this event to their children and grandchildren. Meanwhile, on Weibo, the top 10 trending topics were all related to today's moon landing. Dragon Nation moon landing, what makes the Longting 2 so special? The space age is coming. On the greatness of God by humanity, returns to the moon. Each of these topics had amassed over 10 million comments. The sheer volume of traffic nearly crashed Weibo's servers. Fortunately, Weibo's administrators urgently purchased dozens of cloud servers, barely managing to handle the massive influx of users. Our time is passing so slowly. Why hasn't the Longting 2 taken off yet? I woke up at 3:00 a.m. today, just to watch the Longting 2 moon landing. At this moment, the sun had not even risen yet. Unsurprisingly, this might be the first time so many people watched the sunrise together. Usually they would all be sound asleep in their beds. A hint of pale light appeared on the eastern horizon, and a ray of golden sunlight spilled across the land, painting everything in a brilliant hue of gold. I never realized how beautiful the sunrise was until today. As a chronic bed lover, I've lost track of how long it's been since I last saw a sunrise. Now I realize I've been missing out on so much scenery. On the television channel, the host had invited a space expert who was continuously explaining technical issues concerning the moon landing and various details requiring attention. As time passed, the image on the screen suddenly shifted. Before everyone's eyes appeared a massive silver-white science fiction spacecraft. It was extraordinarily enormous, shaped like a majestic eagle quietly resting upon the Earth. This was the first time people had laid eyes on the Dragon Soar 2, and in that moment everyone stared in awe at the silver-white figure on their screens. Deep within every heart lies a science fiction dream, a longing to pilot a starship and soar freely through the boundless cosmos. How many had cherished such a dream in their youth? Never before had they felt so close to that childhood aspiration. Unable to express their astonishment through the television, everyone surged onto social media platforms, pouring out their excitement in words. In an instant, Weibo was inundated with an immense wave of traffic. Within moments, Weibo crashed. The CEO of Weibo was truly in tears. He had just added new servers, yet they ultimately failed under the strain. However, his pain was mingled with joy, as the surge in traffic was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the company. He immediately purchased additional cloud servers, determined to stabilize the platform. On Weibo, comments flooded in, "Wow, is this the spaceship? It's so cool. Long Nation is incredible. Hats off to God Bai. The Dragon Soar 2 he personally crafted looks absolutely magnificent. This ship fulfills all my fantasies of a spaceship. It's so cool. I want to ride a spaceship in my lifetime and traverse the vast cosmos. I wonder if he'll ever get that chance." Don't worry, netizen above. Companies like Tungfei and Bailey are already giving away space travel tickets on Weibo. I'm sure your dream will come true. Hey, I heard that this time our Long Nation will build a real lunar base on the moon. Is that true? Of course it's true. Not only will we build a lunar base, but I've also heard that 3 astronauts will stay there long-term to conduct scientific experiments. My heart is racing with excitement. I just want to say Long Nation is truly mighty. The live broadcast continued with a drone providing an aerial view that showcased the Dragon Soar 2's magnificence from every angle. Countless citizens of the Long Nation even changed their phone wallpapers to images of the Dragon Soar 2. After all, the ship was just too stunning. By now it was 7 o'clock in the morning. The live broadcast cut back to the host, who smiled and asked, "Did you all see that? Our nation's Dragon Soar 2 is so majestic and captivating, a ship that seems to have stepped right out of a science fiction film. I've just received word that there will be 8 astronauts on this lunar mission. Let's take a look at how they are preparing." The screen switched to a view of a grand hall where 8 astronauts clad in Long Nation spacesuits stood at the forefront. The audience, after a single glance, was struck with disbelief, their eyes bulging, for standing at the very center was none other than the familiar god Bai. Although Bai Hui had not appeared in public for months, his deeds and photos had already spread across the internet. Netizens recognized him instantly. Am I seeing this right? Is that God Bai in the center of those 8 astronauts? That's impossible. How could our nation let God Bai risk a trip to the moon himself? Could he be God Bai's twin brother? Disbelief was etched on everyone's faces. Bai Hui was truly going to take part in the mission personally. Inside the hall, a reporter handed a microphone to Bai Hui, smiling. "Hello, Minister Bai. Please say hello to everyone." Bai Hui took the microphone and calmly said, "Hello, everyone, I am Bai Hui. Minister Bai, when I first learned you were among the astronauts for this mission, I was utterly stunned. I imagine the reactions of the viewers right now are quite similar. What would you like to say about that?" Bai Hui remained composed and replied, "I can explain that. I have a passion for exploring the unknown. The moon is just my first destination." The moment the Dragon Soar 2 was completed, the idea of personally embarking on this lunar journey took root in my heart. I wish to personally explore that celestial body which our nation has yearned for over 2,000 years. That is my purpose for this mission. Furthermore, I have absolute confidence in the Dragon Soar 2's capabilities. It will be a perfect spacecraft. He couldn't help but feel a bit dramatic. Bai Hui sighed inwardly. Was he supposed to reveal that he was going to investigate the source of gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon to save human civilization? That would likely cause widespread panic among the people. He decided to let it go. There was no time to worry about public perception now. He had to race against time to uncover the source of those gravitational fluctuations and determine if they originated from a wormhole. If it truly was a wormhole, it would mean Earth was facing an extinction-level crisis already at its most perilous moment. In the Long Nation's Hanxing city at the Bai's Corporation Tower, a young woman in a white dress sat on a sofa, with an elegant lady accompanied by a middle-aged man. They were Bai Hui's parents, Bai Yongyang and Lin Wanqing. The young woman in the white dress was Chun Linger, Bai Hui's childhood friend. Her suspicion had long been cleared. After her return, she was invited by Lin Wanqing to work at the Bai Group, where she now held the position of vice president. It was the day of the nation's lunar landing, and none of the three had gone to work. They had risen early to watch the live broadcast. Gazing at the spacecraft their son had built, Lin Wanqing beamed with pride, her face radiant with joy and her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. When she saw the colossal spacecraft, Lin Wanqing was overjoyed. She quickly snapped several photos to post on her social feed, even including some pictures of Bai Hui from his childhood. Sigh, that boy and his spaceship. He hasn't been home for half a year now. I wonder if he's gained or lost weight. This mother is worried sick. Grinning, Lin Wanqing showed her phone to Chun Linger, asking, Linger, quick look at my latest post. What do you think? Meanwhile, Bai Yongyang, holding his forehead with both hands, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. His wife was perfect in every way except for her habit of showing off their son on her social media feed. That's right. While others flaunted their designer bags and clothes, his wife was posting pictures of their son every single day. Ever since their son had become famous, Lin Wanqing had been posting even more frequently, proudly showing him off, as if terrified that anyone might not know she was Bai Hui's mother. To make matters worse, she often shared embarrassing stories from Bai Hui's childhood. Bai Yongyang could already imagine the sheer social mortification his son would experience upon returning home and discovering what his mother had been sharing. At the thought, a subtle smile tugged at the corner of Bai Yongyang's lips. He found himself unexpectedly looking forward to seeing Bai Hui's reaction when he came back. Chun Linger forced a smile and said, Auntie Lin, Bai Hui was quite adorable when he was little. Lin Wanqing's eyes instantly sparkled, her face glowing with delight as she exclaimed, Really? Then what do you say I betroth Xiao Hui to you? Chun Linger's ears flushed crimson, and she wished she could shrink her head into her collar. Auntie Lin, how could she say such a thing? Just as Chun Linger was at a loss for words, a reporter's voice suddenly blared from the television. The three of them froze the moment they heard Bai Hui's name, their playful antics instantly ceasing as they stared intently at the screen. After the reporter's interview concluded, Lin Wanqing's throat felt dry as she instinctively buried herself in Bai Yongyang's arms and murmured, Yongyang, is our son really going to the moon? Bai Yongyang unconsciously nodded. But isn't it dangerous to go to the moon? What if something happens to our son? Worry was etched across Lin Wanqing's face. Her first thought upon hearing about Bai Hui's lunar mission was whether he would be safe. Bai Yongyang hesitated for a moment before reassuring her, It should be fine. Our son isn't foolish. He must have absolute confidence in this mission. Don't worry. Suddenly Lin Wanqing threw herself into Chun Linger's arms, sobbing, Linger, I'm so upset. That brat didn't even tell us about something as huge as going to the moon. When he gets back, I'm going to break his legs and make him go get the marriage certificate with you. Chun Linger was utterly bewildered. At 7:30 p.m., 30 minutes remained until the spacecraft's launch. Everyone had already settled neatly in front of their televisions, waiting in hushed anticipation. Suddenly the television screen shifted, revealing the Great Elder's figure. The Great Elder spoke with fervent passion. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day that belongs to us, the people of Dragon Country. Today also marks the first crewed lunar mission in our nation's history. The universe is vast and boundless. Of our Earth civilization must not confine its gaze to our planet alone. We must set our sights on the stars. So today Dragon Country will launch a spacecraft to explore the cosmos. Today we will take the first step into the space age, officially heralding its arrival. Behind me stand 8 brave warriors, each one a hero of Dragon Country and a pioneer in exploring the stars. Our nation must forever remember this moment. Among these 8 astronauts is one of our nation's greatest scientists, the inventor of anti-gravity technology, Bai Hui. His scientific achievements are worthy of being etched into the monument of human history. Now let us all cheer for them. In front of television screens across the nation, viewers erupted in passionate cheers. In neighborhood schools, companies, and even remote mountain villages, people celebrated with unrestrained joy, sending their blessings to these 8 heroes. A countdown timer displaying 30 minutes appeared on the screen, allowing everyone to clearly see how much time remained until launch. Now the astronauts were about to board the spacecraft. The 8 heroes waited quietly inside the Yuequan space base. The Great Elder walked forward, shaking hands with each of them in turn. When he reached Bai Hui, he looked at him earnestly and spoke with deep sincerity. Xiao Hui, no matter what happens, you must return safely. Bai Hui nodded solemnly and replied, Don't worry, Great Elder. I will not let you down. The Great Elder nodded with a smile, and the ceremony came to an end. One by one the crew began to board the spacecraft. Under the watchful eyes of the cameras, the 8 heroes strode proudly toward the Lungting 2. A boarding ramp automatically descended from beneath the Longting 2, awaiting the astronauts' entry. Bai Hui and the others filed in one after another. Inside the control cabin, Li Jigang, the mission commander for this lunar expedition, took charge of the entire operation. Everyone take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. We are about to begin the spacecraft's automated systems check. Li Jigang issued his first command, and the crew quickly complied. Bai Hui took the seat on the far right of the control cabin, the one closest to the escape pod, allowing him to evacuate immediately in case of an emergency. As the director of the space agency, Bai Hui wasn't responsible for specific scientific research tasks. His sole purpose for going to the moon was to investigate the gravitational anomalies on its far side. If they were indeed caused by a wormhole, it would trigger dramatic changes for Dragon Country. Of course, Earth currently lacked the detection equipment to confirm whether such gravitational fluctuations originated from a wormhole. Bai Hui would have to rely on his black tech system to conduct the investigation. After all, the system originated from a powerful fifth-tier civilization, making it quite simple to detect gravitational fluctuations. Li Jigang felt exasperated, wondering why Director Bai insisted on tagging along for this adventure. Didn't he realize how dangerous the mission was? Just yesterday, the Great Elder had personally summoned Li Jigang and instructed him that regardless of any circumstances or emergencies, Bai Hui's safety was the top priority. Bai Hui's well-being was directly tied to the future development of Dragon Country. While the more brilliant a person was, the more eccentric and peculiar their personality tended to be, often accompanied by unusual hobbies. Li Jigang mused that it was probably Bai Hui's profound passion for space exploration that had driven him to achieve such remarkable feats. Next, the Longting 2 began its self-diagnostic checks. With the assistance of the artificial intelligence, Xiao He, all the spacecraft's subsystems underwent automatic inspection. Meanwhile, Bai Hui was busy calibrating his own equipment. Yes, this time he had brought along a camera specifically for live streaming. The camera was compact and could be worn on his head for recording. After connecting the camera to the network, Bai Hui immediately opened Shark Live. Gazing at the familiar interface, he couldn't help but sigh at how swiftly time had flown. It had already been several months since he last logged into the platform. He wondered how his old followers in the stream were doing. Had that brotherly Jinza actually gone through with his promise to livestream himself eating feces upside down? The thought sparked a vivid, unwelcome image in his mind. Ugh, how disgusting. Bai Hui shook his head to banish the mental picture. With practiced ease, he logged into his account and linked the camera feed to his channel. Finally, everything was set. He angled the lens towards the spaceship's massive screen. Where did everyone in the stream go? A wave of awkwardness washed over him as he remembered. At this hour, people across the Dragon Kingdom should be glued to their televisions watching the spaceship broadcast. Who would possibly be browsing his channel right now? Yet, as if to defy all odds, a familiar figure entered the stream. Is that Godbai? Holy crap, Godbai, aren't you supposed to be on the spaceship? Why are you streaming? The unexpected visitor was none other than Li Jinza. Having set a special notification for Bai Hui's channel, he had seen the alert first and rushed over, thrilled to find he was right. Bai Hui was equally surprised. Brother, I didn't expect it to be you. Before he could finish his sentence, the stream exploded with the dazzling effects of super rockets, cascading one after another until the screen was ablaze with their glory. Li Jinza has gifted the streamer 3,000 super rockets. The gifts totaled a staggering 6 million, startling even Bai Hui. The influx catapulted his stream's popularity into the millions, with a relentless surge of new viewers flooding in. Holy shit, is that Godbai? Godbai has descended. All you mere mortals kneel before him. Oh my god, Godbai is live. Everyone spread the word. I've already posted on Weibo. Godbai, I love you. I want to have your babies. Get lost, you shameless wench. Godbai is mine, he's my husband, got it. Who is this bitch with no shame? Do you really think you're worthy? Bai Hui watched the barrage of comments, a vein pulsing in his forehead. He had just started streaming, and his most fervent fans were already tearing into each other. Tisk women. He felt compelled to intervene. Ladies, please stop arguing. No fighting in the chat, or I'll have to mute you. Yes, Godbai. The moment he spoke, the bickering ceased, replaced by a unified chant of his title. His influence was undeniable. By now the stream's popularity had soared to 15 million, all of it real people. Deep in his mind, the system was sending a constant stream of notifications about his rising popularity points. In the blink of an eye, he had amassed over 10 million more. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Shark Live, a super administrator spotted Bai Hui's channel lighting up and immediately alerted the manager. Without a moment's hesitation, the manager escalated it to the CEO, who promptly put Bai Hui's stream on the front page. The front page of Shark Live featured only one stream, Bai Hui's. All other featured channels had been replaced to make way for it. Meanwhile, news of his broadcast was spreading like wildfire across Weibo and WeChat, drawing in a flood of curious viewers. The official television broadcast, captured via drone, only showed the exterior of the spaceship. So many people were now watching TV and simultaneously logging onto Bai Hui's stream on their phones to get a complete view of both the inside and outside of the vessel. Bai Hui's stream popularity continued to climb, reaching an incredible 73 million viewers in a flash. And this wasn't some inflated number. It was the actual count of live viewers. Time 7:46 a.m. There were only 14 minutes left until the launch of the Longting 2 spaceship. As he streamed, Bai Hui began detailing the specific capabilities of the vessel. Folks, I'm currently in the control cabin of the Longting 2. See that massive screen up there? Can you guess how much that display cost? Everyone's eyes in the stream immediately landed on the colossal screen. It was a true behemoth measuring 56 meters long and 18 meters wide, crafted as a single seamless piece. 30 million. I'm guessing around 8 million. 50 million. Bai Hui chuckled. You're all underestimating it. It cost a whopping 600 million to manufacture. Well, I'm out. Why, I used to think I was rich, but I can't even afford a single screen. I've worked my whole life, and I still can't compete with a screen. I'm about to cry. 666. Bai Hui continued. Of course, once we start mass production, the cost of this screen will definitely come down. This particular one is expensive only because the manufacturing process isn't mature yet. Let me introduce the ship's performance specs to you all. The Longting 2 is 125 meters long, 75 meters wide, and 28 meters high, with a total weight of 2475 tons and a maximum payload of 3600 tons. Powered by a nuclear fission reactor, it is a true nuclear-powered spaceship. As Bai Hui spoke with ease, the stream's audience was left utterly astounded by the sheer scale of the vessel. This Longting 2 was the real giant. All those other rockets were child's play. 666. This is a true national treasure. No wonder it's the anti-gravity ship that can take the Dragon Kingdom into the space age. It's truly badass. With a ship this powerful, we could go mining on asteroids. The Dragon Kingdom will rise in no time. God, by how much longer until we can go on space tours? Bai Hui spotted this comment, paused for a moment to consider his response, and then answered, don't worry. You won't have to wait too long to travel in space. As soon as the Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity ship production capacity catches up, we can open up the space industry. As for the exact timeline, it should be within 3 years. 3 years. A wave of excitement rippled through the viewers. They might actually get the chance to travel to space within 3 years. Xiecheng Company has gifted 2,000 super rockets. Tuma Company has gifted 2,000 super rockets. Thank you, God, Bai, for the good news. Sending 2,000 super rockets your way. These two companies were the first to enter the space tourism industry, possessing exceptional foresight. They were well aware that the Dragon Nation would inevitably prioritize the development of the space sector. Consequently, they had entered the space tourism market early on. However, the lack of a definitive response from the authorities in recent times had left them feeling uncertain. They feared that despite their substantial investments, they might never receive a reply. Now, having learned the specific timeline from Bai Hui, their anxieties were finally laid to rest. Who was Bai Hui? He was the Minister of the Aerospace Administration, and his words essentially represented the official stance of the Dragon Nation. It was foreseeable that after today, the stock prices of these two companies would soar, potentially even doubling. At this moment, the live stream was filled with representatives from various corporations. The CEOs of Tongfei Corporation, Bailey Corporation, and Wanda Corporation were all watching, and with their keen business acumen, they instantly spotted a golden opportunity. Since the esteemed Bai had declared that space travel would be possible within 3 years, what about other space industries? Space mining, space metallurgy, space agriculture. The eyes of these corporate leaders glinted with sharp insight, each harboring their own ambitions. Tongfei Corporation has donated 1000 super rockets. Bailey Corporation has donated 1000 super rockets. Wanda Corporation has donated 1000 super rockets. These three messages appeared in perfect alignment. At this moment, the leaders of these corporations had each offered their own token of appreciation. 100 super rockets. That was a full 20 million yuan. Yet compared to the value of Bai Hui's information, it was insignificant. Sometimes a single utterance from a figure of authority could enable countless individuals to seize future business opportunities. Bai Hui, however, remained unaware that he had become the authority in everyone's eyes. Of course, the live stream was not limited to these three major corporations. Numerous other companies were also showering super rockets. No one in the business world was foolish. Who could fail to recognize the importance of the information Bai Hui had just revealed? In commerce, a piece of sufficiently valuable information could create markets worth tens or hundreds of billions. Of course, Bai Hui was oblivious to all this. Or rather, even if he knew, he would not care. His most urgent task now was to investigate the source of the gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon. Otherwise, no amount of wealth would be worth anything in the face of a civilization-ending crisis. The number of viewers in the live stream was steadily increasing, now reaching 360 million, an absolutely staggering figure. This meant that across the entire Dragon Nation, 360 million people were watching Bai Hui's broadcast. The CEO of Shark Live, upon seeing this number, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had quickly rented a massive amount of cloud servers, otherwise Shark Live would have crashed long ago. Meanwhile, the system within Bai Hui's mind was joyfully absorbing this popularity value. This was genuine energy. Bai Hui addressed the audience. Fellow brothers, I am currently aboard the Longting 2 spacecraft about to fly to the moon with the astronauts beside me. Next, let me introduce you to our heroic astronauts. He turned the camera toward Commander Li Jigang, who was calmly checking the spacecraft's status. This handsome, seasoned man is our mission commander for this lunar expedition. His name is Li Jigang, responsible for the overall coordination of the spacecraft and the entire lunar mission. Even I must follow his orders. Over there is a beautiful female astronaut, Xia Hanyan, who is Commander Li's wife and is in charge of the spacecraft's navigation. That astronaut over there is Hu Ming, one of the pilots of Longting 2. Bai Hui introduced each astronaut to the audience, detailing their specific responsibilities. As you all know, in this lunar mission, the Dragon Nation will carry a lunar base main module weighing over 800 tons to find a suitable location on the moon and construct our true lunar base. This lunar base main module is equipped with all necessary facilities capable of sustaining human life for 10 years. Furthermore, Commander Li Jigang, his wife Xia Hanyan, and Hu Ming will remain on the moon with the base for an extended period, conducting scientific research and other tasks. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes left before the spacecraft launch. Facing the live stream, Bai Hui smiled and said, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the horizon. The bright moon above connects the hearts of all children of the Dragon Nation. Lifting my head, I see the bright moon. Oh, lowering my head, I think of my homeland." Countless poems about the moon exist. For millennia, the people of the Dragon Nation have harbored a profound affection for the moon. Today, let us embark on Longting 2 and rush toward the distant moon in the sky. In the live stream, countless viewers typed "safe journey." This phrase carried their blessings for Longting 2. Everyone stared intently at the screen. Bai Hui, dressed in a blue spacesuit, had taken his seat. His camera was aimed at the control cabin. Li Jigang sat in the center, issuing commands. Xiao He, report the spacecraft inspection results. Propulsion system, check normal. Life support system, check normal. Escape system, check normal. Xiao He reported the inspection results. Oh, everything was fine. It was now the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, 7:59 a.m., with 1 minute remaining before the launch. Li Jigang shouted, "Everyone fasten your seatbelts, the spacecraft is about to launch." Reporting to mission control, the spacecraft is fully operational, requesting launch clearance. Li Jigang picked up the microphone and reported loudly. The voice of Zhou Lao came through from mission control. Launch allowed. Safe journey. Li Jigang nodded to Hu Ming, who promptly pressed a button on the spacecraft. Instantly, the nuclear fission reactor began to operate with chain reactions continuously, providing immense power. The 24 anti-gravity engines started to work, and the spacecraft began to vibrate. A low hum filled the air. Longting 2 lifted off the ground, rising slowly. Gradually, it accelerated. At the Yuan Space Launch Base, under the gaze of all present, Longting 2 ascended into the sky, soaring heavenward with a whoosh. "Daddy, daddy, the big spaceship is taking off." Kiki waved her small, delicate hand, a sweet smile on her face. The Longting 2 spacecraft accelerated until it pierced through the clouds and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, most of the onlookers gathered around the Yuan Aerospace Base to watch the launch had yet to snap back to reality. It was utterly breathtaking. A spaceship of such immense scale had just soared into the sky before their very eyes. A spectacle they would surely never forget. On the television broadcast, viewers across the nation witnessed the colossal vessel rising from the vast earth, leaving every citizen of Dragon Country in awe. Longting 2 moved at incredible speed, reaching geostationary orbit in the blink of an eye. Bai Hui sat in his seat, feeling no discomfort whatsoever, as the ship's anti-gravity engines generated a gravity field that simulated an Earth-like environment. Though the spacecraft was now in the vacuum of space, its interior felt no different from being on Earth. "This live stream will last for over 10 hours, Bai Hui said, addressing the viewers in the broadcast. "The distance from Earth to the moon is over 38,000 kilometers. In the past, when our nation launched lunar probes, they had to enter the Earth-Moon transfer orbit and follow a tangential path, which took about 3 to 4 days to reach the moon. This includes the Apollo spacecraft from the Lighthouse Country in the last century, as well as all other lunar probes launched by various nations. They all had to travel via the Earth-Moon transfer orbit. Furthermore, they also had to use the Moon-Earth transfer orbit to return to Earth. However, our Longting 2 is equipped with nuclear propulsion and anti-gravity technology. It has ample power, and its maximum speed can even surpass the third cosmic velocity of 16.7 kilometers per second. So to save time, Longting 2 will fly directly to the moon. We should arrive in about 10 hours. And tonight at 8 o'clock, as the moon rises over Earth, Longting 2 will land on the lunar surface. If any of you have a telescope, you might even be able to witness Longting 2's moon landing directly from Earth." These words instantly set the live stream's chat ablaze. Wow, landing on the moon at 8 p.m. That's so romantic. So as long as we have a telescope, we might actually see the Longting 2 spacecraft. Say no more, I'm buying a telescope right now. This is our nation's first moon landing. Just imagine watching our spacecraft touch down on the moon with our own eyes. How incredibly romantic is that? I don't want to see the ship, I want to see the divine Bai. Bai Hui chuckled as he read the barrage of comments. Hey, you definitely won't be able to see me with a telescope, but you should be able to spot the Longting 2 spacecraft. Given the immense size of the Longting 2, it was indeed possible to see it from Earth with a telescope under clear, cloudless skies. What Bai Hui didn't anticipate was that his casual remark would cause all telescopes on the market to sell out completely. People were rushing to buy telescopes with wads of cash regardless of the price. Witnessing their nation's spacecraft landing on the moon from Earth firsthand was a historic moment, far more meaningful than watching a stream. Most importantly, they could post about it on their social media and show off. Telescope manufacturers were ecstatic, raking in unimaginable profits in just one day. In the Dragon Country Hansheng, Lin Wanqing jumped up abruptly and shouted anxiously, "Bai Yongyang, where is our telescope? Hurry up and get it out. I want to see my son land on the moon with my own eyes. I can't miss such an important moment as his mother. And then he'll post it on my moments, those other women will be so jealous." Bai Yongyang stood there speechless, thinking that last part is probably your real intention. He brought out a 3 million yuan telescope from the storage room, one he had bought for his son's amusement when he was a child. Reflecting on it now, Bai Yongyang wondered if that was when his son had developed an interest in space. Could it be that Xiao Hu's current genius was nurtured by his own father? At this thought, Bai Yongyang felt a surge of pride, believing he had single-handedly cultivated such a brilliant talent for the nation. The monumental event of the Dragon Country moon landing had already spread overseas, with related videos circulating on foreign websites. When people in the lighthouse country saw the video of Longting 2's launch, they were utterly stunned, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Oh my god, how is this possible? The Dragon Country is going to the moon. That spaceship is so cool, it looks like something out of Star Wars. I'd love to take a ride. Alas, the Dragon people have mastered anti-gravity technology and have left us in the dust. We are the world's #1 in tech, why haven't we mastered it? So cool, this is a giant leap for human civilization. Foreign netizens were all engaged in heated discussions. At that moment, President Pu was venting his frustration in his office. FCK, the Dragon people are about to land on the moon, they're going to start exploiting its resources and soon claim the entire moon. Where is our lunar spacecraft? In front of President Pu was a computer screen displaying the Dragon Country's live stream, showing the massive spacecraft to sight that filled him with intense envy. This was an anti-gravity spaceship. It was incredibly cool. Why wasn't such a powerful ship theirs? Not only that, but as he scrolled through Twitter on his phone, he saw countless netizens furiously venting their frustrations, all of them criticizing him. His approval ratings had also hit an all-time low. President Pu's face darkened as he immediately summoned the head of the space agency, Jason Smith. When Smith arrived, President Pu said expressionlessly, "Jason, I don't care how you do it, but within 1 month we will return to the moon and claim our sovereignty over it." Jason Smith was taken aback. "Sir, with all due respect, that is an impossible task. Building a rocket and a lunar lander is incredibly difficult. Our experts need extensive testing and validation. Doing it in a month is a pipe dream. 2 years might be a more realistic time frame." President Pu didn't want to waste words with him and cursed angrily, "Fuck, look at the Dragon Kingdom spaceship, it's about to land on the moon. If our star-spangled nation delays any longer, there won't even be any soup left for us. I don't care what methods you use or how much money it costs, within 1 month our star-spangled nation must return to the moon. Otherwise you can hand in your resignation yourself." Jason said bitterly, "Sir, very well, we'll do our best." That same day, President Pu posted a message on Twitter. "The Star-Spangled Nation will land on the moon in 1 month. We landed on the moon 50 years ago, and now our brave warriors are about to return, proving that we are truly the world's #1. As soon as this news broke, many citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation were overjoyed, continuously praising President Pu on Twitter. Regardless, at least their nation had landed on the moon again. But many people felt bitter inside, knowing that from this moment on their country's aerospace capabilities had been far surpassed by the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom had mastered anti-gravity technology, leaving the Star-Spangled Nation far behind. Unless they also mastered it, they could never surpass them. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace control hall, Elder Zhou was periodically checking the status of the Longting 2. He had also just learned of the Star-Spangled Nation's announcement. Elder Zhou's expression was relaxed, showing no signs of worry. No matter how impressive they were, without anti-gravity technology, what use was returning to the moon? He chuckled. "They're getting desperate, but what's the use? Can they build a lunar base when they return? We have anti-gravity spaceships, they can never match us." Beside him, another elderly man, Fang Zhongmin, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences and a nuclear physicist, spoke up. Elder Fang also smiled and said, "1 month. TSK tisk, they're going all in. Rushing to build a rocket and lunar lander in a month. If something goes wrong, they'll be in trouble." The two exchanged smiles, completely disregarding the Star-Spangled Nation. In the silent void of space, The Longting 2 was steadily advancing towards the moon. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's command center, staff worked in shifts, constantly monitoring the spacecraft's status. 1 hour, 2 hours, 10 hours. Finally, the spacecraft reached lunar orbit and began to circle the moon. The moon, historically known in the Dragon Kingdom as Taiyin Xuanachanjuan or Yupan, is Earth's satellite and the 5th largest in the solar system. Its diameter is about a quarter of Earth's, and its mass is about 1/81st, its surface riddled with impact craters from small celestial bodies. In human history, 12 brave warriors had landed on the moon, leaving their footprints behind. Now, after decades, the moon was finally welcoming its 13th visitor. At this moment, it was exactly 7:30 in the evening. By now, the sky was completely dark. On Earth, the moon had risen, and people had finished their dinners early, waiting in front of their televisions. Families who could afford it had bought astronomical telescopes and were busy adjusting them. The Longting 2 was so massive that many people had already spotted it through their telescopes. Look, there's a small dot there. Is that our Dragon Kingdom's Longting 2 spaceship? Hey, it really is. Amazing. I never thought we'd get to see our spaceship land on the moon with our own eyes. I'm so excited. Hurry up. I can't wait for the landing. At 7:50 p.m., Li Jigang reported. Report to Command Center. Longting 2 is estimated to arrive at the designated location in 5 minutes, requesting lunar landing procedure. The landing was finally about to happen, and everyone in the command center began to tense up. Approved. Lunar landing permitted. Ensure safety above all. Elder Zhou gave the command. Roger. All the astronauts began to move, including Bai Hui. The audience in the live stream was buzzing with excitement. Oh, it's finally time to land. I haven't slept a wink all day. One viewer sent a bullet comment. It's starting. Guys, come watch quickly. I'm already seated on my stool, cracking open some sunflower seeds. In lunar orbit, the Longting 2 speed was gradually decreasing. 7 of the 8 astronauts began putting on their extravehicular spacesuits, which came with a life support system and cost a fortune, hundreds of millions per suit. Bai Hui put on his transparent radiation-proof oxygen mask. Clad in the thick spacesuit, he was bulky and moved with difficulty. But it was necessary, as space was filled with cosmic radiation and extreme temperatures. A human exposed directly to such an environment wouldn't survive 10 seconds. Arrived at designated orbit, beginning descent. Li Jigang reminded from aboard the Longting 2. With the anti-gravity engines, the spacecraft descended smoothly and steadily, finally coming to rest firmly on the lunar surface. At this moment, people on Earth looking at the moon through their telescopes were all ecstatic. The spaceship has landed safely on the moon. We did it. I've recorded this. I'm saving it to show my children and grandchildren. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Begin lunar landing. Li Jigang said calmly. The team moved forward into a sealed compartment. This was the airlock. The astronauts passed through it to exit the spacecraft, preventing oxygen from leaking into space and posing a fatal threat to the ship. After all, this was a vacuum. Gas leakage would not only cause oxygen deficiency, but also create a pressure imbalance between the inside and outside, damaging the spacecraft. Brothers, are you ready? We're about to set foot on the moon. Bai Hui's camera was mounted on his shoulder, broadcasting the live feed. Ready? Damn, my legs are trembling. It feels like I'm the one landing on the moon. I'm so nervous, I've got goosebumps all over. Go, Bai Shun. Make sure you return safely. At that moment, countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom sent their blessings. Inside the Bai's building in Hanqing, 2 women hugged each other tightly, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the big screen. Brother Bai Hui, you must succeed. Son, come back safe. Lin Wanqing, who was usually full of mischief, had lost all her playful spirit. Her hands trembled as she clutched Chen Linger's small hand tightly. Inside the live broadcast room, the airlock chamber of the Longting 2 began to evacuate its atmosphere and deactivated the artificial gravity field generated by its anti-gravity engines. Shortly after, the astronauts felt their bodies become weightless, as if they could leap dozens of meters into the air with a single bound. This was because the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, making the astronauts feel as though they had suddenly become lighter. A gangway extended from the spacecraft down to the lunar surface, and the airlock door slowly slid open. As Bai Hui gazed out, all he could see was sand, dust, and craters formed by countless meteorite impacts. Looking into the distance, he could see the dark, silent void of the universe above. This was a barren land of death. No air, no water, no sound, and no moon palace change or jade rabbit. But at this moment, in the hearts of the astronauts and the people of the Dragon Nation, this was a land of golden treasure, a land of dreams, carrying the aspirations of all its people. Who will be the first to step onto the moon? This question had long been decided by the Dragon Nation's officials. Undoubtedly, the first Dragon Nation citizen to set foot on the moon would have their name etched into history, forever revered by generations to come. Bai Hui was the inventor of the anti-gravity technology. Without him, the Dragon Nation could never have entered the space age or reached the moon at this moment. The honor of being the first to step onto the moon belonged to none other than Bai Hui. Walking at the forefront, he grasped the handrail and slowly descended the gangway. Finally, his foot touched the lunar soil, leaving a shallow footprint on the moon's surface. In that instant, the people of the Dragon Nation had set foot on the moon, fulfilling a 5,000-year-long aspiration. The first astronaut from the Beacon Nation to land on the moon had left behind a timeless quote that still resonates today. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Sadly, humanity had not returned to the moon for over 50 years. Now the Dragon Nation had finally arrived on this long-cherished celestial body. Bai Hui's heart swelled with emotion as he turned the camera towards himself. His voice trembling, he said, "Fellow citizens of the Dragon Nation, we have finally set foot on the moon." Ho! In that moment, all the people of the Dragon Nation on Earth erupted in jubilant cheers. Countless fireworks prepared in advance burst into the sky, creating a celebration even grander than the new year. The TV host couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Bai Shun has stepped out. He has finally set foot on the moon. In this moment, we the people of the Dragon Nation have conquered this planet that has haunted our dreams, and we have finally left our footprints upon it. This is an unprecedented miracle, a moment worthy of being etched into the annals of history. Let us shout with excitement for him. We have landed on the moon." Roar. At this instant, countless people across the Dragon Nation, watching in front of their televisions, couldn't help but rise to their feet, cheering wildly at the sky. We have landed on the moon. On the big screens in the pedestrian streets, passers-by cheered and shouted, abandoning all decorum. On the university sports fields, students jumped around frantically yelling, "We've landed on the moon. We the people of the Dragon Nation have landed on the moon. Bai Shun, you're awesome. Our son has landed on the moon." In the cold city of the Dragon Nation, Bai Hui's parents, Bai Yongyang and Lin Wanqing, embraced each other, weeping tears of joy. Beside them, Chen Linger couldn't help but smile softly, murmuring, "Brother, Bai Hui, congratulations on landing on the moon." At the Yuequan space base, a man holding a little girl with two pigtails was watching the live stream on his phone, with the girl's mother standing beside them. The man excitedly lifted the little girl high into the air and shouted, "Kiki, we the people of the Dragon Nation have landed on the moon." Ha ha. Infected by the atmosphere, Kiki couldn't help but laugh, revealing two adorable dimples. In the Beacon Nation, Emperor Pu watched the live stream with a complex expression. The Dragon Nation has landed on the moon. At this moment, the glory that belonged solely to their Beacon Nation had vanished, for another nation had successfully landed on the moon after them. This was an advancement of civilization. It signified that a civilization had once again successfully landed on an extraterrestrial body and was about to build a permanent base on this very planet, marking the Dragon Nation's conquest of the moon. They achieved it so quickly. At the Polar Bear Space Agency, Director Ramazov sighed as he looked at the images on the large screen before him. Our Polar Bear Nation must also accelerate our pace. We cannot allow the Dragon Nation to dominate the moon alone and strip all its resources. The Polar Bear Nation also had its own ambitious lunar base plans, but they had only now realized how slow their plans were. By the time they got moving, the Dragon Nation would have already taken over the entire moon and plundered all its resources. The Dragon Nation has landed on the moon. At the 3A Nation Space Agency, everyone watched with envy, wishing it were their people standing on the moon right now. Unfortunately, their last lunar probe had crashed directly onto the moon's surface, a wreckage that served as a stark reminder that they didn't have the capability yet. On the moon, the other 6 astronauts also stepped one by one onto the lunar soil. Meanwhile, on the Longting 2, astronaut Jiang Tao would remain behind to stand guard, ready to respond to any emergency and assist the team. Walking on the moon feels so strange, Hu Ming said with a chuckle. Bai Hui teased, "Don't use too much force or you might just fly off into the sky. Because the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, one must be careful not to exert too much effort while walking, or a single push could send you leaping dozens of meters into the air." Bai Hui walked slowly across the lunar surface, savoring this extraordinary sensation. He pointed the live stream camera at the moon, allowing the people of the Dragon Nation to admire the lunar landscape. After a while, Bai Hui turned to the camera and addressed the viewers in the live stream. "Dear viewers, we are now about to begin our lunar scientific survey mission. Next, we will search for a suitable location to build a permanent lunar base, which is our primary objective for this trip. We will also be conducting a series of scientific experiments, so we won't be able to continue the live broadcast. My friends, we'll see you in the next stream." With that, Bai Hui immediately ended the live broadcast. What followed was classified information for the Dragon Nation and could no longer be streamed publicly. That's it. I haven't seen enough yet. Bai Shun, please don't end the stream. Is it really that hard to just show us what the lunar surface looks like? Finding a base location sounds so cool, I really want to keep watching. I'm definitely going to visit the lunar base as a tourist someday. Li Jigang led several astronauts over and asked, "Minister, what should we do now? I want to follow the prearranged plan to find a suitable location and build our Dragon Nation's lunar base." Bai Hui nodded and said, "All right, Commander, lead everyone to build our lunar base according to the predetermined plan. Hu Ming, come with me. Let's go explore the far side of the moon." Li Jigang's expression changed, and with a look of concern he said, Minister, why are you going to the far side? It's very dangerous there. The Grand Elder instructed me to ensure your safety. Bai Hui waved his hand dismissively and said, Don't worry, you'll be fine. I have a mission on the far side of the moon. It's the primary purpose of my visit here. You know the confidentiality agreement regarding the specific details. If you're concerned, you can contact the Grand Elder for approval. After hearing this, Li Jigang pondered for a moment, then returned to the spacecraft to consult the Grand Elder. Given the gravity of the situation as the commander, even Bai Hui had to follow his orders on the moon. Li Jigang had a suspicion that Bai Hui's visit to the moon wasn't merely for tourism, but had a deeper purpose. Indeed, Bai Hui intended to carry out a top-secret mission on the far side. Li Jigang lacked the authority to make such a decision alone, so he had to seek guidance from the Grand Elder. A reply came swiftly. The Grand Elder instructed him to follow Bai Hui's orders completely while on the moon, but to ensure Bai Hui's safety above all, if any unforeseen events occurred. Li Jigang returned to the lunar surface and said to Bai Hui, Minister, I have consulted the Grand Elder. You may proceed with your mission on the far side. Please take this. To his surprise, Li Jigang pulled out a handgun, a precautionary measure. Bai Hui chuckled and said, Commander, that won't be necessary. The lunar shuttle is already equipped with weaponry, rest assured. The lunar shuttle was a lunar vehicle developed by the Dragon Nation. With no atmosphere on the moon, conventional aircraft couldn't fly. So Bai Hui and his team had specially constructed the lunar shuttle. This vessel housed an anti-gravity engine powered by lithium-air battery packs and weighed 25 tons. The astronauts had all undergone training for the lunar shuttle and knew how to operate it. Bai Hui was a last-minute addition to the astronaut crew and hadn't received the relevant training. However, the lunar shuttle was fully automated, capable of autonomous flight via artificial intelligence. But as a precaution, Bai Hui decided to have Hu Ming accompany him. Soon Bai Hui and Hu Ming returned to the Longting 2. In the cargo hold, they saw the shuttle with a pointed nose and streamlined body about the size of a typical fighter jet. Bai Hui asked, Hu Ming, you still remember how to fly this, right? Hu Ming scratched his head saying, Minister, I can fly it, but am not very proficient yet. Bai Hui pushed him into the shuttle and said, Don't worry, this shuttle has an autopilot function. You can get familiar with it once we're inside. They both took their seats, with Hu Ming still frantically trying to recall the flight procedures. Bai Hui directly spoke to his smart wristband. Xiaohe, head to the von Karman crater in the Aitken Basin on the far side of the moon. Instantly, the lunar shuttle's lights illuminated, and with a roar it launched from the Longting 2 heading south. The von Karman crater, named after the renowned 20th-century aerospace scientist von Karman, was also hailed as the scientific genius of the aerospace age. Just recently, the Dragon Nation's change probe had landed successfully in the von Karman crater. It was also the location of the gravitational anomalies detected by the Keiqiao relay satellite. Meanwhile, Li Jigang and the others began constructing the lunar base as planned. The moon's surface was riddled with craters, and with no atmosphere there were extreme temperature fluctuations, space radiation, and the constant threat of meteor impacts. Building a base directly on the surface would expose it to numerous dangers, making it both exorbitantly expensive and incredibly challenging. Therefore, after deliberations involving Bai Hui, the research team, and the Dragon Nation's Aerospace Command Center, it was ultimately decided to construct the lunar base underground. First, using excavation equipment, a massive pit would be dug into the lunar surface. The excavated lunar soil would be used to reinforce the surrounding ground. Additionally, scientists developed a specialized radiation-proof and insulating material to guard against space radiation. This material would be layered over the base, further reinforced with lunar soil to protect against meteor impacts. Furthermore, to counter potential threats, the base would be equipped with a weapons system designed to neutralize any large threatening space debris. This was the Dragon Nation's lunar base plan. Hanyan, go deploy our lunar rover and have it survey the lunar environment to find a suitable location. Understood. Xiao Hanyan nodded, turned back to the spacecraft, and retrieved the lunar rover. This rover was capable of carrying personnel powered by electricity and equipped with 2 powerful off-road wheels, granting it exceptional terrain capability and a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Other astronauts were also collecting soil samples for analysis. Over the years, global exploration had already provided a fairly comprehensive understanding of the lunar surface's soil rock and composition. But to ensure greater data accuracy, the astronauts continued to collect lunar regolith and used specialized instruments to analyze its composition. Another astronaut was using a radiation detector to measure the intensity of radiation on the lunar surface. The astronauts all began their assigned tasks. On the other side, Bai Hui and Hu Ming in the lunar shuttle quickly arrived at the von Karman crater in the Aitken Basin. The crater was vast, with a diameter of 186 kilometers. Since they were flying high above, their field of vision was expansive, and they soon spotted the Dragon Nation's change probe and the Yuta lunar rover. Bai Hui's heart stirred, and he immediately said, Xiaohe, land here. The lunar shuttle descended slowly and came to a steady stop on the lunar surface. Hu Ming was completely bewildered. He saw nothing of interest. What was Minister Bai doing here? Bai Hui ignored him, donned his spacesuit, and exited the lunar shuttle. He held a detection device, pointing its probe forward. Bai Hui murmured to himself, "This is the spot. The gravity detector's readings are off the charts." System quickly scanned to see if these gravitational fluctuations are caused by a wormhole. "All right, host, please wait." Time passed slowly, and finally the system finished its scan. "Host, I have good news and bad news. Stop beating around the bush and just say it. The bad news is that the gravitational fluctuations here are indeed caused by a wormhole." Bai Hui's expression darkened. Had it finally come to this final moment? Where would humanity go from here? The system continued, "The good news is that the wormhole here is unstable. Simply put, there are two possibilities. The first is that the civilization that opened the wormhole has only recently advanced to a Type 3 civilization and hasn't fully mastered wormhole technology yet. The second possibility is that the one who opened the wormhole is a powerful being, at least a transcendent life form or above, and may be severely injured." How so? If it's the first possibility, Earth's civilization still has a chance to resist. If it's the second, and the powerful being who opened the wormhole harbors ill intentions toward Earth, then Earth's civilization has no means of resistance unless he is gravely wounded and near death. Why? No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. Can't even a hydrogen bomb kill him. Host, you are still limited by Earth's perspective. Being able to open a wormhole means he is a being beyond transcendent life form, having comprehended the laws of space. A nuclear bomb's power could indeed kill him, but you would never be able to hit him. In a moment of crisis, a being of that level can directly open a spatial passage, like a wormhole, so you simply cannot harm him. So if it's the first possibility, Earth's civilization has a chance to survive. Bai Hui took a deep breath. This was a gamble. If he won, Earth's humanity would experience a massive explosion of progress, rapidly elevating the civilization's level. If he lost, everything would be gone. How much time do they have before they come? The system replied, "According to my calculations, it will take them 10 years and 4 months to traverse the wormhole space." Bai Hui pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "System, if I take the path of evolution, can I break through to transcendent life form within 10 years? The system shook its head and said, "I can only say it's extremely difficult. If you want to take this path to save Earth, you must master the laws of space, otherwise it's useless. To perfect your genetic power and master the laws of space, you would have to be a peerless cultivation genius. Otherwise, there's no chance. Moreover, compared to cultivation civilizations, they have complete cultivation techniques. You can only rely on yourself, constantly exploring and developing your genetic power on your own." The system pondered for a moment and said, "However, it's not impossible. According to my speculation, Earth once had a brilliant cultivation civilization, and they must have left behind cultivation techniques. If you can find them, there might still be a glimmer of hope." Bai Hui thought carefully and finally decided to pursue both paths simultaneously. First, he would convert the knowledge in his mind into corresponding technology to enhance Longwo's technological strength. At the same time, he resolved to embark on the path of self-evolution. To travel further in the universe, self-evolution was essential. Otherwise, how could one explore the cosmos? Suddenly, a great fear surged within Bai Hui's heart. It was as if a living being facing a life-or-death crisis felt a wave of terror. Bai Hui abruptly looked up and saw a pitch-black crack appearing in the void before him. It was accompanied by a silver radiance with an extreme darkness at its center. This crack appeared silently without causing any vibrations. But Bai Hui had a feeling that if he accidentally touched it, he would be annihilated instantly. Hu Ming also saw the crack. He crouched on the ground, his face pale. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his expression was filled with terror. "Host, do you see that? That is a spatial rift. Only beings beyond transcendent life form are qualified to touch it. For low-level beings like you, merely seeing a spatial rift evokes a sense of death. You can think of it as a kind of hierarchical suppression." Bai Hui gasped and asked, "Why does a spatial rift appear here?" "Because this is the endpoint of a wormhole. The gravitational fluctuations are intense, and the spatial energy fluctuates accordingly, making such rifts possible. So you must not approach this area, it's extremely dangerous." After a while, Hu Ming finally caught his breath. He asked with lingering fear, "Minister, what was that? I felt like I was about to die." Bai Hui explained, "That is a spatial rift." "A spatial rift? What's that?" "Oh, it's extremely dangerous. Never go near this area in the future. And you must not tell anyone about what happened here without permission, understood?" Hu Ming nodded solemnly. Yes. He understood the confidentiality agreement. Bai Hui nodded and said, "All right, let's head back." Hu Ming hesitated. "Just like that. Weren't you supposed to carry out some top-secret mission?" "The mission is already complete. Let's go." Hu Ming had only seen Bai Hui standing there with a gravity detector for half a day, but he couldn't hear Bai Hui's conversation with the system. So he found it strange. It seemed like they hadn't done anything at all. The two boarded the lunar shuttle and headed back toward the Longting No. 2. There was no navigation system on the moon. Everything relied on the Yueqiao relay satellite in orbit. Through this satellite, Bai Hui could communicate with the control center from the far side of the moon and also plot the shuttle's route. Over at the Longting No. 2, Li Jigang led the astronauts in non-stop work. This time their lunar landing carried not only a main lunar base module, a true behemoth weighing over 800 tons, but also 2 hydraulic excavators for digging the lunar soil. If needed, these 2 machines could also function as mining rigs. Li Jigang and his team had already found a suitable location for the base. It was a crater. The astronauts began using the excavators to dig out the soil, a massive undertaking. Fortunately, Longwo's artificial intelligence technology was advanced enough to allow the excavators to work autonomously. And because the moon's gravity is several times lower than Earth's, the excavators worked much faster than they would on Earth. The astronauts set up a signal tower nearby, which could communicate with Earth through the relay satellite. The signal tower would be the communication backbone of the future lunar base. Additionally, 2 other astronauts were laying out solar panels to build the energy system for the lunar base. Of course, in the later stages, the lunar base will utilize nuclear fission reactors and even nuclear fusion reactors. After all, the power output of fission reactors is somewhat insufficient, and Earth's fission fuel reserves are too limited. In the future, they will likely be unable to sustain the energy consumption of numerous anti-gravity spacecraft. Moreover, many regions on Earth require nuclear power generation, making nuclear fuel even more precious. Therefore, for civilization to develop rapidly, the creation of nuclear fusion reactors is an urgent necessity. The lunar regolith, after eons of cosmic ray irradiation, contains vast amounts of helium-3. Helium-3 is a clean, safe, and highly efficient fusion fuel. Moreover, the product of helium-3 fusion is pure water, which does not produce radiation. The helium-3 reserves on the moon alone could sustain Earth's energy needs for tens of thousands of years. For now, solar panel power is barely sufficient to maintain the lunar base's operations. However, it cannot power the anti-gravity engines needed to create an artificial gravity field simulating Earth's gravity. This is because anti-gravity engines consume an immense amount of energy, far beyond what solar power can provide. Prolonged exposure to the moon's microgravity environment can harm the human body, leading to issues such as muscle atrophy. Consequently, astronauts do not stay for extended periods. Typically, crews are rotated every 6 months to a year. With everyone assigned specific tasks, it took about 3 days. Solar panel deployment, complete energy systems constructed, soil and rock excavation finished, ready for the lunar base main module. The excavated pit was precisely sized to accommodate the main module, and it will be expanded further in the future to house additional base components. In the future, once conditions permit, lunar soil will be used to construct more of the base. To place this massive main module, the Longting 2 spacecraft lifted off, hovered over the crater, and using its built-in robotic arms carefully lowered the over 800-ton lunar base main module into the pit. After a full day of continuous work, the lunar base main module was finally secured safely. The internal life support system was activated, continuously generating breathable air. The supplies brought on this mission are sufficient to sustain 3 astronauts on the moon for over a decade. However, due to the moon's microgravity, no astronaut should remain for more than 6 months to avoid physical harm. With the base constructed, the primary objectives of the astronauts' mission were essentially complete. Bai Hui had already obtained the results he sought and had returned to the main ship 2 days prior. Astronauts Li Jigang, Xia Hanyan, and Hu Ming were to remain on the moon with the base to conduct scientific research experiments. Bai Hui, along with the other astronauts, began their journey back to Earth. It was the 5th day since landing. Today was their scheduled departure. Everyone prepare for departure, Bai Hui announced. We'll leave the lunar rover and all supplies here, but we must take all our trash back to Earth to keep this place pristine. The crew boarded the Longting 2 spacecraft and initiated contact with the Longwa Aerospace Command Center. As Li Jigang stayed on the moon, Bai Hui temporarily assumed the role of mission commander for the return trip. Command Center, this is Longting 2 requesting permission to depart, Bai Hui stated. Permission granted for departure. The Longting 2 ignited its nuclear fission reactor and rapidly ascended, heading towards Earth. Alright, everyone, rest up. We're heading home. It's a 10-hour journey. Back on Earth at the Yuan Aerospace Base in Longwa, numerous media personnel had already gathered, waiting in the base's press hall. Everyone knew that barring any unforeseen circumstances, today was the day the Longting 2 would return to Earth. The 4 astronauts, along with the legendary Bai Shun, were about to return in triumph. The entire nation of Longwa awaited this moment with bated breath. These media workers were all vying to capture the first news. Longting 2 has entered Earth's orbit and is ready for descent, Bai Hui reported from inside the spacecraft. Elder Zhou responded solemnly. Good, begin your descent immediately. Notify the ground crew to clear the landing zone and ensure no interference with the spacecraft's touchdown. Yes, sir. A staff member hurried out to make the arrangements. About 10 minutes later, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. A colossal spacecraft blotted out the sun, a sight reminiscent of an alien arrival. Xiao Hui. Elder Zhou's voice came through the comms channel. After you land, don't rush to disembark. The Grand Elder will personally welcome you, and there will be a large number of reporters waiting for interviews. Understood. Bai Hui knew that a throng of journalists would be waiting for them upon exit. After all, this was a monumental achievement that would greatly boost the confidence of the Longwa people. Altitude 3,000 meters continuing to decelerate. On the ground, media workers were frantically capturing the scene with their cameras. They could now clearly see the Longting 2. This vessel, which carried the dream of Longwa's lunar landing, had finally returned safely to Earth. Adjusting orientation, commencing final descent. Touchdown successful at the Yuan Aerospace Base landing zone. All astronaut vitals are normal. Inside the command center, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. I declare this mid-autumn festival lunar mission a complete success, Elder Zhou announced loudly. The entire control center erupted in cheers, with reporters capturing the moment. Meanwhile, the gangway of the Longting 2 began to lower slowly. A flurry of camera shutters clicked from the assembled press. At the front of the spacecraft, an elderly man stood with a gentle smile, quietly awaiting the heroes. Bai Hui was the first to appear at the hatch, clad in his blue spacesuit, looking exceptionally spirited. The other 4 astronauts followed him down the gangway. They walked up to the Grand Elder, who with a serious expression commanded, "Salute to our heroes." All the attending officials followed suit, saluting the 5 heroes. The Grand Elder then proceeded to shake hands with each of them, saying, "You have worked hard. You are all heroes of Longwa." This scene was broadcast live on television. The host announced excitedly, "The successful return of the Longting 2 marks the complete success of Longwa's lunar landing program. Longwa has become the second nation in the world after the lighthouse country to land on the moon. Let us all rejoice." The successful return of the Longting 2 was a resounding triumph for the nation. At that moment, countless people erupted in cheers, raising their phones to applaud the lunar landing project and the astronauts, sharing their joy across social media feeds. "They're finally back." Seeing this, Bai Hui's parents and Shenlinger all breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to sleep in peace. The past few days had been filled with anxiety for them, worrying about the dangers their son might face on the moon. After all, the lunar surface was exposed to the vastness of space, where even a tiny piece of debris striking them could prove fatal. Newspapers and the internet were flooded with related news, with a single post amassing over 1 million likes within minutes. Moreover, other nations such as the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Polar Bear Kingdom, and the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun all sent congratulatory messages celebrating the Dragon Kingdom's successful lunar landing. Following this, Bai Hui participated in an interview, answering numerous questions from reporters. He also underwent a full physical examination to observe and record his health status. By the time all of this was completed, night had already fallen. Bai Hui yawned, utterly exhausted from the day's events, and fell asleep almost instantly. When he awoke, 12 hours had passed. He went out for some breakfast when a staff member hurried over and informed him, "Minister by the Grand Elder requests your presence as soon as you are awake." "All right, thank you." Bai Hui nodded without hesitation, took a deep breath, and made his way towards the Grand Elder's location. It was time to discuss how to handle the wormhole situation. The Grand Elder was currently in his office attending to official matters when he saw Bai Hui enter. He immediately stopped his work and asked urgently, "Xiao Hui, how is the situation?" Bai Hui gave a wry smile and said, "Grand Elder, the situation is grave. The gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon are indeed caused by a wormhole, and an unknown civilization will arrive in the Earth-Moon orbit in 10 years and 4 months. Bai Hui then recounted every detail to the Grand Elder. After hearing it, all the Grand Elders seemed dazed. How were they to deal with this crisis of extinction for human civilization? The Grand Elder asked, "Xiao Hui, what if we launch a massive barrage of big mushroom bombs to destroy it?" A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes, for the most powerful weapon of current human civilization was indeed the big mushroom bomb. However, Bai Hui shook his head and explained, "Grand Elder, the big mushroom bomb is indeed formidable, but it might be ineffective against entities from a civilization that is at least level 3. Well, not necessarily though, so I suggest we build a space base near the wormhole. The moment they emerge, we detonate the big mushroom bombs directly, potentially obliterating them instantly." "But what if the big mushroom bomb proves useless? What do we do then?" The Grand Elder's voice was low. "If even the big mushroom bomb were futile, would human civilization still stand a chance? We will never give up." Bai Hui's eyes blazed with determination as he stated firmly, "And I believe that with our full effort we will surely overcome this tribulation." The Grand Elder smiled and said earnestly, "Very well then. For this crisis the Dragon Kingdom will rely on you. Xiao Hui, and you I see hope. I believe you can lead our Dragon Kingdom through this ordeal." Bai Hui nodded seriously, saying, "Grand Elder, rest assured, I will give it my all. First, I'd like to share my thoughts with you." The Grand Elder straightened up slightly, listening attentively to Bai Hui. "Firstly, I suggest we keep this information confidential for now, not informing other nations. They lack the Dragon Kingdom's unity. If we leak this news prematurely, it could incite chaos and prove counterproductive. Since the wormhole is on the far side of the moon, no astronomical observation station globally can detect the gravitational fluctuations. Only our Lunar Bridge Relay satellite is equipped with a gravity detector. So as long as we remain silent, they won't find out." Next, I recommend vigorously developing the aerospace industry, letting the dividends of the space age nourish the Dragon Kingdom. We must continuously advance high-tech and concentrate our strength to break through the civilizational barriers. Also, we need to achieve a breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology as soon as possible. Fusion is our primary future energy source. Only with it can the Dragon Kingdom's technology advance rapidly. The Grand Elder nodded, saying, "Yes, I understand. However, our Dragon Kingdom's nuclear fusion technology is still quite backward. We can only rely on you." Grand Elder, rest assured. By the way, Grand Elder, there's something else I need to tell you. Based on the deductions from my system, it's highly probable that the Dragon Kingdom was a cultivation civilization 2,000 years ago. The 100 schools of thought from that era were likely cultivators, and our civilization's cultivation level may have even reached level 3. So I hope you can search for ancient texts to see if we can find any cultivation methods. If we can rediscover them, we can try a two-pronged approach, and perhaps some prodigies will rise. The Grand Elder listened, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. There was a resplendent cultivation civilization in ancient times. Were those myths and legends all real? After a moment of thought, the Grand Elder said, "All right, how about this? I will establish a dragon division dedicated solely to handling the wormhole crisis. Bai Hui, you will be in charge. Do whatever you see fit, I will back you up." These words granted Bai Hui immense power. In simple terms, he could mobilize the vast majority of the Dragon Kingdom's resources to address this crisis. Furthermore, the Grand Elder would personally oversee the division, taking responsibility for any outcomes. Bai Hui was no fool and understood the implications. But this was no boon, it was power, and with it came immense responsibility. It meant he was accountable for the lives of over 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. It was a heavy burden. Yet at this point, the Grand Elder and Bai Hui had no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. For now, they were the only two in the entire Dragon Kingdom aware of this, and time was of the essence. Speed was crucial. That very day, the Grand Elder convened a conference of scientists and the founding meeting of the Dragon Division. All academicians were present except for those engaged in classified missions. The top scholars usually found in their research institutes and universities were now gathered in one hall, exchanging bewildered glances, unaware of the reason for the urgent summons. "Old Joe, do you know why the higher-ups are convening a scientist conference?" an elderly man asked with puzzlement. This elderly man was Tang Lao, a high-energy physicist and a preeminent authority in that field within the Dragon Nation. Before arriving at the meeting, his research project had coincidentally reached a critical juncture, just one step away from a breakthrough. Yet he had been summoned directly to this meeting instead, which left Tang Lao feeling quite disgruntled. Zhou Lao shook his head and said, "Old Tang, I have no idea either. This assembly was convened by the higher-ups. Perhaps they intend to gather us to formulate some future development plans." This was nothing out of the ordinary. In the past, the Dragon Nation's technological advancements had always been achieved through joint research and mutual discussion among the academicians before a feasible future roadmap was established. "Old Fong, what about you?" "I'm not sure either. But it probably has something to do with yesterday's moon landing." The academicians buzzed with discussion, each speculating on the purpose of this meeting. When the time came, the leader and Bai Hui entered the hall punctually, and the conference room instantly fell silent. The leader stepped onto the stage and said, "I apologize for summoning everyone here today and taking up your valuable time. However, I have a matter of utmost importance to announce, which is why I had no choice but to call you all together to deliberate on our course of action. Just a few days ago, the gravitational anomaly detector aboard our Yueqiao relay satellite observed intense gravitational fluctuations at the Von Karman crater on the far side of the moon. After verification by our own scientists, it has been conclusively confirmed that these fluctuations were caused by a wormhole." "What? A wormhole? How is that possible?" The faces of the academicians seemed frozen, expressions filled with sheer disbelief. Wormholes were the stuff of science fiction movies. How could such a thing occur in reality? Yet the person telling them this was the leader. The Great Elder would certainly not deceive everyone on such a monumental matter. Zhou Lao's eyes flickered as a thought suddenly struck him. The wormhole had appeared on the far side of the moon, and coincidentally the Longting too had just returned to Earth from the moon yesterday. Most crucially, Bai Hui was one of the astronauts aboard. Zhou Lao abruptly turned his gaze to Bai Hui, staring intently at him, and asked, "Bai Hui, was it you who went to the moon to verify the wormhole?" The moment these words were spoken, the clamorous assembly fell utterly silent. All the academicians and professors turned their eyes to Bai Hui. These scholars had all heard of Bai Hui's reputation. Even those scientists wholly devoted to their laboratory experiments were well aware of his deeds. After all, his invention of anti-gravity technology had an immense impact on the Dragon Nation. Bai Hui glanced around at the crowd, showing not a trace of timidity, and admitted directly, "That's right, my primary purpose in going to the moon was to verify the cause of the gravitational fluctuations." Zhou Lao said in a deep voice, "Bai Hui, but how did you know those fluctuations were caused by a wormhole?" After all, in the field of physics, the wormhole was still merely a concept, its existence yet to be proven through a series of verifications. Under such circumstances, how could Bai Hui have calculated that these gravitational fluctuations were generated by a wormhole? Bai Hui directly instructed the staff to bring in a blackboard, and facing the many scientific luminaries of the Dragon Nation, he spoke with confidence and ease. The wormhole concept was first proposed by the Austrian physicist Ludwig Flamm, and was later refined by Einstein and Nathan Rosen in 1930. A wormhole is a spatial tunnel connecting two different regions of spacetime in the universe. However, to this day, scientists worldwide have yet to observe direct evidence of their existence. Many physicists have proposed various hypotheses and constructed numerous theoretical models in attempts to confirm their reality. But I can tell you all here and now that wormholes are real. They are derived from my anti-gravity gravitational model. The specific verification process is as follows. Then Bai Hui meticulously laid out the verification steps for the assembled scientists. Bai Hui's verification process was grounded in gravitational theory. By observing the fluctuations of positive and negative gravitational particles, one could infer the occurrence of a wormhole. In reality, the wormhole had been observed by the system. Bai Hui was merely extrapolating based on facts, providing a rational explanation for the scientists. Just as we learn arithmetic sequences in our youth, once we know the final result, the specific formula can be easily deduced from that outcome. Similarly, to explain a wormhole, one must have an understanding of the forces of space itself. These were concepts only accessible to third-level civilizations, so Bai Hui could only derive the process from the angle of gravity. His explanation of the wormhole verification took half a day. His mouth went dry from speaking. He picked up his cup, took a sip of water, and continued. If you esteemed seniors have doubts, you may apply to take the Longting 2 to the von Karman crater on the far side of the moon, to personally observe and calculate. Once there, all your questions will be answered. The scientists and academicians were still immersed in Bai Hui's precise and profound wormhole theory. His theory was indeed too deep for them, and for a moment they struggled to fully comprehend it. After all, their level of mental development was limited, making it difficult to keep pace with Bai Hui's line of reasoning. Many scientists had already pulled out notebooks, diligently recording the relevant verification steps. The conference lasted a full 2 days, during which many academicians were thoroughly convinced by the vast ocean of Bai Hui's profound knowledge. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. And under the witness of the academicians and professors, the Dragon Division was officially established. These scientists were all inducted into the research department of the Dragon Division, with Bai Hui overseeing the direction of scientific research, developing cutting-edge technologies in a targeted manner. It was divided into 4 major research institutes: the Physics Institute, the Chemistry Institute, the Biology Institute, and the Mathematics Institute. The Physics Institute was further subdivided into the Anti-Gravity Laboratory, the Wormhole and Space Laboratory, the Nuclear Physics Laboratory, the Astrophysics Laboratory, and so on. These laboratories were all of critical importance. The Anti-Gravity Laboratory, for instance, was tasked not only with researching anti-gravity engines, but also with developing a repulsion force shield based on anti-gravity theory, which would eventually be applied to spacecraft. A repulsion force shield could effectively defend against physical attacks, making it a vital form of protection. Similarly, the Nuclear Physics Laboratory was focused on researching nuclear fission and fusion technologies, serving as the future energy backbone of the Dragon Nation. Each laboratory would be headed by a highly respected academician. Bai Hui was responsible for the entire research department, setting the specific scientific directions. The other research institutes, chemistry, biology, and mathematics, also bore missions of paramount importance. The Chemistry Institute was chiefly tasked with developing high-performance materials and refining fundamental theories of particle physics. The Biology Institute focused on constructing small-scale biospheres and ensuring life support for spacecraft and space stations. Moreover, the Biology Institute housed a crucial laboratory, the Genetic Engineering Lab. It was here that Bai Hui planned to develop genetic enhancement serums for humanity. Genetic enhancement was an inevitable stage that humanity must traverse, vital for the ascension of the entire civilization's tier. Even the Mathematics Institute had its vital role. Its primary duty was to construct mathematical models for various research projects, thereby accelerating scientific progress. Mathematics played an immense role within any specific undertaking. Often a project would amass a vast trove of research data. At such times, mathematics was needed to model this data, using mathematical frameworks to extrapolate conclusions. The benefit of this approach was a tremendous acceleration in the project's development timeline. Through the Dragon Division, Bai Hui coordinated the research personnel of the entire Dragon Nation, pooling resources for maximal efficiency. In the past, many researchers had engaged in redundant work, severely wasting scientific resources. Others were purely intent on defrauding research funds, possessing no real technical skill. With the crisis imminent, the Dragon Nation was forced to make a resolute decision: concentrate its finest minds on tackling cutting-edge science. Of course, to safeguard the secret of the wormhole, Bai Hui had only informed certain academicians, professors, and department heads. All of them had signed confidentiality agreements. This was done to prevent leaks that could incite public panic. The changes within the Dragon Nation had not gone unnoticed by the rest of the world. The Dragon Nation had established the Dragon Division directly under Bai Hui's command. This organization wielded immense power capable of mobilizing all of the nation's resources. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation's plans for lunar bases, space stations, and even Martian bases were all being accelerated. Vast sums of capital were being poured in, and many large-scale domestic projects were being postponed. All resources were to be prioritized for the space sector. The world's major powers were baffled. What had gotten into the Dragon Nation? They had only just landed on the moon, or was there such a need for haste? They were funneling the majority of their resources into space, abandoning their other domestic projects. Were they trying to monopolize the cake of space before anyone else could get a slice? The Dragon Nation was truly shameless. Gritting their teeth, space agencies worldwide began to hasten their own efforts. They couldn't allow the Dragon Nation to gobble up the entire cake. In the Lighthouse Nation, Emperor Pu, enraged, dashed his teacup to the floor, shattering it into pieces. He grabbed the phone and called the director of the space agency, Jason. "Jason, how are our lunar plans coming along?" Jason replied, "Sir, the development of our newest rocket is progressing smoothly. We should be able to land on the moon within a month." Pu let out a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he said, "Jason, well done. But we cannot be limited to rockets. We must develop anti-gravity spacecraft just like the Dragon Nation. That is the only way to truly command the vastness of space." "Yes, I understand," Jason nodded. Anti-gravity technology was the true future of humanity. Their current rocket launches to the moon were merely to secure a voice in lunar affairs. Jason hesitated, then said, "Sir, we still have no leads on anti-gravity technology. Could we perhaps purchase an anti-gravity spacecraft from the Dragon Nation?" Pu scoffed, mocking him. "Jason, have you lost your mind? Do you honestly believe the Dragon Nation would sell us their anti-gravity spacecraft?" Jason fell silent. Indeed, the Dragon Nation barely had enough anti-gravity ships for its own use. Why would they sell any? It would be like handing money to a competitor. Who would be so foolish? Jason said helplessly, "But without the theoretical basis for anti-gravity, developing it ourselves is incredibly difficult. Sir, perhaps you could try to." Pu stroked his chin, muttering to himself, You have a point. Maybe I should give it a try. It's not like I'd lose anything." With that, he immediately made a phone call. At the Dragon Division of the Dragon Nation, Bai Hui was at work when a secretary walked in. Given his role as the head of the Dragon Division and his heavy workload, he had been assigned a secretary to assist him. "Director, the Lighthouse Nation has just contacted us expressing a desire to purchase one of our anti-gravity spacecraft. What shall we do?" Bai Hui looked up, a flicker of surprise on his face. The Lighthouse Nation was the very instigator of economic sanctions against the Dragon Nation, and now they had the audacity to request purchasing anti-gravity technology. His first instinct was to refuse outright, but then his eyes glimmered with thought. Actually, selling them a spacecraft wasn't entirely out of the question. The Dragon Nation was currently in dire need of funds. Bai Hui hadn't realized the scale of the spending until he took charge. It was staggering. Since the establishment of the research department under the Dragon Division, the various laboratories had become voracious consumers of money, especially with the exorbitant cost of equipment. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's foundational resources were still somewhat lacking compared to the Lighthouse Nation. Certain pieces of scientific equipment weren't available domestically and had to be purchased from the Lighthouse Nation. Bai Hui couldn't possibly develop every piece of equipment himself. So upon hearing of the Lighthouse Nation's interest in buying an anti-gravity spacecraft, an idea struck him. He would drive a hard bargain. If they wanted an anti-gravity ship, he would sell them one. But the price would be steep. Of course, Bai Hui intended to sell them the Dragon Soar 1. The Dragon Soar 2, on the other hand, was a nuclear-powered anti-gravity vessel, a true cornerstone of national power. Capable of carrying over 1,000 tons of cargo, it could catapult any nation that possessed it into rapid development. The Dragon Soar 1 was different. It was the first ship Bai Hui had personally built with a carrying capacity of only about 100 tons. The Lighthouse Nation could potentially achieve that capability with conventional chemical rockets, albeit at great cost. The Lighthouse Nation had deep pockets. By expending enough resources, they could certainly build a heavy-lift rocket. Therefore, selling them the Dragon Soar 1 wouldn't dramatically advance their space capabilities. At best, it would merely accelerate their timeline. As for the confidentiality of the anti-gravity engine, it was even simpler. He could bind the anti-gravity engine, the lithium-air battery pack, and the main control system together, just like their Fruit-branded phones, which bound various components together. If any component did not match, the device would fail to boot normally. Moreover, since the control system was an artificial intelligence, he could embed a piece of code in the underlying architecture of the AI system. As soon as it detected any attempt to dismantle the anti-gravity engine for research, it would automatically self-destruct, burning out the core design within. This would prevent the people of the Lighthouse Nation from using the anti-gravity engine for research. As for how much to sell the Dragon Soaring 1 for, Bai Hui had never actually considered selling it for money. Instead, he intended to make the Lighthouse Nation trade equivalent high-end scientific research equipment for it, or else he would refuse to sell it to them. This was truly a win-win deal. A slight smile curled at the corner of Bai Hui's lips. The Lighthouse Nation was truly a timely reign. Just when they were lacking scientific research equipment, they came to deliver warmth. Secretary Huang gathered the heads of all departments for a meeting. Bai Hui said to the secretary beside him, "Yes, Minister." Secretary Huang hurriedly went out to notify everyone. Soon after discussions and meetings within the Dragon Nation, a reply was made to the Lighthouse Nation's request to purchase the anti-gravity spacecraft. In the Lighthouse Nation at the Black Palace. Upon learning of this news, Emperor Pu was so shocked that he nearly stumbled and fell. What? The Dragon Nation has agreed to our request to buy the anti-gravity spacecraft. The secretary nodded and said with certainty, "Sir, that's correct." Haha, the Dragon Nation is truly foolish. If it were me, I would never sell the anti-gravity spacecraft to anyone. Wouldn't it be better to keep the ship and go mine ores in space ourselves? Emperor Pu laughed heartily, while simultaneously mocking the Dragon Nation. What price did they offer? The secretary hesitated slightly. "Sir, they quoted a price of $100 billion. Emperor Pu was not shocked. $100 billion was nothing. For an anti-gravity spacecraft, it was all worth it. Recalling the massive spacecraft when the Dragon Nation landed on the moon, his heart burned with desire. In his estimation, that ship was worth $300 billion, even $500 billion. He didn't expect the Dragon Nation to be so generous this time, selling it to them for just $100 billion. Emperor Pu said boldly, $100 billion is nothing. Transfer the funds." The secretary said helplessly, "Sir, they are selling the Dragon Soaring 1. Emperor Pu was stunned, saying in disbelief, "Are you talking about that small anti-gravity spacecraft?" "Yes, sir." Emperor Pu flew into a rage on the spot. "FK, why didn't you say so earlier?" He had gotten excited for nothing, but what a disappointment. He had thought the Dragon Nation was truly foolish to sell a spacecraft of that caliber. After all, with a slight modification, a spacecraft of that level could become a cosmic warship. A cosmic warship. Who wouldn't want one? Emperor Pu gradually calmed down and seriously pondered whether buying a small anti-gravity spacecraft for $100 billion was worth it. $100 billion was frankly too expensive. Moreover, its cargo capacity was limited, and it was battery-powered, not nuclear-powered. Furthermore, the power of the Dragon Soaring 1's anti-gravity engine was limited. Even if they modified it, they couldn't install a nuclear fission reactor onto the spacecraft because the volume of a nuclear fission reactor was too large. But this was an anti-gravity engine. It couldn't be judged by common standards. You see, if their Lighthouse Nation obtained the anti-gravity spacecraft, they could dismantle the anti-gravity engine and study it carefully. It was highly likely they would then master anti-gravity technology. This was the greatest value of purchasing the anti-gravity spacecraft this time. However, the despicable Dragon Nation would certainly employ various means to prevent them from dismantling their anti-gravity engine. Emperor Pu had forgotten that this despicable tactic was first used by their own Lighthouse Nation. In the past, when the Lighthouse Nation sold high-precision machine tools to the Dragon Nation, they imposed various restrictions to prevent them from dismantling and learning from them. The Dragon Nation was merely returning the favor, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Emperor Pu thought carefully for a moment, then asked, did they have any other conditions? They also demanded that the entire $100 billion be converted into various scientific research equipment, and that the delivery of the equipment and the transfer of the spacecraft be done simultaneously. Emperor Pu's pupils constricted. This was even more excessive. If they handed over these top-tier scientific research equipment to the Dragon Nation, their fundamental sciences would experience a massive explosion and quickly catch up with the Lighthouse Nation. This was a dilemma: buy or not buy. If they didn't buy, then their Lighthouse Nation wouldn't have an anti-gravity spacecraft. Without one, they could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Nation continuously developed space resources. If they bought the anti-gravity spacecraft, they would have to hand over all kinds of high-precision scientific research equipment to the Dragon Nation, allowing their scientific research level to develop rapidly. Emperor Pu sat in his chair pondering deeply. After a long while, Emperor Pu's eyes flickered, and he finally made a decision. Kester, you go negotiate with the Dragon Nation. Well, offer $50 billion, and we absolutely cannot go above $60 billion. Otherwise, buying their anti-gravity spacecraft would be pointless. It should be noted that their Lighthouse Nation Space Agency had an annual budget of only $20 billion. Their most powerful rocket was capable of sending 100 tons of cargo into space. The sole reason for buying the anti-gravity spacecraft was to see if their scientists could use it to research anti-gravity technology. Soon the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation engaged in intense negotiations. After a full 3 days of talks, the Lighthouse Nation held firm at a maximum offer of $60 billion, stating they would walk away if the price went higher. Bai Hui, seeing that he had probed the Lighthouse Nation's bottom line, finally agreed to the deal. $60 billion equivalent to $400 billion in Dragon Nation currency. When Bai Hui had built it himself, the cost had never exceeded $1 billion in Dragon Nation currency. That was an immediate 400-fold increase. Of course, back then Bai Hui had used lower-grade materials for many parts. Now, to ensure greater satisfaction for his partner, Bai Hui decided to slightly enhance the performance of the Dragon Soaring 1. After all, they couldn't let the partner look down on the Dragon Nation. All the parts previously made of steel were to be replaced with lightweight, high-strength aerospace materials. Furthermore, Bai Hui planned to establish a production line for the Dragon Soaring 1. In the future, the spacecraft produced could be sold to other countries or to domestic space tourism companies, among others. Therefore, once mass production began, the price of the Dragon Soaring 1 would become even cheaper. Even with the use of some high-performance materials, the production cost should not exceed 1 billion. The Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation quickly signed a contract for the purchase of anti-gravity spacecraft. The agreement stipulated that the Dragon Nation would deliver a brand new Dragon Soar 1 to the Lighthouse Nation within 6 months. In return, the Lighthouse Nation would hand over scientific research equipment valued at $60 billion. The performance requirements for the Dragon Soar 1 were also clearly specified. It had to achieve a maximum load capacity of 300 tons of payload capacity exceeding 100 tons, and its batteries needed to sustain full power operation for 12 hours. This endurance was sufficient for the Lighthouse Nation to travel from Earth to the Moon. Furthermore, the official authorities finally responded to the domestic civilian space industry. From that day forward, any enterprise fully owned by Dragon Nation citizens could pay a deposit of 10 billion yuan and lease a Dragon Soar 1 spacecraft for an annual fee of 3 billion yuan. The Dragon Soar 1 would not be officially delivered until a year later. However, a reservation could be made now for just 1 billion yuan, with spacecraft allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. The moment this news was released, the entire nation erupted with excitement. The space industry had finally opened to the private sector, which was excellent news for all major Dragon Nation corporations. The Stargazer Space Tourism Company, a joint venture between Xiecheng and Tuma, submitted its reservation to the Dragon Nation authorities without delay and posted a message on Weibo. The company announced, starting today, we are accepting reservations for space tourism tickets. Each space tourism ticket costs only 1 million yuan, and the first 100 customers to reserve will receive a 50% discount. Was this price expensive? In fact, it was quite steep. Ordinary citizens could hardly afford 1 million yuan. However, companies also needed to turn a profit. The rental cost of the Dragon Soar 1 was extremely high, and these tourism companies were unsure of the market, uncertain how many people would pay to travel to space. But for the wealthy, this price was incredibly cheap. The most crucial point was that riding an anti-gravity spacecraft was exceptionally safe. Unlike traditional chemical fuel rockets where astronauts sat atop a massive bomb, any slight mishap could be life-threatening. But anti-gravity spacecraft were different. They wouldn't explode. They used relatively inexpensive electrical energy and were also reusable. Within less than half a day of Stargazer Space Tourism Company's announcement, over 200 customers had already reserved a space tourism ticket. That represented over 100 million yuan in revenue. The Dragon Nation actually had many wealthy individuals, and even some office workers could afford the price if they tightened their belts. Upon learning this news, many companies were green with envy. An income exceeding 100 million yuan in a single day meant they could recoup their investment quickly. Consequently, a great deal of capital surged into the space market, with many entities placing orders for Dragon Soar 1 spacecraft with the Dragon Nation. It was conceivable that as more capital flooded the space tourism industry, the price of space travel would continue to drop. Eventually, many ordinary people would also be able to afford a trip to space. It wasn't just the space tourism industry. Capital also began to flow into sectors like space smelting, space research, and space mining. Certain special metals required smelting in a vacuum and under zero-gravity conditions to achieve maximum purity. What location could be better than outer space for this? Scientists had proposed the concept of space smelting long ago. Now in the Dragon Nation, this idea was finally making progress. At the same time, to prepare for the arrival of the civilian space industry in a year, the Dragon Nation had decided to complete the initial framework of a space base within that year. This space base would also serve as the Dragon Nation spaceport. Mining spacecraft and space tourists alike could stop there for rest and resupply. If any spacecraft encountered danger, it could immediately report to the space base, which would dispatch personnel for rescue operations. Thus, the following year marked a period of rapid development for the Dragon Nation. Workers who had lost their jobs due to economic sanctions from Western countries now found employment once more. It was unavoidable. The production lines for the Dragon Soar 1, the construction of the Dragon Soar 2, the building of the space base, the lunar base, and even a Mars base. Which of these didn't require a massive workforce? The vigorous development of the space industry had completely offset the damage caused by the economic sanctions. For a considerable time to come, the Dragon Nation's labor force would be in high demand. The space industry simply required a huge number of personnel. The news that the Lighthouse Nation had been permitted to purchase an anti-gravity spacecraft had spread across the globe. All nations' eyes lit up with hope, since the Lighthouse Nation could acquire an anti-gravity spacecraft by paying a certain price. Then these other countries, as long as they could pay the price, could naturally also purchase anti-gravity spacecraft. Consequently, many countries submitted requests to the Dragon Nation to buy their own anti-gravity spacecraft. However, most countries withdrew their applications upon hearing the quote of $100 billion. $100 billion was practically daylight robbery. Yet a few countries still engaged in intense negotiations with the Dragon Nation. The Polar Bear Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Sun Never Sets Nation entered into fierce talks. Among them, the Sun Never Sets Nation was purchasing on behalf of the Western Alliance. After a series of negotiations, the Sun Never Sets Nation ultimately purchased a Dragon SOR-1 spacecraft for $80 billion. Of this, $80 billion, $40 billion was to be paid in various high-precision equipment, and the remaining $40 billion was to be exchanged for resources such as petroleum and iron ore. There was no other way. The Western Alliance was simply too wealthy. The Dragon Nation would be doing a disservice to heaven itself if it didn't extract a hefty sum. The Polar Bear Nation also spent $55 billion to acquire a Dragon SOR-1. For this $55 billion, the Dragon Nation didn't insist on payment with high-precision scientific research equipment. After all, the Polar Bear Nation's scientific research capabilities weren't strong, and they couldn't provide much of that equipment. However, the Dragon Nation demanded that the Polar Bear Nation exchange some technology, with the remainder paid in Dragon Nation currency. As for the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Dragon Nation also extracted $60 billion. This $60 billion was to be exchanged for various precision machine tools and technology. The Dragon Nation had a 2-year deadline to deliver these several Dragon SOR-1 spacecraft. In this way, at the cost of just 4 Dragon SOR-1 spacecraft, the Dragon Nation acquired resources worth over $300 billion. This was undoubtedly immensely beneficial for the Dragon Nation's development. After all, the construction cost of 4 Dragon SOR-1 spacecraft was at most 5 billion yuan. Yet it directly ensured that the Dragon Nation would lack for nothing in terms of resources for the coming years. Inside a gym, Bai Hui, clad in athletic wear, relentlessly pounded a heavy punching bag. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed incessantly within his mind. Host, concentrate. Harness the power of your subconscious, channel energy into your fists, and strike the bag with force. Feel the tremor of every muscle fiber in your body. Muscles are like engines, all your strength originates from them. If you can align every muscle with your conscious intent, you will achieve mastery over your own body. Only then can you perceive the genetic shackles within you. Only by perceiving them can you shatter them. Bai Hui's formidable mental prowess allowed him to swiftly regain his composure. He pondered the system's words, closing his eyes as he continued to strike the bag. His entire body trembled as he focused on the surging power within his muscles. Thump, 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 blow after blow. Time blurred. Though his muscles ached with exhaustion, the feeling of total bodily control remained elusive. Finally, at his absolute limit, Bai Hui focused completely. Every muscle, like a tiny motor, roared to life, channeling immense power into his fists. In that instant, a sensation washed over him, a feeling of absolute omnipotence. His body seemed to brim with overwhelming strength. Swish! He threw a punch. His right fist connected with the bag, the sheer force tearing it apart and sending sand billowing into the air. A surge of energy left him in that moment, replaced by a profound weakness as every muscle screamed for sustenance. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. The system praised him. Host, your aptitude is exceptional. To achieve the state of total bodily control in such a short time. This was undoubtedly linked to Bai Hui's formidable intellect. Mastering one's muscles demands immense control and willpower. A stronger mind finds this state far more attainable. Unfortunately, Bai Hui could only grasp this state for a fleeting moment before it slipped away. Host, your next task is to maintain this state persistently. Once you can enter it at will, you will be able to unlock your genetic potential. Bai Hui nodded, his gaze drifting to the floor. Sand was scattered everywhere, and the bag lay in tatters. Bai Hui estimated that in that state his power could rival a world champion. This reminded him of the news story about a mother who, seeing her son in danger, miraculously stopped a truck with her bare hands. It wasn't just a fable. Human potential is far more vast than one can imagine. He called for staff to clean up the mess while he went in search of food. After unleashing that punch, he was consumed by an insatiable hunger and urgently needed to eat. Bai Hui devoured 5 large bowls of rice before his hunger began to subside. His prodigious appetite astounded the cafeteria lady. He was practically a bottomless pit. Unfazed, Bai Hui was preoccupied with planning his future path. His talent was already exceptional. He had entered the state of total bodily control on his first attempt. This state represents the peak of human physical limits. That is the limit before genetic potential is unlocked. Simply put, it means directing the force of every muscle in the body toward a single purpose. Think of the bodus muscles as individual engines. Once you can control each one independently, you can fully unlock the bodus latent power. As of now, no one in the world has achieved this feat. Perhaps some have, but they are extremely rare. At the very least, there are none in the Dragon Nation. As the head of the Dragon Bureau, Bai Hui had access to most of the nation's secrets, and he knew they lacked the theoretical framework for this. Those elite soldiers, the War Kings, only focused on developing raw physical strength. However, they neglected the power of the mind. What could be called the power of will? The mind's power is after all one's willpower, and their development of it was severely lacking. Or perhaps they simply didn't know that willpower could amplify physical strength. According to ancient theories, the human body is a holistic system. No part is superfluous, all organs work in concert complementing one another. This is the ancestral theory of bodily circulation. Bai Hui's eyes gleamed with inspiration. Perhaps he could enhance the Dragon Nation's military might. Although he lacked a specific cultivation method and could only forcibly tap into his potential through willpower. If they could reach the peak physical state, every soldier could become a war king. He had calculated that the Boda's ultimate strength could exceed 1,000 jin. This was a conclusion he had drawn from his own abilities. When he had entered that peak state earlier, the force he unleashed was certainly over 500 jin, possibly reaching 1,000. He hadn't measured it precisely, but his estimate was likely accurate. If every soldier in the Dragon Nation could achieve this state, it would be a monumental leap in military strength. Achieving this peak state doesn't just amplify power, it enhances all physical attributes. Strength, stamina, speed, and reaction time would all see dramatic improvements. Combined with modern weaponry, the Dragon Nation's military power could multiply several-fold. Of course, this is a daunting challenge. Even he, with his brain developed to 25%, hasn't fully mastered this state. How much harder would it be for an ordinary person? This endeavor depends heavily on natural talent. Those lacking aptitude might never reach the peak physical state in their lifetime. Bai Hui stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a long while, an idea struck him. He decided to gather some war kings from the Dragon Nation for an experiment. It wouldn't do them any harm. On the contrary, if they succeeded, their power would skyrocket. Moreover, their results would determine whether this method could be implemented on a larger scale. Without hesitation, Bai Hui called the Grand Elder and explained his plan. The Grand Elder, having grown accustomed to Bai Hui's unconventional ideas, readily agreed. "Shall we go ahead with your plan? I fully support you. He'll inform the military. For any requirements, just speak directly with General Liu Yunsheng." The Grand Elder promptly provided Bai Hui with General Liu Yunsheng's contact information. Lei Gang was the captain of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces Unit, a name that struck terror into hearts across the international arena. At this moment, Lei Gang was engaged in a live combat exercise, his opponent being another elite Special Forces unit of the Dragon Nation, the Sea Shark. The captain of the Sea Shark unit was Lei Gang's old friend Jin Zhan. Jin Zhan's reputation on the international stage was in no way inferior to Lei Gang's. At this moment, the live combat exercise between the two units had reached its final stage. A man wearing a blue shoulder patch and camouflage uniform was crawling through the jungle. Directly ahead of him lay the enemy's command post. His mission was to destroy that command post and neutralize the enemy's commanding officer. This man was none other than Lei Gang, the captain of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. Bold and confident in his skills, Lei Gang had single-handedly located the enemy's command post. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon be able to capture the enemy commander and claim victory in this exercise. However, Jin Zhan, the captain of the opposing Sea Shark unit, and his old friend had not been seen for over 24 hours. Lei Gang speculated that Jin Zhan was probably doing the same as him, searching for the enemy's command post. For men like them, single-handedly destroying the enemy's command post was the only way to prove their true worth. The enemy command post ahead was eerily quiet, completely unaware of Lei Gang's stealthy approach. A slight smile curved at the corner of Lei Gang's mouth as he concealed himself within the jungle, raising his binoculars to survey the defensive layout of the enemy command post. Soon he spotted a weakness. On the southwestern side of the enemy command post, only 4 soldiers were on patrol. Moreover, this position was shielded by tents. If he struck swiftly enough to prevent those patrolling soldiers from making a single sound, he could infiltrate silently. The enemy's command center was located at the very heart of the camp, where defenses were tightest, with over a dozen soldiers standing guard. Lei Gang didn't act rashly. He waited until dusk began to fall, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Then he made his move. As per routine, this was dinner time. The command post guard force would split into 2 groups, one heading to eat, the other remaining on duty. This was precisely the moment when the enemy's defenses were at their weakest. Sure enough, half of the soldiers in the enemy camp were already preparing to head for their meal. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Gang slipped in from the southwest. His speed was remarkable, and under the cover of fading twilight, no one noticed him infiltrating the base. Only 2 guards remained on the southwestern flank now. They stood at attention, rifles slung over their shoulders, clad in camouflage, faces smeared with paint, their gazes fixed straight ahead. Using the tents as cover, Lei Gang silently crouched just 5 meters away from one of the guards. From this distance, he was confident he could neutralize his opponent instantly without making a sound. Then he moved. Seizing the moment when the soldier was distracted, he lunged forward with the speed of a leopard. In his hand was a blunted combat knife. This knife posed no lethal threat. As long as it slashed the opponent's throat, the sensor on the soldier would automatically activate, registering the soldier as a casualty and eliminating him from the exercise. Once the system declared a soldier dead, that soldier was forbidden from making any sound, or it would be a foul. Therefore Lei Gang had to ensure his opponent couldn't make a sound before the system registered the kill. Otherwise this entire surprise attack would be for naught. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. At this point Lei Gang could clearly see the soldier's face. That face. Lei Gang's body stiffened, his mind screaming with a powerful sense of danger. Yet his body didn't pause for an instant. The combat knife swung directly towards the soldier. A hint of mockery suddenly curled at the corner of the soldier's lips as he looked at Lei Gang with a knowing, almost amused expression. The soldier's face showed not a trace of fear. As the knife came he dodged it with effortless ease. Haha Lei Gang, you little bastard, you've fallen right into my trap. The soldier burst into laughter, taunting Lei Gang. Lei Gang's face darkened to an extreme degree because the soldier standing before him was none other than his old rival Jin Zhan, the captain of the Sea Shark Special Forces. He had assumed Jin Zhan was doing the same as him, searching for the enemy's command post. He never expected Jin Zhan to be so cunning. Instead of going anywhere, he had set a trap right at the command post camp. And Lei Gang had walked straight into it. A torrent of thoughts raced through Lei Gang's mind. His attack had missed. Without a moment's hesitation he retreated instantly. Jin Zhan laughed heartily. Lei Gang, aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Why are you running away now? Jin Zhan's speed was in no way inferior to Lei Gang's, as he pursued closely behind. By now the command post had also sprung into action. All personnel converged on the southwestern sector. Lei Gang looked at the soldiers before him, all aiming submachine guns at him, and helplessly raised his hands. This time he had truly fallen. Jin Zhan followed up and directly disarmed Lei Gang, continuously hurling taunts. Ha ha Lei Gang, you old bastard, look at you now. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Lei Gang looked at Jin Zhan helplessly and asked, so that battalion was the bait you set? Jin Zhan laughed heartily, of course. Surprised. I deliberately used a battalion as bait, having them return to camp via radio communication. The moment you attacked that battalion, you'd reveal the location of my command post. All I had to do was wait here, and you'd walk right into my trap. Lei Gang was exasperated, but he still retorted stubbornly. Jin Zhan, don't get too cocky. It's not decided who wins this exercise yet. Jin Zhan chuckled. Lei Gang, don't worry. Within 2 days you're guaranteed to lose. If I'm not mistaken, your command post should be at Jinyo Slope, right? Lei Gang's pupils contracted. How the hell did Jin Zhan know that? It was true. Their command post was indeed located at Jinyo Slope. Jin Zhan continued. A day ago we had already hacked into your operational systems. We know your entire battle plan and the exact location of your command post. If all goes smoothly, this exercise should be over by tomorrow. Jin Zhan taunted. Lei Gang, your Dragon Tooth unit's computer skills are seriously pathetic. You got your systems hacked and didn't even know it. Haha, you guys are too weak. You should just change your name. Drop Dragon Tooth. How about Dragon Fart? Sounds fitting for you. Jin Zhan, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Lei Gang glared, clearly getting angry. Jin Zhan, however, sneered. A dead man has no right to speak. Just as the two were bickering, an announcement suddenly came over the command post's loudspeaker. Exercise concluded. Red side wins. Jin Zhan laughed triumphantly. Lei Gang, what do you have to say now? Hear that broadcast. You lost. But just as he finished speaking, another voice came over the loudspeaker. All members of the Dragon Tooth and Sea Shark Special Forces units report to the command post immediately. Jin Zhan and Lei Gang were stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, they both sprinted towards the command post. In the command center, many Special Forces operators from Longya and Haisha had already assembled. These Longya soldiers were those who had been captured or killed by the enemy during the live exercises. On the other side, the Blue Team's command center also gathered many Longya and Haisha members. When Lei Gang and Jin Zhan entered, a general at the head nodded. Let's begin. The large screen in the command center suddenly lit up, revealing a 3-star general. All the Special Forces members were startled. It was General Liu Yunxing. General Liu Yunxing, decisive and efficient, said directly, Everyone, we have a top-secret mission that requires selecting 20 special operators. I have already drawn up the list. If anyone disagrees, you may voluntarily withdraw. The large screen instantly displayed the list of 20 names. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan's eyes narrowed. Their names were prominently listed. And among those names were the 20 best-performing special operators from Longya and Haisha. This mission was clearly no ordinary one. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts, knowing that a major task lay ahead. Such missions had occurred before, and the mortality rate was high. That was why the leaders always sought the consent of the special operators. If they did not wish to participate, they could voluntarily withdraw from the operation. But not a single person ever withdrew. Because they were the special operators of Longya and Haisha, the elite soldiers of Longhua. For the sake of their nation's dignity, they would sacrifice even their lives. This was the spirit of Longhua. Otherwise, if no one was willing to do it, who would defend Longhua's security? General Liu Yunxing's expression turned stern as he asked, Does anyone want to withdraw? If not, immediately board the helicopters and assemble at the designated location. Not a single person spoke, signifying that none withdrew. Nearby, some special operators who hadn't been selected showed a hint of regret on their faces, as if wondering why no one had dropped out. In their hearts, being part of such a top-secret mission was a soldier's honor. General Liu Yunsheng's face was solemn as he raised his hand in a salute. Everyone in both the red and blue command centers saluted these special operators. They were heroes. General Liu Yunsheng declared loudly, "Excellent move out immediately." Lei Gang Jinzhan and the other special operators did not hesitate for a moment and set off at once. The command center had already prepared the helicopters. The group boarded the helicopters and flew toward an unknown destination. Shengjing Military Region. This was a remote suburb of Shengjing, sparsely populated. The 20 special operators from Longya and Haisha had assembled and were now gathered in a training ground. Everyone was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be executing a top-secret mission? Why had they come to Shengjing? Shengjing was the heart of Longya, the safest place in the nation. Could there be danger here? How was that possible? Soon a young man walked into the training ground accompanied by a colonel. Lei Gang and Jinzhan were startled. The young man was not unfamiliar to them. He was Bai Hui, the current minister of the aerospace department of Longya and the great scientist who had invented anti-gravity technology. Bai Hui did not know them, but Lei Gang and Longya were well acquainted with him. In the recent past, Bai Hui's safety had been secretly handled by the Longya and Haisha special forces. These two units were the ace forces of Longya, and Bai Hui's importance was self-evident. Therefore, every one of them was very familiar with Bai Hui. Bai Hui quickly entered the training ground and looked at the 20 special operators with great satisfaction. As soon as he stepped in, he could sense the killing intent radiating from these operators. This was the ace force of Longya. Indeed, these special operators were exactly the ones Bai Hui had requested from General Liu Yunsheng. His purpose was to teach these special operators the method of developing genetic power. In simple terms, he was looking for 20 people to undergo a gene development experiment. If the experiment succeeded, the combat capabilities of these 20 operators would experience a massive explosion. Moreover, if the success rate was high, the method of developing genetic power would be widely disseminated within the military. Bai Hui had never expected to enable these 20 operators to rapidly develop genetic power. Of course not. He hadn't even developed it himself. Bai Hui's goal was to help them all reach the pinnacle of physical limits. A colonel who had entered with Bai Hui then spoke solemnly. "Everyone, I am Li. You are all elites of the Longya and Haisha special forces. The reason you have been gathered here today is that Minister Bai has a task for you. For the specific details, please let Minister Bai explain." This Li Yi was sent by General Liu Yunsheng to assist Bai Hui. As for the specifics, even Li Yi himself was not entirely clear. Bai Hui stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Bai Hui. Thank you all for coming here. What I am about to say I hope everyone will keep confidential. The human body is very mysterious and our current understanding of its development is still quite shallow. Therefore I will teach you how to better explore the mysteries of the human body, and I hope you will cooperate with me." Everyone was startled. These were people who had lived on the edge of a gun barrel. They immediately understood Bai Hui's intention. Even Colonel Li Yi's expression changed. This was using these elite soldiers as guinea pigs for experiments. No one knew if it would be dangerous, but such experiments often came with life-threatening risks. Bai Hui paid no heed to their thoughts and turned to Li Yi saying, "Colonel Li, could you bring a strength tester?" Li Yi nodded and soon brought one over. Bai Hui addressed the group. "Generally speaking, an ordinary person's strength is between 100 and 200 gene, while you, the elite soldiers, who have undergone training, typically have strength around 300 to 600 gene. But I can tell you now that the ultimate limit of human strength far exceeds these numbers." After saying this, Bai Hui took a deep breath, his gaze becoming exceptionally focused. He carefully sensed the muscles within his body while his heart worked tirelessly, providing powerful blood and qi. Bai Hui's eyes sharpened as he felt his body reach its peak state. Boom! He threw a punch. Bai Hui's fist struck the strength tester, producing a violent roar. Everyone was stunned. This was the power unleashed by Bai Hui, who was not even of a robust build. Li Yi, shocked, hurried over and saw the data on the strength testing machine. 1,012 kilograms. Upon hearing this number, everyone's face showed astonishment. Lei Gang and Jinzhan, disregarding their dignity, rushed to the strength testing machine to see it with their own eyes. These two Dragon Country war kings had believed they had pushed their bodies to the absolute limit, yet their strength was only a little over 300 kilograms. This was already the pinnacle of human physical capability. If they were to compete in the Olympics, they could easily crush world champions. Now a staggering truth lay before them. Bai Hui, a scientific researcher, had unleashed physical power far surpassing their own as elite special forces soldiers. It was a full ton of force. Lei Gang and Jinzhan exchanged glances, seeing the fervent ambition reflected in each other's eyes. For them, becoming stronger was the ultimate goal of their lives. They had thought they had reached the limits of the human body. But today Bai Hui had dealt them a profound blow, revealing that they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. After delivering that earth-shattering punch, Bai Hui suddenly felt weakened. A profound sense of fatigue gnawed at his stomach. Panting, he said to Li Yi, "Colonel Li, please find me something to eat. I'm starving." It was at that moment Li Yi snapped out of his daze. All right, Minister Bai, please wait a moment. Li Yi rushed off to fetch food, and while running he placed a call to General Liu Yunxing. What? Bai Hui delivered a ton of force. General Liu Yunxing stood frozen in place, half convinced Li Yi was deceiving him. Li Yi, I'm telling you, you know the consequences of falsifying a military report. General, I swear I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself. Fine, I'll be right there. You better not be lying to me, or I'll have your rank stripped. General Liu Yunxing didn't hesitate and rushed over immediately. Bai Hui intended to use the Special Forces soldiers of Longya and Haisha for certain experiments. He was aware of this plan, but the specifics were unknown to him. However, he never expected Bai Hui to unleash a ton of force. A gene agent. Or something else. General Liu Yunxing pondered silently. Fortunately, he happened to be at the Shengjing military district today, so reaching the training ground wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, Bai Hui was catching his breath, feeling a sense of helplessness. Over the past few days, he had been practicing relentlessly whenever he had free time. Finally, he could enter the peak physical state at will when fully focused. But upon entering this state, he still couldn't perfectly control his physical power, managing only a single full-force strike. Moreover, afterward, he would fall into an extremely weakened condition. If he could truly master the peak physical state, his entire body would experience comprehensive growth, enabling him to control his strength with effortless ease. Li Yi quickly returned with food, followed by a general. It was General Liu Yunxing. Bai Hui struggled to his feet and said, General Liu, why have you come? General Liu smiled and replied, Minister Bai, I heard you can unleash a ton of force. How could I possibly stay away from something so significant? Seeing Bai Hui's weakened state, General Liu quickly said, Minister Bai, please eat something first to regain your strength. Bai Hui took the food and devoured it ravenously. Meanwhile, General Liu walked over to the strength testing machine and examined the data. Even though he knew beforehand, he couldn't help but be startled. A ton of force. This was power unleashed by a mere mortal body. A flicker of intense fervor appeared in General Liu's eyes. Having spent years in the military, he knew exactly what this meant. If every soldier could master this kind of power, the enhancement to the entire army would be immeasurable. After eating a bit, Bai Hui's body began to recover slightly. He then started explaining to the 20 Special Forces soldiers how to achieve the peak physical state. General Liu and Li Yi listened in, and after hearing the explanation, they both fell into deep thought. Bai Hui's explanation was somewhat esoteric to them. It involved using the power of the mind to sense every muscle in the body, imagining them as individual engines. Once fully mastered, one could enter the peak physical state. The mental power of these Special Forces soldiers was far inferior to Bai Hui's. Moreover, this so-called power of the mind was profoundly mysterious, sounding more like something from a fantasy novel. For these soldiers, it was extremely difficult to comprehend. Bai Hui didn't expect them to grasp it immediately. He instructed the soldiers to train continuously until their bodies could no longer endure. Because Bai Hui had discovered that the human body is most receptive to the power of the mind when in a state of extreme exhaustion. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan were both training with relentless intensity. These two were the cream of the crop among war kings. Now that they had encountered an opportunity to vastly increase their strength, how could they possibly let it slip away? Bai Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and said to General Liu beside him, General Liu, this high-intensity training will consume a huge amount of energy, so we need to prepare plenty of food. Otherwise, their bodies will collapse. General Liu Yunxing smiled and said, Minister Bai, don't worry. They are my men. I won't let them go hungry. Minister Bai, how long do you think they need to reach the peak physical state? Bai Hui shook his head and smiled wryly. General Liu, I'm not sure. As you can see, I'm only a beginner myself. I still have a long way to go before truly mastering the peak physical state. Minister Bai, you are truly a genius. If one day all of our Dragon Country soldiers can achieve the peak physical state, our military strength will multiply several times over. After saying this, General Liu Yunxing was lost in his vision of the future. Bai Hui said seriously, General Liu, that day will come. Our Dragon Division's biological laboratory is currently researching human gene agents. If successful, we can rapidly unlock the human genetic potential and master formidable power. However, I hope you can ensure strict confidentiality, General, to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Don't worry. Apart from us, no one else will know. General Liu Yunxing declared authoritatively, anyone who dares to leak this secret will be shot. Bai Hui spent 2 full days at the Shengjing military district, yet regrettably none of the Special Forces soldiers had managed to grasp the fundamentals. They remained stuck at the most rudimentary stage, unable to sense even a trace of psychic energy. With the Dragon Division's affairs pressing and the research department awaiting his expertise on numerous projects, Bai Hui had no choice but to return and take charge. Upon his return, all operations proceeded according to plan. The assembly line for the Dragon Soar 1 was already under construction, a monumental endeavor that had mobilized over 1 million workers across the nation. After all this was a production line for a starship with an inconceivable number of individual components. Concurrently, production of the second vessel, the Dragon Soar 2, had also commenced. To accelerate the advancement of its space industry, the nation would inevitably require a substantial fleet of these ships. The construction of the second Dragon Soar II was projected to take 3 months. Due to its colossal size, it could only be manufactured individually. Meanwhile, Bai Hui had begun designing a new class of spacecraft, one that would stand as a distinct model in its own right. For this was not to be a mere starship, but a true interstellar warship. This new vessel would be powered by a nuclear fusion reactor at its core. Furthermore, it would need to incorporate a self-sustaining mini biosphere within its hull, a formidable challenge. Even the lunar base had failed to establish a functional miniature biosphere. The very concept demands a closed-loop system where all resources are recycled and reused. Earth itself serves as the grandest example of such a biosphere. The ceaseless flow of rivers, the continuous cycling of the atmosphere, these are all functions of a biosphere. Constructing a fully operational one is an immensely difficult task, and it has become the primary research focus of the Institute of Biological Sciences. To house such a biosphere, the warship's dimensions would need to be immense. Bai Hui envisioned these vessels undertaking prolonged deep space voyages, returning to Earth only for resupply when their energy reserves ran low. This necessity dictated their colossal scale. A warship of this magnitude would demand an astronomical quantity of steel and other resources. The nation's current steel production capacity was insufficient for such an undertaking. Therefore, Bai Hui planned to exploit extraterrestrial resources to build the fleet. Mars, for instance, is rich in iron, or successful mining operations there could easily meet the demands of the warship program. Additionally, the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter is teeming with metal-rich asteroids, each a potential treasure trove of raw materials. Once the space industry opened up to private enterprise in a year's time, civilian capital could be incentivized to undertake mining operations on these celestial bodies. In the meantime, the lunar base and the space station were under intense round-the-clock construction. The space station in particular was destined to become the nation's primary spaceport. It held immense strategic importance for the entire country. Eventually, it would even serve as the shipyard for constructing interstellar warships. The first module of the space station was scheduled for launch in a month, with the goal of completing a port capable of berthing 20 starships within a year. Bai Hui's most critical task at hand was to achieve a breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology. Conventional fission reactors were no longer sufficient to meet the energy demands of these warships, as their power output was limited and their fuel supply was dwindling. Starships are voracious consumers of nuclear energy. This is why Bai Hui found himself at the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics, accompanied by 2 esteemed elders. One was Fang Zhonghua, affectionately known as Elder Fang, the nation's most distinguished nuclear physicist. He had personally overseen the construction of the Hualong-1, the third-generation fission reactor. Furthermore, Elder Fang had also led the development of the nation's first artificial sun, the tokamak fusion device. The other elder, known as Elder Chun, was equally renowned as a scientist with vast experience in nuclear reactor design. The Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics, home to the famous artificial sun, was their meeting place. Bai Hui engaged both elders in a deep discussion. He asked Elder Fang, "Elder Chen, from what angle do you believe we should approach the challenge of controlled nuclear fusion?" Elder Fang sighed and replied, "The tokamak device is currently the most promising international avenue for achieving controlled fusion. However, while it has many strengths, it also has significant drawbacks. The conditions required for a sustained fusion reaction are incredibly stringent. It is uncertain when humanity will finally surmount this technological hurdle. Atomic nuclei contain immense reserves of energy, and their transformations, whether through fission or fusion, are accompanied by massive energy releases. The fission reactors humanity has already mastered have contributed significantly to our energy supply. Developed nations with limited landmass, for instance, require vast amounts of electricity, yet hydroelectric or coal-fired power plants are often impractical for them. Consequently, they have built numerous nuclear power stations to provide clean and reliable energy. However, as time progresses, the reserves of fissionable nuclear fuel are depleting, the Earth's resources are finite. Moreover, fission reactors produce highly polluting nuclear waste, and the safe disposal of this waste has become a major problem. This has led humanity to set its sights on controlled nuclear fusion. Fusion, also known as nuclear fusion, involves the process where light atomic nuclei such as deuterium or tritium are subjected to extreme temperatures and pressures. Under these conditions, electrons are stripped from the nuclei, allowing them to overcome their mutual repulsion and collide, fusing together to form a heavier nucleus, such as helium, and releasing tremendous energy in the process. Fusion is the inverse of fission. It is the process of combining several smaller nuclei into one larger one. It releases even greater energy than fission. The sun's core continuously fuses hydrogen into helium, and its light and heat are the direct results of this fusion process. Compared to fission, fusion offers the advantage of producing almost no radioactive pollution or other environmental hazards. Its primary fuel, deuterium, can be extracted directly from seawater, providing a virtually inexhaustible energy source. While humanity has achieved uncontrolled fusion as demonstrated by the hydrogen bomb, the challenge lies in harnessing this energy safely. To effectively utilize fusion energy, we must learn to control the rate and scale of the reaction, achieving a sustained and stable energy output. This is why the tokamak device was invented, as it is currently considered the most viable approach to achieving controlled fusion. A superconducting tokamak is a donut-shaped vacuum chamber that utilizes powerful magnetic fields and vacuum insulation to confine and control the fusion plasma. The device generates a helical magnetic field that heats the plasma within to extreme temperatures, thereby initiating and sustaining the fusion reaction. This design makes continuous steady-state operation of the magnetic confinement configuration a reality. The artificial sun at the Jiangxia Institute is exactly such a tokamak independently developed by the nation. Its performance is state-of-the-art, having achieved a record plasma center electron temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius and maintaining stable operation for 20 seconds. Do not underestimate those 20 seconds, it is a world-class achievement. Bai Hui observed the massive ring-shaped machine before him, which resembled a gigantic donut. This machine was a tokamak device. When operational, it unleashes immense energy within its core, igniting the light of fusion, which is then converted into usable power through energy conversion systems, fully harnessing the potential of fusion energy. Master Fong, could you tell me how far along the tokamak device is? Bai Hui asked. Master Fong nodded, a faint glimmer of light shining in his eyes as he spoke of the colossal apparatus before him. This tokamak device was the crowning achievement of Master Fang's life. Our nation's tokamak device can now operate for 20 seconds under a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. It may seem brief, but it is already among the most advanced in the world. Within this, there are three formidable challenges. First, the laser emitter, which serves as the ignition system for nuclear fusion, must release temperatures as high as 100 million degrees, making it extremely difficult to manufacture. Our nation's current laser igniter has too short a lifespan to support prolonged fusion reactions. The second challenge lies in the magnetic control coils, which must generate a powerful magnetic field to confine the plasma, though otherwise it would break free from its constraints and cause uncontrollable events. The third challenge concerns the material used for the first wall of the tokamak device. Plasma is incredibly difficult to control. Even with a powerful magnetic field restraining it, many plasma particles will escape after heating and expanding. These escaping particles, carrying immense energy, continuously bombard the first wall. Remember, this is plasma at a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. What material in this world could withstand its relentless assault? Of course, in practice, the tokamak still faces countless other issues. That's why it has perplexed physicists worldwide for decades. Master Fong spoke at length, sighing repeatedly. Controlled nuclear fusion was truly an immense challenge. After listening and pondering for a moment, Bai Hui realized that the tokamak device seemed to be the most promising method for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. However, in his view, relying on the tokamak model to break through the barriers of controlled fusion in a short time was somewhat unrealistic. The very design and structure of the tokamak device predetermined that it would face numerous inherent difficulties. Each obstacle would require scientists to spend countless hours to overcome. A thought had already taken root in Bai Hui's mind to abandon the tokamak model altogether, because it was nearly impossible to achieve, at least within a short time frame. Even with his system laboratory, which could save countless hours through simulations and verifications, he wasn't certain he could successfully develop controlled nuclear fusion. So how could it be achieved? How does nuclear fusion occur? We must start with its fundamental principle. As is well known, nuclear fusion is the process where two lighter atomic nuclei merge to form a heavier nucleus, releasing energy in the process. Because atomic nuclei carry a positive charge, like charges repel each other, creating a tremendous repulsive force between them. This is the core reason why nuclear fusion is so difficult to achieve. Think about it. How do you force two repelling atomic nuclei together? This requires the nuclei to possess sufficient energy to overcome the repulsive force and merge. Take magnets, for example. Without external force, two like poles will never stick together. Only when we apply enough force can we force these like poles to touch. So how do we provide atomic nuclei with enough energy or speed? The principle behind the tokamak fusion device is to use lasers to heat the plasma to 100 million degrees Celsius, then employ a powerful magnetic field to control the plasma, preventing it from escaping and destroying the machine's walls. High temperature is the way for nuclei to gain energy. The higher the temperature, the faster the atoms move. During this high-speed motion, atomic nuclei continuously collide and fusion reactions occur. However, precisely because of these extreme temperatures, some plasma escapes the magnetic field's confinement, striking the first wall and creating a serious problem. Our sun, with a core temperature of 15 million degrees Celsius and a central pressure exceeding 250 billion times Earth's atmospheric pressure, continuously undergoes fusion reactions. Under such immense pressure, hydrogen nuclei can easily overcome their repulsion, fuse together, and release enormous amounts of energy. According to Einstein's mass energy equivalence formula EMC superscript 2 and the law of conservation of energy, the sun loses 4.3 million tons of mass each year to produce its immense energy output. This is thermonuclear fusion. Besides high temperature and pressure, are there other methods to trigger nuclear fusion? Within the vast sea of knowledge in Bai Hui's mind, second-tier civilizations did not possess more efficient methods for controlling nuclear fusion. They also used magnetic fields to confine nuclei and induce fusion reactions. However, their fusion models were far more efficient, several generations ahead of the tokamak model. They could even create fusion reactors as small as 1 meter in height and install them on various spacecraft. In contrast, Earth's tokamak models each weigh tens of thousands of tons. Furthermore, nations worldwide have initiated the ITER project, which aims to build the world's largest tokamak device. Its weight reaches hundreds of thousands of tons. In Bai Hui's mind, there existed a spherical fusion reactor from a second-tier civilization. It utilized magnetic fields to accelerate atomic nuclei, causing them to move in circular paths, and used inertial confinement to hold them within a spherical chamber. Through specialized heating methods, it brought the nuclei to the critical point of fusion, triggering the reaction. This design could be made incredibly compact, with the smallest version being only 10 meters in size. Of course, Bai Hui couldn't replicate this spherical fusion reactor right now. He only had the theoretical foundation in his mind, not the actual blueprints. Moreover, Earth lacked some of the special materials required to construct such a reactor. These materials were the true core of fusion technology. Materials are the shackles that constrain a civilization's progress. If humanity could create a material capable of withstanding temperatures of 100 million degrees, what would fusion reactions be then? A plan was forming in Bai Hui's mind. He knew the tokamak device was not a viable path. Even if fusion were achieved using that model, its sheer size and weight would be prohibitive. Bai Hui intended to use fusion reactors on interstellar warships. How could a starship ever take off with a reactor weighing tens of thousands of tons? So Bai Hui decided to develop his own fusion model. This model would be centered around a spherical reactor core upon which he would develop targeted, controlled fusion technology. He suddenly turned to Master Fong and said, "Master Fong, I might need to stay here for a while. I plan to research some fusion reactor models." Master Fong and Master Chen beside him were taken aback, staring at Bai Hui in astonishment. "Xiao Hui, aren't you working on anti-gravity technology? Do you understand nuclear fusion too?" Master Chen was equally stunned. How could someone working on anti-gravity just switch to nuclear fusion? These fields are completely different. And frankly, the difficulty of nuclear fusion is no less than that of anti-gravity technology. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, it was just that Bai Hui was merely a young man in his 20s. Being a genius and developing anti-gravity technology was already impressive enough. But now he wanted to tackle nuclear fusion. Was that even possible? A wry smile appeared on Bai Hui's face. His age was his greatest disadvantage. "Master Fong, why don't you test me right now? Ask me anything." Old Fong raised an eyebrow, feeling that after a lifetime dedicated to nuclear physics, he was being underestimated by a young whippersnapper. He said bluntly, "All right then, you asked for it." Bai Hui smiled slightly and replied, "Please ask away." "Very well then, tell me, how do you extract deuterium from seawater?" Deuterium, a fuel for nuclear fusion, is abundant in seawater. If all the fusion fuel in Earth's oceans were harvested, it could sustain humanity for over 10 billion years. Extracting deuterium from seawater remains a significant challenge. The international standard method electrolysis is incredibly energy-intensive. Currently, the Dragon Nation was planning to research a new extraction method. This question was merely a basic test. If Bai Hui couldn't answer it, there would be no point in continuing. Bai Hui smiled and spoke with confidence. He outlined the current international methods for deuterium extraction and then proposed his own theory. He suggested using a chemical exchange method to replace the deuterium in seawater. This approach would not only conserve vast amounts of energy, but also enable the rapid production of large quantities of deuterium fuel. As he spoke, both Old Fang's and Old Chen's eyes lit up. With their expertise, they could see that Bai Hui's proposed chemical exchange method for producing deuterium fuel was highly feasible and had a strong chance of success. Subsequently, Old Fang not only questioned him about deuterium production, but also posed other challenging problems related to nuclear fusion. For Bai Hui, however, these were trivial. He answered them all effortlessly, even offering more advanced theories and methods for the related issues. Some of these theories and methods were unprecedented internationally, yet all were highly practical. Old Fang and Old Chun listened utterly engrossed. Their doubts about Bai Hui's qualifications to research nuclear fusion vanished completely. Instead, they began to question themselves. After decades of research and life, what had they really accomplished? Their knowledge of nuclear fusion paled in comparison to that of a 23-year-old. At that moment, the two elders wished they could dissect Bai Hui's brain to see what made it so extraordinary. Throughout history, there have been geniuses who heralded new eras, such as Galileo, Newton, Tesla, and Einstein. Men who stood on the shoulders of God. Their achievements inaugurated epochs and will forever be remembered. However, in modern times, the Dragon Nation had yet to produce such a genius. But now one had finally emerged. Without a doubt, Bai Hui's accomplishments were worthy of being etched into the annals of human history, and he would be revered forever. Old Fong realized he had gravely underestimated him. A genius of this caliber defied conventional understanding. He had developed anti-gravity technology, leading the Dragon Nation into the space age. Yet what many didn't know was that Bai Hui's mastery of nuclear fusion was equally astonishing. At least Fang Zhongmin, the nation's leading authority in nuclear physics, felt that Bai Hui's expertise in this field might even surpass his own. This conversation completely won over Old Fong and Old Chun. They even felt that his presence at the Jiangshan Nuclear Physics Research Institute was an honor for the institution. Old Fong sighed and said, "Bai Hui, I truly admire you. How is it that you're so young yet your mind is so sharp?" Bai Hui, however, was self-aware. He knew that while his knowledge surpassed that of any scientist in the world, it wasn't the product of his own research. Instead, it had been instilled into his mind by the system through unknown means. The only things he had genuinely developed himself were the Longxiang language, Longxiang system, and Longxiang chip architecture. These three creations were the fruits of his own painstaking effort. Because this knowledge wasn't originally his, he couldn't fully integrate and master it. Simply put, having the knowledge in his mind was one thing, but truly understanding it was another. Without that deep understanding, Bai Hui couldn't, for instance, instantly recall related technologies from other Type 2 civilizations to improve upon when developing a new technology. This was Bai Hui's current weakness. He could only gradually comprehend the knowledge in his mind by deeply immersing himself in a specific field. This inevitably required considerable time. But compared to other international scientists, Bai Hui was incredibly fortunate. So in the field of nuclear fusion, despite his articulate explanations, Bai Hui hadn't truly mastered it. His foundational knowledge and practical experience probably couldn't match Old Fang's, who had dedicated decades to nuclear physics and possessed a wealth of experience. That was why the Dragon Nation had entrusted the artificial sun project to Old Fang. Bai Hui's only advantage was that he viewed the problem from the shoulders of giants. His vision was far broader than Old Fang's, allowing him to see that relying on the tokamak device would make it difficult for the Dragon Nation to achieve a breakthrough in fusion technology and apply it practically in a short time. Moreover, even if the tokamak were successful, it couldn't be used on spaceships. Bai Hui quickly said to Old Fang, "Old Fang, you are my senior. I have much to learn from you. Let's explore these matters together and grow together." In the realm of nuclear fusion, both Bai Hui and Old Fang were merely beginners. Civilizations that truly mastered fusion were often stellar civilizations, or Type 2. The distinction between Type 1 and Type 2 civilizations was clearly defined. In the cosmic classification of civilizations, a civilization capable of breaking free from its planet's gravity and utilizing its planet's energy to freely navigate its star system was considered Type 1. A Type 2 civilization, however, needed to harness the energy of its star, such as by constructing the famous Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure proposed by Freeman Dyson. Such a sphere would consist of satellites orbiting the sun, completely enveloping the star to capture the majority or all of its energy output. A Type 2 civilization also needed to master controlled nuclear fusion and be capable of traveling to other star systems. Of course, they would still lack the technology for wormholes or warp drives. These required an understanding of space-time, which no one in a Type 2 civilization had achieved. With the advent of Bai Hui's anti-gravity technology, Earth civilization had ascended from a Type 0.7 to a true Type 1 civilization. It now met all the criteria for a Type 1 civilization. The greatest hurdle, traveling within its star system, was no longer an issue after the creation of the anti-gravity spacecraft. Old Fang smiled, stroking his beard, and said, "Well then, let's explore these matters together from now on. Shall we? Feel free to ask me anything. I won't hold back any knowledge." "That's wonderful. When I develop models for nuclear fusion, I'll need your help to verify them. I hope I won't be too much of a bother." Old Fang. Bai Hui beamed with joy. Old Fang's scientific expertise was unquestionable, and with his help, Bai Hui's fusion models could progress much more smoothly. Bai Hui was confident that the Dragon Nation's nuclear fusion technology would be developed soon. Nightfall. Bai Hui trained his body, sensing that with his persistent practice, his control over his physical form was growing ever stronger. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could formally enter the peak state of physical limits. At that point, he would truly be able to unlock the power of his genes. A powerful civilization, if it solely strengthens external technology, could never achieve great heights. The core of a civilization is its living beings. Only when the life level of its beings rises can the civilization's level ascend. These two aspects are mutually reinforcing, a truth that holds across the entire cosmic civilization. Therefore, for humanity's civilization to ascend to a higher tier in the future, strengthening the life level is absolutely essential. This too falls under the domain of technology. By using technology to elevate humanity's civilization level, human lifespan would increase accordingly. And with the continuous growth of individual power, one could observe even more formidable laws of the universe, like black holes, neutron stars, and more. Only then could technology advance unceasingly and civilization gradually rise along the correct path. Open the system panel. Host Bai Hui. Gender male. Age 23. Current civilization level 1. Civilization type carbon-based civilization. Personal knowledge level 2. Brain domain development 25. System function system laboratory activated. Popularity value 321033478 points 2 billion. Bai Hui hadn't checked his accumulated popularity points in a long time. He only knew that since Dragon Nation landed on the moon, a massive influx of popularity points had been flowing in. A single glance left him stunned. He actually had over 2 billion popularity points. Converted into system laboratory time, this amounted to nearly 4 full days inside. One shouldn't underestimate this 4-day span. Bai Hui could develop a great many things within it. The system laboratory was a simulation of an immensely powerful level 5 civilization, created based on the laws of the real universe. While there were some things it couldn't simulate, Earth civilization was merely a tiny level 1 civilization. If the system laboratory couldn't manifest the technology of a level 1 civilization, it would be useless. Thus, even simulations of nuclear fusion were accurately modeled by the system laboratory, faithfully reproducing the corresponding physical laws. Of course, Bai Hui didn't immediately enter the system laboratory. He didn't yet have a clear concept for his future fusion reactor model, so entering would be pointless. Instead, Bai Hui did nothing else. He took a book from the bookshelf in his room, The Physics of Thermonuclear Fusion Plasmas. He needed to start from the fundamentals and thoroughly integrate the knowledge in his mind. Bai Hui read at an incredible pace. His super-developed brain granted him phenomenal memory and comprehension. The book seemed to thin out rapidly, the sound of pages turning filling the room. Had anyone witnessed this, they would have thought Bai Hui was showing off. How could a human possibly read at such a speed? Especially a foundational book on nuclear fusion, which required serious understanding. Otherwise, reading it would be pointless. At a breathtaking speed, Bai Hui finished reading a book as thick as a thumb within an hour. Simultaneously, related knowledge continuously surfaced in his mind, knowledge that had lain dormant in his memory. As his understanding of fusion physics deepened, these advanced concepts kept emerging. And so, Bai Hui continued his studies at the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Research Institute. Finally, after 7 days, he began the actual development. At night, Bai Hui immersed his consciousness within the system laboratory. Moreover, he wasn't alone in the lab. Xiaohei had been brought in by Bai Hui to assist with the research. Of course, Xiaohei's main body wasn't there. This was merely one of its avatars. Now empowered by supercomputers, Xiaohei's capabilities were becoming increasingly formidable. It was constantly self-improving, accumulating more and more data. Transferring its complete dataset into the system laboratory would take an unknowable amount of time. So Bai Hui had to resort to a compromise. He had Xiaohei split off an avatar which he brought inside. Over these 7 days, Bai Hui's mastery over nuclear fusion had grown profound. By referencing the Level 2 civilization's spherical fusion reactor, he had also drafted an initial fusion reactor model of his own. He aimed to design a spherical magnetic confinement device, using a powerful magnetic field to confine the plasma at the center, then heating it with lasers to trigger fusion reactions and release immense energy. Undoubtedly, this model was extremely challenging, even more complex and difficult than the tokamak design. Because a spherical magnetic confinement device required an exceptionally strong magnetic field to confine the plasma. In Bai Hui's vision, he didn't want to design a large, heavy device. A fusion reactor that was too large couldn't be mounted onto a spacecraft. The power source for cosmic warships had to be nuclear fusion. This was decided from the very beginning of Bai Hui's design. If fusion couldn't fit on a warship, then the entire spaceship design would have to be scrapped. So a problem arose. Generating such a massive magnetic field requires a tremendous amount of electrical power. This electrical power could only be achieved using superconducting coils. Otherwise, conventional wires would need to be impractically large to handle such immense currents. Foreign tokamak fusion devices typically use superconducting coils for their magnetic field windings. Superconductors generate powerful magnetic fields, but current superconducting materials only work at temperatures around 130 Kelvin. Fusion plasma, on the other hand, needs to reach temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The superconducting coils must be kept at over 100 degrees below 0 Celsius, a stark contrast between two extremes. Maintaining the superconducting coils at such low temperatures requires a huge amount of energy. Meanwhile, although the fusion plasma is confined by the magnetic field, its extreme heat still transfers to the reactor walls, raising them to thousands of degrees. Balancing these two opposing requirements consumes vast amounts of energy, potentially more than the fusion reaction itself outputs. What would be the point then? Bai Hui fell into deep thought. Undoubtedly, this necessitated the invention of a superconductor that works at higher temperatures, such as a room temperature superconductor. While maintaining superconducting properties, the higher the operating temperature, the less energy is needed for cooling. Consequently, the net energy output of the fusion device increases. This constituted the first major challenge. The second challenge was how to deal with the escaping plasma and high-energy neutrons produced during the fusion reaction. The hotter the plasma, the more it expands, and the more unstable it becomes, so some inevitably escapes confinement. Additionally, the high-energy neutrons generated by fusion bombard the reactor's inner walls, causing structural damage. As is well known, there are three main types of fusion reactions. The first is deuterium-tritium DT fusion. Because tritium is radioactive and DT fusion produces a large number of neutrons, it is highly radioactive. The second is deuterium-helium 3D3 fusion. The advantage of this type is minimal radiation, producing only a small number of neutrons. The third type of fusion is often called ultimate fusion. The product of this reaction is water producing no radiation at all, making it a truly clean energy source. Currently, most fusion research focuses on the first type, DT fusion. This is not only because DT fusion is easier to achieve, but also because its fuel is inexpensive. The choice of deuterium-tritium fusion is also due to deuterium being abundant in seawater. Roughly 1 in every 6,500 hydrogen atoms in the ocean is deuterium. Earth's oceans contain about 40 trillion tons of deuterium. The energy released from the complete fusion of deuterium in just 1 liter of seawater is equivalent to the energy from burning 300 liters of standard gasoline. Based on current global energy consumption, the fusion energy available from seawater deuterium could last for tens of billions of years. It's truly an inexhaustible and limitless resource. Helium-3 is extremely scarce on Earth. Internationally, the price of 1 ton of helium-3 has reached 30 billion. Of course, the moon possesses abundant helium-3, and in the future Longwa can extract helium-3 from the moon for nuclear fusion power generation. For now, the first type deuterium-tritium fusion is still cheaper and easier to achieve. However, this reaction produces neutrons which carry immense energy and continuously strike the inner wall, causing damage. Thus, what Bai Hui now needs to consider is how to resolve these high-energy neutrons and the escaping plasma. The third challenge is the ignition problem. Nuclear fusion requires a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius to react, and such a high temperature can only be generated by lasers. However, the laser ignition device is placed inside the equipment, and it is highly susceptible to high temperatures, causing damage. Additionally, there are countless other difficulties. How easy is it to create a nuclear fusion model that is compact, lightweight, and stable in reaction? Bai Hui took a deep breath and began experimenting continuously in the system laboratory. Finally, after 3 days, he preliminarily designed a model. This model accelerates plasma through a toroidal magnetic field, then collides them at the center of a spherical nuclear fusion device, while the adjacent laser ignition device continuously supplies energy. The advantage of this approach is that the reaction temperature does not need to reach 100 million degrees Celsius. Approximately 60 million degrees is sufficient to achieve nuclear fusion. After all, the principle of nuclear fusion is to give atomic nuclei enough energy to overcome repulsive forces and thus undergo fusion. As for the high-energy neutrons and escaping plasma produced by the reaction, he utilized anti-gravity technology to create a gravitational field functioning as a wall. The gravitational field envelopes the entire spherical nuclear fusion reactor, and within the field is water. This water continuously circulates, carrying away the generated high-energy neutrons and heat through a circulation device. This hot water then produces high-temperature steam, which continuously drives the generator sets to generate electricity. The benefit of this design is that it not only solves the problem of high-energy neutrons bombarding the inner wall, but also resolves the difficulty of the energy conversion device. By using the gravitational field to wrap water around the nuclear fusion core, it not only cools the system, but also greatly increases the efficiency of energy conversion. This nuclear fusion device will achieve an energy utilization efficiency exceeding 50. It is worth noting that the current nuclear fission reactors of humanity have an energy conversion efficiency of less than 30. A great deal of conversion occurs within these steps, and energy is consumed in these complex processes. Some may ask, why not use a gravitational field instead of a magnetic field to confine the plasma? Because plasma is too light, the effect of a gravitational field is far inferior to that of a magnetic field. After all, a gravitational field is based on universal gravitation, and the heavier an object, the greater the force it exerts. Of course, whether Bai Hui's nuclear fusion model will ultimately succeed remains to be seen. Although the system laboratory can perfectly simulate experimental results, the differences in reality, due to variations in materials and manufacturing processes, mean that the actual fusion device cannot be guaranteed to be identical to the one in the system laboratory. Bai Hui immediately went to Elder Fong and handed him a set of design blueprints. Elder Fong, this is a nuclear fusion model I designed, and I would like to ask you to help manufacture it. Elder Fong was stunned after hearing this. Oh, what did Bai Hui just say? This? A nuclear fusion model designed by him. It must be known that he has only been at the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Research Institute for a total of 10 days. In just 10 days, Bai Hui has produced a design blueprint for a nuclear fusion model. Could he be playing a joke on me? Elder Fong took a deep breath. Although he did not believe it out of respect for Bai Hui, he still picked up the blueprints and examined them carefully. After finishing, a look of shock appeared in Elder Fang's eyes. This device was completely different from the tokamak device. Although it also used magnetic confinement, the plasma motion and fusion reaction were entirely different. In his view, this nuclear fusion model indeed had excellent performance. Because the most difficult problem of the inner wall in nuclear fusion, Bai Hui had found an alternative approach and solved it using anti-gravity technology. Why is nuclear fusion so difficult? It is precisely because the temperature is too high, easily burning out equipment. Now most of the temperature generated by nuclear fusion is carried away by water, and the remaining temperature can be easily withstood by the inner wall of the device. Therefore, Elder Fang believes that this nuclear fusion model has a great possibility of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. However, the volume of this device is too small, only about 10 meters in size. Compared to the tokamak device, which often weighs tens of thousands of tons, this can only be considered a little one. With such a small volume to generate an extremely strong magnetic field, superconducting coils are required. The nuclear fusion model designed by Bai Hui uses a new type of superconducting material that can achieve superconductivity at -20 degrees Celsius. Elder Fang's expression kept changing. Is superconducting material at -20 degrees. How could this be possible? Xiao Hui, this superconducting material at -20 degrees. Bai Hui smiled and said, Elder Fang, rest assured it is true. If you don't believe it, you can manufacture it right away and see for yourself. A superconducting material at over -20 degrees, although not yet room temperature, is already considered high temperature for superconducting materials. It should be noted that internationally the most advanced superconducting materials require temperatures over -100 degrees to achieve superconductivity. Therefore, the superconducting material invented by Bai Hui is already the most advanced in the world. If this news were to leak out, it would cause a major storm in the physics community. Elder Fang took a deep breath and said, Xiao Hui, I will manufacture it as soon as possible. However, the anti-gravity engine required for this still needs to be provided by you. Bai Hui smiled and said, Don't worry, I have already arranged for the production of this small anti-gravity engine, and it will be delivered to you within 5 days. Elder Fang looked at him seriously and said, Xiao Hui, if this device can achieve stable controlled nuclear fusion, it will shock the entire world. Have you thought of a name for this nuclear fusion model? Bai Hui pondered for a moment and said, Let's call it Shenhui. The Shenhui nuclear fusion device officially began construction. This device is very small, and most of the materials are available at the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Research Institute. According to Elder Fang's estimate, it will take only about half a month to manufacture this Shenhui nuclear fusion device. It was October the 10th, a day like any other. Yet for many this was a momentous day. It was the day Longting University was officially inaugurated. This university, personally designated by the Grand Elder as a key aerospace institution, had its first president as Bai Hui, the very inventor of anti-gravity technology. Construction on the university had begun in May and had just been completed. Students who had chosen this university had their enrollment delayed by a month compared to others. Longting University was divided into 7 specialized colleges. These were the College of Aerospace Mechanics and Electronics, the College of Aerospace Agriculture, the College of Aerospace Software, the College of Aerospace Propulsion, the College of Aerospace Geology, the College of Aerospace Energy, and the College of Aerospace Life Sciences. Each college further branched into numerous majors with a total of 20,000 students to be enrolled. Longting University differed from other institutions. In their first year, students underwent astronaut training. This was because this cohort was destined to be astronauts venturing into the cosmos to uncover its mysteries. From its inception, Longting University had set its ultimate goal as exploring the unknown enigmas of the universe. Furthermore, students would not remain confined to campus. They were to travel to the Longhua Aerospace Center, learning professional knowledge from seasoned predecessors. The vast discipline of aerospace could not be mastered through books alone. Only through relentless practice and contemplation could one achieve mastery. Today marked the opening day of Longting University. On the Grand Parade ground, 20,000 students stood in perfect formation. Numerous leaders of Longhua were present on the stage, and even the Grand Elder attended the opening ceremony. Naturally, on such an important day, Bai Hui, the university's president, could not be absent. His reputation was now known throughout the entire nation. For every student standing below their idol was undoubtedly the figure on stage, the inventor of anti-gravity technology, the pioneer who led Longhua into the space age, Bai Hui. After a series of solemn ceremonies, the Grand Elder picked up the microphone and addressed the 20,000 students. Students, you are the future of Longhua. In recent times, Longhua has achieved remarkable feats. We have not only constructed anti-gravity spacecraft and entered the space age, but have also fulfilled the 5,000-year-old aspiration of our nation, setting foot on the moon. From now on, this is the era of the stars, and you are its pioneers. I sincerely wish all students great success in your studies. May you, like your president, etch your own mark in the annals of human history. The 20,000 students erupted in thunderous applause, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at the young man on stage. They were all here because of Bai Hui. He had invented anti-gravity technology, opened the space age, and led Longwa to the moon. The Grand Elder smiled and said, "Now let your president address you all." He then handed the microphone to Bai Hui. Bai Hui was dressed in a solemn suit that day. The sharp attire paired with his young and handsome face made it hard to believe that he was already the president of a university. At this moment, all eyes in the venue were fixed upon him. Many young women in the audience had stars in their eyes, gazing at their idol with adoration and infatuation, their minds beginning to wander. They had heard that Bai Hui still didn't have a girlfriend. At that moment, many began to fantasize about encountering Bai Hui by chance, perhaps a cliched rescue of a damsel in distress, and then, oh, it was too thrilling. Bai Hui certainly hadn't realized that he had become the target of many young women's affections. He picked up the microphone and spoke seriously. "Students, hello. I am Bai Hui. Today is the opening day of Longting University. With 20,000 students gathered here, I have only one thing to say to you." Pointing to the sky, he shouted, "That is the mysterious cosmos, and are you all ready?" "Ready." The crowd erupted in fervent shouts, their faces flushed with excitement. A smile spread across Bai Hui's face as he looked upon these spirited youths, seemingly seeing his own reflection in them. Currently, Longwo's lunar base and space station projects are being vigorously pursued. We have already sent the main module of the lunar base to the moon. In 2 months, the second module will be launched. At that point, the lunar base will be capable of smelting or allowing us to extract the abundant helium-3 on the moon for use as nuclear fusion fuel. Our engineers in Longwa are already undergoing aerospace training. By then, they will travel to the moon aboard Longting 2, expanding the lunar base population to over 100. Furthermore, Longting University will select the 30 most outstanding students from the College of Aerospace Geology to accompany our predecessors to the moon and help build our lunar base. Moreover, the main module of Longwo's space station has been completed and will soon be launched into geosynchronous orbit. Other components are being manufactured around the clock and will be finished shortly. A year from now, Longwa will open up related space industries, and you, the students of Longting University, will be the first batch of professional talent. So please strive hard. Longwa needs you. No matter what the future holds, we will fight side by side. Bai Hui's rousing speech stirred the hearts of countless students. The lunar base and space station were already so far along. Every student admitted to Longting University was not only academically excellent, but also harbored dreams of the stars. In 2 months, 30 students from the College of Aerospace Geology would head to the moon aboard the Longting 2. At this moment, students from the other 6 colleges cast envious glances their way. Meanwhile, the geology students resolved internally to study with utmost intensity over the next 2 months, striving to become even more exceptional. Longting University was an exceptionally powerful institution boasting over 30 academicians and more than 200 professors. Longwa held the university in high regard and invested heavily in its development. There was no choice. Longwa was in dire need of talent in this field. Consider the future. Once the lunar base and space station are fully operational, the demand for aerospace professionals would be immense. These 20,000 students alone would be insufficient. Therefore, Longwa was not only establishing aerospace programs at Longting University. Other reputable institutions were also hiring aerospace professors and experts to set up their own programs. All such talent was being rapidly cultivated, with students sent directly to the Aerospace Center to learn from the older generation of spacefarers, striving to complete their training as quickly as possible. The Dragon Nation was now united in purpose, striving diligently in research and development, having already overcome countless technologies once monopolized by foreign powers. This included lithography machines and etching machines. The Dragon Nation could now manufacture 5 nanometers lithography equipment. The reason for such smooth progress was not only the immense domestic demand, but also the existence of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence was truly a shortcut to rapid advancement for a civilization. Its computational and simulation capabilities were incredibly powerful. Xiao He had already assisted scientists in overcoming countless technological hurdles, and the Dragon Nation now possessed the entire industrial chain for chip manufacturing. The technical difficulties within had all been surmounted by the people of the Dragon Nation. On the software front, the Longxiang operating system had flourished comprehensively, even dethroning Linux's dominance in the server market. Its performance was so formidable that Linux systems were now far behind. Now all phones and computers used by the Dragon Nation citizens operated on the Longxiang operating system. The two had seamlessly integrated their software and hardware ecosystems. With just one account, users could synchronize their data to the cloud, making office work incredibly convenient. Furthermore, with the enhancement of artificial intelligence, people had more choices than ever. Individuals suffering from social anxiety, for instance, had gradually opened their hearts and slowly stepped out of their self-imposed seclusion, aided by the AI companions within their Longxiang system phones. On the industrial front, the Longxiang series of industrial software also significantly boosted efficiency. Now engineers would rather die than go back to using those old foreign industrial software for drafting. The reason was simple: the Longxiang series industrial software was so intelligent that one could simply speak their needs while drawing, and the embedded AI core would automatically identify the desired function. No longer did one have to search endlessly for a drawing tool, or for those with poor English look up online tutorials for a specific function. Previously, drawing circuit boards with dense, intricate traces could drive one to the brink of madness. With various layers and complex routing rules, laying out intricate boards often consumed an enormous amount of time. But now it was different. With the Longxiang industrial software, one only needed to define the nodes, and it could route the traces with a single click, producing wires that always conformed to the rules. Errors could also be corrected directly through voice commands, as if interacting with a real person. Various CNC centers and industrial machine tools had also seen significant improvements. Since the Dragon Nation had entered the space age, the greatest demand was for aerospace-grade products. Aerospace quality represented the pinnacle of the entire industrial system. This placed extremely high demands on the precision of CNC centers and machine tools. Consequently, manufacturers were compelled to continuously develop higher precision equipment. Now the quality of the Dragon Nation's industrial machine tools was fully on par with, if not superior, to foreign counterparts. At the opening ceremony of Longting University, a speech by Bai Hui was shared online, stirring intense emotions among netizens who left comments on Weibo. Bai Shun's words moved me to tears. So exciting. Alas, I wish I could be 20 years younger to chase dreams and reach for the stars like them. I never imagined our Dragon Nation was already close to mining the moon. Incredible. Does this mean the space station is about to be built? So space tourism is within reach. Even ordinary people like us might get a chance to see the mysterious cosmos. I truly look forward to that day. With our nation united as one, we will surely carve out a bright future for humanity. These students are the future heroes of our Dragon Nation. Long live the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, foreign powers had not been idle during this period. The Lighthouse Nation's Artemis lunar base project was underway. Although they had purchased the Longting 1 anti-gravity spacecraft from the Dragon Nation, delivery was scheduled 6 months later. To counter the Dragon Nation's lunar landing, President Pu had ordered Director Jason to achieve a moon landing within 1 month. For this purpose, they had even slowed down the Ares Mars base project. Today was the day for the Lighthouse Nation to execute the Artemis lunar base plan. They had constructed a super heavy rocket for this mission, the Jupiter 1. The Jupiter 1 had a total mass of 10,000 tons. It could deliver over 300 tons of payload to the translunar injection orbit. This was a colossal figure, and the cost of a single rocket reached $3 billion, exorbitantly expensive. For perspective, the Saturn V rocket used in the Apollo program last century had a liftoff mass of just over 3,000 tons. At the Houston Space Center, a massive rocket stood on the launch tower. 10 kilometers away, crowds had gathered. These people were there to witness the launch of the Jupiter 1, which carried the hopes of the Lighthouse Nation's people. It must succeed. Alas, chemical fuel rockets are too inferior. The Dragon Nation's anti-gravity spacecraft is a true spaceship. Fortunately, we've purchased one from them. The Jupiter 1 can carry over 300 tons to lunar orbit or 500 tons to geosynchronous orbit, surpassing all other chemical rockets. In the control room of the Houston Space Center, Director Jason watched the countdown on the big screen with intense anxiety. This Jupiter 1 rocket was the most advanced rocket their nation had ever developed. However, it had never undergone any test flight verification. Director Jason's heart was filled with trepidation, fearing that something might go wrong. After all, there was a massive crowd outside the Houston Space Center. If any problem occurred in front of all these witnesses, he as the director would certainly be thrown to the wolves by President Pu to quell public anger. Director Jason had no choice but to proceed with the launch, gritting his teeth. Only the success of the Jupiter 1 could secure his position. This lunar mission carried 5 astronauts who were already suited up and reclined in their seats, nervously awaiting ignition. The semi-reclined position was designed to minimize the forces experienced during liftoff. The moment arrived, and Director Jason, clenching his jaw, commanded, "Ignite." Upon the order, the Jupiter 1's engines fired, ejecting intense flames and generating immense thrust. According to Newton's third law, the Jupiter 1 began its slow ascent. The surrounding crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. However, Director Jason showed no sign of joy. The launch was merely the first step. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the Jupiter 1 pierced through the clouds and soared into the vast, mysterious expanse of space. Director Jason watched the screen unblinkingly. So far, all telemetry data was normal, allowing him a slight sigh of relief. Finally, a technician joyfully announced, "The Jupiter 1 has successfully inserted the Artemis spacecraft into the translunar injection orbit." At these words, everyone in the control room stood up, embracing and shouting in excitement. For the past month, these aerospace workers had not rested for a single day, all for this moment of the Jupiter 1's successful maiden flight. "Great, we did it." Beside him, a smile broke out on Director Jason's face, the anxiety finally easing. Abel is a well-known tech blogger on Twitter who attracts viewers primarily by posting tech videos and live streaming trending tech topics. The successful launch of the Dengta country's Jupiter-1 rocket boosted the morale of countless citizens. Abel naturally could not miss this topic. Furthermore, due to his fame and expertise, even the Dengta National Aeronautics and Space Administration extended an invitation to him, inviting him to livestream the launch of the Jupiter-1 rocket and the moon landing of the Artemis spacecraft. The space agency wanted to use Abel's influence to showcase the Dengta country's powerful technological capabilities to the public. Attempt to send in Jupiter-1 rocket. If this had been a year ago, it would have absolutely stunned the world. Of course, because the Long country had invented anti-gravity technology, their Jupiter-1 rocket found itself in an awkward position. 10,000 tons is indeed impressive. Even the Longting 2 spacecraft fully loaded couldn't compare to it. But think about it. No matter how impressive it is, it's still a chemical fuel rocket. Compared to the Long country's anti-gravity spacecraft, it's simply not on the same level. Nevertheless, for other countries this was already a remarkable feat. The Dengta country had been continuously under pressure from the Long country, and some citizens had even lost confidence in their nation. A fatal blow for a democratic Western country. Therefore, the Dengta country's Emperor Pu decided to use this Jupiter-1 rocket and the Artemis moon lander to vigorously promote the nation's powerful technological capabilities to the public, thereby boosting his approval ratings. To this end, the Dengta country invited many well-known bloggers to promote this Artemis moon landing plan. Abel was one of them. At that moment, Abel was live streaming, and in his broadcast channel, real-time footage of the Artemis lunar lander was playing, provided by the authorities. Hey my friends, your old friend Abel is back. It's been 3 days since the launch of the Jupiter-1 rocket. Our Dengta country's Artemis lunar lander has arrived in lunar orbit and is about to land on the moon. Abel paused for effect and said mysteriously, "Hey guys, do you know where the Artemis spacecraft will land?" The live comments began scrolling rapidly. "I guess it will land in a place where no vehicle has ever landed before. Dare to land at the site where the Apollo spacecraft landed 50 years ago. I knew the Apollo program was a fake. Otherwise, why were we able to land on the moon 50 years ago, but now it costs so much to return? It must be a lie fabricated by those bastards in the government for their approval ratings." Abel saw this comment and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, my friend. You guessed right. Our Artemis lunar lander's landing site is exactly where the Apollo spacecraft landed, the southern part of the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. This time we will not only land in the Sea of Tranquility, but also build a lunar base here named Quiet Sea Base. At the same time, our Dengta country will broadcast live simultaneously and will show everyone the traces of the Apollo spacecraft landing 50 years ago, dispelling all doubts about the Apollo program." These words stirred everyone's hearts. Unexpectedly, the Dengta country dared to land on the moon in the Sea of Tranquility. The Sea of Tranquility. Anyone slightly familiar with the Apollo program knows it is the place where humanity first set foot on the moon. Neil Armstrong, the first astronaut to walk on the moon, once uttered a historic phrase here: "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." From then on, humanity took its first steps onto an extraterrestrial world. It held immense significance for the entire history of mankind. That said, since the authorities dared to broadcast the landing in the Sea of Tranquility, they must have absolute confidence in proving the authenticity of the Apollo program from 50 years ago. Haha, I knew it. Our Apollo program is definitely real. The Apollo program is a great miracle in human history. I knew it was real. The authorities would never dare to fabricate such a lie. Don't jump to conclusions before it's confirmed. If the Artemis spacecraft lands and sees nothing, then the authorities are nothing but a bunch of liars. Even at this moment, some still doubted the authenticity of the Apollo program. After all, the moon landing photos that had circulated from the Dengta Space Agency indeed contained too many suspicious points. Among them, 3 were the most damning. First, the Apollo spacecraft weighed dozens of tons, yet the landing gear shown in the photos stood perfectly steady on the lunar surface without any indentation. Second, the moon has no atmosphere and no wind. But the Dengta country's flag was fluttering in the wind. Third, according to common sense, photos taken by astronauts on the moon should have countless stars twinkling in the background. However, the official photos showed a pitch-black background. These 3 points were highly unreasonable and contradicted scientific common sense. That's why the Apollo program faced so much skepticism. Abel suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the Artemis spacecraft is about to land." The screen showed a very massive spacecraft. This spacecraft was of course incomparable to the Longting 2, but weighing over 300 tons, it was already considered massive in the history of human moon landings. The Artemis spacecraft consisted of 5 modules: the Command Module, Escape Module, Return Module, Lunar Base, Main Module, and Lunar Lander Module. Among them, the Lunar Base Main Module was the largest in volume. This Dengta country's lunar base main body weighed over 200 tons. It would remain permanently on the moon. Soon the Artemis lunar lander in the screen began to move. It flew over the Sea of Tranquility and had already precisely located the former position of the Apollo spacecraft through optical means. Prepare for landing. With the command from the staff, the engines of the Artemis lunar lander started working and the entire spacecraft began to change its orbit. The spacecraft was getting closer and closer to the lunar surface, and the high-definition cameras on board were always working. At this moment, people could clearly see the scenery on the moon. "Look, is that the Apollo 11 lunar module?" People exclaimed in surprise. From the spacecraft's video feed, they saw a very small lunar module, its surface covered with lunar dust, yet they could still clearly make out its shape. So the Apollo program is indeed real. At that moment, no one doubted the Apollo program, because the truth was right before their eyes. Bang! The spacecraft safely touched down. All the Dingta country viewers watching the live broadcast burst into thunderous applause. At this moment, nations across the globe extended their congratulations in unison. Humanity had once again set foot upon the moon, and regardless of political stances, this was a momentous occasion worthy of celebration for all of human civilization. At the Houston Space Center in the Lighthouse Nation, the tension that had gripped Director Jason of the space agency finally dissolved as his long-held anxiety gave way to relief. They had succeeded. At long last, they could provide their people with a definitive answer. Their next objective was to construct a lunar base upon the moon's surface. However, due to technical constraints, the Lighthouse Nation was incapable of excavating beneath the lunar regolith. Thus, their lunar base had to be erected on the surface. The outer shell of their base was constructed from high-strength, lightweight materials, boasting a hardness several times that of steel. Furthermore, the main module of the lunar base was equipped with a weapons system. This system was designed to counter threatening meteoroids from space, a major hazard responsible for the countless craters that pockmarked the lunar landscape. As the subsequent procedures were unsuitable for live broadcast, the space agency severed the transmission and commenced work on the lunar base. Bob was one of the astronauts aboard the Artemis spacecraft on this mission, tasked with assisting the team in constructing the lunar base. The 5 astronauts unloaded the main module of the lunar base from the spacecraft and positioned it on a flat stretch of ground. Bob then began operating a drilling rig to establish a foundation to secure the lunar base. The drilling commenced. He guided the drill bit into the ground, and it quickly penetrated the surface. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. The foundation for the lunar base required a depth of roughly 10 meters beneath the surface. So Bob needed to bore a hole 10 meters deep. However, at 8 meters, the drill bit suddenly ground to a halt. Bob was taken aback, then cursed in frustration. "Shit, the drill bit is stuck." No matter how he struggled, the drill bit remained immovable. Resigned, Bob called out for his teammate. "Torniel, the drill is stuck. Give me a hand." With the assistance of another astronaut, Bob descended into the hole. Fortunately, this was merely for the foundation, and the hole was not deep. Bob easily reached the spot where the drill bit was wedged. Upon inspection, he froze in astonishment. Under the beam of his helmet light, he saw that the drill bit was obstructed by a grayish-black sphere. This sphere was incredibly smooth and lustrous, exuding an air of profound mystery. What could this be? A meteorite? Don't be absurd. How could a meteorite be so perfectly smooth and round? A startling thought surged in Bob's mind. Could this be an artifact of an extraterrestrial civilization? Whatever it was clearly nothing ordinary. Bob decided to extract the sphere and deliver it to the Space Center. He released the drill and attempted to pick up the sphere. To his surprise, it was so slippery that he simply couldn't grasp it. In the end, Bob had to use a bag to envelop the sphere. He carried it back to the surface, where Torniel hurriedly asked, "Bob, what's the situation?" Bob replied, "Okay. But Torniel, take a look at what I've found." With that, he handed the bag to Torniel. Torniel peered inside and was instantly stunned. "What is this? It doesn't look like a natural creation." Bob's discovery quickly drew the attention of all the astronauts. They all gathered around, scrutinizing the sphere with great curiosity. But none could identify its origin, and they all speculated it might be a product of an alien civilization. Regardless of its true nature, this matter had escalated beyond their capacity to handle. So the astronauts promptly reported the incident to the Houston Control Center. Director Jason stared at the photographs transmitted from the moon, lost in deep contemplation. After a moment, a flicker of delight crossed his face. If this sphere was indeed an artifact of an extraterrestrial civilization, the Lighthouse Nation might gain access to their advanced technology. Director Jason instantly realized this could be the pivotal opportunity for the Lighthouse Nation to surpass the Dragon Nation. "Bob, you have a new mission. Continue to investigate whether there are any more artifacts of this nature beneath the lunar surface. If you find anything, report to me immediately." Bob and Torniel promptly resumed their exploration with the drilling equipment. Yet despite their exhaustive search, they found nothing resembling alien artifacts. Only dirt, rocks, and meteorites. On the 3rd day, the Lighthouse Nation's lunar base was fully assembled. Of the 5 astronauts, 2 were to remain at the base, while the other 3 would return to Earth in the re-entry capsule. The mysterious sphere was also brought back to Earth. Knowledge of this discovery was confined strictly to the upper echelons of the Lighthouse Nation. Soon the re-entry capsule of the Artemis spacecraft safely returned to Earth. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation erupted in fervent cheers celebrating the triumphant return of their heroes. Yet unknown to the public, a sphere lay quietly within a secure safe transported from the spacecraft by a man in plain clothes. After a series of transfers, the sphere found its way to a clandestine facility. This secret facility was a military research base of the Lighthouse Nation, a place where cutting-edge technologies were developed daily. Known as the Rashi Base, it was situated on an uncharted island so obscure that it was absent from all maps. This base was of paramount importance to the Lighthouse Nation. At that moment, in one of the Rashi Base's laboratories, scientists clad in hazmat suits were gathered around the grayish-black sphere. A white-haired scientist marveled, "Incredible. Under our electron microscope, this sphere displays no discernible imperfections whatsoever. Even a mirror's surface, when viewed under an electron microscope, reveals various, uneven textures. Yet this sphere is flawlessly smooth. I dare say this is unequivocally a product of extraterrestrial intelligence. Nature could never produce something so perfectly smooth and round. Indeed, I concur that this must be of alien origin. I'm filled with anticipation to think humanity would make contact with extraterrestrial technology so soon." A wave of excitement swept through the entire research team. They were poised to become the first humans to witness the advanced technological marvels of an alien civilization. Nearby stood a two-star general, the supreme commander of the base. Listening to the scientists' animated discussions, a spark of eagerness ignited within him as well. The general turned to an elderly scientist and inquired, "Professor Herrick, what do you suggest we do with this sphere?" Professor Herrick replied with fervor, "General, this is a gift from God to the Lighthouse Nation. We must open this sphere at once and unlock the advanced civilization's technology within." Unbeknownst to all, deep within the grayish-black sphere, a faint, enigmatic crimson glow began to flicker. At the Loki base within a research sector, numerous scientists in white lab coats gathered around a laboratory. At the forefront stood the base's highest-ranking officer. The general watched the lab nervously, where a sphere rested at its center. Today they were to use laser cutting to slice open this gray-black sphere, believed to be of extraterrestrial origin. The general had reported the matter to Emperor Pu, who was watching the operation live via broadcast. To guard against any unforeseen incidents, the Loki base was placed on its highest level of combat readiness. This was not merely to prevent external intrusion, but also to preempt any danger the mysterious sphere might pose. The laboratory itself was constructed entirely from high-strength, bulletproof glass and reinforced concrete. Its robust construction could even withstand earthquakes below magnitude 8. Furthermore, the lab's surroundings were lined with radiation-shielding materials, and all electromagnetic wave transmissions were strictly forbidden throughout the entire base. For what if, upon opening the sphere, transmitted information to their civilization? Of course, beyond electromagnetic waves, the Loki base had implemented defenses against every conceivable method of communication known to science. Scientists had meticulously measured the mysterious gray-black sphere. Its hardness far surpassed that of diamond, making conventional cutting methods futile. Thus they were forced to resort to the most powerful laser cutting available. With all preparations complete, the general said gravely, "Begin." A nearby researcher nodded and started operating the computer. Inside, the robotic arm began to move, and the high-energy laser gun it held instantly emitted a powerful beam. The laser struck the sphere's shell, producing thick smoke. The intense energy ionized the air, turning it into plasma. The cutting continued, and smoke soon filled the entire laboratory. Did it succeed? Everyone watched the lab with bated breath. Soon the laser cutting finished, and the smoke gradually dissipated. When the scene inside became clear, everyone was stunned. Two semicircular gray-black shells lay on the experimental table. They were indeed hollow, but completely empty. What was this? Why was there nothing inside? Could it be that this gray-black sphere wasn't a high-tech product of an alien civilization after all? Professor Herrick anxiously moved to open the lab door, but the general stopped him. "Professor Herrick, don't rush. We need to inspect it further before entering," the general said in a deep voice. This was an object brought back from the moon. Even if it appeared empty, who knew if it harbored bacteria or viruses? The lab required a series of air purification procedures before anyone could enter. Soon everyone meticulously searched the interior via cameras. Yet they indeed found nothing. Disappointment washed over their faces. The general sighed and ordered, "Proceed with the air purification." Samples of the lab's air were extracted for analysis, and the rest was completely evacuated. After the air was fully removed, the lab was sterilized with ultraviolet light to kill any residual microbes. Only after these extensive treatments were they permitted entry. Although nothing was found inside, the gray-black shell itself was several times harder than diamond. This was still a significant discovery, offering some consolation. They entered to investigate thoroughly, but found nothing. On the table, Professor Herrick picked up the gray-black shell, examining it closely. He found it to be exceptionally thin, much like an eggshell. "Incredible!" Professor Herrick exclaimed. Such a thin material possessing such immense hardness. If its composition could be analyzed, it would undoubtedly bring enormous benefits to the scientific community. The researchers began to clean up the lab, and the general left in disappointment. Professor Herrick also departed. Unnoticed by anyone, a tiny object emerged from within the robotic arm, surreptitiously attaching itself to Professor Herrick. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics in the Dragon Nation, Bai Hui and Elder Fong stood before a circular device. This device, constructed entirely of an iron shell, was surrounded by coils of thick wires. Above it rose 2 large pipes and 9 smaller ones. Additionally, a rectangular component was connected to a thick cable. This circular device was the Shunhui fusion device. It was a controllable nuclear fusion model personally designed by Bai Hui, who had built the device based on this model. The most significant innovation of this device was its use of anti-gravity technology. Plasma entered from the small pipes at the top, was accelerated by magnetic fields, and the 9 plasma streams collided with each other at high speed. This was followed by ignition and heating via the rectangular laser. When heated to approximately 60 to 80 million degrees Celsius, nuclear fusion commenced. Atomic nuclei merged, forming new nuclei, and releasing immense energy primarily in the form of heat. During this process, the plasma was firmly contained at the center by powerful magnetic fields. The energy conversion system utilized the 2 uppermost pipes for water circulation. One pipe injected water into the reactor, where it interacted with the gravity field generated by the anti-gravity engine, forming a gravity field wall. A gap existed between the gravity field wall and the first wall of the fusion device. Water filled this gap, creating a water barrier. This water isolated the first wall and absorbed the fusion heat. The heated water circulated to drive steam turbines, continuously generating electricity. This design prevented damage to the device's inner walls. Free-floating plasma and high-energy neutrons produced during the reaction were absorbed by the water. Moreover, since the water carried away the fusion energy, the temperature of the device's inner walls remained within tolerable limits. The intense 100 million degree heat of fusion posed no threat to the device's integrity. Furthermore, the Shunhui fusion device boasted exceptional energy efficiency. Because fusion occurred within the circular chamber and the water enveloped the plasma, it absorbed most of the energy, maximizing utilization. According to Bai Hui's estimates, the device's energy conversion efficiency was at least over 40%, or potentially exceeding 50%. For context, the most efficient nuclear fission reactors in the world today cannot surpass 30% thermal conversion efficiency. After more than half a month of development, the first prototype of the Shunhui nuclear fusion device was finally manufactured. Elder Fong exclaimed in admiration, "Xiao Hui, you are truly remarkable. The new superconducting material you invented maintains its superconducting properties at around -19 degrees Celsius. This technological breakthrough is a tremendous boon for our Dragon Nation. Indeed, superconducting materials have extremely important applications across the entire field of science and technology. If the Dragon Nation's power transmission network were to adopt superconducting materials entirely, it would save a vast amount of energy every year. Furthermore, the magnetic field coils required for nuclear fusion demand immense magnetic field strength to control the plasma, necessitating the use of superconducting materials." Bai Hui smiled modestly. "Elder Fong, I was just lucky." Elder Fong was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Haha. If mere luck could produce superconducting materials at -19 degrees, our Dragon Nation would have colonized other planets by now." After they had chatted and laughed for a while, Elder Fong said with a sigh, "Xiao Hui, I really don't know how your mind works. You developed controllable nuclear fusion in just over 10 days. Based on my assessment, the success rate of your Shunhui nuclear fusion device is definitely over 80%. Indeed, the Shunhui nuclear fusion device cleverly utilizes anti-gravity technology, perfectly resolving the challenges of nuclear fusion technology. Theoretically, the device boasts an exceptionally high success rate and can operate stably for extended periods. The same cannot be said for the tokamak device, however. The longer it operates, the more plasma escapes, causing greater harm to the device's inner walls. This is because higher temperatures cause the plasma to expand and become more active, making it easy for it to escape the magnetic field's control and strike the inner walls. The high-energy neutrons produced by the fusion reaction also continuously bombard the inner walls, causing damage. The Shunhui nuclear fusion device, by utilizing a water circulation system, carries away these high-energy particles, achieving stable operation. Xiao Hui, the Shunhui nuclear fusion device is complete. When do you think we should conduct the first test?" Bai Hui pondered for a moment, then said, "There's no time like the present. Let's do it tomorrow. They'll also inform the chairman and the others." "Very well, I'll go make the necessary arrangements immediately." "All right." The next day. Today was a momentous day. In the control hall of the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics, many leaders had gathered. Even the chairman was present. Also in attendance were Lin Weidong, the director of the Dragon Nation's General Armament Department, along with numerous renowned domestic nuclear physicists and academicians. Having heard that the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics was conducting a nuclear fusion test today, they had all flocked to the scene. This was a major event in the field of nuclear physics for the Dragon Nation. How could these scientists possibly miss it? However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the centerpiece of today's event was not the usual tokamak device, but a new controllable nuclear fusion device. This device resembled a sphere on the outside. No one had any idea what it was before this moment. What is this? It's not a tokamak. Could it be a stellarator? No, it shouldn't be a stellarator. I've seen those before, and they don't look like this. The assembled scientists scratched their heads, baffled, unable to discern what this nuclear fusion device inside was. After all, they were the foremost authorities in the field of nuclear physics. How could there be something they couldn't understand? Finally, Elder Fong took the stage to enlighten the assembled academicians and experts. What? The Shunhui nuclear fusion device. This is a controllable fusion model developed independently by Minister Bai Hui. We were completely unaware. What are the performance specs of this Shunhui nuclear fusion device? What are the specific principles behind this device? All the scientists were stunned by this revelation. Bai Hui, wasn't he researching anti-gravity technology? Why did he suddenly switch to researching nuclear fusion? A crowd of academicians and experts swarmed around Elder Fong, bombarding him with questions. Elder Fong, with no other choice, could only patiently answer them one by one. On the other side of the control hall, Bai Hui was chatting with the leaders. Xiao Hui, are you confident that your Shunhui nuclear fusion device will succeed? Though the chairman didn't understand the specific principles of fusion technology, he knew that controllable nuclear fusion was the primary energy source of the future. Whether the Dragon Nation could master this technology made today's test critically important. Thus, the usually composed leader found himself feeling somewhat anxious today. Sir, please rest assured. This test has a high probability of success. Even if it fails, we can quickly learn from the experience, implement rapid improvements, and strive for a 100% success rate next time. The fusion model I designed is theoretically sound and has a high success rate. That's good to hear. As the designated time approached, the noise in the control hall subsided. The first test of the Shunhui nuclear fusion device was imminent. Commence the test. Upon the command, plasma began injecting through the 9 small pipes atop the Shunhui nuclear fusion device. After entering the pipes, the plasma traveled through a lengthy magnetic acceleration channel, which accelerated it before precisely directing the streams from all 9 channels to collide with each other. This collision imparted an initial kinetic energy to the atomic nuclei within the plasma. The essence of a nuclear fusion reaction is the process where 2 atomic nuclei acquire sufficient kinetic energy to overcome their mutual electrostatic repulsion and merge together. By accelerating and colliding the plasma, the nuclei gain this initial kinetic energy, offering the advantage of requiring a relatively lower temperature to initiate the fusion reaction. Subsequently, the adjacent laser ignition system began heating the plasma. When the temperature reached approximately 60 million degrees Celsius, the fusion reaction commenced. Simultaneously, the superconducting coils surrounding the Shunhui nuclear fusion device generated a powerful magnetic field. This magnetic field firmly confined the plasma at the center of the device. Additionally, water was injected through the 2 upper pipes, and the anti-gravity engines activated continuously, converting energy into kinetic energy through the water circulation system. In the control hall, everyone watched with bated breath. Suddenly, a staff member shouted excitedly, "Look! The fusion device is starting to discharge electricity." Excitement spread across everyone's faces. The generation of electricity from the fusion process signified that a fusion reaction was occurring and being converted into electrical energy. However, the task was not yet complete. To truly achieve the goal of controllable nuclear fusion, the ratio of energy output to energy input must be greater than 1. Internationally, there is a specific symbol used to represent this output-to-input energy ratio, known as the Q value. There is a saying in the international community: a controlled nuclear fusion that ignores the Q value is nothing but a fraud. Unfortunately, the Q values of nuclear fusion experimental devices around the world currently remain between 0 and 1. In other words, these devices do not generate energy, they are merely for basic research. The Q value, of course, the higher the better. The less the cost, and the more the energy gained, the better the deal. Therefore, to become a true commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion reactor, the output energy must exceed the input energy. Everyone watched nervously as the Shunhui nuclear fusion device inside continued to discharge. The Shunhui nuclear fusion device has been operating stably for 10 seconds. A staff member promptly reported on the reactor status. It's important to note that the most advanced artificial sun project in the Dragon Kingdom could only operate stably for 20 seconds, which was already considered an advanced level internationally. Therefore, as long as this Shunhui device could operate stably for more than 20 seconds, it would be a monumental step forward for the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, everyone present watched the big screen with bated breath. 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 17 seconds, 18 seconds. Finally, it reached 19 seconds. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Keep going, you must surpass 20 seconds. Finally, the number on the screen jumped to 20 seconds. The scientists and academicians present erupted in cheers, signifying that the fusion model independently designed by the Dragon Kingdom had reached the world's advanced level. However, the number on the screen did not stop, it continued to climb. Suddenly, a staff member shouted in astonishment, "The Shenhui nuclear fusion device's Q value has exceeded 1." Upon hearing this, all the nuclear physicists present seemed to go deaf. An elderly nuclear physicist stammered, "Say that again." The staff member repeated, "Elder Luo, the Shenhui nuclear fusion device's Q value has successfully surpassed 1." Heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom. Tears streamed down the faces of all the nuclear physicists, their bodies trembling with excitement. The staff nearby, fearing for the physicists' well-being, rushed to support them to prevent them from falling. Though the Grand Elder didn't fully understand what the Q value was, he could tell from the scientists' reactions that today's fusion test had achieved tremendous success. He then clapped Bai Hui on the shoulder and said excitedly, "Xiao Hui, well done." A smile appeared on Bai Hui's face as he replied, "Grand Elder, don't get too excited yet. The reactor's performance is far from its limit." The Shenhui fusion reactor continued its operation. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. Currently, data from the sensors showed everything was normal. The inner wall temperature was only over 800 degrees Celsius, and since the water absorbed the high-energy particles released by the reaction, the wall hadn't suffered any damage. Only over 800 degrees Celsius, considering the inner wall material's limit, could withstand up to 3000 degrees Celsius. The nuclear physicists present were stunned, staring blankly at the numbers on the display. The Q value had now reached 4.3. This meant the ratio of energy output to input was 4.3 times. This was already a commercially viable fusion reactor. Finally, 100 seconds had passed. Yet the Shenhui device continued to operate as smoothly as ever. The fusion reaction was still ongoing, and the Q value kept increasing, though the rate of increase was slowing down, suggesting it was nearing its limit. Finally, the Q value stabilized at 7.2. This meant the reactor was outputting 7.2 times the energy it consumed. If this number were to get out, it would shock the entire world. Of course, this high Q value was due to a combination of factors. Firstly, thanks to Bai Hui's invention of a superconducting material at -19 degrees Celsius, only a small amount of energy was needed to maintain the temperature around -20 degrees. Moreover, the Shenhui device was several times smaller than a tokamak device. Therefore, its magnetic field only needed to be maintained at the center of the device, unlike a tokamak, which requires constructing an entire toroidal magnetic field. This greatly reduced the energy input. Finally, the Shenhui device's energy conversion efficiency was exceptionally high, which also contributed to the high Q value. By now, the fusion reaction had been running stably for 10 minutes or 600 seconds. Yet the data on the sensors showed no change whatsoever. The inner wall temperature remained at over 800 degrees Celsius, and the Q value remained stable at 7.2. At this moment, everyone knew that the Dragon Kingdom had successfully mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Unless the Shenhui device were to encounter an unexpected accident, but that possibility was extremely low. Because the data from the sensors indicated everything remained stable, there was still a significant margin from the device's limits. However, to ensure the data was absolutely correct, all the scientists and senior leaders, including the Grand Elder, watched on patiently. Time passed slowly, and finally the Shenhui device had been running stably for 2 hours. Through the control of the staff, the fusion reaction was finally brought to a halt. Of course, these 2 hours were not the device's limit. The reason for stopping was that the fusion fuel had been consumed, and they had no more space to store the energy output. After everything concluded, Fang Zhongmin stepped forward and declared loudly, "I announce that today's test of the Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor has been a complete success. From today, the Dragon Kingdom has officially mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology." A massive red screen appeared in the control hall. "Congratulations on the successful test of the Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor." All the staff present applauded with excitement, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Those scientists and academicians well into their years jumped for joy like children. This was a major breakthrough for nuclear physicists. This was a great leap forward for human civilization. Humanity, having come from the age of fire and farming, has now successfully ignited the light of fusion. Elder Fang shouted excitedly. "Now let's welcome the Grand Elder to give a speech for today's successful test." Under the gaze of all, the Grand Elder stepped onto the stage and said with a smile, "Hello, everyone. I want to say that you are all heroes. Your names will be forever etched on the monument of history. The Dragon Kingdom is proud of you. Also, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the true protagonist of today." All eyes turned to Bai Hui. The Grand Elder smiled slightly and announced loudly, "Let's welcome the inventor of anti-gravity technology and the Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor, Bai Hui." At this moment, all eyes were on him. After the successful test of the Shenhui fusion reactor, the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics held a grand celebration banquet. All the researchers, senior officials, and experts gathered together, filled with joy and laughter. The achievement of controlled nuclear fusion technology marks a monumental breakthrough for humanity. It signifies that human civilization has taken a step toward the threshold of a Type 2 civilization, though there is still a long way to go. That same day, the official Weibo account of the Dragon Country released a statement. We are proud to announce that our domestically developed Shunhui fusion device has successfully achieved ignition and discharge at the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics. The fusion experiment lasted for 2 hours, thoroughly validating the stability of our independently developed device. The value of the fusion reaction reached 7.2, meeting the conditions for commercial operation. This experiment signifies that our country has become the first in the world to successfully master controlled nuclear fusion technology. The light of fusion will rise over the Dragon Country. The moment this news broke, everyone was stunned. How could the Dragon Country suddenly announce a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? It was so abrupt that some citizens initially thought it was a mistake. However, after repeated confirmations, they finally realized that from this day forward the Dragon Country had truly mastered the technology. The entire nation erupted in jubilation. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Who is this mastermind who led the country to this breakthrough? They are my lifelong idol. I don't fully grasp the significance, but seeing everyone's reaction, it must be monumental. Go Dragon Country. It's more than just incredible. Remember the anti-gravity technology invented by Bai Hui. Controlled nuclear fusion is on par with that. The scientist who developed this deserves to be hailed as a god. Everyone wait for tonight's press conference. It will detail the development of this technology, and we'll soon know who this great mind is. Haha, from now on we are entering the fusion era. My main concern is will our electricity bills go down? Don't worry, we will build numerous fusion power plants. Soon we will have an endless supply of clean energy. Moreover, the fusion fuel, deuterium and tritium, is abundant in the oceans. At current global consumption rates, it could sustain humanity for tens of billions of years. Awesome. I can't wait to pay less for electricity. That evening, the Dragon Country held a grand press conference. To the shock of netizens everywhere, the scientist behind this breakthrough was Bai Hui. Everyone was astounded. A 23-year-old had now invented 2 super technologies worthy of being etched into the annals of history. Is he even human? This is beyond legendary. In an instant, Bai Hui's system popularity points surged at an alarming rate. The points spent on developing the Shunhui fusion model were now fully replenished. When the news spread abroad, every nation was in disbelief. The Dragon Country had mastered controlled nuclear fusion. How could that be? Previously, the Dragon Country's fusion technology relied heavily on foreign expertise. Even the Dragon Country's first tokamak device was built under the guidance of foreign experts. Nations worldwide had invested hundreds of billions into the ITER project, constructing the world's largest tokamak in a collaborative effort. The Dragon Country was a participant in this project, even responsible for building its core components. Yet now they had suddenly announced their own breakthrough using a device called Shunhui instead of a tokamak. What on earth is that? Physicists around the world were baffled. They had never heard of such a device. Many, including several Nobel laureates, suspected the announcement was a hoax. How could they have mastered it so suddenly? Do they think they're gods? But the leaders of various nations were grim-faced. In the lighthouse country, President Pu stared at a message on his desk, his expression dark. It was undoubtedly news of the Dragon Country's breakthrough. However, this information hadn't come through official channels, but through a covert route, which made it all the more credible. Shit. Why does the Dragon Country get all the good fortune? President Pu cursed, deeply frustrated. Their country was still in the theoretical stage of controlled fusion. Even with the ITER project complete, they had no guarantee of success. Yet the Dragon Country had already overtaken them. At this rate, the Dragon Country would surpass the lighthouse country in more and more technologies. At the ITER project headquarters, Professor Johnson, the project's lead and a Nobel laureate with immense global prestige, was overseeing the final stages. According to the plan, ITER was to be assembled within 5 years with most components already manufactured. Only the final assembly of the tokamak remained. But then from that ancient Eastern nation came the shocking announcement. They had already achieved controlled fusion with a value of 7.2, and were planning to build multiple fusion power plants. This was a devastating blow to the ITER project, especially since the Dragon Country's technology wasn't even based on a tokamak, but on their own self-developed Shunhui device. Shit. What the hell is that? Professor Johnson had never heard of it, and suspected the Dragon Country was bluffing. The official release only included a single frontal photo of the device. It was just a picture, but physicists worldwide tried to deduce the technology behind it. All they could discern was that it likely employed magnetic confinement, as superconducting coils were visible in the image. Beyond that, the rest of the technology remained a mystery to them. Professor Johnson's face was extremely grim. Just moments ago, numerous countries had called him to announce their withdrawal of funding from the ITER project. Professor Johnson was bewildered. The ITER project was an international nuclear fusion experimental endeavor, and many nations had previously sought to join, but were unable to do so. Yet why were so many countries now beginning to pull their investments? After careful inquiry, Professor Johnson learned that these nations, upon seeing that the Dragon Kingdom's controlled nuclear fusion device did not utilize tokamak technology, had decided to withdraw. After all, the ITER project was merely an experimental fusion reactor still light years away from a truly commercial controlled nuclear fusion system. However, the Dragon Kingdom had already developed genuine controlled fusion technology, having validated the Divine Radiance fusion device, a model that could actually achieve controlled nuclear fusion. But the tokamak device, while theoretically capable of achieving nuclear fusion, suffered from too many drawbacks in practical operation. No matter how powerful the superconducting magnetic field, some plasma would inevitably heat up and expand, escaping the magnetic confinement and causing severe damage to the device. Moreover, the neutrons produced by nuclear fusion also posed a threat to the inner walls of the device. Unless these problems were resolved, truly achieving controlled nuclear fusion would remain elusive. So when the Dragon Kingdom mastered the technology, nations around the world instantly lost hope in the ITER project. The reasoning of these countries was, since the Dragon Kingdom had not used the tokamak device, it meant that even the Dragon Kingdom could not make the tokamak work, or perhaps they deemed its drawbacks too numerous and chose not to adopt this fusion model. Why should we continue pouring money into it? Isn't that just wasting funds? Capitalists are notoriously frugal with their money. They had invested in the ITER project because they saw hope in it. Now, however, they saw only despair in the ITER project. Professor Johnson sat slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant, as if still unable to believe what had happened. Who could have imagined that overnight the ITER fusion project would descend into such a state? On a small island in the Dungta country inside the Luoshi base. Hey buddy, did you hear? The Dragon Kingdom has actually developed controlled nuclear fusion technology. Yeah, I heard that too. The Dragon Kingdom is truly amazing. I thought humanity wouldn't master controlled fusion for at least another 30 years. Alas, I really wish I knew how the Dragon Kingdom achieved their fusion technology. Unfortunately, they have completely abandoned the science without borders spirit, and their scientists make me feel ashamed. Some researchers were gathered around chatting. At that moment, a listless Professor Herrick walked in. A nearby scientist greeted him. Hey Professor Herrick, good morning. Professor Herrick turned to look at him, his eyes vacant like a zombie. Hello, Jones. Jones was startled by Professor Herrick's appearance. Professor Herrick had deep dark circles under his eyes, a hunched posture, and a lifeless expression resembling a zombie from Resident Evil. Oh my God, Professor Herrick, what happened to you? Professor Herrick forced a smile and said, I don't know, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Jones asked worriedly, Professor Herrick, you should rest today and see a doctor. He'll talk to the general. Professor Herrick initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but his body was indeed uncomfortable, so he didn't stop Jones. When the general heard that Professor Herrick was ill, he rushed over immediately. Herrick was a senior scientist at Luoshi Base, crucial to the entire facility, responsible for many research projects. His health could not be compromised, or many projects would come to a halt. Soon after a thorough examination by the base's doctors, it was found that Professor Herrick was simply exhausted and had poor sleep the previous night, leading to his current symptoms. The general said with concern, Professor Herrick, am approving a 3-day leave. Please rest well during this time. Professor Herrick thought for a moment and agreed. Very well, thank you, General. So Professor Herrick returned to his quarters, took some medicine prescribed by the doctor, and lay quietly on the bed to sleep. But no one knew that inside his body smooth eggs were attached to his organs and blood vessels, steadily absorbing nutrients. 3 days later, the general kicked open the door to Professor Herrick's room. He had just received bad news. Professor Herrick had not eaten for 3 days, and no one in the base had seen him during that time. A terrible thought crossed the general's mind, and without hesitation, he kicked the door open. What met the general's eyes was a horrifying sight. A pristine white skeleton lay quietly on the bed. The bones were smooth and clean with no trace of flesh. The general's eyes widened in fury as he roared in anguish, Professor Herrick. Undoubtedly the skeleton on the bed was that of Professor Herrick. But who had murdered Professor Herrick, leaving only a skeleton with all his flesh vanished? The general immediately pressed a device in his hand, triggering an alarm throughout the base. All soldiers instantly entered combat readiness. Had someone infiltrated the base? That was the general's first thought. A colonel led a squad of soldiers into the room. They saw the skeleton on the bed, and their eyes narrowed. The general bellowed furiously, investigate the cause of Professor Herrick's death immediately. Search the entire base for any suspicious personnel. Yes, sir. The colonel had many questions, but refrained from asking. Soon a forensic examiner arrived. He carefully inspected the scene and conducted a DNA test on the skeleton, confirming it was indeed Professor Herrick's remains. The forensic examiner studied the skeleton closely, his eyes narrowing. He said solemnly, General, the one who killed Professor Herrick might not be human. What? Everyone present was stunned. Not human, then what was it? General, I tested the residue on the skeleton and found no chemical substances. That means Professor Herrick's flesh was not dissolved by chemicals. The only possibility is that the killer used physical means to murder him. But there is a very difficult fact to accept. Currently, no physical method can completely separate a person's flesh from bones in just 3 days without leaving any residue. Even army ants would leave behind gnawing marks. So my judgment is. The forensic examiner's face was grim as he addressed the general. Sir, I suspect there are 2 possible causes for Professor Herrick's death. First, someone might have secretly infiltrated the base and used an unknown new type of weapon to kill him. This weapon is extremely cruel. It could be high-energy rays or something else. It has no effect on bones, but it is lethally destructive to human flesh and blood. Hearing this, everyone present turned pale with shock. The second possibility, and currently the most suspicious one, is that some unknown creature secretly entered the base and devoured all of Professor Herrick's flesh and blood. What? The general's face changed as he asked in disbelief. Cross, do you have any evidence? I found a drop of mucus at the scene. Its exact composition is still unclear, and I've sent it for analysis. However, I suspect it might be the saliva of some kind of creature. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Suddenly, a staff member walked in with a report. Dr. Cross, here is the sample analysis report you requested. Cross' eyes lit up, and he quickly took the report and examined it closely. After a long moment, he let out a heavy sigh. General, the analysis of the mucus sample is complete. The results show that the composition of this drop of mucus is very similar to human saliva. Furthermore, it contains a highly corrosive acid that can rapidly decompose organic matter. The general took a deep breath upon hearing Cross' report. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, his expression extremely solemn. He knew that from this moment on Rosai base was in grave danger. An unknown creature capable of silently devouring a living person was lurking within the base, and no one knew how many of them there were or how great a threat they posed. Most importantly, how this unknown creature managed to infiltrate the base was his most pressing concern. Rosai base was located on a large island, and very few people in the world even knew of its existence. The entire base was like a massive fortress with every exit, even the sewers and ventilation shafts, under tight surveillance and stringent security measures. For instance, the base's exhaust vents were equipped with laser devices that would automatically activate upon detecting any living organism, slicing the intruder into countless pieces. So how did this unknown creature get in? Was it deliberate or accidental? Everything seemed shrouded in mystery. Investigate. I want to know everyone Professor Herrick came into contact with in the 3 days before his death, and everything he touched in full detail. The general had already realized that Professor Herrick had begun showing symptoms of discomfort 3 days prior. The entire base was put on high alert, and all personnel underwent a thorough screening. The massive check lasted an entire day. The general stared at the horrifying sight before him, his face darkening with dread. In front of him stood hundreds of personnel, all showing signs of physical distress, their eyes sunken and dark like a horde of zombies. This state was all too familiar to the general. Wasn't this exactly the same symptom Professor Herrick had exhibited 3 days ago? One person showing these signs could be a coincidence. But when hundreds of people simultaneously exhibited them, even a fool would know this was no ordinary occurrence. Among this group were soldiers, researchers, and logistics staff. Their one commonality was that they all worked or lived in close proximity to Professor Herrick's quarters. These hundreds of individuals had been quarantined in the laboratory, and everyone else outside was required to wear gas masks to prevent potential infection by the unknown pathogen. Dr. Cross, we're counting on you. Dr. Cross was now fully equipped, clad in a biohazard suit and carrying a medical kit. He was about to enter the lab to determine what was wrong with these people. Beside him stood a squad of soldiers also in biohazard suits and armed with advanced weaponry. All elite special forces, each capable of fighting 10 men alone. These soldiers were assigned to protect Dr. Cross in case of any unexpected danger. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Cross and his team stepped into the quarantine laboratory. Inside, an X-ray machine had already been set up. Dr. Cross skillfully operated the X-ray machine, and soon a patient was positioned for scanning. Cross stared intently at the screen, and his face instantly turned ashen as he gasped in horror. On the computer monitor in front of him, the patient's chest cavity was displayed, and the sight made his blood run cold. Seeing the doctor's horrified expression from outside, the general anxiously called out, "Dr. Cross, what's happening?" Cross took a deep breath, developed the X-ray film, and held it up. The image showed a bizarre insect-like creature about the size of a palm, clinging to the inside of the patient's chest cavity. What was most terrifying was that within the patient's chest, there were numerous round objects clustered around all of his organs. They were eggs. The strange creature was parasitically laying eggs inside the human body, using the host's flesh to incubate its offspring. It was a horrifying thought. Dr. Cross felt his scalp crawl. He didn't want to stay there a second longer. "Look what's wrong with him." A staff member cried out in alarm. The patient, who had just been X-rayed, seemed to be stimulated by something and let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing and convulsing uncontrollably on the floor. Dr. Cross' face went pale. The unknown creature had been agitated by the X-ray radiation and was about to burst out of the host. "Run, get out of here." He sprinted to the laboratory door and shouted, "General, open the door now." Open the door. After Cross and his team had escaped, the patient's convulsions grew even more agonizing. The other infected patients were terrified, pounding frantically on the bulletproof glass. Let us out. He's doomed and so are we. Will someone help me? The infected patients facing imminent death were on the verge of madness. However, no one dared to let them out. In just a few days, hundreds of people in the base had been infected. If they were released, wouldn't the entire base be doomed? The general said anxiously, Dr. Cross, tell me what the hell is going on. Dr. Cross, still shaken, silently handed the X-ray film to the general. The general took it, looked at it, and felt his own scalp crawl in horror. On the X-ray image, dense clusters of black spots were clearly visible within the patient's internal organs. Anyone with trypophobia would likely faint at the sight. This is... The general pointed at the image, a chill creeping into his heart. In all his years of military service, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. A terrifying suspicion began to form in his mind. General, you are not mistaken. These are the eggs of that unknown creature. Dr. Cross' confirmation solidified his worst fears. General, this is a horrifying creature that uses the human body as a vessel to lay eggs and reproduce. In all my years of medical practice, I have never encountered such a dreadful organism. The general's expression turned grim. The priority now was to determine the origin of this creature. Dr. Cross, can you identify this creature? I need to know its characteristics and habits. I will try my best. They'll search the global biological database, but I suspect we may find nothing. A creature so terrifying that it uses human bodies to breed would have caused a major uproar if previously discovered. Without another word, Dr. Cross connected his computer and began his search. Meanwhile, the general was on the phone reporting the incident at Lashi Base. President Pu received the call while deeply engrossed in his work. What? A biological invasion at Lashi Base. Hundreds are already infected and in critical condition. President Pu shot up from his seat. Hundreds of lives were at stake, no trivial matter. Crucially, Lashi Base was of paramount importance, being the birthplace of much of Lighthouse Nation's advanced weaponry and holding vast technological secrets. A biological invasion. President Pu's first thought was that some force was attempting to seize the technology at Lashi Base. This was a provocation. An extremely grave matter for the Lighthouse Nation. Tell me everything that happened from the beginning. President Pu hastily demanded a full account. After listening, his expression was a mix of shock, disbelief, and denial. An unknown organism that can parasitize and breed inside humans. Nonsense, were they filming a movie? But President Pu knew that the general at Lashi Base would not dare deceive him on such a critical matter. This meant it had to be true. General, am ordering you to implement full alert and enter the highest state of combat readiness. You have full authority to handle any situation that arises. I will dispatch reinforcements. You must stabilize the situation at all costs. Yes, sir. As their conversation concluded, the patient in the isolated laboratory at Lashi Base suddenly convulsed violently, as if reaching a breaking point. Suddenly, blood burst from his chest. A blood-soaked creature tore its way out through his chest. Inside the quarantine lab, the other patients were paralyzed with fear. Witnessing a seemingly healthy person get ripped open from within by an unknown creature was a terror too immense for most to bear. Among the patients were many research and logistics personnel whose mental fortitude was comparatively fragile. Some fainted at the horrifying sight. Others pounded frantically against the bulletproof glass, tears streaming down their faces, screaming, "Let me out. Please let me out. I beg you. At this rate, he'll die too. I don't want to die." Outside, the onlookers turned away in anguish, unable to bear the hellish scene unfolding within. Many of those inside were their comrades and colleagues. "General, can we save them?" A major pleaded, unable to bear the sight. The general turned and glared at him, his voice stern. "Major Harris, I must remind you that we are facing an unknown enemy. We don't even know its methods or how it infects humans. Set aside your compassion. I am responsible for the lives of over 10,000 people at this base. Our only course of action now is to quickly identify what this damn thing is. Only then can we exploit its weaknesses and save everyone." At that moment, Dr. Cross finished his search. He stood up and shook his head at the general. "General, I'm sorry. This creature does not exist in Earth's biological database." A wave of despair washed over everyone present. It was the worst possible news. In the laboratory, no one dared approach the creature that had emerged. Covered in blood, the unknown organism began to slowly devour its host's body. The scene was utterly horrifying. After consuming the entire corpse, its size had noticeably increased. Its true form was now clearly visible. The creature had a slender body and 6 legs, the front 2 being razor-sharp mantis-like size. Its head resembled that of a locust, complete with 2 slender antennae and a mouth filled with jagged teeth. Now the victim's internal organs were visible, covered in blood-red eggs, some of which had already hatched. Small black larvae emerged from the broken shells, capable of flight. The newly hatched larvae clung to their mother, patiently awaiting prey, ready to parasitize a host, feed, grow, and reproduce. It was a truly terrifying species. After finishing its meal, the creature left behind only a pristine white skeleton, just like Professor Herrick's. The unknown creature had now grown to the size of a 3-year-old child. Suddenly, it let out a piercing shriek. Everyone inside the quarantine lab began to tremble violently. They screamed in agony, writhing and convulsing on the ground. It was clear that the things inside them were also about to burst out. The soldiers outside witnessing this hellish scene wore expressions of deep sorrow and helplessness. Dr. Cross, is there any hope for them? The general sighed, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Dr. Cross shook his head helplessly. General, they are beyond saving. The organisms inside their chests are already too large. There is no possible way to save them. Now summoned by the first creature, the organisms within them have fully awakened. They are doomed. Everyone turned away in sorrow, unable to bear the horrific scene before them, utterly helpless to intervene. Save me, it hurts so much. I don't want to die, I have a wife and children. As they watched in grim silence, a sudden realization struck Dr. Cross's face, paling. A hint of panic crept into his voice. General, have you noticed that the first monster to emerge has grown immense? Then where is the one that devoured Professor Herrick? At this, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, where was that creature? Logically, after consuming Professor Herrick, its size would have increased significantly, preventing it from hiding within a human host any longer. This meant there was still a formidable beast lurking somewhere in the base, perhaps even a mother entity. And they had yet to find any trace of it. Everyone put on your isolation suits and gather together with your weapons. We must not be caught off guard. The general roared, fear gripping his heart. Witnessing the carnage in the isolation lab, no one could remain indifferent. Where did these monsters come from? How did they infiltrate the base? The general was baffled. This was the most pressing question. Every exit of the base had strict security, not even a mosquito could get through. Dr. Cross fell into deep thought, a sudden recollection flashing through his mind. The gray-black sphere they had brought back from the moon days earlier. If this terrifying, unknown life form had been brought in by that sphere, then everything would make sense. General, do you remember that alien sphere we found on the moon a few days ago? Yes, what about it? The general was taken aback, unsure of Crosspoint. Dr. Cross said gravely. General, I suspect these monsters came from that sphere. This creature is an extraterrestrial life form. What? The general was shocked. An extraterrestrial? Could it be true? General, have you noticed that the sphere resembled an egg? We inadvertently cracked it open and unleashed the demon within. And Professor Herrick was the first to be infected. He was also one of the researchers who had direct contact with the sphere. Hearing Dr. Cross' theory, the general pondered and found it quite plausible. After all, no record of such a creature existed in Earth's databases. How could it have simply materialized out of thin air? Conversely, if the sphere had brought the monster, everything fit perfectly. At that moment, everyone had gathered. Suddenly, a shout of alarm. Shit, Sergei is missing. He's gone. What? The general's face darkened. Have you searched thoroughly? General, we've combed the entire base, but there's no trace of Sergei. The general's heart sank. Meanwhile, the isolation lab had fallen silent as the hundreds of parasitized hosts had all perished. Monsters had burst from their chests and were now leisurely feasting on their flesh. The scene was gruesome. Several creatures, having finished their meal, had grown to the size of calves. They spotted the crowd through the glass and with frenzied roars charged towards the outside. But they were thwarted by the reinforced glass. The monsters attempted to use the scythe-like appendages on their arms to break the high-strength bulletproof barrier, but it was futile. This glass was military-grade, far tougher and more resilient than standard bulletproof materials. However, as time passed, scratches began to appear on the glass as the monsters continued their relentless assault. Everyone looked grim. Dr. Cross said, shit, these creatures are incredibly strong. Each blow likely carries between 500 kilograms and a ton of force. The general's face was cold as he made a decision. I'm going to kill these bastards. Pump in lethal gas and suffocate them all. Soon, under the control of the staff, deadly gas began to flood the isolation lab. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the monsters merely slowed down slightly after absorbing the gas, showing no severe effects. It was terrifying. They were immune to even lethal gas. This toxin, designed to destroy biological protease and kill swiftly, had no effect on these alien beings. Use the laser weapons. Fire at them. Immediately, several ports opened in the lab walls, revealing the laser weaponry installed as a precaution when the facility was built. The lasers auto-targeted and fired, striking the monsters before they could even react. Fortunately, the lasers proved effective. The intense beams dissolved the creature's flesh on impact. One monster hit by a laser let out a harrowing shriek as its body was pierced, yet it did not die. Blue blood oozed from its wounds, coagulating instantly upon contact with the air to form a scab and stop the bleeding. Keep firing. Aim for their heads. I refuse to believe they can survive that. A laser beam struck a monster's head. The creature collapsed and lay still, clearly dead. Yes, nice shot. Everyone cheered. This was perhaps the best news they had received so far. Come on, kill these bastards. The operators worked feverishly at their computers, directing the lasers which continued to rain down lethal beams upon the monsters in the lab. The creatures grew even more frenzied, shrieking in agony, and pounding relentlessly against the glass. The lab was in shambles, nothing left intact. The number of monsters was steadily decreasing, and everyone was shouting in excitement, releasing their pent-up emotions. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow dropped from the ceiling. Bam! The technician controlling the laser weapons was cleaved in two, his laptop smashed to pieces. The shadow flickered and vanished instantly. The sudden attack snapped everyone back to reality. Their cheers died instantly as they grabbed their weapons and scanned the surroundings cautiously. What the hell was that? The general's face was pale. They had been caught off guard without anyone noticing. That must be the mother monster. Dr. Cross stammered, his eyes darting around fearfully, as if a creature could burst out from any corner. Fortunately, the lasers in the lab continued their automated assault without pause. Everyone be careful. The monster could be right next to us. It's fast. If you see it, don't hesitate. Attack immediately. That thing will come back for its kin in the lab. Bang! A dark shadow struck again, and before a soldier could react, it was pierced straight through its body. By this time, everyone had snapped to their senses, and without a word began firing their weapons at the shadow. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bullets hitting steel echoed, sparks flying everywhere. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. This monster's defense was formidable. The shadow halted, and all present could finally see the creature's form. Its frame was colossal, rivaling that of a full-grown adult. Its overall appearance resembled the one in the quarantine lab, but its forelimbs seemed even more razor-sharp. Indeed, the soldier had been impaled by those very limbs. Moreover, it was clad in a suit of carapace, granting it extraordinary defensive prowess. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate its armor. Yet some high-powered shotguns had managed to blast through its shell, embedding deep into its flesh and spilling blue blood. The general barked urgently. Hit it with shotguns. It can't withstand them. Kill this beast and avenge our fallen brothers. Bang, bang, bang. However, unexpectedly, despite its massive size, this creature's defenses were equally exceptional. Dodging with blinding speed, it evaded the shots entirely. The monster let out a mournful cry and charged straight at the group. Panic flashed across everyone's faces as they fired relentlessly, but the creature paid no heed, barreling forward madly. They scrambled to evade, yet some unfortunate souls were still impaled and killed instantly. But then, to everyone's astonishment, the path ahead of the monster was clear, yet it didn't stop. The general's face twisted in alarm as he roared, "Don't let it through. It's trying to shatter the lab's bulletproof glass." Everyone snapped into action, with some soldiers recklessly throwing themselves in its path to block it, but all efforts were futile. The monster was already far too close to the quarantine lab's glass. They couldn't halt its advance. Bang! The creature's forelimbs slammed violently into the bulletproof glass, which instantly fractured like a spiderweb of snowflakes, yet still held firm. The creature inside seemed to sense something too, ceasing its evasive maneuvers against the laser weapons and slamming into the glass with wild abandon. Seeing that its first strike hadn't broken through, the outer monster raised its forelimbs and relentlessly pounded the bulletproof glass. Kill it now, or we're all dead. The general, now frantic, grabbed a shotgun himself and fired round after round, each slug burying deep into the creature's body. Everyone understood that if the monster inside the lab got loose, they'd all perish, no doubt about it. Many, disregarding their own safety, pulled out grenades and rocket launchers, opening fire right there in the cramped space. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Did it work? As the dust settled, they all turned to the lab, and the sight before them made their hearts sink. The bulletproof glass had been shattered, and a horde of monsters was pouring out through the gap, slaughtering anyone in sight. Meanwhile, the mother creature finally collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to withstand the overwhelming firepower. It was dead. But its mission was complete. From this moment on, the demons had been unleashed. Everyone fired wildly, and these smaller monsters, lacking the mother's formidable defenses, were mowed down in droves. Yet their numbers were overwhelming and their speed was blinding, as soldiers couldn't react in time before being swarmed and killed. Worse still, countless tiny black specks flew off the monsters. These were the larvae capable of parasitizing humans, draining their host's nutrients and using their bodies to breed. Within moments, the human side suffered catastrophic losses, with thousands becoming meals for the creatures. The general, drenched in blood, found his shotgun empty and all weapons spent. He let out a bitter laugh. "We are humanity's sinners. We've unleashed the devil with our own hands. Let us all die together." He pulled a pocket watch from his chest, flipped open its lid, and gently pressed a button inside. The entire base suddenly began to tremble, as if struck by an earthquake. Self-destruct mode. From the very inception of the Loki base, every contingency had been considered, including the possibility of it being overrun by enemies. Thus, a self-destruct system was integrated into the entire facility. Once activated, it was irreversible. The hidden bombs planted throughout the base would detonate in succession, annihilating everything within. "This is the last thing I can do for humanity." A faint smile crossed the general's face as the flames swiftly consumed him. Sensing the impending danger, the monsters huddled together using their flesh and blood as a desperate gamble for survival. Bang, bang, bang. The Loki base was obliterated and the entire island erupted in raging infernos quickly detected by satellites from numerous nations. When Emperor Pu received the call, he slumped into his chair in utter disbelief, staring blankly ahead. The Loki base had initiated its final self-destruct sequence. Over 10,000 citizens of the Lighthouse Kingdom, including countless scientists and advanced technologies, were wiped out in an instant. The loss for the Lighthouse Kingdom was devastating. Investigate this immediately. I want to know what happened within 12 hours. Emperor Pu roared in fury and his secretary hurriedly rushed out. Fortunately, after the Loki base activated its self-destruct, the internal AI automatically uploaded critical data to the satellite backend, preserving vital information. The military moved swiftly, uncovering the full truth in just 6 hours. What? That gray-black sphere we brought back from the moon contained alien eggs, and our own people opened it, releasing the devil. Emperor Pu was utterly incredulous upon hearing this, but when his subordinates played the lab surveillance footage for him, he fell silent. It was horrifying. The alien life forms were truly terrifying. Thankfully, they all perished at the Loki base, or Earth would have faced an apocalypse. At that moment, Emperor Pu even felt a flicker of relief. And unbeknownst to all, deep within the ruins of the Loki base, a massive pile of monsters had been reduced to charred remains by the flames. These creatures had failed to escape their demise. Yet within some human corpses, tiny larvae shielded by the bodies had miraculously survived. One by one they wriggled out. Some seabirds were foraging in the woods when an almost imperceptible black speck quietly latched onto one of them. At the Shengjing base of Dragon Nation, Bai Hui received exhilarating news. Finally, 2 of the 20 Special Forces operatives had managed to enter the peak physical state. After a month of intensive training, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, the captains of the Dragon Fang and Sea Shark squads, had achieved their breakthrough. This was a formidable threshold, very few could ever reach the peak physical state. Upon hearing the news, Bai Hui rushed over immediately. Moreover, General Lu Yunsheng of the Shengjing base had specially invited several high-ranking military officials to witness the event. In short, it was a chance to show off. At this moment, within the Shengjing base, a group of military bigwigs were gathered in conversation. Beside Lu Yunsheng stood 3 generals: Li Huaixing from the southeast military region, Fu Jiaming from the southwest military region, and Du Gaofeng from the northwest military region. These 3, along with Lu Yunsheng, were the pillars of Dragon Nation. Hey, old Lu, why did you call us here? Yeah, I still have matters to attend to. Just wait a moment, keep your eyes wide open, and see how formidable our special forces are. I guarantee one of ours can take down your entire squad. Li Huaixing looked at Lu Yunsheng as if he were a fool. Old Lu, have you lost your mind? Or has a fever addled your brain? How else could you utter such nonsense? Haha, old Lu, would it kill you to stop bragging? General Lu Yunsheng smirked disdainfully and retorted, Humph, how ignorant. In a moment, open your eyes wide and witness the true limits of the human body. Fu Jiaming shrugged nonchalantly. Old Lu, enough with the tall tales. Just take us there, and we'll see for ourselves, won't we? Right. Old Lu, what are you waiting for? Get a move on. Li Huaixing added. General Lu Yunsheng gave them a cool glance and ignored them entirely. Hey, what's the meaning of this? You looking down on us? Fu Jiaming said angrily. Lu Yunsheng glared at them. Humph, you think you're so important? I'm still waiting for someone. Du Gaofeng was taken aback, then quickly asked who. Could he be more impressive than the 3 of us? Hey, you guessed right, he is indeed more impressive than you. Fu Jiaming retorted angrily. I'd like to see who's so important that we have to wait for him here. At that moment, a helicopter flew in from the distance in the sky. Lu Yunsheng's eyes lit up. He's here. The 3 generals tensed up, their expressions turning serious. Soon the helicopter landed, and a young man stepped out, followed by 2 bodyguards. The 3 generals were stunned when they saw him, because they all recognized this young man. Bai Hui, the Minister of the Aerospace Department and the Dragon Department, the inventor of anti-gravity technology and controlled nuclear fusion. Indeed, this status was far more impressive than theirs. Bai Hui's importance was absolutely paramount across the entire Dragon Nation. But why had he come to the Shengjing military region? The 4 generals stepped forward to greet him. General Lu Yunsheng extended his hand with a beaming smile. Welcome, Minister Bai. You're too kind, General. And these are... Lu Yunsheng smiled. Minister Bai, let me introduce you. This is the commander of the Southeast military region. After Lu Yunsheng finished the introductions, Bai Hui looked at the 3 generals and said seriously, Generals, it's an honor. I was blind earlier and spoke out of turn. My apologies. Fu Jiaming chuckled. Minister Bai, you're too polite. The group then exchanged pleasantries. Lu Yunsheng said, everyone please follow me. They arrived at a training ground where over 20 Special Forces members were training diligently. Seeing Lu Yunsheng and the others approach, everyone turned to look, also spotting Bai Hui among the crowd. Fallen, Lei Gang bellowed, and everyone assembled instantly. Hello, coach. Before Bai Hui could react, all the Special Forces members shouted in unison. This shout of coach was thunderous and heartfelt. Just yesterday Lei Gang and Jin Zhan had successfully broken through their limits to reach the peak physical state, though like Bai Hui they couldn't maintain it indefinitely. But everyone could see that once Lei Gang and Jin Zhan entered this state, their combat prowess had more than doubled. Everyone dreamed of achieving such a level, and all of it was thanks to Bai Hui. Without Bai Hui, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan might never have known they could become stronger. Meanwhile, the three generals, Fu Jianming and the others, were startled. Coach, who? Could it be old Liu? Is old Liu personally training these special forces? Is he even fit enough for that? The three generals looked at him. General Liu Yunsheng smiled and shook his head. Hey, don't look at me, I'm not their coach. Their coach is Minister Bai. What? Fu Jianming and the others were shocked. A scientist had become the coach for over 20 special forces members. What was old Liu thinking? Everyone looked at Bai Hui. He stepped forward with a serious expression and announced loudly, brothers, it's been a while. I heard that Lei Gang and Jin Zhan both broke through to the peak physical state. Well done. All the special forces members burst into applause. Next, bring over the strength testing device. Let's see the power Lei Gang and Jin Zhan have unlocked. Soon a soldier brought over a strength testing machine. Lei Gang went first. He rolled his neck, positioned himself beside the machine, and began to focus his mind. They had only just entered this state and couldn't control it perfectly. They could only access it occasionally with complete concentration. Finally, Lei Gang struck. The speed was so incredible it caused a sonic boom. Bang! The tremendous impact made Fu Jianming and the others' eyes widen. Unbelievably powerful. With just that one move, Lei Gang was already far superior to the special forces in their own regions. His fist slammed into the testing machine, and everyone crowded around to see the result. Li Huixing gasped. 1,554 kilograms. A force of 5 tons. Is this even human? Bai Hui was also stunned, not expecting Lei Gang's strength to be so great, far surpassing his own previous test of 1 ton. Actually, it made perfect sense. The peak physical state refers to the maximum force a person can exert when their muscles perform perfectly. Lei Gang had undergone countless trainings before this. His muscle mass and physical conditioning were far superior to someone like Bai Hui, who worked in an office. So it was only natural that Lei Gang's strength surpassed Bai Hui's. After delivering that punch, Lei Gang felt extremely weak, but he could still stand. The attendants prepared for this quickly brought over pre-prepared high-energy food to help him replenish his energy. Bai Hui praised, Lei Gang impressive. Jin Zhan, you're up next. Soon Jin Zhan's test result was also out. 1,496 kilograms. Slightly lower than Lei Gang, but still remarkably close. The three generals beside them were utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? How could the human body unleash a force of 1 ton? It is a universal truth that the human body has its limits. Yet today Lei Gang and Jin Zhan had completely shattered the preconceptions of the three generals. A force of 5 tons, a single punch capable of felling an ox. They were rendered speechless, their worldview crumbling before their eyes. Liu Yunsheng cast a sidelong glance at Fu Jianming and the others, a sneer curling on his lips. How provincial. They must be utterly stunned now. General Liu Yunsheng felt a surge of satisfaction, finally having managed to astonish those bastards for once. A flicker of inspiration crossed his mind. He turned to Bai Hui with a smile. Minister Bai, why don't you give it a try? See if your strength has improved over the past month. Me? Bai Hui blinked, then felt a stir of temptation. Over the past month, though he hadn't trained as relentlessly as Lei Gang and the others, he had persisted in practicing for 2 hours every evening after work. Persistence is victory. Moreover, Bai Hui possessed exceptional talent. His brain development far surpassed that of Lei Gang and his comrades, which had propelled his rapid progress. Although he had not yet fully mastered it, he could now enter the physical limit state at will and exert a degree of control over his strength, preventing a single punch from draining his entire body. This was a monumental advancement. When Bai Hui could not only enter the physical limit state at any moment, but also maintain human-like strength while in that state, and crucially sense the genetic shackles within his body. Only then would he truly attain the pinnacle of the physical limit state. Only by perceiving the genetic shackles could he develop them, purposefully continually breaking them to perfect himself. When the refinement reached its zenith and all genetic power within him was fully unleashed, Bai Hui would become a perfect life form. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Bai Hui nodded, walking eagerly toward the strength tester. Li Huixing, Fu Jianming, and Du Gaofeng were all stunned. A researcher like Bai Hui testing his strength. What for? Could he possibly unleash a ton of force? Don't be ridiculous. Bai Hui, oblivious to their thoughts, fixed his gaze on the strength tester and took a deep breath. The surrounding special forces soldiers watched on with anticipation. After a month, where had Coach Bai reached? Without hesitation, Bai Hui did not focus as intently as Lei Gang and Jin Zhan had. Instead, his eyes sharpened and his entire demeanor transformed. At the sight, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan's expressions flickered slightly. This meant Bai Hui could enter the physical limit state instantly while they still needed to concentrate. Simply put, they required time to build up power. In a real battle, if you had to spend a minute or two charging up, you would die without even knowing how. A punch was thrown. Bang! Bai Hui controlled his body with composure as his fist struck the strength tester. 1,287 kilograms. A force of 1.2 tons, slightly less than Lei Gang's, but 200 kilograms higher than Bai Hui's result a month ago. This was perfectly natural. Physically, Bai Hui was indeed inferior to Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, who had trained in the military for over a decade. How could a researcher like Bai Hui match their physical condition? Yet Bai Hui was deeply satisfied. The month of persistent training had yielded gratifying results. The three generals, Fu Jianming and the others, crowded around the strength tester and stood petrified. 1.2 tons of force. Was this still a researcher? Was this the same Bai Hui who had invented anti-gravity technology and controlled nuclear fusion? How could he too unleash over a ton of force? This kind of strength could easily outmatch the special forces of their military region. Could it be? Bai Hui had developed some kind of gene potion. Of course, Bai Hui was a world-renowned scientist. His intellect was undoubtedly exceptional. If he had developed a gene potion, it would perfectly explain everything. The three generals exchanged glances, and the blazing ambition in each other's eyes was unmistakable. They must get their hands on such a gene potion for their military region. Fu Jianming stepped forward, convinced he had grasped the truth, and said with displeasure, "Old Lu, you're not being fair. Are we still brothers or not?" Lu Yunxing was taken aback. "How am I not being fair? Stop playing dumb. I'm asking you, is Lei Gang and the others' ability to unleash a ton of force thanks to Minister Bai?" Lu Yunxing paused. "Old Fu, how did you know?" The three generals felt a surge of understanding. Old Lu, let's cut the nonsense. You can't hog the gene potion that Minister Bai developed." Bai Hui, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. "When did I ever develop any gene potion?" Lu Yunxing thought for a moment, then quickly grasped Fu Jianming's misconception. They had drawn the wrong conclusion, and he found it both amusing and exasperating. "Old Fu, you've got it wrong. It's not what you think. Spare me the excuses. You're not fooling me." Bai Hui also guessed their train of thought, and stepped forward, shaking his head with a helpless smile. "General Fu, you've really misunderstood. I haven't developed any gene potion." "What? No gene potion? Then what about these super soldiers?" General Lu Yunxing couldn't stand the confusion any longer. "Old Fu, there really is no gene potion. Here's what happened." General Lu Yunxing explained, with Bai Hui chiming in until they finally convinced them that no gene potion existed. The super soldier program. After hearing the explanation, the three generals' eyes lit up. Li Huaixing from the Southeast Military Region spoke. "First Minister, Bai, please come to our military region. We are also about to launch this super soldier program, and I would like to invite you to be its chief instructor." Fu Jianming interjected. "Hey Li Huaixing, I warn you, don't poach. Minister Bai, our Southwest Military Region, is also establishing a super soldier unit. We would like to hire you as chief instructor as well. Name your terms, and I guarantee they'll all be met." Du Gaofeng butted in. "Nonsense. Both of you are full of hot air. Any terms? What if Minister Bai asks for 1,000,000,000,000 yuan? Minister Bai, listen to me. Come to the Northwest Military Region. We're the best fit for you." The three generals then argued heatedly, faces flushed, none willing to yield. Even General Lu Yunxing found it unbearable. He strode forward and kicked the three shameless old men, saying irritably, "Before you keep arguing, have you asked Minister Bai if he agrees?" Fu Jianming and his two companions were momentarily at a loss for words, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They had indeed overlooked the very person at the center of it all. Bai Hui smiled and said, "It's my honor that three esteemed generals think so highly of me. However, my current responsibilities are overwhelming, and I'm afraid I won't have the time to serve as an instructor for other military districts." Bai Hui did not feel any particular weakness in his body, and was still able to converse normally. Unlike Lei Gang and the others who had exhausted their combat strength after a single punch, Bai Hui had advanced further along this path. He could now freely control his strength without risking physical collapse. Bai Hui fell into deep thought. Training an elite force of super soldiers seemed highly necessary at this point. These super soldiers would possess vastly enhanced physical attributes. In the future, whether they continued as special forces or ventured into outer space, they would reap immense benefits. Bai Hui was even considering developing exoskeletal mecha-suits for these super soldiers, allowing them to wear the armor and engage in cosmic combat. The stronger their physical constitution, the greater their combat prowess. However, his schedule was about to become incredibly demanding, making it impossible for him to personally oversee their training. What was to be done? Soon after discussions between Bai Hui and the four generals, a final decision was reached. Each of the four major military districts would send 100 soldiers to Shengjing for training. Furthermore, this unit would be given its own independent designation, the Qilin team. The Qilin is an auspicious beast in mythology, and naming the team after it was intended to symbolize that they would become a blessing for the Dragon Nation. The chief instructor of the Qilin team was Bai Hui. But since Bai Hui couldn't dedicate time to teach them directly, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan would serve as instructors, leading the unified training. The goal was to have all members reach peak physical condition within 3 months. After finalizing the plans for the Qilin team, Bai Hui took a helicopter back to the Dragon Division headquarters. As soon as he entered, a familiar figure approached him. Elder Fong was overjoyed to see Bai Hui and quickly said, "Xiao Hui, I was just looking for you. We're about to start the meeting on the Dragon Nation's nuclear fusion power plant project, and we've been waiting for you." "Elder Fong, couldn't you just make the decisions on the fusion power plants yourself?" Bai Hui felt a bit exasperated. This wasn't exactly his area of expertise. Elder Fong said helplessly, "Xiao Hui, as the inventor of the controlled nuclear fusion technology, how can a meeting concerning the future of the Dragon Nation proceed without your input? Besides, Director Lin Weidong of the General Equipment Department specifically requested to hear your views." "Alright, I'll go take a look then." Bai Hui had no choice but to follow Elder Fong to the meeting. In truth, he was far too busy with other matters to pay much attention to this. Although nuclear fusion power plants were indeed crucial for the Dragon Nation, Bai Hui preferred to focus his energy on scientific research and development. After all, the progress of a civilization ultimately hinges on breakthroughs in science and technology. He carefully counted and found 4 major technological projects awaiting his attention. First was the design for a cosmic warship. The new design would be dozens of times larger than the Longting 2. It would also need to include a small biosphere capable of sustaining human life for decades. Furthermore, it required a variety of weapon systems. These weapons would be the primary means of dealing with unknown civilizations in the future. The second project was wearable mecha armor. The human body is too fragile. Even the most common cosmic radiation in space could kill a person instantly. If a human were exposed to the vacuum of space without any protection, they would be dead within 10 seconds at most. Therefore, wearable mecha armor is of paramount importance to the entire civilization. It compensates for human physical limitations and greatly enhances our survival rate in the harsh environment of space. The third project was the gravity shield. This technology utilizes anti-gravity principles to construct a gravitational field which can be modulated by a program to form a protective barrier. This barrier is capable of withstanding attacks from kinetic weapons such as various electromagnetic cannons or cosmic meteorites. Of course, the gravity shield has significant limitations. It can only block matter that has mass. It is useless against energy-based weapons. For instance, a laser weapon being pure energy cannot be stopped by a gravity shield. Despite its inability to block energy weapons, the gravity shield has a wide range of applications. On the moon, small, unwelcome cosmic visitors frequently impact the lunar base, causing severe damage. A gravity shield could effectively defend against meteorite strikes. It also holds immense value for space stations and various spacecraft. The fourth project was the genetic enhancement serum. This was something Bai Hui had long wanted to develop, but it had been delayed by various other matters. Every organism's genes are unique. Even within the same species, different environments can lead to various mutations and differences in genetic power. Furthermore, the vast differences in planetary environments only amplify these genetic disparities. Survival of the fittest. This is the eternal truth of nature. Every organism adapts to changes in its environment. Therefore, Bai Hui could only rely on his own knowledge for developing the human genetic serum. The technology in his mind could only serve as a reference. The genetic serum holds immense potential for improving the physical constitution of the entire human civilization. Of course, beyond these projects, Bai Hui also wanted to develop laser weapons, dark matter technology, quantum communication, or other faster-than-light communication methods. However, with his current time constraints, he had to prioritize as best he could. Upon arriving at the conference room, everyone was already in discussion. An empty seat at the head of the table was reserved for him. After all, as the head of both the Space Department and the Dragon Division, he held the highest rank. Next to his seat was Director Lin Weidong of the General Equipment Department. Seeing Bai Hui enter, Lin Weidong quickly stood up to greet him. "Director Bai, welcome to the meeting. I'm Lin Weidong, Director of the General Equipment Department. I've come specifically to seek your advice." "Director Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you." The two shook hands and sat down to continue the meeting. Director Bai, after discussions with the council, our department has decided to completely abandon the construction of nuclear fission power plants. The ones already built will continue to operate. However, we have halted all ongoing construction of fission plants. Within the next 3 years, the Dragon Nation plans to build 200 nuclear fusion power plants to supply 60% of the nation's electricity. The challenge, of course, lies in the massive construction effort this will require. As the expert on nuclear fusion, we in the General Equipment Department would like to ask for your suggestions and for a list of precautions to keep in mind. Bai Hui found it somewhat amusing that he had been called in for this. In simple terms, Lin Weidong didn't fully trust the other experts, as any mishandling of fusion technology could lead to catastrophic consequences. So he wanted Bai Hui to establish protocols such as how to properly install the equipment and what absolutely must not be. Bai Hui could only smile wryly. These matters did not require him to set the standards. Fong Lao was an expert in nuclear physics and a world-renowned luminary. He was undoubtedly the ideal person to establish the standards for nuclear fusion power plants. After all, crafting the standards for an entire field would consume an immense amount of time, and Bai Hui had no intention of squandering his efforts on such a task. However, Lin Weidong insisted that since Bai Hui had invented the technology, only he could be trusted to set the standards. Director Lin, you overestimate me. I merely made a breakthrough in the technology, though I am not particularly familiar with the engineering standards in this field. Fang Zhongmin is an expert in nuclear physics and has a comprehensive understanding of the technology. With him in charge, you can rest assured. Bai Hui patiently explained this to Lin Weidong. In the end, the standards for the nation's nuclear fusion power plants were to be jointly formulated by Fang Lao and several academicians in the field of nuclear physics. The 200 plants would first be constructed in major first- and second-tier cities, which consumed vast amounts of electricity, had developed industries, and were facing energy shortages. This year, some cities had even implemented power rationing measures leading to frequent blackouts. For instance, Longwu City, the world's largest hub for small commodities, boasted a per capita income among the highest in the nation and was known as the world's #1 market. Before the economic sanctions, it was famous globally, attracting countless merchants seeking to purchase goods. However, Longwu City's electricity consumption once exceeded the warning line, forcing authorities to implement power cuts. To prioritize the needs of residents, many factories were forced to suspend operations. The city's electricity gap was enormous. Therefore, these cities would be given priority in the construction of the new power plants. The nuclear fusion plants would be much smaller than traditional fission plants because the Shenhui fusion device was compact and quick to build. In contrast, fission plants were massive structures requiring extensive radiation shielding, consuming enormous amounts of manpower and resources. Fusion plants, on the other hand, produce minimal radiation, have a simple structure, and boast high energy efficiency, making them suitable even for construction within city limits. If helium-3 fusion were used, there would be absolutely no nuclear radiation, as the byproduct is clean water. However, helium-3 is scarce on Earth and exorbitantly expensive. Therefore, all 200 plants would utilize deuterium-tritium fusion. These elements are abundant in seawater and easy to purify, making them ideal for large-scale use. News of the project quickly spread, prompting the government to hold a press conference. In the future, we will invest 1 trillion to build 200 nuclear fusion power plants. The bidding process for these projects has begun nationwide, and any company meeting the requirements can participate. These plants are a crucial national strategy and will form the most important part of our energy infrastructure, supplying 60% of the nation's electricity. Thermal power is severely polluting and harmful to the planet. Once these plants are built, thermal power will be completely phased out of the national grid, becoming history. The fusion plants will provide a steady stream of clean energy for the people. The remaining 40% of electricity will be generated by hydro, solar, and wind power. Our nation will become the most environmentally friendly country in the world. Furthermore, experts estimate that once these 200 plants are operational, electricity prices will be halved, ensuring a better life for our citizens. This news ignited a nationwide fervor, sparking heated discussions on social media. Incredible! We're building 200 fusion plants, and thermal power is officially a thing of the past. This means our country will rely entirely on clean and renewable energy with zero environmental pollution. The Earth is our home, and when it comes to environmental protection, we're definitely leading the way. Honestly, I just want to say Bai Shun is amazing. Without him, we wouldn't even have a clue about this technology. What? Electricity prices are halved? That's fantastic. Does that mean I can blast my air conditioning all day without worrying about the bill? Meanwhile, the bidding process commenced swiftly. Numerous construction companies flocked to submit their bids for this massive project. Of course, the 200 plants would not be awarded to a single company. In fact, even a single plant might be divided among several companies to ensure the work is completed efficiently. Simply put, as long as you meet the requirements, there is guaranteed work available. This trillion yuan project filled construction companies with profits, leading to a massive demand for labor. They had to offer high wages to attract workers. Many former construction workers had left the industry to start small businesses, believing there was no future in manual labor. They preferred the freedom of running their own small shops, working their own hours without taking orders from anyone. However, when they saw the high salaries being offered, many of them decided to return to the construction sites. The construction companies had no choice. The deadline was extremely tight, with the government requiring all plants to be completed within 6 months and connected to the grid within a year to provide clean energy. With only 6 months to build, they had to continuously recruit more workers. Soon, the nuclear fusion power plant projects were in full swing across the nation. Meanwhile, Bai Hui was at the newly constructed anti-gravity laboratory, which was focused on researching the applications of anti-gravity technology. The country's anti-gravity engines had already evolved into several different models. The M1 engine, which Bai Hui originally built for the Longting-1 spacecraft, was the first in the series. Due to the high demand for the Longting-1, which was used for both future commercial spaceflight and for sale to other countries, scientists had made some modifications to enhance its overall performance. The M1 engine's thrust had been increased from its original 45 tons to a new maximum of 60 tons, a significant improvement of about 30%. The M2 engine, with a thrust of approximately 160 tons, was used for the Longting 2 and was currently the most powerful anti-gravity engine in the nation. The M3 engine, still under development, was expected to achieve a thrust of 300 tons and would be used for future space warships. The H1 engine was a different model designed for use in nuclear fusion devices. Its primary function was to generate the gravitational field, and the demand for it was immense, as all 200 planned fusion plants would require this engine. The anti-gravity laboratory was not only dedicated to the research of anti-gravity engines, but also to the development of anti-gravity shields, the gravity protection barrier. The anti-gravity shield would be established as an independent project for breakthrough research. This technology would be of paramount importance in the future and would become a standard feature on every spacecraft. After all, in the vastness of space, the greatest threat to anti-gravity spacecraft was the myriad of meteoroids. These celestial debris traveled at immense initial velocities, and a collision with the spacecraft would result in catastrophic consequences. Imagine a meteoroid the size of a fist hurtling at 500 km per hour. Its kinetic energy would be sufficient to puncture the hull of a spacecraft, causing gas leaks, trajectory deviation, and even the peril of total destruction. If the spacecraft were equipped with an anti-gravity shield, the moment of impact would repel the meteoroid, safeguarding the vessel. However, at this stage, the anti-gravity shield technology had only just been initiated, and there was still a long journey ahead before its application. Lin Ming was a graduate of Shengjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in Longhua. His resume was nothing short of extraordinary. During his university years, he had single-handedly constructed a reusable rocket for his graduation project. Of course, that rocket could not ascend into space, it only reached the upper atmosphere before using fuel and guidance technology to precisely land at a predetermined location. At the time, Lin Ming live-streamed the event on Bilibili, attracting over 5 million viewers. Even the Longhua Aerospace Administration was stirred by his broadcast. A reusable rocket. At that time, Bai Hui had not yet built the spacecraft. Chemical fuel rockets were humanity's sole means of reaching space. The reusable rocket technology was mastered only by the space exploration company of Dengtagua across the globe. Lin Ming's graduation project successfully solved Longhua's challenge, causing a tremendous stir. Although it was only a small-scale experimental rocket that could not reach space, the underlying technology was universal. That test fully validated the feasibility of reusable rocket technology. At that time, the entire aerospace field was stunned, and heated discussions erupted on platforms like Weibo and Bilibili. Many netizens marveled that Longhua had a worthy successor. Lin Ming was awarded a 100 yuan bonus by his alma mater, and the Longhua Aerospace Administration granted him an exceptional admission, allowing him to join the reusable rocket project team. However, before Lin Ming could truly showcase his talents, Bai Hui emerged. He directly constructed the Longting-1 spacecraft and successfully launched it into space. From that moment on, the reusable rocket project was cancelled by the administration because it was no longer necessary. The anti-gravity spacecraft was infinitely superior to chemical fuel rockets. Even if you could recover a rocket 100 times, it was still inferior compared to an anti-gravity vessel. The anti-gravity spacecraft was not only cost-effective but also exceptionally safe, with virtually no risk of accidents, just like an ordinary person boarding an airplane. Thus, the reusable rocket project was cancelled, and the researchers were reassigned to various project teams. Lin Ming was assigned to the anti-gravity shield project within the anti-gravity laboratory. Although his original project was terminated and years of research came to naught, he did not complain. He clearly understood that lamentation was futile. The emergence of the new inevitably replaced the old. This was the inexorable march of history, unstoppable by anyone. The only recourse was to fortify oneself to become stronger and more capable. Lin Ming plunged into a frenzy of learning, and for him, this was a blessing. Anti-gravity technology was a novel field. A brand new technology meant that very few people understood it, and everyone had to start from scratch. Even the experts, professors, and academicians had to relearn everything. However, these senior scholars were generally advanced in age, with their memory and learning abilities already on the decline. In contrast, Lin Ming at 28 was at the peak of his physical condition, mental acuity, and learning capacity. Within the anti-gravity shield project, everyone was assigned to study the theories and techniques of anti-gravity. The one who mastered them best would become the project leader. This was a rule personally set by Bai Hui, designed to fully stimulate the researchers' enthusiasm for learning and accelerate the project's progress. Positions were not determined by seniority, everything depended on ability. This provided a fair promotion platform for young scientists. As long as one had the capability, regardless of age, they could become the head of a national project. Although some of the older scientists held reservations, they had no choice but to study diligently and master the new technology. This might seem unfair to those who had devoted their lives to Longhua, but in the face of the species' survival, such measures were necessary. Time was of the essence. Of course, if the senior scientists preferred not to exert themselves, they could rely on their credentials and retire at home to enjoy a leisurely life. Lin Ming, with his agile mind and formidable memory, excelled in the assessments and emerged as the top learner in the anti-gravity shield project team. Consequently, he naturally became the head of the anti-gravity shield project. By then, the anti-gravity shield laboratory had been completed and the researchers began their work. The technology was of critical importance and time was tight, so everyone had to work overtime continuously to accelerate the research. For Lin Ming, the burden on his shoulders was immense. As a mere 28-year-old managing a significant national research project, the pressure was overwhelming. If he failed to deliver results, others would complain, accusing him of being too young and inexperienced, unworthy of leading the anti-gravity shield project. This was human nature, unavoidable. Thus, Lin Ming could only strive relentlessly in his research, often sleeping directly in the laboratory instead of going home. Even when he did return home, he would collapse into bed immediately, having no time for himself. His girlfriend even began to express complaints. Lin Ming could only constantly reassure her, promising that once the project was completed, he would have ample time to spend with her. Fortunately, his girlfriend was not unreasonable. Although she still harbored some discontent, their deep affection meant she could only let him be. After more than 2 months of research, the anti-gravity shield project finally achieved an initial breakthrough. Upon learning of this, Bai Hui rushed over immediately. Lin Ming, how is the anti-gravity shield technology coming along? Lin Ming, clad in a white dust-proof suit, stood before a device fitted with 2 anti-gravity engines, its exterior bristling with exposed screws and wires. This device was the experimental prototype for the anti-gravity shield, and it had already achieved preliminary success. Though its appearance was somewhat crude, this was perfectly normal for a laboratory prototype. Excitement was written all over Lin Ming's face. After 2 months of relentless effort, he had finally succeeded, even though significant refinements might still be required. Director, we've built a prototype and the anti-gravity shield technology has achieved initial success. Allow me to demonstrate it for you. Bai Hui was overjoyed. Excellent. Show us the demonstration right away. The others present, including Elder Zhou, held their breath in anticipation of the experiment. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, Lin Ming pressed a switch. The 2 anti-gravity engines began to roar, yet the device in front seemed to show no visible change. Had it failed? A question arose in everyone's minds. Soon they had their answer. Lin Ming picked up a pin from the table and gently tossed it towards the anti-gravity shield device. Suddenly, the onlookers stared in shock. Just before the pin could touch the device, it was repelled by a transparent protective layer. The normally invisible anti-gravity shield, disturbed by the foreign object, rippled like the surface of water, becoming visible to the naked eye. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone broke into enthusiastic applause. Fantastic! This truly is the anti-gravity shield technology. Lin Ming, excellent work. It'll make sure you and your team are commended, Bai Hui declared with excitement. In his plans, anti-gravity shield technology was of paramount importance. Humanity's ability to travel unhindered throughout the solar system hinged on the success of this technology. Now that the experiment had succeeded, it meant that the Dragon Nation spacecraft would be equipped with anti-gravity shield technology. In space, humanity would no longer need to fear meteoroids or space debris. Lin Ming was also pleased, but he remained honest. Director, while this device has preliminarily validated the feasibility of the anti-gravity shield technology, it still has many shortcomings. For instance, it consumes a tremendous amount of energy, and it requires 2 anti-gravity engines to generate the shield. Bai Hui pondered for a moment. Lin Ming, don't worry about the energy consumption. We have nuclear fusion reactors that can provide abundant power. Furthermore, the anti-gravity shield will only be used in emergencies and will be deactivated under normal circumstances, so the energy drain won't be excessive. Of course, reducing energy consumption would be ideal, but we're still in the early stages. There's no need to overthink it now, optimization can come later. As for why 2 anti-gravity engines are needed, explain that to me in detail. Hearing that, Bai Hui wanted a personal explanation. Lin Ming became excited. Bai Hui was his idol after all. In the entire aerospace community, everyone revered Bai Hui. It was because of Bai Hui that the Dragon Nation had entered the space age. He organized his thoughts, suppressed his excitement, and reported earnestly. Director, my anti-gravity shield is based on the principle of repulsion between positive and negative forces. Outside the spacecraft, one anti-gravity engine controls positive gravity particles, while the other controls negative gravity particles. These particles intertwine to form a gravitational field. When a foreign object comes into contact, the field generates a repulsive force to repel it. Lin Ming explained his theory methodically. It was indeed a clever approach. The experts present, all luminaries in the aerospace field, nodded in approval. However, Bai Hui frowned. While this method could create an anti-gravity shield, its limitations were too significant. To repel objects, the gravitational field formed by controlling the positive and negative gravity particles had to be extremely powerful. Lin Ming, is your anti-gravity shield device unable to withstand objects with high kinetic force? Bai Hui asked suddenly. Startled by the question, Lin Ming nodded. Yes, Director. The power output of my device is too low. If an object strikes with too much force, the gravitational field strength is insufficient to repel it. Bai Hui shook his head. Your method has too many limitations and is difficult to apply practically. If a massive meteor were to strike, the energy required for the spacecraft's anti-gravity shield to repel it would be astronomically high. Lin Ming was taken aback and began to think deeply. Indeed, this method had significant limitations. It could only handle small objects. It would be useless against meteoroids in space. But the purpose of anti-gravity shield technology was for spacecraft. If it couldn't defend against meteoroids, what was the point? Director, what should I do now? Bai Hui thought for a minute, then his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Lin Ming, let me give you a different perspective. Have you ever noticed how magnets work? Magnets? What did magnets have to do with anti-gravity shields? In our daily lives, we've all encountered magnets. When two magnets with the same pole are brought together, they create a repulsive force. And the closer you bring them, the stronger that repulsive force becomes. So my idea is this: what if we forcibly compress negative gravity particles against positive gravity particles, and then at the very moment a foreign object approaches, we suddenly release the negative gravity particles? This would unleash a tremendous kinetic force, blasting the object away. Everyone present was quick-witted and immediately grasped by Hu's concept. Expressions of awe spread across their faces. It was indeed a brilliant idea. Most importantly, it eliminated the need to maintain a constant gravitational field. Instead, software control could compress the anti-gravity particles in a localized area, releasing them instantaneously with immense kinetic energy upon an object's approach. This drastically reduced energy loss and was far more effective at countering intrusions. Lin Ming looked at Bai Hui with profound admiration. It was no wonder he was the revered god Bai Hui had invented anti-gravity and nuclear fusion technology. He had solved the anti-gravity shield problem in just 1 minute. The anti-gravity laboratory was equipped with all necessary facilities, so Lin Ming immediately improved the previous anti-gravity shield device based on Bai Hui's ideas. After about half a day, the second version of the anti-gravity shield device was successfully constructed. Meanwhile, Bai Hui and the other leaders had not left. Everyone awaited the final outcome. Soon the second trial commenced. The anti-gravity engine hummed to life, yet at first everything seemed unchanged. Lin Ming picked up a pen and hurled it again toward the anti-gravity shield device. Unexpectedly, the pen was repelled just before touching the device, flying back at tremendous speed and striking the wall. It was evident that the second iteration of the anti-gravity shield device wielded far greater force than the first. Both tests consumed the same energy, yet the results now clearly demonstrated the superiority of the new version. Excellent. Everyone applauded, their faces beaming with delight. Minister, you're truly remarkable. You'll always be my idol. Lin Ming exclaimed excitedly. Bai Hui smiled calmly, his expression quickly returning to composure. Lin Ming next tested the maximum performance of the second version of the anti-gravity shield device. Understood, I'll start the tests immediately. After more than an hour of testing, Lin Ming quickly determined the parameters of the second version. Elder Zhou leaned in to examine the results and gasped, what? With a power input of 10 kilowatts, the second version can withstand an impact force of up to 81760 N. This equates to the device being able to resist roughly 8 tons of force under Earth's gravity when supplied with 10 kilowatts of energy. Exceeding 8 tons would breach the anti-gravity shield and harm the objects within. By conversion, if the input power were increased to 10 megawatts, it could withstand an impact force of 80 millinewtons. That corresponds to 8,000 tons under Earth's gravity. Although this force might seem modest in the vastness of space, since larger meteoroids traveling at extreme speeds possess terrifying kinetic energy, it is generally sufficient to deflect the vast majority of space debris and small meteoroids. This is fantastic. The Dragon Nation's anti-gravity shield technology has achieved a major breakthrough, now even applicable to spacecraft. Indeed, the first version Lin Ming had built was merely a laboratory-validated prototype. The second version, however, could be deployed in real-world applications, a monumental leap. News of the key technological breakthrough in the anti-gravity shield laboratory spread quickly, and the lab's lead, Lin Ming, was only a 28-year-old scientist. He played a pivotal role in this breakthrough and was consequently awarded a Cloud Eagle Medal along with a prize of 1 million yuan. All the researchers in other laboratories were green with envy. The Cloud Eagle Medal. The Dragon Nation had 3 types of medals, each bestowed upon those who had made outstanding contributions to the country, and every medal carried immense prestige. The 3 medals were the Cloud Eagle Medal, the Azure Phoenix Medal, and the Golden Dragon Medal. Although the Cloud Eagle Medal ranked last among these 3 national honors, its significance was so profound that everyone aspired to earn it. At just 28, Lin Ming also became the youngest recipient of the Cloud Eagle Medal in the Dragon Nation, setting a new national record. This news spread throughout the research department, igniting envy in everyone. Once you obtained the Cloud Eagle Medal, you would enjoy significant privileges across the entire nation, and even if you never worked again, the state would provide for your retirement. Moreover, holders of the Cloud Eagle Medal received priority treatment wherever they went, and no institution could refuse them. It was a tremendous honor. Driven by this, scientists began working frantically, hoping to achieve breakthroughs in their own projects and perhaps earn a Cloud Eagle medal themselves. Yet Lin Ming himself was troubled. He felt unworthy of the Cloud Eagle medal. The most critical core of the anti-gravity shield technology stemmed from Minister Bai's inspiration. In terms of contribution, Bai Hui deserved the most credit. Thus a sense of guilt weighed on Lin Ming's mind. Until Bai Hui patted him on the shoulder and sighed, "Lin Ming, don't feel undeserving of this medal. You have made tremendous contributions to the anti-gravity shield technology, and that is evident to all of us. Moreover, the reason we awarded you the Cloud Eagle medal is to inspire everyone." Indeed, Lin Ming had often stayed up late in the laboratory for the sake of the technology, and everyone had witnessed his dedication. Bai Hui had deliberated carefully, even holding lengthy discussions with several elders before finally deciding to bestow the Cloud Eagle medal upon Lin Ming. After all, the wormhole on the far side of the moon would unleash an unknown enemy in 10 years, posing a crisis for the entire civilization. If a single Cloud Eagle medal could motivate more scientists to devote themselves to research, why not do it? Indeed, within a month of Lin Ming receiving the Cloud Eagle medal, the scientists in the research department worked with unparalleled fervor, conducting research at a breakneck pace. In that short month, numerous major technological breakthroughs were achieved, including one extremely vital technology, the small-scale biosphere circulation system. The leader of this project, Zhao Feiyun, was also awarded the Cloud Eagle medal. The importance of this technology was on par with the anti-gravity shield technology. Zhao Feiyun, a bald middle-aged scientist, was an exceptionally brilliant researcher. He enjoyed a stellar international reputation, and one of his previous studies on cytoplasmic hydrolases had even been nominated for the Nobel Prize. Now his team had finally achieved a breakthrough in the small-scale biosphere circulation system. As is well known, the Earth we inhabit is a vast biosphere comprising three roles: producers, consumers, and decomposers. These three roles are intricately interconnected, and none can be dispensed with. They are the pillars of the Earth's ecological cycle. To create a biosphere, one must replicate these three roles to form a self-sustaining cycle. But this is an immensely challenging endeavor. The Lighthouse country once conducted an experiment known as Biosphere 2. It was also referred to as a miniature artificial ecological circulation system. The Biosphere 2 experiment was designed to verify whether humanity could replicate another biosphere while detached from Earth's natural environment. In the future age of space exploration, compact biosphere technology is an absolute necessity. Various extraterrestrial bases and interstellar warships must achieve ecological self-sufficiency to operate sustainably over extended periods. Zhao Feiyun led Dragon Nation's biological research team, and after immense effort, they finally achieved a breakthrough. The compact biosphere technology, validated by scientists, demonstrated that the ecosystem could maintain stable operation over long durations. With minor refinements, it could be applied to interstellar warships. Undoubtedly momentous news for the Dragon Nation. Moreover, within this single month, the Dragon Nation's material science sector has been flooded with successes, with a diverse array of high-strength, high-performance materials emerging continuously. Human civilization is thus undergoing a gradual ascent. Materials are the foundation of civilization's future. The requirements for materials used in extreme environments are exceptionally stringent. Previously, certain materials were impossible for the Dragon Nation to produce domestically due to a lack of technological expertise. These materials had to be imported, a factor contributing to the nation's relative backwardness. However, through the relentless efforts of its scientists, breakthroughs in an increasing number of cutting-edge technologies are being achieved. At this moment, Bai Hui is engrossed in designing the schematics for an interstellar warship. Utilizing the system's laboratory, and with the assistance of Xiao He, he continuously iterates through trial and error, refining his designs. The warship's blueprints must be completed urgently, as Lin Ming, Zhao Feiyun, and others are awaiting them. Technologies such as the anti-gravity shield and the compact biosphere are intended for integration into the interstellar warship. Bai Hui must provide a complete design blueprint. Without it, the scientists cannot begin designing the anti-gravity shield device or the compact biosphere system. The installation of these systems requires precise dimensions, which scientists will use to modify and manufacture the components accordingly. Within the system's laboratory, a colossal interstellar warship is slowly taking shape, blotting out the sky. This warship, even at its current stage, is nearly 10 times larger than the Longting 2 spacecraft. Its length reaches an astonishing over 1,000 meters. This is a monumental feat of human engineering. A warship exceeding a kilometer in length can only be described as inconceivable. Yet a kilometer is not the limit. Bai Hui, suspended in the void, manipulates components with unceasing gestures, adding or removing parts. After an immeasurable period, he finally completes the warship's design, leaving a colossal vessel floating in the chaotic emptiness. The entire vessel is elliptical, reminiscent of a flying saucer from science fiction films, but vastly larger. Its hull can accommodate numerous weapons and small spacecraft. This is a true space carrier. Phew. Finally done. Bai Hui feels exhausted. This was the most complex design he has ever undertaken, and it consumed the most time. Even with the systems laboratory, it took a full month. Of course, he didn't stay in the lab continuously, as doing so would deplete his popularity points. He only used the systems laboratory when verification was necessary. Despite this, over the past month, he has exhausted his popularity points. Bai Hui can't recall the exact initial amount, but he refrained from using them, and it seemed he had amassed 5 to 6 billion. However, in just 1 month those 5 to 6 billion points vanished. Now he has only 100 million left. Nevertheless, the cost was worthwhile, for he has successfully designed the interstellar warship. This vessel is destined to become humanity's mainstay, and its ability to repel alien civilizations will depend on it. Bai Hui believes his design is already near perfect. Given a similar scale, he couldn't conceive a superior warship. It's important to note that the vessel measures 2300 meters in length, 860 meters in width, and 480 meters in height. A true behemoth. The construction of the warship will take place in a space base, offering 3 distinct advantages. First, space provides unlimited resources to meet the warship's requirements. Conversely, Earth's resources are finite. The Dragon Nation could potentially build a warship by mobilizing the entire nation's strength, but the cost would be prohibitive and not worth it. Second, constructing in space eliminates the constraints of Earth's gravity, allowing for significant fuel savings. Third, it facilitates the development of the space industry, which in turn can stimulate the Dragon Nation's economic growth, a strategy with numerous benefits and no drawbacks. Notably, the core module of the space base has already been successfully launched into orbit. This core module is equipped with various docking ports capable of accommodating different types of spacecraft and weighs over 1,000 tons. This is just one of 9 such modules. The remaining 8 will be launched and assembled in outer space to form a complete space station. Yes, it's a space station, not a space base. It can only support astronauts conducting scientific experiments. Its supporting facilities are not yet comprehensive enough to serve as a full-fledged base. Establishing a true space base will require considerably more time. However, once the 9 core modules are integrated, they will form a spaceport capable of supporting the space industry. Spacecraft will be able to dock and resupply there. At that point, industries like space tourism and asteroid mining can commence, ushering humanity into a new era. The assembly of the 9 core modules is scheduled to be completed within 1 year, and time is of the essence. The Dragon Nation is entering an era of rapid, vigorous development where everyone is contributing to propel this great ship ever further into the cosmos. However, this period has been difficult for foreign nations. The lighthouse country bears the brunt of the crisis. A new organism has appeared in the world, becoming its nightmare. This creature can infiltrate the human body undetected, devouring the host's flesh and blood while reproducing. Within a mere 3 months, it has spread across the entire lighthouse country, and before people could even react, half of the world's nations had already been infected by this monster. It is a terrifying creature, and people have named it Moros, a name that means dread. Moros emerged as if from the depths of hell itself. No one knew its origins, only that it had suddenly appeared in Golden City Lighthouse Country 3 months prior. Within a single month, the entire city had fallen. This monster consumed all of Golden City's inhabitants, turning them into both sustenance and vessels for its offspring. What was most terrifying was that this creature was exceedingly difficult to kill. Even bullets could not penetrate its carapace. Only high-powered sniper rifles and shotguns could breach its defenses. The city's population of over 10 million had become food for Moros, and it continued to spread relentlessly outward. The entire world was stunned. What kind of demon was this? Even the Dragon Country was deeply alarmed. The chairman immediately ordered the closure of all international passages and a nationwide lockdown to prevent Moros from invading. Moros was utterly terrifying. Its larvae could silently burrow into a human body without the host feeling the slightest awareness. By the time Moros was discovered, it was already too late. It had grown, devouring nearly the entire host's body. Even the most advanced medical technology could not save the victim's life. For 3 months, Emperor Pu had been tirelessly working to combat the Moros' invasion. Yet all his efforts were a drop in the bucket. Even the soldiers he dispatched for rescue missions had largely become vessels for Moros' reproduction. Emperor Pu stared blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of light. He was the center of Lighthouse Country. While others did not know Moros' origins, he, as the president of Lighthouse Country, was fully aware of the entire sequence of events. The root cause was their successful return to the moon 3 months prior using the Jupiter 1 rocket. They had even constructed a Lighthouse Country lunar base on its surface. Their astronauts were still living peacefully at that very base. However, it was during that lunar mission that they discovered a grayish-black sphere suspected to be of alien origin. Inside this sphere lay the embryo of Moros. Their own scientists had unleashed this demon, and it had become a fatal threat to Lighthouse Country. To halt the Moros' invasion, Emperor Pu had authorized the use of powerful weapons like missiles, thermobaric bombs, and white phosphorus bombs. Only the ultimate big mushroom remained unused. It was precisely because of these formidable weapons that Lighthouse Country could barely hold the line against Moros. Yet the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Moros had infected the entire world through its larvae. Many nations were on the verge of collapse, with people panicking and descending into riots. To prevent the invasion, numerous countries announced the severance of all international connections, mandating over a month of quarantine for everyone. If Moros' larvae were detected, forced measures would be taken and the infected would be eliminated immediately. Since Moros' appearance, no one infected had ever survived. The larvae had burrowed deep into the host's body, making removal utterly impossible. This creature was unlike any ordinary bacterium. Various signs indicated that it likely possessed high intelligence. This was a terrifying thought. An intelligent demonic creature invading was a catastrophe for all humanity. Nations worldwide had begun to unite, pooling all their resources to combat Moros. An international conference was convened among the major powers. The theme of this meeting was the survival of humanity and the strategy to defeat Moros. Soon leaders from over 100 countries logged into the online conference. However, the chairman had still not arrived. The Polar Bear Emperor angrily demanded, "Emperor Pooh, did you even invite them? What kind of games are you playing at a time like this?" The conference was hosted by Lighthouse Country, given its status as the world's most powerful nation and the fact that Moros had first appeared there. No country had more experience in dealing with Moros than Lighthouse Country. The never-setting Sun Emperor added, "Emperor Pooh, humanity is in a fatal crisis now. This concerns the continuation of our Earth's civilization. At this critical juncture, you must extend an invitation to them." The Sakura Country representative agreed. "Indeed, Rabbit Country's strength cannot be underestimated. We should invite them." Many other nations voiced their opinions, all favoring the inclusion of Rabbit Country in the conference. Emperor Puss's face turned pale and red by turns. He hadn't anticipated being attacked by a coalition of nations right at the start. Lighthouse Country and Rabbit Country had never been on good terms, so when sending out invitations he had unconsciously omitted them. Emperor Pooh wanted to lash out, but this represented the will of the majority of the world's nations. Even he, the president of Lighthouse Country, could not disregard them. Especially now when Lighthouse Country was suffering the most severe Moros invasion, with even Golden City completely overrun. Meanwhile, Rabbit Country had been biding its time, quietly rising to prominence, its entire nation brimming with vitality and vigor. Thus the title of the world's most powerful nation might have already changed hands. Rabbit Country had imperceptibly become the strongest country on Earth. Emperor Pooh revealed a trace of helplessness, sighed deeply, and said to his secretary, "Invite Rabbit Country." "Yes, sir." Approximately 5 minutes later an avatar came online. It was the chairman's. The great elder looked around and said with a slight smile, "Everyone, it's been a while. How have you all been?" The Polar Bear Emperor responded, "Chairman, it's good to see you again. This meeting is primarily to discuss our strategy against Moros. We hope everyone can work together and overcome this crisis." "I agree with the Polar Bear Emperor's words." The chairman paused. "But before we begin, I have a question for Emperor Pooh of Lighthouse Country. How exactly did Moros come into existence?" As he spoke, the chairman fixed his gaze intently upon Emperor Pooh. In truth, leaders of other nations had their suspicions, but had been too intimidated by Lighthouse Country's power to voice them. Now that the chairman had brought the issue to the forefront, countries began to press Emperor Pooh for the true origin of Moros. After all, Moros could not have appeared out of thin air. The most likely explanation was that Lighthouse Country had conducted some biological experiment that created this terrifying demon. The possibility of an extraterrestrial origin hadn't even crossed their minds. Emperor Puss's face turned ashen. The very thing he had feared most was about to happen. The moment Moros erupted, the emperor had already foreseen the current situation. No one was a fool. Moros was too perfect. Its survival instincts were formidable, its reproductive capacity was immense, and its lethality was devastating. Earth had never witnessed such a flawless organism. Even the dinosaurs of 65 million years ago were mere crumbs compared to Moros. This creature was the epitome of a civilization destroyer. How could Earth have nurtured such a being? Unless it was man-made. Only through artificial creation could such a powerful biological weapon of mass destruction be forged. And Moros first appeared in the Beacon Nation. Unquestionably, its origin was inextricably linked to that country. The chairman's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the emperor, uttering another sentence. "Emperor, 3.5 months ago the Lashi base in your Beacon Nation suffered an unknown attack and triggered its self-destruct mechanism. The explosion illuminated the entire island. I want to ask, is the destruction of Lashi base related to Moros?" The chairman's words instantly made the faces of several major country leaders turn pale. They all possessed satellite capabilities. 3.5 months ago they had detected the annihilation of Lashi base via satellite. At that time some had gloated, thinking the Beacon Nation had provoked someone and faced retaliation. Yet the Beacon Nation, always so domineering, had made no move whatsoever and even deliberately concealed the incident. Now with the chairman suddenly bringing it up, they too connected the dots. Could Lashi base be the biological experiment facility that created Moros? The emperor's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the chairman raising this matter. But the chairman, the Arctic Bear Emperor, the prime minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation, all of them were seasoned politicians who had risen to their positions through cunning. They easily discerned the answer from the emperor's expression. The fall of Lashi base was indeed connected to Moros. That meant Moros might have been deliberately manufactured through biochemical weapon research by the Beacon Nation. However, after its creation, something went wrong and Moros spiraled out of control. The Beacon Nation suffered immense losses. The emperor quickly regained his composure, fully aware that the Beacon Nation could not admit to this even if it wasn't their intentional genetic engineering. But Moros had emerged because of the Beacon Nation. Thus, if the emperor acknowledged this, the Beacon Nation would face condemnation and sanctions from the world. Head Chairman, what are you talking about? We the Beacon Nation have no Lashi base. Are you mistaken? The emperor scanned the room, his expression feigning innocence. Shameless. The existence of Lashi base was no secret among the major powers. However, in the Beacon Nation's publicly disclosed military bases, Lashi base was indeed absent. It was a top-secret facility. Yet nations like the Dragon Kingdom had their own intelligence channels. The existence of Lashi base was an unspoken truth. And now the emperor had outright denied it. A blatant act of sophistry. For the moment, the others could do little to counter him. The chairman's face showed a flicker of anger before he quickly calmed down. He let out a cold laugh laced with sarcasm. Alas, thousands of lives lost, and some people are truly shameless. The emperor's expression turned slightly uneasy, but he soon regained his composure. The meeting resumed. Yet now everyone harbored ulterior motives. From the verbal sparring between the chairman and the emperor, the nations deduced that Moros might indeed be a product of the Beacon Nation's genetic engineering. Thus, the main topic of the meeting remained how to resist Moros. After all, Moros had gravely threatened the survival and continuation of human civilization. Without intervention, humanity would soon be devoured and turned into breeding vessels for Moros. But the approach to resisting Moros might shift. Since it was now known that Moros originated from the Beacon Nation, that nation must bear the brunt of the fight. This was beyond dispute. No matter how the emperor bluffed, this fact could not be altered. Moreover, the Beacon Nation needed to provide all information on Moros, including the genetic technology, used the animal genes incorporated in Moros habits, traits, and weaknesses. The chairman, undaunted by the emperor, directly stated, "Emperor, I hope your Beacon Nation can hand over all intelligence on Moros." The emperor nodded. "That is only right. And within that intelligence, I assume it includes Moros genetic data, as well as how it was modified and created." The emperor's face flushed with anger. He now understood the Dragon Kingdom's intention. Those bastards actually believed Moros was a genetically engineered creature from the Beacon Nation. For a fleeting moment, the emperor was tempted to reveal the full truth of Moros origin. The agony of being falsely accused was unbearable. But as the president of the Beacon Nation, he had to consider his country's interests. "Chairman, I don't know what you mean. The scientists of our Beacon Nation are diligently studying Moros genetics, but we need more time to yield its genetic data. However, I must solemnly declare here the Beacon Nation has not used genetic technology to research any biochemical weapons. Moros has nothing to do with us. We are victims too. The most important thing now is for all nations to unite and confront this crisis together." As if anyone would believe that. The chairman said, "Emperor, no need to be so angry. I never said your Beacon Nation created Moros through genetic engineering. But since Moros first appeared in your country, you owe us an explanation." The emperor's expression darkened. "All right, I will tell you the origin of Moros. It first appeared in our city of Gold Mountain within the Beacon Nation, and within a month it had overrun the entire city, causing catastrophic losses. Through our researchers' studies, they discovered that Moros' genetic sequence differs greatly from that of Earth's organisms. Its genetic chains exist in a triple helix state. We suspect that Moros may not be an Earth creature. It might have been that some individuals by chance obtained a meteorite or extraterrestrial artifact, inadvertently opened Pandora's box, and brought about this dire consequence. As we are all aware, according to Darwin's theory of evolution, the Earth could not possibly have given rise to such a fearsome creature. The origin of Moros is very likely extraterrestrial." President Puss' voice was heavy. "Moros is an alien creature. Could this be possible?" "It might very well be." The assembled leaders fell into deep thought, including the Chinese representative, who pondered the underlying intent of President Puss' words. Could Moros truly be an alien organism? Was this perhaps President Puss' excuse to deflect attention from the lighthouse country's genetic experiments? However, there was indeed some logic to his words. It would be difficult for Earth to nurture a creature of Moros caliber. Even with genetic technology, its creation would be nearly impossible. In the 1970s, the lighthouse country conducted a clone sheep experiment, yet the clones suffered from genetic defects and had a significantly shorter lifespan than other sheep. This demonstrates that human genetic technology is fraught with imperfections. Therefore, it is indeed highly unlikely that genetic engineering could have produced it. If Moros is a creature from an alien civilization, then everything could be explained. The question remains, how did Moros travel from outer space to Earth? The Chinese representative's mind stirred, recalling President Pu's words about someone acquiring a meteorite or alien artifact and inadvertently opening Pandora's box. Thus, President Pu had likely already revealed the true answer to the world, but he was unwilling to bear the responsibility, so he only hinted at it from the side. This implied that the lighthouse country may have obtained an alien artifact which contained Moros, and its scientists opened it, leading to today's tragedy. The Chinese representative, having pieced it all together, a faint smile appeared on his face. The extraterrestrial theory is indeed highly plausible. President Pu, since you claim Moros is an alien creature, it must have arrived on Earth within some form of vessel. Moros first appeared in the lighthouse country. I suspect there is very likely an alien artifact there. Therefore, I hope President Pu will consider the greater good and hand over the alien artifact for joint research. President Pu's expression shifted slightly, inwardly cursing the Chinese representative as a cunning old fox. The grayish-black spherical shell they had previously acquired contained a wealth of technology. In recent days, scientists from the lighthouse country had been diligently studying it, attempting to find a means to counter Moros. Although they had not yet found a solution, they had gained considerable insights. Most notably, they had determined the composition of the grayish-black sphere, which was an unknown alloy. This alloy's hardness was dozens of times greater than that of diamond. Moreover, unlike diamond, it was not brittle. This alloy also possessed exceptional toughness. In short, it was a near-perfect material. Currently, scientists in the lighthouse country were attempting to replicate this alloy and had already made some progress. Furthermore, their research suggested that these two shells were likely the container used by an alien civilization to protect Moros. An unknown civilization had scattered countless grayish-black spheres into the cosmos, each containing an embryo of Moros intended for colonizing other planets. One such sphere, drifting endlessly through space, eventually arrived at Earth's moon. And as fate would have it, an astronaut from the lighthouse country discovered this grayish-black sphere and brought it back to Earth. This was the scientist's hypothesis. What should be done? President Pu was caught in a dilemma. Should he hand over the grayish-black sphere's shell? If he refused, the Chinese representative and the Bear sovereign would not be easily fooled, and the lighthouse country would surely suffer significant losses. He decided it was just a shell, and their scientists had already extracted most of its secrets. Handing it over would not be a great loss. After all, it contained no truly classified technology. President Pu finally made up his mind. With a forced, insincere smile, he said, the Chinese representative has reminded me. Some time ago, a citizen of our lighthouse country happened upon a meteorite during a camping trip. Inside this meteorite was a strange sphere which our scientists are currently studying. It is highly likely an artifact of alien origin. For the safety of all humanity, the lighthouse country has decided to hand it over for study by scientists from all nations. The eyes of the Chinese representative, the Bear sovereign, the Prime Minister of the Sakura country, and others lit up. Finally, he had confessed. If their assumptions were correct, the sphere contained Moros. Subsequently, the Chinese representative initiated a discussion on how to deal with the Moros threat. Currently, Moros was predominantly concentrated in the lighthouse country. While other nations were also affected, the numbers were significantly lower. After all, in Golden City of the lighthouse country, over 10 million people had become breeding vessels for Moros, each capable of producing hundreds of offspring. This reproductive capability was terrifying. It was a primary reason for humanity's dread. After lengthy deliberations, the World Assembly finally reached a consensus. First, the lighthouse country would naturally be the main force as it faced the greatest threat from Moros. Second, a World Scientific Research Council would be established, led by major powers such as the Dragon Country, the Lighthouse Country, the Bear Country, the Sun Never Sets Country, and the Sakura Country, to primarily study Moros' behavioral characteristics, enabling humanity to better combat it. Having fought Moros the longest, the Lighthouse Country possessed the most knowledge about it. Moros' social structure was similar to that of bees or ants, with a single monarch ruling the entire colony. All their actions were directed by the Moros monarch, which possessed intelligence rivaling humans and was extremely cunning and treacherous. The lighthouse country had planned several operations targeting the Moros monarch, but all had failed, resulting in heavy losses. Therefore, after discussions among the world leaders, it was decided to deploy the most elite special forces from each nation, equipped with the most advanced weaponry and subjected to rigorous training. Finally, humanity would execute a decapitation strike, sending special forces to eliminate the Moros monarch and dismantle the entire Moros colony. However, after killing the monarch, to prevent the emergence of a successor, humanity would need to press the advantage and exterminate all remaining Moros. Otherwise, even a single survivor would pose a future threat. Additionally, various other agreements were made, such as collaborative development of individual exoskeleton suits and high-powered laser weapons. The global conference had concluded, and for the first time in history, the nations of the world stood united. They shared a common goal, a common pursuit, and fought for the future of humanity. Yet, even then, hidden agendas lingered beneath the surface. The alliance among nations was far from unshakable. Still, it marked the first time the world had truly come together. Setting aside their prejudices, their wars, and their hatred, they united against Moros. Meanwhile, the Beacon Nation immediately after the conference shared all its research on Moros with the world. The Beacon Nation held nothing back, making all its data public, for it knew its own lands would soon become the primary battlefield. They needed the support of every nation on Earth. Their research meticulously documented Moros habits, characteristics, growth cycles, and territorial distribution. Moros were insect-like creatures with terrifying reproductive capabilities. They could parasitize human hosts using their bodies as vessels for their eggs, and would swiftly consume the host's flesh upon hatching. Their lethality was extreme, and they operated on a hive mind principle. Each region was governed by a local leader, but a single Moros king ruled over them all, commanding every Moros on the planet. The swarm communicated through a biological magnetic field, and they were utterly fearless and obedient to their king's will. Moros evolved at an alarming rate. Being terrestrial, they initially lacked aquatic and aerial capabilities, allowing humanity to suppress them in the early stages. However, the Beacon Nation recently discovered a terrifying development: winged Moros had evolved within Gold Mountain City. This signified that humanity's greatest advantage, air superiority, would soon vanish, potentially turning into a critical weakness. A fighter jet was rigid and predictable. A flying Moros was agile and adaptive. 10 aircraft were no match for a single one in terms of maneuverability. This phenomenon deeply alarmed scientists. It demonstrated Moros' terrifying evolutionary speed. They had already adapted for the skies in such a short time. It was highly probable that Moros would continue to evolve specialized units to overcome their weaknesses. Humanity's existential crisis was set to intensify. The Moros king was discovered by chance by the Beacon Nation's military. Over a month ago, a pilot flying an H-22 fighter jet was on a reconnaissance mission over Gold Mountain City. Unexpectedly, he spotted a colossal Moros over a dozen meters in size in the city's center, surrounded by a throng of others, as if they were paying homage to their emperor. After extensive investigation, scientists confirmed this creature was indeed the Moros king. The discovery of the Moros king sparked a dangerous idea within the Beacon Nation's leadership. Gold Mountain City was already lost with no survivors. It was inconceivable that anyone could live amidst hundreds of millions of Moros. Thus, the Beacon Nation's military devised a plan to launch a nuclear missile, obliterating the entire city and the Moros king with it. However, they underestimated the king's intelligence. It had deduced their intentions the moment it spotted the reconnaissance aircraft. The Moros king vanished, concealing its tracks completely. Under the cover of darkness, it launched a swift assault on a Beacon Nation military base, inflicting devastating losses. By the time reinforcements were scrambled, the king had disappeared, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Then 3 days ago, it resurfaced in the land of marsupials. This was shocking, as the vast ocean between the Beacon Nation and the land of marsupials was considered an impassable barrier for Moros. Its appearance there proved they could now traverse the seas. This was the very reason for the international conference. A global alliance was formed with a single purpose: to combat Moros and secure a future for humanity. Within this alliance, the Dragon Nation and the Beacon Nation were granted the title of elder nations, holding the greatest authority. The Bear Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Never-Setting Sun Nation, the Lily Nation, and the Lotus Nation became the 5 executive nations wielding power, second only to the Elders. The alliance's headquarters was established in the Dragon Nation's Divine Sea City, the safest place on Earth, as no Moros had ever breached its borders. The Dragon Nation had sealed its borders during the previous economic sanctions, severing most civilian connections with the outside world. It had since achieved complete self-sufficiency, advancing in all fields of technology without needing aid from any other nation. This marked the first time foreign personnel had set foot in the Dragon Nation since the sanctions. Upon arrival, they were astounded by the nation's transformation. Their phones and computers were obsolete compared to the local technology, and they couldn't even access the Dragon Nation's internet. They were forced to use VPN software to access their own networks. This created immense friction in their work, as their technology was entirely incompatible with that of the Dragon Nation, leading to inevitable conflicts. The fundamental systems were so different that daily life and work became severely inconvenient. By this point, virtually all of the Dragon Nation's devices, phones, computers, servers, and industrial control systems, had been migrated to the Longxiang operating system. Furthermore, all software was developed using the Longxiang programming language. Even the foundational network protocol stack had been replaced with a far more efficient one, the Longxiang protocol stack, designed to supersede the outdated and complex TCP/IP. Countless other innovations had been implemented as well. So what were these foreign engineers to do? The simplest solution was for them to learn the Dragon Nation's operating system programming language and software protocols from scratch. This was a lengthy learning curve, and the first hurdle was mastering the Chinese language. Without it, all their efforts would be futile, as the Longxiang OS and programming language were built upon Chinese characters. How could they learn to code without understanding the language? Chinese, renowned as one of the most difficult languages in the world, immediately caused the engineers to lament their fate. It was truly daunting. Yet they had no choice but to learn. The Dragon Nation was no longer what it once was. It had become the world's foremost power, unmatched by any other. While the Beacon Nation had once posed to challenge the onset of the Moros crisis, and the Dragon Nation's continuous patient development had created a silent chasm between them. The Dragon Nation's technology now stood at the undisputed forefront of the world. The Human Alliance. Its headquarters were established in Shanghai City of the Dragon Kingdom, with nations from around the world sending representatives to take up residence. Ross, a software engineer from the Land of Liberty, specialized in researching various system architectures and had also contributed a significant amount of code to Liax's open source projects. This time he was dispatched to the Dragon Kingdom, his primary tasks being to interface with the nation's network systems and install software systems. For him, this was an entirely novel experience. Upon arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, he immediately discovered that its software systems and communication protocols had completely abandoned the various mainstream protocol systems used globally. In other words, the protocols Ross had previously studied were utterly useless in the Dragon Kingdom. He had to relearn everything from scratch. Left with no choice but to fulfill his duties, Ross began anew studying the Dragon Kingdom's Longxiang system and its various communication protocols. Fortunately, Ross had always been fascinated by Dragon Kingdom culture and had self-taught the language, which proved to be an advantage. This was precisely why the Land of Liberty had sent him. Ross searched online for materials on the Longxiang system and the Longxiang programming language, delving into them with earnest attention. The more he read, the more astounded Ross became. He realized that the Dragon Kingdom had imperceptibly surged far ahead of the Land of Liberty. The Longxiang system was simply too advanced. Its performance was a full 3 times that of the Wind system. Moreover, the system's intelligence had reached the genuine level of artificial intelligence. No wonder he had often seen people in the streets using their phones to control various functions via voice commands or interacting with the intelligent AI within them. As a software engineer from the Land of Liberty working at the very forefront of the industry, he had been completely oblivious to the fact that the Dragon Kingdom's software technology had reached such heights. The economic sanctions imposed by the Land of Liberty had effectively sealed off the Dragon Kingdom from the world, leaving those abroad unaware of its current state. All they knew was that the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace technology was the world's #1. After all, even the Land of Liberty had to purchase anti-gravity spacecraft from the Dragon Kingdom, paying an exorbitant price. Ross was utterly thrilled. He was a technology fanatic. The Dragon Kingdom's technology was incredibly advanced. He was determined to thoroughly study its operating system and communication protocols. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed the sheer magnitude of this achievement and the brilliance of the minds behind the Longxiang OS and programming language. They must be supremely skilled masters possessing formidable thinking and creative abilities. At that moment, Ross began to revere the great mind behind the Longxiang operating system and programming language. Ross could barely manage to continue learning, but those foreigners with no knowledge of the language were utterly baffled. Staring at the square characters before them, they felt this must be a divine punishment. How could such a terrifying script exist in the world? Many simply went on strike and requested to be sent back to their home countries. Others begged the Dragon Kingdom to provide translators to assist them in learning its technology. The Dragon Kingdom flatly rejected these unreasonable demands and sternly rebuked such requests. If you don't know Chinese, then learn it yourself. The Dragon Kingdom will not provide any assistance, or you are free to leave the country. That was their unwavering stance. The Dragon Kingdom no longer needed help from these nations. On the contrary, if your country wants to learn the Dragon Kingdom's advanced technology, expecting the Dragon Kingdom to aid you is like coming to a shop, taking goods without paying and then demanding payment from the owner. Such behavior was an insult to the Dragon Kingdom. Left with no choice, the nations had to swallow their pride and diligently begin studying the Dragon Kingdom's technology and culture. Of course, as the Alliance headquarters, the Dragon Kingdom provided the venue and installed all equipment, including the various systems, all of which were modified based on the Longxiang system. This meant that in the short term, only Dragon Kingdom engineers could maintain the Alliance headquarters software systems. Though it seemed to offer no immediate benefit, those in the know understood the implications. The nations were resigned to this arrangement. Finally, the representatives from each nation could move into the headquarters and begin their work. They held meeting after meeting to discuss strategies against Moros. Orders were dispatched from the headquarters, and humanity took a solid step forward in its war against the alien invasion. In the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Division, Bai Hui had been engrossed in scientific research, his time consumed by various projects that required his guidance. He also had to make decisions on many matters concerning the Dragon Division, and even the military super soldier plan often called to consult him or seek his opinions. Furthermore, Bai Hui also served as the Minister of Aerospace, overseeing the construction of space bases, lunar bases, and spacecraft, all of which depended on his decisions. During this period, he wished he could split himself in two simply to manage the overwhelming workload. Fortunately, with his brain developed to 25%, Bai Hui could handle all matters with remarkable efficiency. Anyone else would have been exhausted to death, let alone complete the work. After relentless training, he had finally reached the peak physical state, achieving perfect control over his Buddha's power. Moreover, upon reaching this peak physical state, Bai Hui began to sense a bottleneck. It felt as if countless shackles were tightly binding his body, causing a suffocating sensation. These were the genetic locks present within every living being. For humans, the most crucial task was to break these genetic shackles, fully unlocking the power of their genes to eventually evolve into a perfect life form. Since reaching his peak physical state, Bai Hui had managed to break 3 of his genetic locks. Each of these locks corresponded to a specific gene within the human body, and all 3 of them appeared to be located in his right hand. After breaking these locks, he felt his right hand had become more powerful, its explosive force far surpassing that of his left. However, the human body contains countless genes. Having unlocked only 3, he still had a long, arduous journey ahead to fully unlock his genetic potential. Opening the system panel. Host Bai Hui. Gender male. Civilization human civilization, level 1. Brain development, 25. Gene development 5.02. System function system laboratory. Popularity value 12568794121. 2 billion. Bai Hui's gene development had already reached 5.02. The reason for such a high gene development was that his brain development had reached 25. The brain is also a part of the human body and plays a crucial role within it. The gene development of ordinary people is extremely low, never exceeding even 1%. Some individuals are born with various advantages, such as a photographic memory, immense physical strength, strong logical reasoning, and so on. Humanity is supposed to be equal in nature, and theoretically these differences shouldn't exist, yet they are prevalent in reality. Many people have likely had similar experiences. For instance, why is it that I struggle to learn from textbooks while my deskmate sleeps all day in class, yet consistently ranks top in every exam? This is because certain genes within them are already activated at birth, leading to these differences. A photographic memory or immense strength is all due to one's genes. These individuals are born with enviable talents and are destined to become pillars of society in the future. However, their level of gene development will also plateau there with no further progress possible. Bai Hui's gene development reaching 5.02 was already considered exceptionally powerful. Of course, achieving 100 would be an incredibly long journey. Bai Hui was currently working in his office. Despite being primarily involved in scientific research, he was also well informed about major international events. In recent days, the most sensational news worldwide was the emergence of Moros and the devastating losses suffered by humanity. No one could have imagined that human civilization would be thrust into an extinction crisis because of a single organism. Even within the Dragon Kingdom, chaos had erupted. Online platforms like Weibo, Bilibili, and Zhihu were all dominated by Moros-related content. The top trending topic on Weibo was nation's worldwide Forum Anti-Moros Alliance headquarters in Shanghai City, Dragon Kingdom. Not only that, but all top 10 trending topics were taken over by Moros. The reaction of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens was relatively calm, given that no Moros incursions had occurred within its borders. This was largely due to the nation being sealed off. All goods and passengers entering required strict inspections and a mandatory 2-week quarantine period. This was all to prevent Moros from sneaking in. If it managed to enter the Dragon Kingdom's territory, it would be an extremely dire situation. The population density within the Dragon Kingdom is high and heavily concentrated, and invasion would spread rapidly, leading to catastrophic consequences. Compared to the panic and riots abroad, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were not overly worried, as they believed in the strength of their great nation behind them. Things are terrible abroad. That creature Moros, who knows where it even came from? It's terrifying. Could it be a prehistoric creature? Could the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago be linked to Moros? That's quite an imagination. Why not say it's an alien creature? Hey, Moros really does resemble the Zerg from sci-fi movies. Its incredibly powerful reproductive capabilities and terrifying mobility are just too similar. That analysis makes sense. I also think Moros looks like the Zerg. Earth simply couldn't nurture a creature of this level. Bai Hui browsed through the netizens' comments filled with emotion. He never expected that the threat driving Earth towards extinction wasn't a wormhole on the far side of the moon, but a creature that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly a voice echoed in Bai Hui's mind. Moros. Host. I think I have some impression of this creature. The system spoke uncertainly, wondering if Moros was the race it remembered. Bai Hui was overjoyed and quickly asked, System, do you know the origin of this creature? Tell me quickly. The system hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Host, this creature bears a striking resemblance to a race in my memory. What race? The Zerg, the Blade Zerg. Bai Hui was stunned. It really is the Zerg. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, Moros is the Blade Zerg. The Blade Zerg, a subordinate race of the Zerg. It is an incredibly terrifying creature. This race has a tendency to seal its embryos within cultivation spheres and release massive numbers of these spheres across the cosmos, waiting to encounter a new life-bearing planet. Once the Blade Zerg encounters a life-bearing planet, they immediately reproduce in vast numbers. Within a short period, they can overrun the entire planet and devour everything on it. It can be said that this creature is universally reviled throughout the universe, yet no one seems able to do anything about the Blade Zerg. Because the Blade Zerg itself is equivalent to a level 4 civilization, and with the backing of the main Zerg race, there's simply no effective way to deal with them. What? Bai Hui was shocked. Moros is the Blade Zerg, and a level 4 civilization. How can humanity possibly resist? Host, don't worry, let me finish. While the overall level of the Blade Zerg race reaches a level 4 civilization, the embryos within the cultivation spheres are merely their most basic soldiers. As long as you humans on Earth manage to kill all the Moros on the planet, there will be no more danger. Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked stubbornly, System, what if it's not the Blade Zerg? Host, just gather more information on Moros, and let me assess it. The information available online was mostly superficial, lacking crucial details. However, given Bai Hui's current status and position, obtaining a file on Moros was not difficult at all. Soon one of his secretaries printed out a report on Moros and handed it to him. That's it, Moros is the Blade Zerg. This time, upon seeing the more detailed information, the system stated decisively. Bai Hui calmed down. Initially, he had little interest in Moros, believing the various nations were capable enough to quickly eliminate the threat. However, the system suddenly revealed that Moros was an extraterrestrial organism, and one belonging to a particularly fearsome race, the Blade Zerg. The system declared, the Blade Zerg are renowned throughout the entire universe, their footprints spanning the cosmos. They are the vanguard of the Zerg civilization, relying on their unique method of reproduction to destroy countless civilizations, earning a truly infamous reputation as a race. Once a Tier 5 civilization sought to eradicate the Blade Zerg, but due to their widespread distribution across the universe, even that advanced civilization armed with causal weapons failed to annihilate them, allowing the race to thrive to this day. Of course, the Zerg civilization is also a renowned entity in the universe, possessing eternal level backing, which is precisely why the Blade Zerg have been able to act with such impunity. The system briefly introduced the Blade Zerg. Indeed, they had the audacity to be arrogant, having survived even a Tier 5 civilization's attempts at extermination. So what do? Do they have any weaknesses? Bai Hui frowned. This Zerg creature had indeed become a severe threat to human civilization. Humanity, in truth, hadn't given Moros or the Blade Zerg enough consideration. This creature was one that had destroyed countless sapient civilizations, with even powerful Tier 2 civilizations having fallen to them. The Blade Zerg's talent is too perfect. They have virtually no weaknesses. One can only rely on overwhelming force to swiftly eliminate them before they mature, which is the only chance to avert this crisis. Then we have a serious problem. The Blade Zerg's reproductive capabilities are too strong. They can even spread their larvae through birds. Bai Hui's expression darkened as he tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating a solution. The Blade Zerg are indeed exceptionally gifted, possessing almost no shortcomings, otherwise they wouldn't be such a headache for countless cosmic civilizations. Their only weakness is that if the Zerg Mother Queen is killed, they fall into a state of chaos until a new queen ascends and reorganizes them. By the way, what exactly is the evolutionary path of the Blade Zerg? Bai Hui suddenly asked. This is another formidable aspect of the Blade Zerg. They specifically parasitize intelligent beings. By devouring the brains of these beings, they evolve rapidly, potentially even surpassing the level of a perfect life form. The system's tone was calm, but its words were chilling. The Blade Zerg actually fed on the brain matter of intelligent beings. The system sighed. In the universe, intelligent beings are the most precious treasures. Their minds are fundamentally different from those of ordinary animals. For instance, when humans gain intelligence, a conceptual entity forms within their minds. This entity is invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. Therefore, when Blade Zerg devour large quantities of intelligent brains, they undergo rapid evolution. Bai Hui nodded, indicating his understanding. Indeed, since Moros first appeared, there was no record of it parasitizing other animals, yet most it used them to spread its larvae. But never had a Moros been known to parasitize an ordinary animal. Scientists from various nations had debated this issue, but without any substantial breakthroughs, they could only assume Moros preferred parasitizing humans. In reality, Moros didn't prefer humans specifically, but rather intelligent beings. Since humans were the only intelligent beings on Earth, they were the target. At this point, humanity had little choice but to rely on overwhelming force to swiftly eliminate the Blade Zerg. In this regard, humanity still held a dominant position over Moros. After all, no matter how powerful the Blade Zerg were, they were still just life forms, and any life form can be killed. Humanity's high lethality weaponry remained a source of dread for Moros. However, if humanity failed to curb Moros spread quickly and they continued to evolve to a point beyond our capability to handle, then it would spell utter catastrophe for mankind. The Tier 2 civilizations that had been destroyed by the Blade Zerg failed to give them due attention, allowing the Zerg to spread unchecked until they birthed a perfect life form level creature, leading to their complete annihilation. Of course, the Blade Zerg had yet to destroy any Tier 3 civilization through parasitism. Mostly it was Tier 1 civilizations that were destroyed, with Tier 2 being rare. There was a fundamental difference between Tier 3 and Tier 2 civilizations, making it extremely difficult for the Blade Zerg to destroy a Tier 3 civilization through parasitism alone. As a Tier 4 civilization, the Blade Zerg naturally had its own strengths, but when facing a Tier 3 civilization, unless they resorted to overwhelming military force, they couldn't possibly annihilate one. Bai Hui tapped the table with his right hand, producing a rhythmic da-da-da sound, yet he paid it no mind, lost in thought. First, his current work would have to be put on hold. He needed to deal with Moras first. Otherwise, before the wormhole civilization from the far side of the moon arrived, Earth would already be destroyed by Moras. Where would we even seek justice? Overwhelming force, direct suppression. Bai Hui's first thought was the Super Soldier Project. The Qilin Team. A super soldier unit jointly established by the 4 major military regions of the Dragon Nation. It was composed entirely of super soldiers who could enter the peak physical state. Although Bai Hui was primarily involved in scientific research as the chief instructor of the Qilin Team, he still frequently kept tabs on their progress. 3 months had passed since the Qilin Team's inception. During this time, the various elite soldiers had undergone intense training. Now over 260 members could enter the peak physical state. Of course, they could only barely enter it, not fully control it, reserving it for critical moments to unleash a single powerful strike to defeat their opponents. Fortunately, the former captains of the Lanya and Haisha teams, after over 3 months of rigorous training, had also genuinely reached the peak physical state and sensed their genetic shackles. Those two were the true super soldiers. Their strength, speed, reflexes, and all other attributes had been greatly enhanced. The human body is full of potential. At this moment, a single punch from them could kill a tiger. Their reaction speed was so fast they could dodge a bullet fired at high velocity. To better differentiate the capabilities of super soldiers, the military established a ranking system, consulting Bai Hui in the process. After all, he was the foremost expert on human genetic potential. Based on specific circumstances, the mastery of the peak physical state was divided into percentages. Those who had just entered the state and had less than 30% control were classified as third-class soldiers. Those between 30 and 70% were second-class soldiers. Those exceeding 70% but below 99% were first-class soldiers. As for those who had truly mastered the peak physical state, sensed the power of their genetic shackles, and embarked on the path of genetic development, they were designated as war generals. And the entire Dragon Nation had only 3 war generals: Bai Hui, Lei Gang, and Jin Zhan. These 3 are the true super soldiers of Dragon Country. Furthermore, Dragon Country currently has 22 first-class soldiers, 86 second-class soldiers, and 157 third-class soldiers. These more than 260 soldiers constitute the entire strength of the Qilin Team. The difference in power between first, second, and third-class soldiers is not remarkably significant, as the goal for all 3 is to reach the limits of the human body's physical potential. To attain greater power, one must break the genetic shackles to achieve rapid advancement. However, there are indeed disparities among the 3 tiers. For instance, between a third-class and a second-class soldier, the maximum force they can unleash is essentially the same, but other attributes of the second-class soldier far surpass those of the third class. At the physical limit state, a novice third-class soldier can only forcibly overdraw their body to unleash a single strongest strike. In contrast, a second-class soldier can already begin to enjoy the attribute enhancements of the physical limit state, including speed, reaction time, and so on. The gap becomes even more pronounced upon reaching the first-class level. A first-class soldier can enter the physical limit state at will and has basic control over their power, avoiding the complete physical exhaustion that follows a single burst. However, combat effectiveness is not absolute among the 3 tiers. For instance, if a first-class soldier has poor combat skills and fears taking risks. Conversely, if a third-class soldier is battle-hardened, possesses extensive combat experience, and has superior fighting techniques, it is quite possible for them to defeat a first-class soldier. But the gap between the soldier level and the war general level is immense. War generals have already embarked on the path of unlocking human genetics, while soldiers are still striving to master their physical limits. The disparity between these 2 levels is enormous. Unless something unexpected happens, it is extremely difficult for a soldier to defeat a war general, even with superior combat skills. A war general receives a comprehensive enhancement of all physical attributes. No matter how refined your combat techniques, your speed would seem like a snail's pace to a war general. Under such circumstances, how could one possibly defeat a war general? At this moment, Bai Hui felt that the time for the Qilin Team to emerge had come. Troops are maintained for 1,000 days to be used for a single moment. It was time for the Qilin Team to showcase their prowess. While the Blade Zerg had not yet undergone massive evolution, the super soldiers of the Qilin Team could still handle them. Once the Blade Zerg evolved, the Qilin Team's effectiveness would diminish significantly. The Mother Queen of the Blade Zerg, Moros, had likely evolved to a level beyond the capability of ordinary super soldiers. Even war generals would be no match for it. After all, Moros standing at a towering 10 meters is an incredibly formidable existence. In terms of pure combat power, there is probably no one on Earth who could oppose it. However, humanity's advantage lies in its powerful thermal weapons. If the Chilean team's super soldiers were equipped with appropriate heavy weaponry, their combat effectiveness could multiply several-fold. Thus, in a real battle, the Chilean team's super soldiers would still hold a significant advantage. Bai Hui had a plan in mind, but these matters required discussion with the Grand Elder, who would oversee the overall strategy. Subsequently, Bai Hui informed the Grand Elder about the Blade Zerg via phone, detailing their formidable nature. After listening, the Grand Elder sighed. So Moros is indeed an extraterrestrial being. The last words of Emperor Pu were true. At that moment, the Grand Elder had completely pieced together the entire situation. The emergence of Moros was likely the result of the Lighthouse country obtaining the Blade Zerg incubation sphere from some unknown source, leading to today's catastrophe. This could be considered a tribulation for the Lighthouse country. They brought this upon themselves and are now reaping what they sowed. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder authorized the Chilean team to act in times of emergency, with military coordination to ensure mission completion. The invasion of extraterrestrial beings elevated the severity of the situation to a new level. The entire military of Dragon Country entered a state of wartime readiness, prepared for the impending battle. Deep within a rainforest in South America, towering ancient trees with dense canopies blanketed the land. Even satellites overhead could not penetrate the thick foliage to observe the interior of the jungle. The rainforest was largely devoid of human presence and fraught with dangers such as various venomous snakes, spiders, scorpions, and more. Any person entering this jungle without adequate protection would face a perilous 9-to-1 chance of death. Unknown to humanity, deep within this rainforest, towering figures stood. Each stood 1 to 2 meters tall, their bodies resembling insects with forelimbs as sharp as blades. They were the Moros, the Blade Zerg. What was most astonishing was the presence of 2 Moros of immense size within the jungle. One of them stood over 20 meters tall. Its massive frame was like a small mountain, its blade-like forelimbs instilling fear in all who beheld it. This was the Mother Queen of the Blade Zerg, the sovereign of all Moros globally. The other Moros was slightly smaller, standing about 10 meters tall. At this moment, the smaller Moros lay prostrate on the ground, kneeling reverently before the Mother Queen. Surrounding them, countless Moros lay prostrate, not daring to make a sound. The Mother Queen, with her compound eyes surveying her surroundings, emitted a continuous chittering sound. She was issuing commands to all the Moros, their unique form of communication, and no Zerg dared question the Mother Queen's authority. After the Mother Queen finished her commands, the smaller Moros let out a mournful cry, as if bidding farewell. The other Moros also joined in with sorrowful cries. A complex sadness flickered in the Mother Queen's eyes as she gently raised a claw to touch the 10-meter-tall Moros. 3 days later, at the World Alliance headquarters in Shanghai City, Dragon Country. At this time, representatives from various nations were convening for a meeting. Since the Alliance's formation, delegates had held multiple meetings daily to discuss specific measures against Moros. These discussions were not simple. They involved strategizing ways to halt the spread of the Moros based on their invasion patterns. By now, most countries worldwide had detected the presence of Moros, and their leaders were overwhelmed with efforts to combat the threat. Consequently, the World Alliance was extremely busy, constantly coordinating efforts among all parties and launching a series of counteroffensives. A staff member burst into the conference room. Good news. We've located the position of the Moros king. King Moros has appeared. King Moros has appeared in the rainforests of South America. The staff member who rushed and shouted, gasping for breath. Everyone in the meeting room brightened at the news. King Moros had finally shown himself. This was welcome news. For humanity, the fear wasn't of King Moros' power, but of his ability to remain hidden. Now that he had appeared, humanity, with its current strength, could slay him. Once King Moros was dead, the entire Moros race would descend into chaos. They would no longer be coordinated by their Mother Queen, moving with deadly precision and inflicting severe damage upon humanity. That would be the moment for humanity's counteroffensive. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation trembled with excitement, shouting, "Convene an immediate worldwide conference. Invite all national leaders online to discuss the final assault." The Lighthouse Nation had suffered the most from the Moros' invasion and dreamed of eradicating every last one of those vile creatures. Now they saw their chance. King Moros had appeared. The Dragon Nation's representative declared, "Everyone, I propose an immediate global conference." The Polar Bear Nation's representative seconded the motion. The Cherry Blossom Nation's representative also voiced their agreement. With over half of the World Alliance's member nations in favor, a global conference was convened requiring all national leaders to come online. No one present opposed the motion, and so the global conference began. President Pu's face was alight with excitement. He saw the hope of reclaiming Gold Mountain City for the Lighthouse Nation. "Everyone, I propose we launch an immediate attack on the South American rainforest. We must deploy our strongest forces to slay King Moros in one decisive blow, and then seize the opportunity to counterattack and eliminate every Moros on Earth." No one hated the Moros more than President Pu of the Lighthouse Nation. His country had suffered catastrophic losses, countless citizens were displaced, and the nation had descended into chaos. So upon hearing of King Moros' appearance, he did not hesitate to propose a full-scale counteroffensive to reclaim their lost territories. It was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and many national leaders nodded in agreement. The Cherry Blossom Nation's Prime Minister immediately concurred, President Pu is right. This is the perfect moment. We've tracked its movements via satellite. King Moros cannot possibly know of our plans. I agree to initiate the attack. The Cherry Blossom Nation had suffered the most damage after the Lighthouse Nation. With limited land, they relied heavily on imports. 3 months prior, as usual, they had imported fresh fruit. Unexpectedly, a Moros larva had attached itself to an imported fruit, which was subsequently purchased by a resident of Raccoon City. The larva parasitized the resident and spread with terrifying speed. Raccoon City was densely populated, and the Moros' infestation akin to a swarm of locusts rapidly infected half of the city's inhabitants. By the time the Cherry Blossom Nation reacted, millions in Raccoon City had been infected, ultimately becoming sustenance for the Moros. Furthermore, due to the nation's advanced transportation network, the Moros quickly spread to neighboring cities through the movement of people. Thus, the Cherry Blossom Nation harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Moros and was eager to annihilate them. Several other nations also voiced their agreement with President Pu's proposal for war. However, the leader of the Rabbit Nation and the Emperor of the Polar Bear Nation remained contemplative. They felt a sense of unease. Although this was a golden opportunity and success would spell doom for the Moros, they couldn't pinpoint any specific flaw. Logically, King Moros could not possibly know that humanity had discovered his location and was planning retribution. Acting on caution, the leader of the Rabbit Nation spoke up. Everyone, let's wait a moment. Let's review the satellite imagery more carefully and analyze whether it truly is King Moros. If we make a mistake, humanity could suffer devastating losses. In such critical times, it's better to be cautious. The Emperor of the Polar Bear Nation agreed. Indeed, I find the Rabbit Nation leader's words prudent. President Pu scoffed slightly, viewing the Rabbit leader's caution as unnecessary, but he saw no harm in checking the satellite imagery. Soon, with the aid of staff, a satellite image was displayed at the conference. It was captured by a high-resolution military satellite, so clear that animals on the ground could be discerned. In the image, a colossal dark shadow loomed, resembling a monster, appearing utterly terrifying. Data analysis indicated the creature was roughly 10 meters in size, similar to the Moros encountered at Gold Mountain City. After a series of comparisons, scientists confirmed that the monster in the South American rainforest was indeed King Moros. Upon hearing this conclusion, President Pu exclaimed joyfully, "Ha! I told you it was King Moros." Rabbit Nation leader, caution is a virtue, but the window of opportunity in war is fleeting. We must strike now and deliver a fatal blow. Let's take a vote. All in favor of initiating war against King Moros in South America, please vote. The result was decisive. No one voted against, with only a few abstentions. Excellent. Let these accursed monsters witness the might of humanity and feel the full force of our righteous fury. President Pu was practically jumping for joy. The leader of the Rabbit Nation still felt a lingering sense of dread, but with the decision made, they would have to adapt as events unfolded. The war had begun. For this campaign, the Human Alliance committed over 10 million troops, all to be deployed into the South American rainforest to sound the horn of counterattack against King Moros. Additionally, other forces were stationed at various Moros-occupied territories, ready to launch lightning-fast assaults and reclaim lost ground the moment King Moros was slain. This was humanity's first truly global cooperation. For the continuation of the species, every nation on Earth contributed its strength. This was a war of species. A war for survival. There was no right or wrong. Only victory or defeat. In preparation for this battle, all nations worldwide entered a state of combat readiness, with countless fighter jets and bombers taking to the skies. The Lighthouse Nations H-22, the Dragon Nations X-20, and the Polar Bear Nations S-57 were all deployed. Aircraft carriers began converging on South America. It was no exaggeration to say that this undertaking was unprecedented in the annals of history.